Chapter 101 Purifying the Level 3 Island. One by one, she tossed the sun-kissed mushrooms into the mortar, grinding them finely into flowing golden powder. Everyone was busy dealing with the fungal beasts, and no one noticed Xiao Feng Kenyu's subtle actions. Although the skeleton minions possessed endless stamina, facing the ever-increasing number of fungal beasts, they began to encounter unexpected situations. When the left-handed man swung his scimitar and struck a fungal beast in the abdomen, the writhing mycelium suddenly ensnared his blade. He lost his grip and couldn't pull the scimitar back, watching helplessly as the fungal beast, while healing its wound, swallowed his scimitar as well. My scimitar! The left-handed man never expected to have his weapon taken away in such a way, and enraged, he charged forward with both fists. Then, the fungal beast bit down on the left-handed man's skull, like a python swallowing its prey, almost completely coiling half of his body into the mycelium. Fortunately, Huang Xiaoan reacted quickly, slicing off the fungal beast's head with her shuriken and pulling the left-handed creature out of the clump of mycelium on the ground. Luckily, it was just a skeleton. If it were a human, it would likely have suffocated by the mycelium blocking its trachea. Teet's pistol and round-headed shotgun were also useless against these white silk fungal beasts. The bullets struck them like hitting a bouncy net. The bullets only dipped slightly due to the impact before falling to the ground. Ling Chu was also observing the battle with her underlings, her brow furrowing with worry. She had already slashed over 100 times without a critical hit, proving that the fungal brain's health was still above 20%. She suspected the fungal brain had tens of thousands of health points. Her attacks were like mosquito bites to it. If she couldn't destroy the fungal brain in time, her minions wouldn't be able to hold out, and the remaining fungal beasts would turn their attacks on her. At that point, she would be overwhelmed and even more unable to deal with the fungal brain. Just as the battle reached its climax, Xiao Feng Kenyu suddenly made a deal with Ling Chu. This is a reagent I extracted from sunlight mushrooms. Injected into its mycelium, it might work, Xiao Feng Kenyu said in the fleet channel. Ling Chu took out the reagent, which was contained in a large syringe. The liquid inside was a pure gold, shining brightly, as if sunlight had been contained within it. Trusting Xiao Feng Kenyu, Ling Chu didn't hesitate to plunge the syringe deep into the mycelium root. After all the liquid was injected into the mycelium root, 2 notifications inexplicably popped up from the system. Purification value plus 1000. Evolution progress 1/3. Ling Chu's eyes flickered with surprise. This spore mother fungal brain could be purified? She immediately replied to Xiao Feng Kenyu, this stuff is very useful. 2 more, please. Without needing Ling Chu's reply, Xiao Feng Kenyu and the others could more directly observe the changes in the fungal brain. Its expansion and breathing became more rapid, as if stimulated by something. The glowing mycelium was also flickering unstably, but the number of colored spores it sprayed out had clearly decreased. In particular, the speed at which the fungal beasts condensed had slowed down, and the regrowth rate of the fungal beasts after their limbs were severed was also noticeably slower. Xiao Feng Kenyu immediately began refining the remaining reagents. Don't underestimate this small vial of reagent, it's made from the concentrated powder of 100 sunflower mushrooms. Luckily, she had collected quite a few sunflower mushrooms along the way, with over 300 stored in her herbal medicine bag alone. That's just enough to make 3 vials. Xiao Feng Kenyu hurriedly finished 1 vial and immediately sent it to Ling Chu. Upon receiving it, Ling Chu immediately injected the fungal brain again. Purification plus 1000. Purification progress 2/3. This injection seemed to awaken the dormant demonic factors within the spore mother fungus's brain. Its tendrils trembled in pain, and the dome of tendrils above its head began to crumble. The old fungal crust and ash fell in a choking dust, causing the entire ground beneath its feet to shake. It seemed to realize that the little mosquito constantly biting it at its feet posed a deadly threat. Its mycelium transformed into invisible hands and whips, lashing mercilessly at Ling Chu. Ling Chu sheathed her dagger, drew the Wind Whisperer's Oath, and, using the speed boost from her bow, activated her Riding the Wind skill. Each attack from the mycelium was dodged by her exceptional agility and nimble movements. At this moment, she was more like a hunter, toying with its prey that couldn't catch her. The spore mother seemed utterly enraged. Countless mycelium strands formed a massive net, swooping down on Ling Chu. She seized the opportunity, locking onto a narrow opening just large enough for her to squeeze through as the net descended. With a leap, she darted through the gaps. Compared to this towering mycelium, the difference between an elephant and an ant was immense, but sometimes the size difference became an advantage for her evasion. Ling Chu had been working with the fungal tendrils for over 10 minutes, her breathing becoming slightly labored. She asked Xiao Feng Kenyu, is the last one ready? Almost. Sweat beaded on Xiao Feng Kenyu's forehead, her arms aching and numb from the constant grinding. A few seconds later. Done! Xiao Feng Kenyu shouted excitedly. Golden liquid flowed from the mortar and was transferred into a syringe, being injected into Ling Chu without stopping. Ling Chu slammed to the brakes, grabbing a fungal root that was lashing at her and injecting the entire potion into her mouth. Ling Chu suddenly remembered a proverb: if a child is disobedient, a couple of injections will fix it. The previously frantically throbbing fungal brain seemed to be cleansed by an invisible purifying force. The mycelia seemed to lose their offensive drive, drooping and falling to the ground with a dull thud, like a long, drawn-out sob mixed with pain and relief. The dark gills and mold spots growing on the spore mother fungus's brain visibly faded and disappeared, as if bleached, completely revealing the pure, translucent, luminous white substance beneath. At the same time, the fungal beasts attacking Huang Xiaoan and the skeleton minions froze instantly, then crumbled and disintegrated like ice and snow exposed to sunlight. Even the colorful spores in the air transformed into countless shimmering lights, like a reversed rain of light, slowly drifting and rising, finally disappearing into the air. The oppressive atmosphere that had permeated the space vanished like the receding tide. In its place was a long-lost tranquility and peace, a tranquility inherent in life itself. The slime lake ceased its churning, becoming as calm as a mirror. The island has been successfully purified, restoring its original ecology. Island level is being reassessed. Assessment complete. The island has been re-rated as level 3. Congratulations on purifying the island. You have received a special reward: Spore Mother Fungus Brain Seed *1, and the special title Island Purifier. Chapter 102: The Witch's Hut. Ling Chu was slightly taken aback upon hearing the system notification. This island was indeed more than level 2. The island, originally level 3, had been downgraded due to pollution, but now that purification was complete, its rating had been restored. She checked her newly acquired title. Island Purifier. You carry a pure natural aura, subtly repelling impurities. Wearing this title grants a 20% chance of immunity to negative status effects such as toxins, curses, and diseases. Huang Xiaoan and Xiao Fengkenyu were both exhausted and collapsed on the ground, the former from fighting, the latter from alchemy. Hearing the system notification, Huang Xiaoan was the first to sit up. I got a new title, Island Purifier. Xiao Fengkenyu hummed in response, saying weakly, me too. It seemed this title wasn't unique. The information panel of the purified Spore Mother's brain had also changed. The 3 contaminated words following the name Island Guardian, Spore Mother Brain, disappeared, and the skill description for spore propagation changed to spread spores across the land, generating diverse fungi, enriching the island's ecology and resources. If the contaminated Spore Mother Brain was like an evil brain, this current brain was like a pure and harmless jellyfish. It seemed to understand that Ling Chu and his group had purified it, freeing it from its suffering, and thus actively used its tendrils to push the island core beneath it towards Ling Chu. Ling Chu stepped forward and dripped a drop of blood from his fingertip onto the glowing island core. You have obtained an island core, level 3. You have become the owner of this island. Please name it. This island has so many mushrooms, let's call it Mushroom Island. She's always been casual about naming things. Island naming successful. Mushroom Island can produce 300 caddies of sun-glowing mushrooms, 300 caddies of nightmare umbrella fungus, 300 caddies of steel mold fungus, and 10 howling horn fungus every 3 days. Resources are ready to be harvested. Because the purification was successful, the island has restored its former ecology and will produce an additional 300 caddies of sun-glowing mushrooms, 300 caddies of matsutake mushrooms, 300 caddies of termitomyces mushrooms, 300 caddies of white mushrooms, 300 caddies of shiitake mushrooms, and 300 caddies of bamboo fungus. The additional production will be harvested in 3 days. Purifying the island can increase its production? If she had chosen to kill the fungal brain directly, would the island's production have been different? Ling Chu tried asking the system, but it took a while for it to reply, perhaps because it was busy with other matters. There are 3 different ways to obtain this island. First, without killing the Spore Mother Brain, you only obtain the island core, which yields 4 special products: sunlight mushroom, nightmare umbrella fungus, steel mold, and howling horn fungus. Second, kill the Spore Mother Brain and obtain the island core, which yields sunlight mushroom and common mushrooms. Third, purify the Spore Mother Brain, restore the island's rating, and you will fully obtain all resource outputs. Ling Chu almost succeeded with the first 2 methods. If Xiao Fengkenyu hadn't concocted the golden potion in time, she would most likely have killed the Spore Mother Brain. So, was purifying the island by accident the optimal solution? Matsutake mushrooms, termite mushrooms, bamboo fungus, all incredibly delicious mushrooms. So good, I love them. This is amazing value. Now that she's the master of this island, the fungal brain not only doesn't summon fungal beasts to attack them, but instead uses white mycelium to create a path, guiding them away. Before leaving, Xiao Fengkenyu didn't forget to pick up some fungal fragments from the ground. Those were the ones Ling Chu had just cut off the fungal brain with her dagger. Compared to the other mushrooms, this fungal brain is the most valuable for research. Ling Chu and the others walked on the soft carpet of mycelium, and she couldn't help but ask Xiao Fengkenyu, "What are those golden potions you gave me?" Thanks to her for concocting those golden potions, otherwise they would have missed out on so many delicious mushrooms. Just 3 potions were enough to purify this fungal brain. The effect is simply too good. It's the essence of ground-up sun glow mushrooms. I noticed that almost no sunlight gets in here, and the spore concentration is much lower wherever sun glow mushrooms grow. I deduced that this spore virus is afraid of sunlight. Logically, this should be confirmed through experiments, but the situation was urgent at the time, and we couldn't wait that long. It was kind of a lucky guess, Xiao Feng Kenyu said truthfully. But she still had a question in her mind: how was this island contaminated? If the spore mother fungus brain was the source of the contaminating spores, it was originally the island's guardian. Who contaminated it? As if in response to her question, a dilapidated wooden cabin appeared before them. The mycelial carpet didn't guide them the way they came, but rather to another forest path, as if deliberately leading them here. The wooden cabin looked abandoned for many years, as if no one lived there. Shall we go in and take a look? Huang Xiaoan's eyes flashed with curiosity. There was actually a house on this mushroom island? What kind of person would live here? Ling Chu nodded. The strongest fungal brain on the island had been purified. Presumably, there wouldn't be any dangerous creatures left. She stepped forward and pushed open the nearly collapsing wooden door. The room was dimly lit, the air thick with dust, and a musty, rotten smell of wood mixed with an indescribable herbal odor. A dusty alchemical cauldron lay askew beside the fireplace. Various oddly shaped empty medicine bottles were scattered on the stained wooden table, some with strangely colored liquids still clinging to their bottoms. A tattered cloth bag hanging on the wall was filled with dried herb specimens. This scene reminded Ling Chu of the alchemy room on her ship, but this little house had a stronger sense of antiquity, more like a witch's hut. In the center of the dilapidated wooden table sat a book wrapped in thick leather, seemingly the only thing deliberately preserved in this rundown hut. Ling Chu walked over, brushed away the dust, and opened it to examine it. The densely packed text seemed to record some kind of alchemical formula, which she couldn't understand at all. So she called over Xiao Feng Kenyu, who was studying the potion bottles. The moment Xiao Feng Kenyu's fingertips touched the book, her expression froze. Didn't you hear the system notification when you touched this book? Ling Chu was a little confused. No. Xiao Feng Kenyu's expression was complicated. The system notified me that I've triggered a special profession inheritance, plague doctor, and asked if I want to accept it. Ling Chu was somewhat surprised. This book was actually an item to trigger a special profession? Then why hadn't she triggered it? Did this profession have special triggering conditions? Chapter 103 Plague Doctor. Should I accept? Xiao Feng Kenyu looked conflicted, so she asked her two companions for their opinions. Is that even a question? Of course you should accept. Special professions are so hard to come by, countless players want them but don't have them, Huang Xiaoan said. But this profession comes with a curse. Xiao Feng Kenyu lowered her head and read aloud. You are proficient in the mysteries of disease and can control plagues, but the price is that you will forever lose your normal health. Your constitution and strength will never exceed 6 points. This curse is permanent and cannot be cleansed by any means. Ling Chu thought for a moment and asked, your current constitution and strength are both 5, right? Xiao Feng Kenyu nodded. She had already guessed that Ling Chu had reconnaissance skills, so it wasn't surprising that he knew her attribute points. Currently, attribute points are obtained by consuming mystic fruits. There might be other ways to permanently increase attribute points in the future, but for now, fruits are quite difficult to obtain. And since you're prioritizing points, you'll definitely be increasing intelligence and agility. In my opinion, constitution and strength aren't that important to you, 6 points are enough. Furthermore, in my experience, classes with curses are more powerful. For example, my ghost pirate class is cursed. Ling Chu objectively offered Xiao Feng Kenyu advice. Your class also has a curse. What kind of curse? Huang Xiaoan couldn't hide her curiosity. The soul won't find peace after death. That's called a curse? Huang Xiaoan was incredulous. Once you're dead, who cares about your soul? This is just like some scumbag's line, I wronged you in this life, but in the next life I'll make it up to you by serving you like a slave. Who cares about your next life? Ha! Ling Chu remained non-committal. Xiao Feng Kenyu was also interested in the profession itself, but was wary of the curse. Now, persuaded by Ling Chu, she chose to accept the inheritance. Let me see quickly, what new skills are there? Xiao Feng Kenyu directly shared her stats with them. Plague doctor, good medicine and poison often come from the same bottle. Will you don the black beak mask and become the embodiment of fear, or pick up your medicine chest and become hope in the darkness? Become a savior or a plague spreader? The choice is in your hands. Profession advancement requirements: infect 10 creatures with the plague or cure 10 creatures of disease. You have acquired the skill Touch of Plague and the Healing Aura. Touch of Plague, you gather plague energy at your fingertips, performing a melee touch or ranged attack on the target, weakening them. Weakness: attack power reduced by 10%, speed reduced by 10%, health reduced by 10%. Skill cooldown, 5 minutes. Costs 5 mana. Healing Aura: after activating the skill, allies within 10 meters of you will have negative status effects removed and will slowly regenerate health. This skill costs 10 mana per minute. What an awesome support skill. After reading this, Ling Chu and Huang Xiaoan both had the same thought. Not only can it weaken enemies, but it also has a group healing skill. Doctor, my chest hurts, I need treatment. Huang Xiaoan suddenly clutched her chest, her face contorted in pain. Xiaofeng, can you tensed instantly? Did you get a hidden injury while fighting the fungal beast? Let me see. She quickly leaned closer until Huang Xiaoan took the hand she was covering her chest out and made a heart shape with her hands. Xiaofeng Kenya met her teasing gaze, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. Huang Xiaoan, you're so sly, Ling Chu couldn't help but tease. Huang Xiaoan chuckled. Having such a reliable ship's doctor made her feel so safe. The leather-bound book on the table also underwent a change in attributes after Xiaofeng Kenya received the inheritance. Evelyn's Alchemy Notebook. Quality, legendary. Contains the lifelong learning of the plague Dr. Evelyn, thousands of alchemy recipes, something every alchemist in which dreams of. Includes the plague doctor's inheritance. Those who master basic alchemy will trigger this inheritance. Potions made using recipes from this book have a 20% increased effect. Ling Chu seemed to understand. No wonder she hadn't triggered the inheritance when she touched the book, only players with basic alchemy skills could do it. Furthermore, this profession was completely unsuitable for her. The thought of the complex steps and numerous containers involved in alchemy gave Ling Chu a headache. Xiaofeng, can you briefly flip through the alchemy notebook? The recipes recorded were extremely complex, requiring numerous materials and meticulously precise steps. There were also level restrictions. A first-tier plague doctor could only refine the first few pages of potions. Trying to refine potions beyond one's level could easily lead to explosions and accidents. Besides the recipes, it also recorded some of Evelyn's daily life. After a quick glance, along with the furnishings in the room, she understood what had happened. This Evelyn is a plague doctor, but her research clearly leans more towards spreading plagues. She initially came to this island because of the many mushrooms suitable for alchemy, so she spent all her time experimenting. Those spore viruses are her handiwork. Xiaofeng Kenya frowned slightly. Evelyn polluted the entire island, then simply left, leaving so many innocent creatures to inhale the spores and die tragically, utterly irresponsible. So, that's how the spore viruses came about. This seems to bring us back to the issue of environmental protection and nature. Ling Chu remembered that a single discarded button battery could pollute 600 cubic meters of water. The alchemy here, enhanced by magic, far surpasses that of Earth before her transmigration. A single alchemical experiment could cause the entire island to collapse. It's truly astonishing. This alchemy notebook is the only valuable thing in this dilapidated hut. Xiaofeng Kenya collected some more bottles and jars left by Evelyn, intending to continue her research back home. After they left the dilapidated hut, the mycelial carpet changed shape, guiding them along a new route. This time, Ling Chu recognized it as the route they had taken back. After the mycelial brain was purified, poisonous mushrooms like nightmare umbrella fungus and howling horn fungus still existed, but their numbers had decreased, reaching a delicate balance. The horn-like sound emitted by the howling horn fungus no longer summoned those disgusting fungal beasts covered in pustules. Passing once more the place where they had fought the fungal beasts, Ling Chu found that the fungal beast corpses lying on the ground had lost their pustules, reverting to their original jackal appearance. She dissected the corpses again, obtaining stale wolf meat and normal beast bones. She thought of the few ghost thorns she kept on the ship. Those things weren't picky eaters and wouldn't get diarrhea from eating stale food, as long as it wasn't poisonous. So, she casually dissected the corpses again, storing the contents in her ring, obtaining over 200 beast bones and over 1,000 pounds of stale wolf meat. Chapter 104 Island Ranking. When Ling Chu and the others returned to the ghost ship, they had 42 hours left before landing on the island. She didn't rush to have her skeleton minions start the ship. After the pollution was purified, the corpses of the fungal beasts had all returned to normal, and the rabbit she had seen before must have recovered as well. Besides mushrooms, there should be quite a few rabbits and pheasants on this island. Staying here for a couple of days, she could hunt some rabbits. Spore mother fungal brain, growing. Maturity requires 2 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Ling Chu planted the spore mother seed, a reward from the system, on the deck. This thing only needed 3 days to mature. It grew quite quickly. Once it matured, would it possess the ability to summon fungal beasts like the guardians on this island? Ling Chu thought about it and decided it was unlikely. First, the seed was only the size of a thumb. Who knew how many years it would take to grow to the towering size of the guardians? Besides, if it grew too big, her ship wouldn't be able to accommodate it. This fungal brain was probably a castrated, miniaturized version. Even so, it was still quite remarkable. After all, it was a level 3 magical plant. After the battle with the fungal brain, which had expended a lot of energy, Ling Chu's stomach started rumbling again. Ordinary mushrooms like shiitake and termite mushrooms wouldn't be ready to harvest for another 3 days, so for now, the only mushroom she could eat was the sun-blooming mushroom. High-end ingredients only require the simplest cooking methods. Ling Chu had Big Gold Tooth slice the sun-blooming mushrooms and then pan-fry them in butter on a grill. Worried that eating only mushrooms wouldn't be enough, she also had Big Gold Tooth grill some shrimp and sea urchin. The cooked grilled sun-blooming mushroom slices still had a golden hue, looking more like a dish of golden paint than mushrooms on a plate. The texture was somewhat like tender pork tenderloin, but with one bite, the juices burst out, filling her mouth with the sweet and savory flavor of mushrooms, and it had a warm, slightly gooey texture. So delicious. It tastes like meat with buttery mushroom flavor. Huang Xiaoan was also captivated by the wonderful texture of the sunflower mushrooms, devouring an entire plate by herself. Ling Chu had her skeleton henchman deliver a plate to Xiao Fengkinyu. Upon returning from the island, she locked herself in the alchemy lab, studying the various mushroom samples she'd obtained from Mushroom Island, as well as the alchemy manual. Remembering her tendency to become completely absorbed in her research, Ling Chu had her henchman bring her some food, lest she go hungry without realizing it. Ling Chu also finished a whole plate of sunflower mushrooms. She discovered that anything officially labeled delicious by the system truly was delicious. Next time she encountered them, she absolutely couldn't let them pass her by. Ling Chu was sitting at the table eating the remaining grilled shrimp. Unfortunately, after finishing the sunflower mushrooms, nothing else tasted good. Suddenly, the system notified her that she had received a huge sum of 3,000 seashells. Ling Chu was wondering who would send her money for no reason when she received a private message from the top-ranked player, Little Lubin. "Boss, this is your share, all earned from making crossbows. This is just the deposit share, there's more to come. Boss, I really have to thank you. This crossbow blueprint has made me rich. I'm getting so many orders every day I can't even finish them all. I'm practically sparking fire from swinging my hammer. I also bought a fleet formation card and created a fleet called Heart of the Forge. I even recruited a few blacksmith apprentices to help me. If you need anything, just contact Heart of the Forge, we'll prioritize you and absolutely won't charge you a labor fee." Ling Chu smiled upon hearing this. Okay, the Chinese server's Little Lubin is doing quite well now, he's even started being a leader with his own followers. These crab shell armors are a bit damaged, you can reforge them. Ling Chu traded the damaged armor from Teach and the others to Little Lubin, along with 2 pieces of steel mold. "And this is a new forging material I discovered. See if you can use it? If you want, I have a lot more here, I can sell them to you." The texture of this mushroom is actually similar to metal, I've never seen anything like it before. Little Lubin, upon receiving the steel mold, was as if he had discovered a new continent. "I'll study it and get back to you later." After closing the chat window, Ling Chu opened the leaderboard. She hadn't checked the rankings for 2 or 3 days and noticed that the number of guilds on the leaderboard had expanded from the initial 6 to over 20. The guild of Little Lubin from the Chinese server was ranked 9th, already having 6 crew members. As Ling Chu's gaze swept over Little Lubin's guild, a guild announcement automatically popped up. "A ship full of blacksmiths, the most awesome on the entire internet. Your divine weapon, I'll take care of it. Application requirements, blacksmith profession, attach a screenshot of your proudest creation, contact Little Lubin from the Chinese server." Ling Chu then glanced at the Invincible Guild's announcement. Last time, she had killed 4 members of Invincible, and they had somehow rejoined their 50-member guild. "The guild is full. We will expand again once the intermediate guild formation card is released. Please look forward to it." Ling Chu raised an eyebrow. Please look forward to it, she thought. Did she think this was a variety show with a sequel? To her slight surprise, the second-ranked fleet had become the Big Bread, also full with 50 members. A haven for ordinary players, with built-in recruitment cards, applications will be approved. The fleet rankings are based on the number of members, so this lack of entry requirements explains its rise to second place. An old acquaintance of hers, the Spade, had dropped to 9th, its fleet announcement straightforward. Only accepting special professions. Only recruiting extraordinary individuals. Rejecting mediocrity. Don't be an outcast in ordinary fleets, this is your home. Please send a screenshot of your profession via private message, Nine-Tailed Cat. Verification will result in a direct ticket. Ling Chu hadn't planned to recruit publicly, so the fleet announcement was currently blank. She thought about it, anyone who opened the fleet rankings could see the announcement. Her fleet wasn't ranked high, but she was number 1 on the Sin list, Justice list, and Wealth list. Now, with a ghost account icon next to her ID, it was the most conspicuous advertisement. Such a prime location couldn't be wasted, so Ling Chu typed a small note in the fleet's announcement. Advertising space sought, 1,000 seashells/day. Private message me if interested, stay away from drugs, gambling, and prostitution. Her private chat was always off, so she had to let Huang Xiaoan do the work. If any suckers came along, well, clients would come, and she'd get a share of the commission. I just updated the new fleet announcement when a system notification sounded. Since the number of players owning islands has exceeded 100, the island power rankings are now open. Players can view the detailed ranking information themselves. Chapter 105 Silly Bear. Ling Chu watched in disbelief as another leaderboard appeared on the right side of the fleet rankings. Player name / number of islands owned / total island level. 1. Ling Chu, 3 islands, level 6. 2. Invincible and Handsome, 2 islands, level 3. 3. King of Spades, 2 islands, level 3. 4. Pillow Green Mountain, 2 islands, level 2. 5. Little Girl Stepping on Mushrooms, 2 islands, level 2. 9. Give You a Big Bread, 1 island, level 2. 10. A Silly Bird, 1 island, level 2. She was ranked first with 3 islands. Invincible was second, having quietly acquired 2 islands. However, his island level was only 3. Ling Chu estimated he only had 1 level 2 island and 1 level 1 island. From 12th to 100th place, all the islands were level 1. This leaderboard sparked heated discussion in the public chat channel. Public chat channel. Lulu loves gossip. Are we playing a survival game? Why am I still struggling to survive in the ocean while you guys are already island owners? Give You a Big Bread. Even island owners have to consider their specialties. Some islands aren't very useful. A dumb bird. I'm Cotton Island, and all I produce is cotton. It seems I don't need it now, so I had a tailor make me some cotton pillows. They're actually quite comfortable. A dumb bird, purely relying on its good luck, openly shared all its information in the public chat. Lulu loves gossip. At Give You a Big Bread. Does that mean your island is useless? Give You a Big Bread. It really is useless. It's a soapberry island. I sell all the soapberries to crafting professions to make soapberry powder. From now on, I'll have your laundry detergent all to myself. Pancake Dog. My island produces fresh beef. Anyone who wants beef can trade with me, but the price definitely won't be cheap, since the yield is low, only 500 caddies each time. An island that produces beef. Ling Chu was incredibly envious. Ling Chu had previously sold off large quantities of iron ore and volcanic charcoal in the public chat. Those who were paying attention could probably guess she owned at least 2 islands. There was no way around it. The production of iron ore and volcanic charcoal was too much for her to use alone, so she had to exchange them for other resources. She didn't plan to sell the alchemical mushrooms on Mushroom Island. Once the ordinary mushrooms on Mushroom Island were harvestable, she would probably exchange the mushrooms she couldn't finish for other resources. She preferred beef to mushrooms, finding it more filling and good for muscle building. Little Bitter Gourd. No wonder Ling Chu is number 1 on the wealth ranking. Owning 3 islands, she must be overflowing with resources. Little Bear Biscuit, number 1 on the ranking, has 3 islands, totaling level 6. Does that mean all 3 are level 2 islands? 18-year-old pure-hearted sports student probably. Level 3 islands are way too advanced. The location cards I bought from the shop only allowed me to locate level 2 islands at most. The public chat was filled with gossip about her island levels. As the number 1 on all 3 rankings, and now with a new island ranking system, she was number 1 again. Everyone had even gotten used to seeing Ling Chu's name at the top of the rankings. In the guild rankings, Invincible only managed to top the list due to its large player base, but everyone implicitly agreed that Ling Chu was the strongest. However, Ghost didn't publicly recruit, and many players who wanted to join her guild couldn't even contact her directly. Private chat was disabled. She didn't care about anyone. Someone discovered her newly updated guild announcement. Joyful Wolf. Ghost's guild announcement has been updated. This move. I can only say 6. Little Bear Biscuit 6. Lulu loves gossip 6. Give You a Big Bread 6. A row of 6s in the public chat channel renting out advertising space in the guild announcement. Why didn't they think of this? Invincible and Handsome, who was secretly watching, widened his eyes. She could even profit from this? Was her top spot on the wealth ranking achieved through shrewdness? Cola without ice. Boss, is the ghost ship really not recruiting? I can bring my own recruitment card. Lulu loves gossip. Yeah, I want to join too. Ling Chu casually replied, not recruiting. Those who say they want to join the ghost ship in the public chat may not actually want to. Maybe they're just egging them on, or maybe they have other motives. First of all, you have to be a pirate to even think about joining her fleet. Otherwise, this is a pirate ship. Getting on is easy, getting off is hard. Ling Chu briefly appeared in the public chat and then stopped talking, as always, cold and taciturn. The public chat then circled back to the topic of finding islands. An 18-year-old innocent male athlete. I really regret not having money to buy a location card back then. Now that I have the money, I can't buy one even if I wanted to. When will the system shop have a rerun? Pancake Dog. Islands aren't so easy to conquer. There's a Bison King guarding my island. It charges at anyone it sees. I almost died on this island. You need strength to encounter an island, otherwise you're just choosing a lucky spot to be buried. This is true. Every player who has encountered an island knows this all too well. Ling Chu feels that with his current strength, he can take down a level 3 island. He doesn't know about level 4 islands yet, and has never seen one. Invisible chicken wings. I once encountered a level 2 island, but there were a lot of spiders on it, so I didn't dare go ashore. But I remember the coordinates. Anyone want to buy the coordinates? 100 seashells, I can sign a system contract. Scammers stay away. Ling Chu's eyes lit up. Having the coordinates is equivalent to having an island location card. He doesn't charge much, just the price of an island location card. Ling Chu was already tempted and was about to privately message him to trade when she saw him send another message in the public chat. Invisible chicken wings, don't message me anymore, I've already sold it to Invincible account. Ling Chu frowned slightly. This guy, invincible and handsome, was quick to act. He was probably like her, also watching the public chat after the new rankings came out. Never mind, it's just a level 2 island. She had just acquired a level 3 island, there was no need to rush to find a new one. Besides, the fish surge disaster was in 2 days. It was best to conserve her strength and recharge for now. Who knew if this disaster system would target her again and cause some trouble? After finishing her meal, Ling Chu handed the empty plate to the skeleton henchman to wash. She then went to the back of the cabin. With 4 harvests of Iron Island, she now had 4 ghost thorn seeds, 3 of which were already mature. These ghost thorns had a voracious appetite. According to Teach, they consumed at least 30 pounds of fish every day. She took a piece of stale wolf meat from her ring and tossed it to the ghost thorns. These creatures didn't recognize their owners. Ling Chu wondered if feeding them more would build some bond. The thorny thorn sensed the vibration in the air and instantly snatched the wolf meat from the ground. However, less than 2 seconds later, the piece of wolf meat was thrown back into its original place. The ghost thorn's leaves trembled slightly, as if they were angry. If the ghost thorns could speak, they would definitely be cursing. Giving it such unpalatable fish last time was bad enough, but this time they gave it spoiled meat. It was a magical plant, after all. Was it really going to be treated so carelessly? Ling Chu sighed, looking at the wolf meat that the ghost thorn had sucked up twice and then spat back out. She kindly advised it, don't be picky. You've definitely never eaten wolf meat before, try some more? The ghost thorn remained completely unmoved, resolutely refusing to eat. It was a carnivorous plant, not a scavenger. Go feed it to the pitcher plant next door. Ling Chu had no choice but to put the wolf meat away and feed them a piece of fresh fish. But it seemed a waste to throw the meat away, so Ling Chu casually listed it on the trading market. 1,000 pounds of stale wolf meat only cost 10 seashells. She remembered that farmers would specifically collect this kind of meat to use as fertilizer. She had only listed it for 2 seconds when the system notified her that the transaction was complete. She glanced at it. The buyer's ID was The Insatiable Silly Bear. Chapter 106, The Merchant of Life. The silly bear who never gets enough to eat. Ling Chu felt this ID looked familiar. It seemed like not long ago, she had sold a fruit platter that smelled a bit like shark urine, and this ID had bought it? To avoid confusion, she checked her transaction history, and sure enough, it was him. Combining this with the person's ID, Ling Chu seriously suspected that he might be buying the meat for himself. Being responsible, she privately messaged him, that wolf meat isn't very fresh anymore, eating it might give you diarrhea. A few seconds later, he replied, I know, do you have any more of this kind of cheap, not so fresh meat? I want to buy some, preferably meat. Seafood was the cheapest food right now. 10 sea clams could buy hundreds of pounds of fresh seafood. This silly bear was strange. Did he not want to eat fresh food and insist on buying this nearly spoiled stuff for the sake of saving money? No more, Ling Chu replied. Okay, if you ever find this kind of cheap meat again, please let me know, I really need it. The sullen bear's voice was full of regret. Strange person, Ling Chu thought. After all, she had already given a friendly reminder that if this sullen bear got sick from eating it, it wouldn't be her responsibility. Once sold, no returns or exchanges. After closing the chat with the sullen bear, the chat box in the nearby channel suddenly flashed. Ling Chu rarely saw anyone talking in this channel, so she opened it to take a look. Nearby channel. Social anxiety, is anyone around here? SOS, help. Social anxiety, my ship was stolen by a robber. He's definitely a robber. He stole it. I only have one piece of driftwood left. Is there anyone nearby who can help me? This nearby channel only displays messages from within a 10-kilometer radius, meaning that the player named Social Anxiety was very close to her. Ling Chu looked at his message, puzzled. Only pirates could plunder ships, but only if the ship's owner was dead. How did this person manage to have his ship stolen while still alive? So she replied in the nearby chat, you got robbed by pirates. Social anxiety. Social anxiety, someone really did. God, I'm saved. Social anxiety, wait, your name sounds so much like our server's top player? That ghost pirate? No way, why I'm really penniless, I have nothing left to rob. Ling Chu's lips twitched. Had she said she was going to save him? Besides, there were requirements for robbing people, okay? Who's ever seen the richest person in a city rob a homeless person for no reason? This guy has such a vivid imagination. His ID might not be a typo, it's probably just social anxiety disorder. Ling Chu, if you don't tell the truth, I'm leaving. Social anxiety disorder? No, no, no. I really got robbed. That person wasn't a player, they were someone from this world, or maybe an NPC. You can see my message, so they're probably not far from you. Don't agree to do anything with them. Social anxiety, he'll lure you with goods, then make you answer his questions. For every wrong answer, he'll take something from you. I got several questions wrong in a row, and he ended up taking my boat. What is this if not robbery? I'm telling the truth, please save me. If I keep drifting like this, I'll either freeze to death or be bitten by sharks. NPC? Ling Chu was still skeptical of the social butterfly syndrome theory when suddenly, she heard an untimely, clear, tinkling sound from the sea ahead, like the tinkling of wind chimes. A small raft, entirely constructed from various sizes and shapes of empty glass bottles tied and pieced together, was slowly drifting towards her. On the raft sat a tall, thin man wearing an exaggerated bowler hat and a cloak studded with pockets. He held a long pole with a string of conch shell wind chimes hanging from its end, the sound emanating from it. In front of him was an open wooden box, seemingly filled with all sorts of strange items. Ling Chu asked in the nearby chat channel, "Is that the person you're talking about sitting on a raft made of drifting bottles?" Social anxiety, yes, that's him. You saw him? I wasn't lying, was I? For the information I provided, could you please help me out QAQ? Ling Chu initiated a trade with him, sending him 20 pieces of wood, 10 pieces of cloth, 10 pieces of seaweed, 1 piece of iron ore, 1 dull pearl, and an old fishing rod she had long since abandoned. Just enough supplies to build a level 2 ship. Consider this buying your information. Be self-reliant. Ling Chu certainly wouldn't let a complete stranger on her ship. These things would ensure his immediate survival. What happened after that was up to him. The man with social anxiety stared in disbelief at the extra resources in his inventory. Initially, he was dismayed to find that the person responding to him in the nearby chat was none other than the server's most powerful pirate leader. He also posted a request for help in the public chat, but the messages kept flooding in, and no one paid any attention. He never expected that Ling Chu, this pirate, would ultimately help him. He said gratefully, "Thank you. I will always remember this kindness." Ling Chu didn't take the man's words to heart. She had seen far too many cases of ingratitude and betrayal. She was simply paying for the information he provided. The raft made of drifting bottles drew closer and closer to her. The man in the top hat on the raft had clearly noticed Ling Chu's boat. He put down his fishing rod, looked up with a beaming smile, and waved to Ling Chu on the deck. "Passing traveler, meeting in these waters is fate. Would you like to see Baba Squeak's quirky curiosities?" The man's voice was like a rattling candy jar. "You can't buy these things anywhere else." His vehicle itself was a marvel. Some of the glass bottles contained glowing algae, some teeming with miniature sea fish, and some even sealed within a small patch of ever-changing starry sky, making the entire bottle raft look like a floating, dreamlike ecosphere. Babu Squeak. Occupation, life merchant. Level. Ling Chu scanned his information with his one-eyed eye patch. Aside from his name and occupation, all other attributes were filled with question marks. "How do I buy?" Ling Chu asked directly. Babu Squeak's smile widened. He held up one finger. "My rules are simple. Answer 3 questions correctly in a row, and you'll be eligible to purchase an item, plus a free gift of your choice. But if you unfortunately answer incorrectly, I'll take away anything you own." Chapter 107. Pirates divide the gold. Anything she owned? Including her life? Ling Chu looked at the man's smiling face. If it weren't for her past experience with social anxiety disorder, this merchant would really seem like one of those NPCs who suddenly appear and give away good things. Now it seems that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Making a deal with this life-price merchant will most likely come at a price. However, Ling Chu still decided to give it a try. According to the social anxiety disorder's explanation, he only took the merchant's ship after answering several questions incorrectly in a row. This merchant probably understood the principles of game theory. He wouldn't let the other party gamble everything from the start. If the questions were too difficult, she could stop in time. If she answered them all correctly, she would be guaranteed to profit. "Want to try? I guarantee you'll feel it's more than worth it," Baba Squeak asked, rubbing his hands together. Ling Chu nodded. "Then ask away. Listen carefully, the first riddle," he cleared his throat, "what belongs to you, but is used by others more than you?" Ling Chu thought for a moment and answered, "My name." "Ding dong, you got it right." Babu Squeak shook the wind chime. Clever guessed. This was a very simple riddle, but Ling Chu didn't let his guard down. This question seemed like bait to lure its prey into a trap. Next question, why don't octopuses like playing cards? Babu Squeak rubbed his bowler hat, waiting for her answer. Ling Chu pondered, could it be because octopuses have 8 legs, making it easier for them to cheat? But subconsciously, she felt this answer wasn't correct. Right, questions about playing cards should be asked of Huang Xiaoan. She immediately sent Huang Xiaoan a private message for help. Huang Xiaoan had already returned to her room to prepare for sleep. Seeing Ling Chu's message, she replied groggily, "What kind of lame joke is this, or a riddle? It's too easy. Because an octopus would get caught red-handed as soon as it cheats. It has 8 arms, cheating would be too obvious." Ling Chu relayed Huang Xiaoan's words to Babu Squeak, because an octopus would get caught red-handed if it cheated. Ha 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 ha. Babu Squeak paused for a moment, then burst into huge laughter, laughing so hard he almost fell off the raft. Cold. That answer is too cold. Although it's not the standard answer, considering your sense of humor is just as terrible as mine, I'll consider it correct. Ta-da. Congratulations on getting 2 questions right in a row. Just one more, and you can choose any of Babu Squeak's valuable items. But this 3rd question is the hardest. Are you ready? Ling Chu nodded. Let's go. Imagine 5 pirates have stolen 100 gold coins. They decide to draw lots, and in the order drawn, each pirate will propose a plan to distribute the coins. The 5 pirates will vote, and if half the votes agree, the plan will be passed, otherwise, the proposer will be thrown into the sea to feed the sharks. Babu Squeak narrowed his eyes. So, the question is, if you were the first pirate to draw a proposal, how would you distribute the coins to ensure you get the most and don't get thrown into the sea? Ling Chu frowned slightly after hearing the question. She seemed to have seen it somewhere before. Babu Zizi, on the other hand, wore a smug smile, seemingly certain that Ling Chu couldn't answer it. Ling Chu pondered for a few seconds before answering. I will divide 98 gold coins among myself. Pirate number 2 will get nothing, pirate number 3 will get 1, pirate number 4 will get nothing, and pirate number 5 will get 1. As soon as she finished speaking, Babu Zizi's smile froze instantly, his eyes widening almost to bulge out. How do you know the answer? He screamed, his face changing drastically. I've thought about this question for many years. How could you answer it so easily? Good heavens, are you the genius? And Babu Zizi is an idiot. Babu Zizi frantically grabbed his hair, muttering to himself in frustration, even beginning to doubt his own existence. Ling Chu, after desperately trying to recall, remembered that the question was called pirate gold distribution, a well-known problem involving game theory. Its answer, though seemingly absurd, is based entirely on rigorous reasoning using reverse thinking. Let's consider a scenario. The first 3 pirates were thrown overboard because their proposals were rejected, leaving only pirates number 4 and 5 on the ship. At this point, pirate number 4 could keep all the gold coins because if he agreed, he would already represent half the crew, making it impossible for him to be thrown overboard. Now, going back to pirate number 3's proposal, he only needs to bribe pirate number 5 with 1 gold coin, and pirate number 5 will agree, the proposal will pass, and pirate number 4 will get nothing. Now, going back to pirate number 2's proposal, he only needs to bribe pirate number 4 with 1 gold coin because if pirate number 4 disagrees, pirate number 2 will be thrown overboard, pirate number 3 will propose again, and pirate number 4 will get nothing. Therefore, pirate number 2's proposal is to keep 99 gold coins, pirate number 4 1 gold coin, and pirates number 3 and 5 0 gold coins. Pirate number 4 and he himself agree, and the proposal passes. Ultimately, reasoning assuming all 5 pirates survived, the first pirate deduced the fates of the remaining 4. He only needed to spend 2 gold coins to bribe pirates number 3 and 5, who had gotten nothing in the previous round of 4-person games, and propose a distribution of 98, 0, 1, 0, 1. This would allow him to maximize his gains without being thrown overboard. This is reasoning through reverse thinking. The first pirate, exploiting the rules and information asymmetry, could almost monopolize all the wealth. Babu Zizi's eyes reddened, his fingers tearing at his hair and scalp, seemingly still reeling from the shock. What he couldn't accept wasn't that Ling Chu had answered 3 questions correctly in a row, but that the ingenious problem he had painstakingly studied, which he believed no one could answer correctly, had been solved so easily by Ling Chu. Over the years, he had used this problem to trick countless travelers at sea, and not a single one had been able to answer it correctly. He even encountered 5 pirates who actually produced a bag of gold coins. The 5 of them huddled together, trying to figure it out for a long time, but couldn't. In the end, they got angry and started fighting each other. 2 of the pirates were actually thrown into the sea to be eaten by sharks. Babu Zizi had been amused by this, but he never expected to stumble on Ling Chu's heel today. Ling Chu looked at Babu Zizi, who had been laughing heartily at the previous question but was now pulling his hair and crying at the next. This life price merchant seemed rather emotionally unstable. She scratched her cheek. Why don't you wait a bit before you cry? Can I choose my items now? Chapter 108 Babu's Treasure Trove. Ling Chu's words made Babu Zizi cry even louder. Human, Babu is a merchant who keeps his promises. You can choose any goods you want, but you must tell Babu how you came up with this answer. Babu Zizi's eyes were bloodshot, seemingly unwilling to accept that a problem he had studied for years had been so easily solved by her. Actually, I heard about this problem a long time ago. Quite a few people probably know it too. I didn't solve it myself. Ling Chu didn't know if saying this would make Babu Zizi feel any better. Magic existed in this world, but its technology wasn't necessarily as advanced as Earth's. Before her transmigration, Earth was teeming with talented people, and logical puzzles like this were countless. And the pirate gold dividing puzzle wasn't as widespread as Schrodinger's cat, it was a relatively obscure reasoning problem. Probably only 1 in 1,000 players had ever heard of it. Babu Zizi was just unlucky to have encountered her. Babu Squeak sighed, so, there are so many people in this world smarter than Babu. Babu is just a frog in a well. He stepped aside, pulled out a wooden crate from behind him, and displayed it in front of Ling Chu. Babu keeps his word. You can choose one free gift from this crate, the rest are clearly priced. He first bent down and rummaged through the crate, pulling out a bag of cookies and trying to sell it to Ling Chu. These cookies are very interesting, delicious, and have special effects. They were made by Babu Squeak himself, and they only cost 1,000 seashells a bag. Ling Chu's one-eyed eye patch swept over the bag of cookies. Babu Squeak's special cookie, after eating, you will randomly transform into an animal for 2 hours. The cookie's effect is quite peculiar, but unfortunately, it's random. If you could specify which animal you'd transform into, it could come in handy at certain crucial moments. Ling Chu couldn't imagine what she could do if she turned into a cow or a pig. She shook her head, I don't need this. Babu Squeak, hearing this, rummaged through his wooden box again. How about this, guest? He took out a glass bottle containing an eyeball. Ling Chu looked closely. It wasn't a real eyeball, but a fish that looked very much like one. Its eye almost took up its entire body, so at first glance it resembled an eyeball. Its tail also resembled the nerves at the back of a human eyeball, consisting of tiny tentacles. It swam around in the glass bottle, dragging its tentacles, its large eye occasionally pressing against the bottle, its pupil moving, staring at Ling Chu in front of it, a rather eerie sight. Eyeball fish in a bottle, level 2 monster. Feed it with fresh blood for 7 consecutive days, and it will become your servant. By helping it devour an enemy's eyeball, you can see all the memories that enemy has ever seen. Place it inside an enemy's eye socket. During this time, you can control their actions and share their vision. The eyeball fish is recyclable and reusable. Ling Chu's eyes lit up after seeing the description of the eye patch. This fish doesn't seem to have much offensive power, but its effect is unexpected. It can actually see the memories of others. How much for this? This fish is a deep-sea monster, very hard to get, and Babu only charges 9,999 seashells. Ling Chu's lips twitched. That's too expensive. 10,000 yuan for a single fish? Why not just rob someone? She simply stopped letting Babu recommend things and went forward herself, using the blindfolds effect to pick through the items. Babu's wooden box was filled with strange little gadgets, including a telephone shell that could transmit sound over long distances. Players already had private chat functions, so this wasn't necessary, and an umbrella made of jellyfish, exquisite and beautiful, but without any special function. Suddenly, Ling Chu found several ordinary-looking paper coupons in the corner of the box. 5-minute friend coupon. Tear up this coupon. Designate a sentient being. For the next 5 minutes, the target will develop a strong sense of trust and goodwill towards you, like a reunion with an old friend. After the effect ends, the target will be confused but will not remember the coupon's existence. Babu Squeak noticed her gaze and held up 2 fingers. This coupon has a magical mark on it, priced at 2,000 seashells. Okay, I'll take it. Ling Chu immediately pulled out 2,000 seashells and bought it without hesitation. The moment she received the 5-minute friend coupon, Ling Chu tore it up, designating it for Babu Squeak. Babu Squeak had never expected anyone to use a friend coupon on him. Most customers were attracted by the other novelties in his box, and these few coupons had been sitting at the bottom for a long time without selling. Ling Chu watched as Babu Squeak's expression changed from surprise and confusion to warmth and enthusiasm, and she stepped forward to give her a big hug. Hey, my old friend, what are you doing here? Ling Chu hid her smile in her eyes. Of course, it's to patronize Babu's business. Ugh, what business do we have between us? You're Babu's best friend. Ling Chu didn't waste any more time on pleasantries. She used those 5 minutes to rip him off. She pointed to the eyeball fish again. How much for this fish? Babu has to give his old friend a fair price. Of course. If it's you, my old friend, I'll only charge you 999 seashells. Babu Zizi seemed like a different person, enthusiastic and generous. The price was reduced to 1/10 of the original. Ling Chu was furious. That heartless old man. Where's the coupon? She pointed to the remaining 3 friend coupons. Only 200 seashells, this is the most reasonable friend price. Ling Chu took out 1,599 seashells and bought the eyeball fish and 3 friend coupons. Of the remaining trinkets in the wooden box, Ling Chu didn't find anything she liked. She always felt this merchant's inventory should include more than just these items. So she tentatively asked him, Babu, are you going to entertain your old friend with these junks? Don't you have any hidden treasures? Show them to me. I can't hide it from you, my old friend. Babu snapped his fingers, and a more exquisite wooden box appeared out of thin air on his glass raft. These are all Babu's treasures. They're not usually offered to ordinary customers, only Babu's best friends have this privilege. Babu Squeak stepped forward and opened the wooden box. The instant the box opened, multicolored light flowed out as if it were tangible. Ling Chu unconsciously held her breath. These familiar lights were mysterious fruits. This box was actually filled with mysterious fruits. Chapter 109, Picking Up a Bargain. Even the usually composed Ling Chu was deeply shocked. Seeing so many mysterious fruits, her first thought was, why not just rob this guy? But after calming down, Ling Chu remembered that the blindfold couldn't reveal his specific information, meaning he was clearly more than a level above her. Moreover, the fact that he dared to sail alone in such a small raft meant he must have some means of self-defense and trump cards. It's best to avoid trouble. She'd just used this friend coupon to snag some bargains. These mysterious fruits were different from the random fruits rewarded by the system. The different colors on the fruits represented different attributes. Ling Chu looked them over. Except for the lucky fruit and the charm fruit, all 4 basic attribute fruits were present. This fruit can enhance strength. The effect is immediate after eating it, of course. The price is definitely not cheap. Babu Zizi chuckled, holding up a thin finger. 10,000 seashells per fruit. 10,000. Ling Chu currently has a little over 54,000 seashells, only enough to buy 5 fruits. Huang Xiaoan just finished paying off her debts, so she's penniless, not to mention Xiao Fengken you couldn't even afford a 2,000 seashell alchemy lab before. They definitely can't scrape together 10,000 seashells. Ling Chu thought about the fish tide disaster 2 days later, and remembered the system had reminded players to maximize their attribute points. She absolutely had to buy more mysterious fruits. 10,000 is too expensive, Babu. Have you forgotten our life or death friendship? Make it cheaper, I'm a little short on cash lately. Alright, then 8,000, Babu Squeak rubbed his nose, this is for our friendship. 8,000? Ling Chu gently shook her head, Babu, I'm heartbroken. It seems you don't consider me a true friend. She made to turn and leave, but Babu Squeak hurriedly grabbed her sleeve. No. 6,000. 6,000 is alright, isn't it? Any lower and I'll lose money. Ling Chu stopped, looking at him firmly. 5,000. True friends should understand each other, don't you think? Okay, alright, 5,000 it is, I can't go any lower. Babu Squeak was almost in tears from her haggling. Babu almost lost his life to get these fruits. Ling Chu grasped the key point in his words. These fruits seem to have been obtained from somewhere. Babu, can you tell me where you found these fruits? Babu Squeak shook his head repeatedly. No, it's a trade secret. Even with old friends, I can't tell, absolutely not. Alright. Seeing she couldn't get any more information out of him, Ling Chu paid. She bought 11 mysterious fruits for 50,000 seashells, 6 intelligence fruits, 3 agility fruits, and 2 strength fruits. The extra fruit was a bonus Ling Chu had asked Babu Squeak for. The 5-minute friend coupon was almost up, so Ling Chu jumped from his bottle raft back onto her own boat. I should go now. This transaction was very pleasant. See you next time. Ling Chu waved to him. She had to get out of his sight before the friend coupon's effect wore off, otherwise he would easily guess what she had done to him. Although Babu Zizi was happy to see his old friend, he felt he had lost a lot of money in this transaction. We have to part so soon. Babu is so sad. Here, take this bottle, my friend. Looking forward to seeing you again. Babu Zizi took a bottle from his bottle raft and tossed it to Ling Chu. Ling Chu caught it and looked at it. Babu Zizi's message in a bottle. Write your coordinates on a piece of paper, put it in the bottle, and throw it into the sea. At dawn the next day, you will see Babu Zizi's bottle raft appear before you. So, his see you again really wasn't just talk. She had to use this bottle carefully, hoping that Babu Zizi wouldn't come after her next time they met. Ling Chu put the bottle away, while Babu Zizi stood foolishly on the bottle raft, waving goodbye to her reluctantly. I wonder what his expression will be when he discovers that almost half of his prized possessions, the mystic fruits, is missing. After Babu Squeak left, Ling Chu changed her mind and told the skeleton underling at the helm to set sail immediately. Get out of here. The steam engine hummed deeply, the propeller spun rapidly, and the ghost ship sailed away from Mushroom Island, riding the azure waves, continuing its journey north. Ling Chu returned to her captain's cabin, took out the glass bottle containing the eyeball fish, and placed it on the captain's desk. To be honest, this eerie eyeball fish in the bottle actually matched quite well with her bone desk and the Gothic decor. It would even be nice as a small ornament. Ling Chu stretched out her finger and teased the eyeball fish through the glass, then opened the bottle. Then she took out the ice crystal dagger, pricked her fingertip, and dripped a drop of blood into the bottle. The wound healed rapidly under the dagger's chill, and the panel showed her health points had decreased by 1. The eyeball fish, smelling the blood, immediately swam over, its tiny tentacles sucking up the drop of blood before it could disperse in the water. Ling Chu leaned back in her chair, taking out an intelligence fruit and munching on it. After this transaction, she only had 4,836 seashells left. She suddenly wondered if her ranking on the wealth leaderboard had dropped. However, when she checked the wealth leaderboard, she was still firmly at the top. Her wealth points had not only not decreased but had increased by more than 5,000 points. Ling Chu realized that this wealth point probably wasn't just calculated based on seashells, islands, equipment, and items owned should also count. The private chat box flashed twice. Ling Chu clicked on it. It was Little Lubin from the national server again. Chinese servers. Little Lubin: hey boss, we've figured out those steel mushrooms. Adding them during equipment forging gives the equipment multiple auto repair functions, and also increases toughness and ductility. How many of these steel mushrooms do you have? I'll buy them all. 10 seashells per pound, is that okay? Sure, I still have 300 pounds left, I'll sell them all to you, Ling Chu replied. Knowing that the Chinese server's Little Lubin had made a lot of money selling crossbows, Ling Chu didn't stand on ceremony. The day of the fish tide disaster was approaching, and weapon prices were constantly rising, even the price of iron ore was rising. Once Little Lubin in the Chinese server makes a weapon with self-repair capabilities, she'll definitely make a fortune. Moreover, the yield of steel mold is several hundred kilograms, right now. Besides Little Lubin, probably no one else in the entire server can afford to buy that much steel mold. After Ling Chu signed the transaction contract with him, her account instantly received another 3,000 seashells. Little Lubin in the Chinese server: send me the remaining crab shell armor and your ice crystal dagger. I'll reforge it with these mushrooms, and you won't need to repair it so often anymore. Chapter 110: Training and Preparation. Ling Chu sent the crab shell armor and ice crystal dagger to the Chinese server's Little Lubin. Fearing it might delay the fish swarm disaster 2 days later, she asked, how long will this take? Little Lubin replied, reforging it will be quick, just a few hours. Okay, by the way, the disaster day is approaching. Do you have any defensive equipment that can be installed on ships? Although she already had 8 ballistae and 11 mysterious fruits, Ling Chu still felt uneasy. The last meteorite disaster almost killed her. Who knew if there would be another unexpected event this time with the fish swarm? It was better to prepare in advance. Yes, I do. Little Lubin sent her a screenshot directly. It's these barbed wire caltrops and a net launcher, just like in the picture. The barbed wire caltrops can be installed on the upper edge of the ship's side to prevent fish from jumping over it. The net launcher is an improvement on the ballista blueprints you gave me. It can throw my specially made large fishing nets, soaked in tar and studded with metal barbs. However, this kind of net is only suitable for dealing with schools of small fish. Against large fish, its power is definitely not as good as the ballista, so the ballista still sells better. I want one net launcher, and I also want the barbed wire caltrops, Ling Chu said after thinking for a moment. Okay, the material cost for the net launcher is 80 iron ore, and with the barbed wire caltrops, it'll be 100 iron ore in total. Okay. Ling Chu readily paid for the supplies. Given the current skyrocketing prices of weapons and defensive equipment, the price calculated by the Chinese server's Little Lubin was definitely a fair deal. 3 hours later, the Chinese server's Little Lubin promptly sent back to Ling Chu the improved dagger, armor, caltrops, and fishing net launcher. Ling Chu noticed that her dagger's appearance hadn't changed significantly, but its quality had upgraded from rare to precious, and its attributes had also changed slightly. Ice crystal dagger. Quality: precious. Forged from rare ice crystal or in steel mold, this dagger can freeze objects that come into contact with its blade. Agility +1. Automatically reparable. Its form can be slightly altered according to the user's will. Ling Chu held the dagger in her hand, imagining herself wielding a short sword. As she thought of it, the dagger instantly extended to the length of a short sword. Her eyes lit up, and she imagined herself holding a curved blade. The dagger changed again, its blade curving into a distinct arc, becoming a short, curved blade once more. So, this is where the flexibility of the steel mushroom lies. She could change the shape of her weapon at will. However, after experimentation, due to limited raw materials, her dagger could only be stretched to the length of a sword. After trying for a while, Ling Chu found that the dagger shape was the most comfortable to use. However, she added 2 barbed blood grooves to the blade, increasing the probability of inflicting bleeding damage when the dagger was drawn. The quality of the crab shell armor upgraded from excellent to rare, and it also gained an automatic repair function. Teach no longer had to worry about his armor getting holes. Ling Chu put the repaired crab shell armor back into the ship's warehouse. As she passed the first floor cabin, she heard the noisy sounds of the skeleton minions playing mahjong. Little Hook, are you cheating? How come you're winning every hand? I only have one hand left, how can I cheat? Can't I even get lucky? Don't let me catch you, or I'll throw your whole arm into the sea to feed the sharks. You'll be disappointed then, sharks don't gnaw on bones. This group of gamblers, ever since unlocking the happy mahjong table, these skeletons have been playing mahjong whenever they have free time. Ling Chu suddenly remembered how her skeleton underling's swordsmanship against the fungal beasts on Mushroom Island was practically non-existent. She decided she couldn't let them be so indulgent, they needed to start training their combat skills. Even if they played 2 fewer rounds of mahjong each day, what if they practiced for 2 hours? Teach, as their former captain, was naturally the most skilled among them, so this important task was entrusted to him. So the next day, Teach, following Ling Chu's instructions, devised a training plan and gathered his skeleton underlings early in the morning. He divided his skeleton minions into 2 groups, crossbowmen responsible for firing the ballistay, and melee fighters practicing slashing dummies with their curved swords on the deck. First mate, we never practiced swordsmanship when we were alive, why do we have to train now that we're skeletons? This is the captain's order. Besides, who says skeletons can't train? You bunch of lazy bones, all you do is play mahjong, drink, and cards all day long, you're practically wasting your lives. Teach said sternly. Pi the parrot circled above the skeletons' heads, mimicking Teach's speech in amusement. Idiot. Lazy bones. Playing with toys is a waste of time. This bald, grumpy parrot, if it weren't the captain's pet, he'd roast it and eat it sooner or later. Big Gold Tooth grumbled and swung his knife, then asked pitifully, seriously, why do cooks need to practice knife skills? On the battlefield, the enemy doesn't care if you're a cook or not, Teach said righteously, besides, good knife skills make it easier for you to kill fish. Teach's words left Big Gold Tooth speechless. Meanwhile, Roundhead, second only to Teach in marksmanship among the skeletons, was teaching several other skeletons how to shoot whaling crossbow bolts. The whaling crossbow bolts had attached ropes, allowing them to be retrieved after firing, preventing waste. One whaling crossbow bolt after another drew arcs through the air, shooting towards the distant sea, only to be pulled back by the ropes time and time again. Ling Chu and Wang Xiaoan together installed the barbed wire above the gunnel, and the net launcher was mounted alongside the crossbow. After installing the net launcher, Ling Chu tested it. The aiming and firing mechanism was the same as the crossbow, except that instead of bolts, it fired a fishing net. This type of net was made of rope and cloth, and wasn't expensive. Little Lubin had given Ling Chu 10 sheets as a small favor. The net's mesh was small, and Ling Chu's net caught quite a few small fish and shrimp. Looking at the still developing fry, she released them back into the sea. Her warehouse was overflowing with seafood, she could never eat all of them. She'd wait until these small fish were a bit bigger before cooking them. After setting up the barbed wire and fishing net projector, Ling Chu discovered that the howling horn fungus she had harvested from Mushroom Island had completely dried and hardened after a day and a night of drying. The dried howling horn fungus looked even more like a horn. Ling Chu scanned it with her one-eyed blindfold, and sure enough, its attributes had changed to those of a completely new piece of equipment. Chapter 111 Decomposition Master. Howling Horn. Quality, rare. A horn made from the dried roots of the howling horn fungus. When blown, it produces a loud sound with a wide range. When the horn is played, it increases the morale of allied undead creatures by 10. Undead creatures. Her skeleton minions are definitely undead creatures. Mushroom Island produces 10 howling horn fungus every 3 days, equivalent to 10 pieces of rare quality equipment every 3 days. However, the market for this kind of equipment is too small. Players with undead creatures/pets are too rare, there are probably only a handful across the entire server. For players without undead creatures, this is no different from a regular horn. It probably won't sell, she'll probably keep it for herself. Teach's pirate hat has a morale increase of 1 when commanding, this horn adds 10 points at once. Ling Chu had no real concept of the difference between 10 o'clock and 1 o'clock, so he loudly asked the skeleton minions, who among you is good at playing the horn? Me. A skeleton minion stepped forward. Ling Chu recognized its nickname as Big Toe from its unusually large toes. Big Toe had learned to play the saxophone in its previous life, so playing the horn was a piece of cake for him. Ling Chu handed him the howling horn, try playing this. It took the howling horn, brought the grayish-white, eerie flower-shaped horn to its teeth, and took a deep breath. The breath created a strange resonance in its hollow chest, and the next moment, a deep and desolate horn sound suddenly rang out. Whoosh whoosh. The sound wasn't sharp or piercing, but it carried a soul-piercing power, spreading heavily, the sound waves sweeping across the sea, even causing subtle ripples on the calm surface. The effect was immediate. The skeleton minions, who had been practicing their swordsmanship with sluggish movements, suddenly felt the soul fire in their eye sockets tremble, then burst into a blazing inferno. They straightened their previously hunched skeletons. Ha! That's strange. Just now, my bones felt like they were rusty and I couldn't lift them, but now I feel like I could swing my sword 300 times in one go without getting tired. Yeah, my old bones feel like I'm 20 again. No, I don't think I've ever been this strong at 20. Nearby, the skeletons operating the whaling ballistay were similarly affected, pulling back their bolts with even greater power and speed. Big Gold Tooth, who had just been complaining about wanting to slack off, now had an exceptionally bright soul fire burning in his eye sockets. Captain, that horn sound was powerful. I'm bursting with energy now. I wish I could find a shark to fight right now. Ling Chu looked at the skeleton's high morale, a slight smile playing on his lips. She muttered to herself, the +10 morale effect is really that good? Looks like I underestimated this treasure. She could almost see it, in a future naval battle, the mournful sound of horns drowning out the wind and waves, her skeleton army braving a hail of arrows, fearlessly charging towards the enemy ships, a truly magnificent sight. Big Toe finally finished blowing the long horn, its lingering sound dissipating in the salty sea breeze. It lowered its horn, looked somewhat bewildered at its empty ribs, then at its spirited and chattering companions around it, its voice filled with disbelief. I feel full of power. Captain, this horn is amazing. Ling Chu nodded in satisfaction. Very good, Big Toe, from now on you're our team's dedicated horn player. Now, let's continue training. In the early hours of the morning, Ling Chu turned to a page on the wall calendar. July 17th, the day of the fish tide disaster. Today was destined to be an extraordinary day. Ling Chu finished his breakfast early, eating a clear shrimp and mushroom soup, along with 2 slices of toast with peanut butter. Sunflower mushrooms were delicious in soup. The broth was a flowing golden color, warming the stomach. But compared to this Western-style breakfast, Ling Chu missed jianbingqiazi, Chinese crepes, with yushao, fried dough sticks. Today happened to be her triple luck day. After breakfast, Ling Chu tossed a gambler's coin and went to the fate table, placing a low-level magic stone in the daily gamble area. Unsurprisingly, she rolled a multiplier of x10. 10 low-level magic stones piled up like a small mountain, which Ling Chu stored in her spatial ring. Then, she spun the lucky wheel again. Congratulations! You have obtained a buff, Disassembly Master. You have obtained 3 resources through system disassembly, lasting 24 hours. Ling Chu would have preferred the previous buff with no skill cooldown, which would give her more confidence in dealing with the upcoming fish swarm. But this was good enough. Disassembling yielded triple resources. One shouldn't be too greedy. At this moment, the sky turned an eerie crimson, the sea surface shimmered with unnatural phosphorescence, and the wind began to become erratic. The waves had become noticeably turbulent and dark, as if something eerie lurked, ready to burst forth at any moment. Ling Chu returned to the deck and ran into Huang Xiaoan. Is Xiao Feng Qinyu still in the alchemy lab? Ling Chu asked her. Ever since returning from Mushroom Island, Xiao Feng Qinyu had remained secluded in the alchemy lab, never stepping out. If it weren't for her skeleton underlings bringing her food on time and confirming she had eaten, Ling Chu would have suspected she had fainted inside. Huang Xiaoan nodded. Should I call her? No need. Let her focus on her research. We'll handle the fish tide, Ling Chu said. Xiao Feng Qinyu wasn't a combat-oriented player. Sending her into battle might result in injury. It was safer for her to stay in the cabin. If only there weren't disaster days. Huang Xiaoan sighed, looking at the eerie, surging waves in the distance. If there weren't days of disaster, and there was seafood to eat every day, ocean views, mahjong machines to play, and people to chat with to relieve boredom, life would still be somewhat hopeful. Ling Chu remained non-committal. Since she didn't have the strength to completely break the rules, she had to adapt to the game's rules. After all, in this world, death was truly death. She often wondered if life would be better if she hadn't been pulled into this game. But her answer wasn't certain. Sailing, being a ghost pirate captain, killing, recruiting skeleton henchmen, riding sailfish, killing mutated fungal beasts. These were all unimaginable things for her before she transmigrated. Although danger lurked everywhere, it was also filled with unprecedented excitement and novelty for her. The fish swarm disaster will begin in 5 minutes. Players, please prepare accordingly. Countdown, 4 minutes 59 seconds. Chapter 112 Ironhead Fish and Crab Spider. As the system countdown began, the public channel remained as lively as ever. Public channel. 800 soldiers rushing north slope, coordinates 8976.1492.861. We've already gathered 3 ships. Players nearby can sail this way. Let's fight off the fish tide together. Loot will be split per person. Daydreamer, Dream Fleet recruiting. Although our fleet isn't ranked high, we're very united. There are still 10 vacancies. Join now and you can use a recruitment card to teleport directly over. Guaranteed survival in the fish tide. 300 seashells per vacancies. Clanging hammer, selling harpoons. Iron swords. Hammers and other iron weapons. An extra weapon is an extra life. Old Lou next door, buying bandages and healing potions at high prices. The number of people using fleet formation cards has noticeably increased these past 2 days. Because a feature in the fleet allowed new members to teleport to the current captain's location upon joining, this feature was exploited by them as a team-up card. They had weaker players teleport to their location to help them deal with the fish swarm, then kick them out after the swarm ended. This tactic could be sold for a high price of 300 seashells per spot. Although the price was high, many players were willing to pay to save their lives. Ling Chu looked at her friends list. Mickey Meow Meow, which was a tailor, but she was friends with little Lubin and should have a crossbow that could help her through the crisis. The last one was Cuttlefish Ball. Ling Chu noticed she hadn't seen Cuttlefish Ball speak much in the public chat lately. She usually loved chatting in the group, and she wondered what had happened to her these past few days. Ling Chu still remembered Cuttlefish Ball, the girl with the baby face, and didn't want her to die in the fish swarm, so she sent her a private message. "Can you handle the fish tide?" Ling Chu thought that if she was having trouble, she could give her a group member invitation card, let her teleport over, and symbolically charge her a small protection fee. Consider it a privilege of being her friend on her friend list. Besides, Moyuan had seen her ghost ship before, though back when it was a level 2 vessel. "I don't know, because I'm not at sea right now." Moyuan sent her a voice message, her tone hurried. "To be precise, I'm on an island." "In that case, does that mean the fish tide isn't a threat to me anymore?" Ling Chu frowned and replied, "You are indeed no longer a threat, but don't you want your ship? If you're not there, the fish tide will attack the ship. Islands have time limits for landing. Once the time is up, being at sea without a ship is practically the same as death." Sigh. Moyuan sighed helplessly. She seemed to be in some trouble. "There's nothing I can do about it. Life and death are in the hands of fate. I can't get out now. Captain, all crew members are in position." Teach, wearing modified crabshell armor, a revolver at his waist, and a curved sword slung over his shoulder, exuded both the authority of a first mate and a somewhat reckless air. His skeleton minions stood neatly behind him, ready to answer any command and engage in battle at any moment. As the system countdown reached 0, Ling Chu closed the chat interface. She saw what appeared to be a swarm of creatures rapidly approaching the ghost ship from beneath the water. Then, thump, thump, thump. A series of dense, muffled impacts came from the ship's hull, continuous and relentless, like a hailstorm pounding on a tin roof. The entire ghost ship began to tremble slightly. Ling Chu stood by the ship's railing, using her one-eyed mask to examine the densely packed fish swimming on the surface. Ironhead fish, level 1 monster. Its head bones are as hard as iron, capable of shattering reefs. It is ferocious and often appears in groups. Its flesh is edible. The first wave of fish has arrived. These fish weren't huge, weighing about 3 or 4 pounds, but their heads were disproportionately large, their enormous foreheads resembling hard peaches, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. They seemed to regard the ghost ship as an irreconcilable enemy, or perhaps a perfect grindstone, relentlessly ramming its hull and hull. With a sickening thud, shallow dents were pounded into the ghost ship's reinforced hull by these frenzied creatures. "These guys really think my ship is a grinding stone?" Ling Chu's anger flared. If she hadn't upgraded the ship to level 4 beforehand, the cabin would probably be flooded by now. "Use the net launcher." Ling Chu ordered her skeleton minions, simultaneously drawing her Wind Whisperer's oath. After consuming 2 intelligence fruits, her maximum mana had increased to 150 points, enough to fire 15 storm arrows consecutively. She held her breath, the bowstring taut, aimed at the densest area of ironhead fish, and released the arrow. The storm arrows plunged into the sea, instantly exploding into a massive arc of electricity, blinding blue light surging wildly through the water. The ironheads, directly struck by the high-voltage arcs, convulsed violently, like dumplings being dropped into a pot, instantly forming a layer of belly-up corpses on the surface. The skeleton minions acted swiftly, launching specially designed, tough fishing nets that rained down on the school of fish like a shower of petals. The ironheads' heads, strong enough to shatter reefs, were like punches landing on cotton when faced with the incredibly flexible nets, finding no leverage. The more they struggled and thrashed in panic, the tighter the nets tightened, completely trapping them. With the combined efforts of the storm arrows and the nets, the frenzied school of ironheads was swiftly eliminated and suppressed, the sounds of impact from the ship noticeably diminishing. Ling Chu seized the opportunity to gulp down a mana potion to replenish her energy. However, before she could even catch her breath, another rustling sound came. The sound was sharp and rapid, like the movement of some kind of arthropod, closing in from all directions. She looked up sharply and saw that the outer side of the ship was now covered with countless spider-like monsters. "Help! I'm terrified of spiders. These things look neither like crabs nor spiders." Huang Xiaoan, who had been dragging the fishing net, instantly broke out in goosebumps when she looked down at the scene outside the ship's hull. Giant-eyed crab spider, level 1 monster. Combining the agility of a spider with the carapace of a crab, it possesses a single, enormous eye on its back, granting it keen vision. Its claws are sharp as knives, making it adept at climbing and leaping to attack. These creatures are about the size of a wash basin, with 8 long, sharp limbs ending in razor-sharp tips. They are incredibly fast, capable of walking sideways like crabs and climbing vertical walls like spiders. The barbed wire above the ship's hull formed a barrier for them to board, but these giant crab spiders could leap over it. One by one, using the incredible jumping power of their hind legs, the giant crab spiders leaped over the barbed wire and successfully boarded the ghost's deck. Chapter 113 Poison Gas Bomb. These crab spiders were covered in dark carapaces, but most terrifying of all were the enormous, almost entirely white eyes on their backs, which darted about, locked onto the living creatures on the ship. "All hands on deck!" Ling Chu shouted, drawing his bow again, but this time his target had shifted from the sea to these boarding threats. However, the giant crab spiders were faster. With a powerful leap from their hind legs, their bodies shot up like arrows, their sharp, gleaming crab legs flashing through the air, transforming into streaks of black as they pounced on the skeletons on the deck. The skeleton minions showed no fear, drawing their scimitars, their soul fire blazing in their eye sockets, and charging towards the oncoming crab spiders. Clang! One of the skeleton minions swung his scimitar, precisely blocking the forelimb of a giant crab spider that swooped down from mid-air. Another skeleton dodged to the side, slashing back with its blade at the crab spider's hard, segmented legs, leaving a deep gash. Big Toe climbed onto the watchtower, the mournful horn Ling Chu had given him, carefully tied with a red string to his hip. It picked up the horn, placed it to its mouth, and blew it loudly. The deep, mournful sound, like a war horn, echoed across the sea, reaching the ears of every skeleton. They were energized, brandishing their scimitars, and charged towards the swarm of crab spiders. The large-eyed crab spider, small in size and agile, darted left and right, dodging the scimitar attacks, and simultaneously leaped towards the skeleton's face again. The sharp, knife-like segments aimed straight for the skeleton's eye socket. Then it missed. Unfortunately, skeletons have no eyeballs. The skeletons were immune to physical attacks, but they were struggling to find a way to strike these leaping crab spiders. "Aim at their joints and that big eye," Ling Chu commanded as she fired arrows. With her sharp eye skill activated, she saw that the crab spiders' weaknesses were the joints of their limbs and the large eye on their backs. Storm arrows weren't suitable for dealing with such small and exceptionally agile monsters, they were a waste of mana and had limited effectiveness. Ling Chu switched to ordinary iron arrows, each one flying from her hand, precisely targeting the crab spiders that had leaped into the air and couldn't use them for cover. One by one, the crab spiders were pierced by the arrows, falling from the sky and splattering yellowish-green blood. Upon receiving Ling Chu's instructions, the skeleton minions began attacking the crab spider's large eye with their blades. Their joints were difficult to aim at, but that large eye was very eye-catching. After practice, the skeleton minion's swordsmanship had improved slightly. Although they still occasionally lost their balance due to swinging too forcefully, they were stronger than before. Big Gold Tooth, wielding a curved blade, was also dealing with a giant crab spider. The spider leaped onto his chest, its two segments deeply embedded in his ribs. Then, Big Gold Tooth flung it away. "Ha ha, are you tickling me?" After landing, the giant crab spider's large eyes on its back rolled, then it used its hind legs to leap onto Big Gold Tooth's face again, its blade-like segments severing his jawbone. Before Big Gold Tooth's laughter had even faded, his jaw was sent flying, rolling erratically on the ground. "Ah, my jawbone." Big Gold Tooth chased after his jawbone, running all over the place. His jawbone still had a solid gold false tooth attached, incredibly valuable, he couldn't afford to lose it. Some of the giant crab spiders, oblivious to the danger, climbed onto the ship from the stern, only to stumble into the territory of the ghost thorns. Sensing the intrusion, the ghost thorns swiftly coiled their branches like snakes around the intruding giant crab spiders. In just a few seconds, the thorns drained their blood, leaving only empty shells. With the ghost thorns guarding the stern, Ling Chu and his skeleton minions only needed to deal with the giant crab spiders leaping in from the other three directions. But the number of these crab spiders was simply too great, seemingly endless. Ling Chu and her skeleton minions fought off one wave, but even more crab spiders crawled up the ship from the sea. Ling Chu had never known that so many spiders lurked in the sea. Where did they usually live? In the crevices of the reefs? Huang Xiaoan was also simultaneously dealing with two crab spiders. She had become quite adept at using shuriken, almost to the point of aiming and hitting precisely. Two sharp, four-pointed stars were simultaneously flung from her left and right hands, accurately striking the two crab spiders. Splat! The crab spider's large eyes were mercilessly slit open, and foul-smelling juice gushed out. How disgusting! Huang Xiaoan bent down to pick up the shuriken from the pool of juice, shaking it off with a hint of disgust. These sea spiders completely hit her sore spot, she'd rather continue fighting the fungal beasts. Completely unaware, a crab spider had locked onto her from directly behind, its forelegs aimed at the back of her head, ready to launch a ricochet attack. Bang! The sound was like a glass bottle shattering on the ground, followed by a cloud of dark green smoke. The crab spider that had been about to attack Huang Xiaoan was enveloped by the smoke, as if it had inhaled insecticide. It froze instantly, then swayed and collapsed, its 8 legs in the air, belly up. The dark green smoke continued to spread, engulfing several other large-eyed crab spiders that were fighting the skeleton. The crab spiders surrounded by the smoke couldn't even last 2 seconds before they rolled over, their legs raised. The skeleton minions were unharmed and continued to attack the other crab spiders. Clad in a white lab coat, Xiao Feng Kenyu emerged from the poisonous fog, like a white-clad angel rescuing humanity from peril. However, the slightly eerie bird-beak mask on her face added a touch of sinister malice to her otherwise pure aura. Xiaoyu, why did you come out of the alchemy lab? Huang Xiaoan opened her mouth, inadvertently inhaling some green smoke and immediately began coughing, feeling a sudden dizziness. Xiao Fengkenyu quickly supported her and slipped an antidote pill into her mouth. The sound of the iron-headed fish ramming against the ship was more deafening than the clanging of blacksmiths. It was hard for her to ignore. She was so engrossed in her research, and fortunately, the progress was going smoothly. The sounds of fighting coming from the deck suddenly reminded her that today was a day of fish swarm disaster, so she immediately came out to help. After taking the antidote, Huang Xiaoan recovered and groggily asked, "What happened to me?" "And that green smoke." The smoke spread to a radius of about 3 meters and then stopped expanding, remaining in place for about half a minute before being dispersed by the sea breeze. "Oh, this is a poison gas bomb I just developed," said Xiao Fengkenyu. Chapter 114 Hurry up and grow bigger. Poison gas? This effect is incredible, comparable to insecticide. Huang Xiaoan looked at the crab spider corpses on the ground, and before she could even praise Xiao Fengkenyu, she saw 3 more crab spiders crawl up the railing behind her. "Watch out!" Huang Xiaoan pulled Xiao Fengkenyu behind her, her shuriken flashing in the air in a figure-8 pattern, simultaneously shattering the abdomens of 2 of the crab spiders. Another crab spider lunged at the 2 of them, but Huang Xiaoan kicked it several meters away. After the poisonous mist dissipated, the crab spiders seemed to realize that these 2 were more difficult to deal with, so more crab spiders swarmed towards them from all directions. Huang Xiaoan was still managing to handle the crab spiders herself, but protecting Xiao Fengkenyu was proving difficult. These crab spiders rely on sight to identify living people. If Xiao Fengkenyu were to hide in the cabin, their sharp, knife-like limbs could easily slice through the glass and wooden doors to enter, making it even harder for her to provide support. It's better to keep Xiao Fengkenyu by her side, and besides, her poison gas grenades are quite lethal to these crab spiders. "How many of those poison gas grenades do you have left?" "Enough," Xiao Fengkenyu said. "That's good. I'll lure those crab spiders over here too, then you throw more poison gas grenades to incapacitate them all." Huang Xiaoan noticed 4 more crab spiders to her right. She used her shuriken again, slashing down 1. The remaining 3, distracted, immediately leaped towards them. As the crab spiders entered the area, Xiao Fengkenyu threw another poison gas canister. The dark green smoke, like a mushroom cloud, enveloped them. Xiao Fengkenyu had taken an antidote beforehand, and Huang Xiaoan, having also taken medication, was temporarily immune to the poison mist. This seemingly self-destructive method was actually quite effective, far more efficient than Huang Xiaoan's shuriken technique. Ling Chu was currently at the bow of the ship, about 20 meters away from them, separated by numerous crab spiders. When she saw the dark green poisonous mist and then Xiao Fengkenyu appeared, she realized it was her newly concocted potion, so she directly traded 2 items to Huang Xiaoan. At this moment, Ling Chu's trade with her meant she was giving her crucial items. Huang Xiaoan opened the package and found a power fruit and a shield. Seeing the power fruit, Huang Xiaoan's heart skipped a beat. This was a mysterious fruit that could only be obtained from a system blind box. Such a precious item, and Ling Chu just gave it to her like that? Seeing the shield's attributes, Huang Xiaoan understood. Growing shield with a blow. Quality, unique. A shield made of superior material. Blowing on the shield twice will increase its size to 5 times its original size, lasting for 10 minutes. Players with a strength below may 8th not be able to lift it. Consumes 10 magic points. Huang Xiaoan's strength is only 7 points. After eating a strength fruit, she could barely lift the shield. Huang Xiaoan quickly swallowed the power fruit. This was her first time eating a mysterious fruit, and she didn't even have time to savor its taste. She only felt a mysterious power surge into her body the moment the fruit entered her mouth. She clearly felt her muscles bulge and her limbs become stronger. Huang Xiaoan took out the enlarging shield, a kite-shaped shield, or more accurately, an inverted triangle like an ice cream cone. She blew on the shield twice, and it indeed expanded rapidly like a balloon, until it was large enough to shield both her and Xiao Fengkenyu behind it. As the shield grew larger, it naturally became heavier. Veins bulged on Huang Xiaoan's arm as she held the shield. She was using all her strength. If it weren't for the power fruit, she definitely wouldn't have been able to lift the shield. The shield was very sturdy. The crab spider's segments scraping against it only produced a teeth-grinding scraping sound and left shallow scratches. Huang Xiaoan and Xiao Fengkenyu, their backs pressed against the ship's cabin, were shielded by sturdy, wide shields, making them feel as if they were inside an impenetrable shell. One after another, crab spiders relentlessly leaped towards their shields, but all were blocked. Occasionally, 1 or 2 crab spiders would attempt to squeeze through the gaps in their shields, but Huang Xiaoan would dispatch them with shurikens. Once enough crab spiders had gathered in front of their shields, Xiao Fengkenyu took out a canister of poison gas and threw it directly at their feet. As the poisonous mist rose, the surrounding crab spiders sprawled out on their backs, their large eyes rolling back in their head. This defensive, poisonous gas maneuver was incredibly effective. Soon, the area in front of their shields was piled high with crab spider corpses. Ling Chu, unnoticed, had climbed to the lookout tower, away from the poisonous fog zone. From this higher vantage point, her view was better, making it easier for her to shoot down the crab spiders with arrows. These crab spiders weren't high-level, only first-tier monsters, but their numbers were overwhelming. Fortunately, Xiaofeng can use poison gas bombs were very effective. Each bottle knocked down at least dozens of crab spiders, greatly relieving their pressure. Half an hour later, they seemed to have wiped them out, and the crab spiders' attack finally stopped. No more crab spiders crawled onto the ship's side. The deck was covered with a layer of crab spider corpses, at least 1,000, and the ground was covered in yellowish-green crab spider blood, emitting a foul odor. Report, Captain, all the crab spiders have been eliminated. There is currently no threat around the ship. Teach's crabshell armor was covered in scratches, but these marks would automatically heal in 10 minutes. He raised his hand to wipe the yellowish-green blood splattered on his forehead. These crab spiders were terrifying. Teach had encountered fish swarms before when he was captain. Once, he and his crew encountered a group of swordfish. Swordfish are smaller than marlin, but much faster. Their long beaks, like swords, nearly riddled their boat with holes. Thanks to Teach's excellent helmsmanship and the crew's timely repairs to the hull, they escaped unscathed. But such a terrifying and numerous swarm of fish was something they had never encountered before. The fish tide probably isn't over yet, stay vigilant. Ling Chu didn't think this fish tide would pass so easily. The last meteor shower lasted over 9 hours. This should just be a brief interval between 2 waves of fish tides. At this moment, a large number of ironhead fish carcasses were floating on the sea surface. Ling Chu used the system's decomposition function on an ironhead fish. You decomposed an ironhead fish carcass, obtaining 1 piece of iron skin and 200 g of ironhead fish meat. You triggered the decomposition master buff, additionally obtaining 2 ironhead fish skins and 400 g of ironhead fish meat. Chapter 115 Delicious crab leg meat. The iron-headed fish looked to weigh 3 or 4 pounds, but most of its weight was in its large head. After removing the head, fillets, and bones, each iron-headed fish yielded only about 200 g of meat. But she had a triple resource buff. Ling Chu waved her hand, dissecting all 2,100 plus iron-headed fish. She obtained over 2,500 pounds of fish meat and over 6,000 portions of iron skin. Ling Chu took out a piece of what was supposedly iron-headed fish skin and examined it. It was about the size of a palm, seemingly the skin from the fish's head, but it felt very tough, like calf skin. It looked like it could be used as fabric. Ling Chu's deck was already soaked in the blood of the crab spiders and reeked of foul odors, so she quickly dissected the pile of crab spider carcasses as well. You have decomposed the corpse of a giant crab spider, obtaining 200 g of crab leg meat. You have triggered the decomposition master buff, obtaining an additional 400 g of crab leg meat. The crab spider's limbs are very long, but its body has very little meat, unexpectedly yielding a considerable amount of crab leg meat. 1,000 crab spiders contributed over 1,200 jin, approximately 600 kilograms, of crab leg meat to Ling Chu. The crab leg meat obtained from the system's decomposition was crystal clear, looking just like the crab sticks that cost hundreds of yuan in high-end Japanese restaurants. Ling Chu suddenly didn't find those crab spiders so disgusting anymore. Weren't those long legs rather cute? While Ling Chu was cleaning the deck with the skeleton minions, she opened the public chat channel. Public chat channel. Lulu loves gossip. Is everyone still alive? The fish tide seems to have calmed down, but there's no system notification that the disaster is over, so it's definitely not over yet. Little Bitter Gourd, still alive, but I've lost a lot of health. I was unlucky enough to encounter some pufferfish that shoot spikes. The cabin windows were all shattered. Daydreamer, the Dream Fleet is recruiting. Just 2 more seats. 500 seashells/seat, first come, first served, or there won't be any left. Kettle, why did the price go up? Wasn't it 300 seashells before? Daydreamer, because scarcity increases value, and this fish tide is more powerful than we imagined. We risked our lives to help you fight it, so 500 seashells isn't expensive, is it? Seeing this, Ling Chu realized that Daydreamer had a sales pitch. 500 seashells, that's probably the entire fortune of an average player after selling everything they own. Is it expensive? Definitely, but compared to life, money is nothing. The group then continued discussing the types of monsters they encountered during the fish swarm. Cola without ice, I encountered a group of electric eels. At first, I thought they were sea snakes. It scared me to death. My hands and feet are still numb. Sad egg yolk, luckily, I pre-ordered a crossbow from at Qa Vusialuban. I encountered a whale shark, and thankfully I hit it with the crossbow, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat it. A dumb bird, I encountered a terrifying monster that looked like a crab and a spider at the same time, with a huge eye on its back. There were 5 of them. They sneaked onto my deck without me noticing. Luckily, I reacted quickly, or their limbs would have slit my throat. Lulu loves gossip, eyes on its back? Oh my god, that sounds so scary. I'm terrified of spiders. If one of these things gets on my boat, it'll be its boat. It seems every player encounters a different fish swarm. Until Ling Chu saw a comment from a silly bird, she almost choked. The monster he described wasn't that the giant-eyed crab spider? He only encountered 5 giant-eyed crab spiders, while she encountered over 1,000. Wait, why? During the meteor shower, Ling Chu wasn't sure if the natural disaster was deliberately targeting her. This time, everyone's facing a fish swarm. The difference between 1,000 and 5 is just too huge. She immediately questioned the system. So, the difficulty of the natural disaster varies depending on the player's strength? Stronger against stronger opponents, weaker against weaker ones. The system was silent for a moment, then replied, yes. Upon receiving confirmation, Ling Chu laughed in exasperation. How many more waves of natural disasters are there? How many more will we have to endure before it's over? This time, the system seemed not to hear her and stopped replying. Ling Chu realized that the system was more like a low-end AI. It would give programmed responses when you questioned the rules of the public challenge or had any rules-related inquiries. But if you asked it questions that broke down the barriers, such as, how many more natural disasters will we have to endure? Or, is this world real? It would avoid answering. Therefore, she usually wouldn't bother chatting with the system unnecessarily. Seeing that the system was silent, Ling Chu felt a sense of helplessness, a frustration with nowhere to vent, and a hint of rebelliousness stirring within her. So what if it targeted her? Just kill it. Want her dead? Not so easy. The sea was temporarily calm, but the water remained dark and bottomless. Not knowing when the next fish tide would arrive, Ling Chu decided to eat something to replenish her energy. The ingredients used were the ironfish meat and crab leg meat from the crab spider they had just obtained. After washing his hands, Big Gold Tooth set up the grill, skewered the fish and crab leg meat onto wooden skewers, and placed them on the grill to grill. Both the crab and fish cooked very quickly, finishing in just a few minutes. The ironfish meat was very tender, tasting somewhat like the garlic clove texture of cod, with a hint of sweetness. The crab leg meat was even more tender and juicy, its texture completely incomparable to those crab sticks made from fish paste. Ling Chu thought it should taste similar to king crab leg meat. Although she had never eaten king crab, she had seen many mukbang videos where the crab leg meat looked very similar to king crab legs, about a finger's thickness, and could be torn into strands. Eating crab meat without peeling the shell was just too wonderful. Ling Chu showed off 10 skewers of crab leg meat in one go. Have you ever noticed that the uglier something is, the tastier it is? It's said that they evolved to look ugly to protect themselves from being hunted. This crab spider must have thought the same thing, just to hide how delicious its crab leg meat is. Huang Xiaoan devoured a skewer of crab leg meat, occasionally letting out a sigh of delight. Ling Chu casually inquired about Xiaofeng can use poison gas bomb. That poison gas bomb was made by me using ghost lantern flesh flakes and nightmare umbrella mushrooms. Humanoid creatures will experience hallucinations and poisoning after inhaling it, while some small creatures with low resistance to the toxin will die instantly. Xiaofeng Kenyu took a bite of crab leg meat, her eyes narrowing with enjoyment at the delicious taste. Oh, right, the system just notified me that I've obtained a new title. She showed the title she had just acquired to Ling Chu and Huang Xiaoan. Title, Nemesis of the Giant-Eyed Crab Spider. Title effect, your cruel reputation has spread among the giant-eyed crab spiders. They will turn tail and run at the sight of you. Your attributes are increased by 10% when fighting giant-eyed crab spiders. Special title for killing 500 giant-eyed crab spiders. Ling Chu paused in his crab meat eating. Xiaofeng Kenyu had actually killed 500 crab spiders all by herself. Is this the power of biological weapons? So, this natural disaster targeting the ghost ship with thousands of crab spiders must have been partly due to Xiaofeng Kenyu's efforts on her ship. Chapter 116 Hammerhead Shark. The title is alright, even though there might not be any more giant crab spiders in the next fish swarm, it's better than nothing. This title is awesome. Next time you encounter a giant crab spider, just wear this title, stand at the bow of the boat, and see who dares to come aboard. Huang Xiaoan gave a thumbs up, maxing out the emotional value. Xiaofeng Kenyu smiled. She wasn't showing off, she already considered them her closest teammates. She instinctively wanted to share anything she acquired, just in case it came in handy next time, and it would also help her plan tactics in advance. Xiaofeng Kenyu then distributed several vials of poison gas and several antidote pills to each of them. Anyone can use these poison vials, just throw them on the ground. If you need to throw them at close range, remember to take the antidote pills beforehand. The antidote pill formula was similar to the basic antidote, except that Xiaofeng Kenyu had concentrated it into a more convenient and quick-to-take pill. You said the raw material for these poison gas canisters is the ghost lantern flesh flake. I remember giving you one last time, is that enough? That ghost lantern flesh flake was from a monkfish that Ling Chu happened to catch last time. Monkfish are deep-sea fish, not easy to encounter. It's enough for now. The main material for these poison gas bombs is still the nightmare mushroom. Each canister of ghost lantern flesh flake only needs 1 drop of the original liquid, so 1 flake will last a long time, said Xiaofeng Kenyu. The three were still chatting when the wind and waves suddenly picked up again. The sails billowed like a whale's back, and waves crashed against the hull, which was dented and battered by the ironhead fish. Ling Chu had checked the ship's condition. Its durability had only dropped by 10%, so he hadn't used the ship repair kit. Parrot Pie seemed to sense danger and hadn't come out of its nest. Ling Chu became alert and looked towards the distant sea. Suddenly, several dark triangles silently emerged from the churning sea. As these triangles drew closer to the ghost, Ling Chu realized they were actually shark fins. At least 6 sharks. Teach, prepare the ballistay. Ling Chu immediately stood up. Judging by the size of these fins, these sharks are all big guys. Teach's eyes gleamed with a ghostly light. He immediately ordered the ballistamen to take their positions, lined up in front of the ballistay, and waited for the sharks to come within range before firing. These sharks lurked beneath the surface, like assassins in the shadows, silently approaching their prey. Although they didn't reveal their full forms, their fins alone were enough for Ling Chu to scan with his one-eyed blindfold to glean their basic information. Hammerhead shark, Tier 2 monster. A carnivorous mutated shark species with a skull structure extending laterally like a warhammer, covered with a layer of hard, pale bones. It is ferocious and will attack any threatening creature it sees. Captain, first mate, they're within firing range. As large predators in the ocean, sharks are incredibly fast. In just a few seconds, they approached the ghost, closing the distance to within 100 meters. Those huge, dark fins, like sides of death, cleaved through the seawater with a chilling sharpness. Fire! At Ling Chu's command, 8 crossbows simultaneously roared out. Even the wailing crossbows were not idle. Large crossbow bolts, thicker than an arm and longer than any arm, shot through the air, their trajectory so strong that they barely dipped. The hammerhead sharks seemed to sense the threat, nimbly dodging left and right by swaying their tails. After a volley of bolts, Ling Chu frowned. 8 bolts fired, and not a single one hit. I'll take over. Huang Xiaoan couldn't stand it anymore. She pushed aside a skeleton and snatched a crossbow from its hand. Her eyes were sharp, locked on a shark fin not far away. Her gaze and the sight in her hand moved subtly with the movement of the fin, completely devoid of her usual nonchalant attitude. Huang Xiaoan was a skilled aimer, her throwing knives and concealed weapons were always accurate. She had even taught Ling Chu archery techniques, and she had used the crossbow a few times with the skeleton, so she could handle it quickly. 10 seconds later, a second volley of crossbow bolts was fired at the shark swarm. Hit! Ling Chu's eyes lit up. 7 crossbow bolts missed their mark, but finally one hit one of the sharks. It was the crossbow Huang Xiaoan was operating. The struck shark's fin disappeared above the surface. Whether it had submerged due to injury or turned and fled was unknown, but the remaining 5 sharks continued to relentlessly approach the ghost. These hammerhead sharks were only 1/5 the size of the ghost. To them, the ghost was a large, moving, and threatening prey. Although the ghost was much larger than the sharks, once they formed a circle, it would be like a lion surrounded by a pack of hyenas. Even the strongest lion would be doomed. We can't let them get close to the ghost. Ling Chu made a decisive move, taking out her sailfish bell and shaking it. As the clear bell rang, a live sailfish broke the surface of the water directly in front of the ghost, revealing its signature long, pointed beak. It was closer to the ghost than the sharks. It appeared almost the instant the bell rang. This made Ling Chu wonder if the sailfish had been following the ghost all along, but there was no time to think about that now. Ling Chu stood on the edge of the deck, leaped, and landed precisely on the sailfish's back. She pulled the reins, turning the sailfish around, looking towards the shark pack, and said to the sailfish beneath her, "See those big guys? Charge straight at their faces." The sailfish seemed to understand Ling Chu's command. Its thick tail swayed, and it charged towards the sharks. Ling Chu took out a strength fruit and 3 agility fruits, ate them in one go, leaving her with only 4 intelligence fruits in her bag. Her sailfish mount was slightly smaller than the sharks, but facing these predators a size larger than herself, the sailfish showed no fear, charging straight at their faces like a small cannon. Upon getting close to the hammerhead sharks, Ling Chu finally saw their appearance clearly. They had square, hammer-shaped heads covered with a layer of white bone, like wearing white helmets. At the end of each helmet was an eyeball, as black as ink, filled with primal malice. Its skin clung tightly to its bones, a deep gray, rough like frosted iron. The enormous mouth, located directly beneath its hammerhead, appeared and disappeared as it swam, filled with layers upon layers of serrated fangs, like shattered glass. These hammerhead sharks hadn't expected a sailfish to suddenly appear out of nowhere. The lead shark, unable to dodge in time, collided head-on with the sailfish. The sailfish's long beak was like a sharp spear, while the hammerhead shark's bone helmet resembled a sturdy shield. What happens when the spear pierces the shield? Ling Chu only heard the sound of bones shattering. A clear crack appeared in the skull of the hammerhead shark before her, slammed into it by the sailfish's long beak. Chapter 117 1 against 4. Enraged, the hammerhead shark opened its gaping maw and lunged at the sailfish and Ling Chu. Ling Chu held an ice crystal dagger, which instantly transformed into a slender yet sharp longsword at her will. As the hammerhead shark lunged at her, Ling Chu fearlessly stepped forward and thrust her longsword forward. The blade pierced through the hammerhead shark's upper jaw, penetrating its brain from its mouth. The shark's dark eyes twitched uncontrollably, and bright red blood spurted out, staining the sea beneath her crimson. Ignoring the half-dead shark, Ling Chu then maneuvered the sailfish towards the other 4 hammerhead sharks. While Ling Chu was engaged in combat with the hammerhead sharks, Huang Xiaoan reloaded the crossbow. Aiming at a lone bony shark lurking on the periphery, ready to ambush Ling Chu at any moment, the crossbow bolt whistled through the air, striking the shark's fin with pinpoint accuracy once more. The thin fin was instantly pierced by the bolt. The bony shark, in pain, dived, but the bolt remained lodged in its fin, its tail sticking up high, still quite conspicuous on the surface. Huang Xiaoan grabbed another bolt, loaded it, and aimed. While reloading, she witnessed an even more breathtaking battle unfolding on Ling Chu's side. These bony sharks displayed remarkable teamwork. The sailfish she rode charged head-on at a hammerhead bony shark, which nimbly dodged with a flick of its tail. The other 2 bony sharks seized the opportunity, attacking from either side of Ling Chu in a pincer movement. As Ling Chu created distance between herself and the nearest bone shark, she swiftly switched her weapon to the Wind Whisperer's Oath, aiming at the bone shark attacking from her left. 3 arrows fired simultaneously, storm arrows. 3 dazzling clusters of lightning coalesced in her hand, then shot out with the bowstring. Roar! The hammerhead bone shark opened its massive jaws, letting out a silent roar of pain. The 3 storm arrows struck its skull squarely. Cracks appeared on its hard bone helmet, which then shattered completely. The bones were completely fused with its flesh. After the helmet crumbled, streaks of blood flowed down the hammerhead bone shark's head. The bone shark didn't die immediately, but its body was briefly paralyzed by the lightning. Seeing that this bone shark was temporarily incapacitated, and with another bone shark closing in, Ling Chu changed targets, switching back to her melee dagger. Her sailfish only had a long beak in the center, its sides were its weak points. The bony shark, clearly experienced in fighting it, simply used its bony head to ram the sailfish's side. Just as the bony shark was about to collide with Ling Chu, her figure suddenly vanished. The sailfish, perfectly in sync with her, also disappeared into the seabed the instant Ling Chu vanished. The bony shark missed its target, and the next second, Ling Chu appeared directly on the bony shark's back. The roles of predator and prey had drastically reversed in that instant. Ling Chu raised her longsword high, like a Roman warrior wielding a sharp weapon, dominating the battlefield, except that she wasn't riding a horse, but a large, mutated shark. A longsword, gleaming with a cold light, slashed down, severing half the bone shark's head. "Look at our captain. She's an absolute warrior." The skeletons on deck instantly became Ling Chu's devoted fans, both tense with her perilous situation and cheering her on for her exceptional skill. Xiao Feng Kenya nervously clenched her hands. The bone sharks were too far away, she couldn't help them. She could only worry helplessly. When she saw Ling Chu mount the shark's back, she held her breath in suspense. Only when she saw Ling Chu sever the shark's head did Xiao Feng Kenya breathe a sigh of relief, her eyes shining as she looked at Ling Chu. This swift and decisive action was more thrilling and visually stunning than any special effects-laden action movie she had seen in her previous life. Ling Chu's agility and strength, capable of rivaling a shark, had already surpassed human limits. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 4 sharks had been taken down. Huang Xiaoan, seeing Ling Chu's skill from afar, was momentarily stunned, but she didn't forget her mission. She held her breath and fired another long-range crossbow bolt. Ling Chu heard the sound of the bolt piercing the air and turned to look. The shark with the injured fin had been lurking beneath the surface, waiting for its chance to attack. However, Huang Xiaoan, using the position of the first arrow, accurately locked onto it. The second bolt arrived as expected, and even more precisely, pierced its eye. The shark thrashed violently in agony, but its movements grew slower and slower until it finally fell silent. The last remaining shark was no longer a threat. As the shark beneath Ling Chu began to sink to the surface, her sailfish broke the surface again, and Ling Chu leaped back onto her mount. She yanked the reins, charging headlong into the last remaining shark. The blood of her own kind mingled with the seawater, enveloping it and making the bony shark appear even more ferocious. But rage didn't cloud its judgment. With the sailfish's long, sharp beak bristling, it chose to avoid its attack, shifting its position and brushing past it. However, Ling Chu wouldn't give it any chance to retaliate. She transformed her longsword into a wider, thinner blade. In the instant she passed the bony shark, she gripped the sword with both hands, her upper body contorting almost 180 degrees, and with all her might, she thrust it into the shark's unprotected back, accompanied by the sound of thick leather and flesh being sliced open. The bony shark had already swum several meters in the opposite direction from Ling Chu. Its skull was undamaged, but its body, behind its head, resembled a sliced watermelon. The flesh turned outwards, revealing the bright red, pulsating muscles inside, and even its internal organs were visible. Long live the captain. The captain is valiant. We won. We won. The captain single-handedly killed 4 mutated sharks. Cheers of victory erupted from the deck of the Ghost. There were 6 hammerhead sharks in total. Huang Xiaoan shot 1 away and killed 1, while Ling Chu alone slew 4. Ling Chu shook off the shark blood from her weapon, transforming her longsword back into a dagger. Amidst the cheers, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This second wave of fish tide had been weathered. You disassembled a hammerhead shark, obtaining 3,000 kilograms of shark meat and 200 shark skins. You triggered the disassembly master buff, gaining an additional 6,000 kilograms of shark meat and 400 shark skins. These sharks were estimated to weigh at least 5 tons each. After removing the internal organs, bones, and system deductions, each shark could be disassembled into 3 tons of meat. Although she remembered shark meat is not very tasty, adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Ling Chu collected all the shark meat at the very least. It could feed her ghost thorns. As a result, ghost thorns planted more and more, and their appetite grew larger and larger. Just as Ling Chu finished disassembling all the sharks and was preparing to ride the sailfish back to the Ghost, suddenly her body froze. At that moment, Ling Chu felt the hairs on her body stand on end, her survival instinct screaming wildly. The cheers, the wind, the waves on the deck all turned into white noise. Ling Chu couldn't hear any of it. From the reflection on the sea, Ling Chu saw a golden eye slowly rising behind her, completely enveloping her, and still slightly rolling. Chapter 118 Desperate Situation. The entire world seemed to have been suddenly silenced. An indescribable, primal fear, like cold vines, instantly gripped Ling Chu's heart. The massive body of the sailfish beneath her also stiffened, daring not to move an inch. Ling Chu slowly turned her head. Behind her, the dark red sea surface, which had been gently rippling with shark blood, had silently and irrationally risen into a massive, mountain-like silhouette. The skin of that mountain, covered with dark wrinkles and eerie patterns, was a color between deep purple and inky black, and embedded in this massive mountain wall were a pair of enormous brass-colored eyeballs. Those eyeballs were not bright amber, but a murky, ancient substance, as if formed from sulfur and malice accumulated over countless years. Deep within the upright pupils, like black cracks, there was no emotion, only an utterly cold, indifferent scrutiny of a tiny life. It simply floated there silently, without a roar, without any premonition of attack, but the overwhelming, silent oppressive force seemed to freeze time and calm the waves. Ling Chu felt her blood run cold. She deeply understood that in the face of true, extreme fear, one's limbs are utterly paralyzed. She and her once majestic sailfish mount were now like insignificant shrimp on a plate before it. The atmosphere on the Ghost's deck was equally frozen, all cheers were caught in their throats, turning into suppressed gasps. Huang Xiaoan's face drained of color, her words stammering. What was that? A sea monster, a sea monster. A skeleton henchman said in a trembling voice, his bones creaking and grinding, clearly terrified. Sailing in these waters, one often encountered strange, unidentifiable creatures. They all collectively called them sea monsters. This sea monster's eyes alone were this big. How gigantic must its true form be? 50 meters? 80 meters? Or 100 meters? It was simply unimaginable. Those enormous yellow eyes slowly rotated, their indifferent gaze passing over the blood on the sea surface, past Ling Chu and the trembling sailfish, locking onto the ghost ship not far away. The mountain ignored Ling Chu and began to move slowly. Ling Chu's size was far too insignificant to it. No one would deliberately notice a mosquito perched at its feet. As it moved forward, the waves surged violently like a raging torrent. Sensing that its attention wasn't on him, although the overwhelming pressure hadn't disappeared, it had restored some of Ling Chu's senses. Seeing that its target was the ghost ship, Ling Chu didn't hesitate to take out a spatial spore from his spatial storage and crush it between his fingertips. Her figure was instantly swallowed by a huge flower bud that appeared out of nowhere. As she disappeared, the sailfish immediately dove back into the sea, fleeing in panic. The pitcher plant on the deck shook violently, its stomach churning, and it vomited Ling Chu out. Ignoring the stench of stomach acid clinging to her body, Ling Chu screamed at the terrified crew on deck, "Quick! Full speed ahead, get out of here!" They were no match for that giant sea monster. Or rather, they were creatures on a completely different level. Ling Chu was certain this was the most dangerous creature she had ever encountered, and she had a strong premonition staying here would mean certain death. At that moment, as if jolted awake, several skeleton minions rushed to the helm, working together to quickly turn the ship around. The steam engine roared under its own power, the propellers spun wildly, stirring up boiling waves. The ghost ship, like an arrow shot from a bow, struggled desperately to escape this enormous shadow. Ling Chu glanced at the mountain still dozens of meters away from the ghost ship, her one-eyed mask sweeping across it. Chapter on the Deep Sea Giant. 8th Tier Monster. Ling Chu's pupils constricted. It was actually an 8th tier monster. Those 2nd tier hammerhead sharks weren't even worthy of carrying its shoes. The following attributes were all invisible gibberish question marks. Ling Chu's gaze suddenly stopped on its name. Giant octopus. This thing is an octopus? Oh no! Boom! With a deafening roar, a gigantic tentacle, as large as a moving mountain, burst from the surface of the sea beneath the ghost ship's side and stern. The tentacle, carrying destructive force, seized the ghost ship's stern. The tentacle was covered in suction cups larger than millstones, each encircled by ghastly white, razor-sharp rings of keratinous teeth. Wood and reinforced steel were as fragile as paper before it, instantly shattering with a piercing sound. The entire ship shuddered violently, its forward momentum abruptly severed. It's over. A thought flashed through Ling Chu's mind. She watched helplessly as the gigantic tentacle easily lifted the ghost ship from the sea. As the ship left the water, seawater cascaded down its sides like a waterfall. A violent jolt shook the ship beneath its feet, accompanied by a rapid ascent in the blink of an eye. The entire ghost was lifted several meters above the sea, like a pathetic toy to be played with at will. Chaos reigned on the deck. The sounds of shattering objects filled the air, unsecured barrels and crates tumbled about, and several skeleton minions, caught off guard, were thrown overboard, plummeting into the vast ocean below. Xiao Fengkenyu clung tightly to the mainmast, barely avoiding being flung away. Her face was deathly pale. Huang Xiaoan clung tightly to a ballista secured to the deck edge, half her body nearly thrown overboard. Big Gold Tooth. Teach gripped the railing, shouting outwards. Ling Chu realized that Big Gold Tooth was among the skeletons thrown overboard. The cries of the skeleton minions, the crashing waves, and the piercing creaking of the ship seemed to be the ghost's desperate groans. Ling Chu gripped the railing tightly, her face covered in sweat, seawater, and the stomach acid of a pitcher plant. She was a complete mess. She couldn't understand why, with her highest-ranking profession only at level 3, a single fish swarm disaster could have attracted level 8 high-level monsters to attack her ship. Does this survival system really want her to die? But if that's the case, why bother putting her into this survival game in the first place? Ling Chu felt that this didn't make sense. The system has rules, and it acknowledges that natural disasters will be adjusted based on the player's strength, but it won't leave her no way out and kill her right from the start. The first 2 waves of fish tides, although they had a large number of monsters, were definitely the most difficult terrain modes compared to other players. However, they are all 1st or 2nd tier monsters, which is still within a reasonable range. The appearance of this tier 8 giant octopus was too abrupt. Was it just a coincidence? Did she unlucky enough to happen to pass through the territory of this high-level monster? Her act of killing the bone shark angered it, making it think she was a challenger trying to seize its territory? But today was supposed to be her triple lucky day. Ling Chu felt despair, but also a deep sense of resentment. Resentful of dying like this, dying at the hands of this inexplicably appearing sea monster. Chapter 119: A New Beginning. If she had to die, she'd rather perish in the jaws of those bone sharks. Ling Chu clenched her fists. Dying without any resistance was far too humiliating. A fighting spirit reignited in Ling Chu's eyes. She used her ghostly dance to teleport to the giant tentacle coiled around the stern of the ship. Using the suction cups as footholds, she placed 2 on each foot, gripped one with her left hand, and wielded an ice crystal dagger in her right, plunging all her strength into the giant tentacle. However, each strike felt like cutting into smooth, resilient gummy candy. Her rare weapon, capable of slicing off a bone shark's head, couldn't even scratch this tentacle. Her mind raced. All her various items, weapons, skill combinations, none of them could solve her current desperate predicament. The difference in level was like the gap between Mount Tai and a feather. No matter how much she tried, it was all in vain. Was she truly destined to perish here today? Ling Chu racked her brains. There was one last way. She remembered the information from the public chat. The guild joining mechanism. New members had a chance to teleport to the captain after joining. She could disband the guild, allowing Huang Xiaoan and Xiao Fengkenyu to buy new guild slots in the public chat and teleport out of the sea area. If the bid was high enough, they would still have a chance. She could die herself. She couldn't drag Huang Xiaoan and Xiao Fengkenyu down with her. If possible, this method could allow them to survive before the ghost ship was completely destroyed. Ling Chu brought up the guild panel and found the disband button. Are you sure you want to disband the ghost ship guild? Friendly reminder: after a fleet disbands, the captain and crew cannot join a new fleet. There is a 1-month cooldown period. The chilling system notification shattered Ling Chu's last hope. Damn it, there's a cooldown period for rejoining a fleet. This must be a restriction added by the system to prevent players from abusing the fleet joining teleportation mechanism. Her last glimmer of hope vanished. Just as Ling Chu was sinking into utter despair, crack! A muffled, deafening sound, like a mountain collapsing, came from below the stern. Ling Chu whirled around and saw that the seemingly indestructible tentacle gripping the stern had been bitten off by an unimaginable force. Dark green blood gushed from the severed wound, a few drops even splashing onto her. What was that thing? Ling Chu's gaze followed the severed tentacle downwards, her heart nearly stopping. Below, the sea exploded with a deafening roar, and a massive shadow, large enough to cover the entire ghost ship, plummeted back into the sea at a speed completely disproportionate to its size, like a cannonball. In that split second, Ling Chu made out the monster's outline ahead like a heavy hammer covered in thick bone armor, and a gigantic jaw covered in rock-like, plate-like teeth, seemingly capable of swallowing the heavens and earth. Having lost the tentacle's grip, the ghost ship suddenly felt light, crashing down from a height of several meters with a chilling sense of weightlessness. Bang! The ship slammed heavily onto the sea, creating a massive wave like a tsunami. The entire vessel, like a roly-poly toy that had landed on its own, was thrown about by the force of the impact, throwing everyone and even the skeletons on deck. Ling Chu clung tightly to the ship's railing amidst the turbulence, her gaze snapping towards the area of the sea. At the same time, her one-eyed mask scanned the information of the giant fish that had suddenly appeared. Heavy armored Dunkleosteus. 8th tier monster. Ling Chu was utterly astonished. That thing was actually Dunkleosteus. Knowledge she had learned in her student days was stirred up, resurfacing in her mind. On Earth, Dunkleosteus is an extinct species, but over 300 million years ago, during the Devonian period, this creature was the absolute ruler of the oceans. It was the largest carnivorous fish ever to have existed, known as the Tyrannosaurus rex of the sea. The Dunkleosteus looked very similar to the pictures Ling Chu had seen in books. Its head and neck were covered in thick, reef-like armor, and its body was spindle-shaped like a shark's, with very prominent sharp teeth protruding from its gaping mouth. But to be precise, those weren't teeth. Dunkleosteus didn't have teeth. They were actually cephalic appendages on its snout, incredibly sharp like guillotines, capable of cutting, biting, and pulverizing anything. However, the awe-inspiring sight of it in person was incomparable to seeing it in pictures. Because of its enormous size, the Dunkleosteus's armor was covered with seaweed, barnacles, and suckerfish, resembling a small island. Ling Chu never expected that an 8th-tier monster would appear here, inadvertently saving her ghost ship. And at this moment, a true war between high-tier monsters had broken out. The Dunkleosteus seemed to see only this giant octopus of similar size, the one that posed a threat, and charged fiercely towards its head. The deep-sea giant octopus, its tentacle severed, let out a silent roar, seemingly enraged. Its remaining 7 tentacles burst from the surface, like sprawling vines, frantically coiling towards the Dunkleosteus that dared to offend it. The Dunkleosteus, however, fearlessly met the mountain-like tentacles with its indestructible jaws. Each collision unleashed towering waves and thunderous crashes. On this battlefield, the ghost was as insignificant as a leaf in a storm, constantly at risk of being swept away and capsized. Now was not the time to be thankful. Ling Chu suppressed his shock and quickly took out the ship repair kit and used it on the ghost. The ghost's durability had dwindled to a paltry 24 points. After using the repair kit, the broken parts of the ship were visibly repaired, and the leaning mast was straightened and put back in place. Having confirmed that the ghost was now operational, her skeleton minions took the opportunity to throw ropes into the sea, lower the gangway, and rescue their companions who had accidentally fallen in. Ling Chu counted the number of skeletons, all 14 were present. Hurry and take the helm. Run! If not now, when? The steam engine roared back to life, and while the 2 8th-tier monsters were locked in a fierce battle, the ghost, having escaped its desperate situation, quietly sailed away. Before fleeing, Ling Chu saw the octopus tentacle floating on the surface of the sea. A thought struck her, and she used her wailing crossbow to shoot the severed tentacle, secretly taking the severed arm with her as well. Chapter 120 Top-Tier Delicacy. The ghost ship, dragging the octopus tentacle over 10 meters long, maintained its speed without slowing down. Only after the ship had sailed 30 kilometers away, and the 2 colossal creatures were no longer visible, and the sea had returned to its usual calm, did Ling Chu finally breathe a sigh of relief, feeling the relief of surviving a close call. She truly understood what it meant to when gods fight, mortals suffer. 2 8th-tier demonic creatures fighting, even a passing dog would get kicked. I almost thought I was going to meet my dad just now. Huang Xiaoan patted her chest, leaning against the mast, still shaken. At this moment, everyone on the ship was in a sorry state. The deck was covered with remnants of seaweed and seawater, and the cabins were littered with debris from the 8th-tier octopus's shove and thud. The skeleton minions were diligently cleaning up the mess, while Xiao Fengkenya rushed to the alchemy room to check if her bottles and jars were damaged. Is that octopus considered the boss of the fish tide? That's outrageous. I bet it's several levels above us. Huang Xiaoan, still shaken, shared the same doubts as Ling Chu. I guess we were just unlucky enough to happen to be passing by that octopus's territory. The commotion of fighting the fish tide woke up the giant, while the Dunkleosteus probably just happened to be passing by. Ling Chu said. This is the most reasonable guess. Biologically speaking, octopuses prefer to hide in caves and rarely move, while Dunkleosteus is a predatory beast that hunts from all directions. Monsters of this caliber fight to the death, which ironically gave them an opportunity to escape. So this can be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. By the way, what are you doing holding onto that severed tentacle? Huang Xiaoan pointed to the enormous octopus tentacle hanging from the stern. She admired the captain's shrewdness in taking advantage of every opportunity, even on the run. Maybe we can eat it? Ling Chu waved, beckoning several skeleton henchmen to join him. Together, they dragged the octopus tentacle onto the deck. The thickest section of the octopus tentacle was as thick as two people could hug, and once pulled up, it almost covered half the deck. And that wasn't even the full length of the tentacle, it was just the tip. When the tentacle had entangled the stern, the skeleton henchmen had been terrified. Now that the crisis was over, seeing the tentacle again still made them a little uneasy, but they also touched and stroked it with great curiosity. Everyone exclaimed, "What does this thing eat to grow so big?" Ling Chu scanned the tentacle with her blindfold. The panel displayed, tentacle of a deep-sea giant octopus. A top-tier delicacy from the ocean. Processed into a dish by a skilled chef, it will have special effects after consumption. This tentacle is edible. Ling Chu's eyes lit up. The system's labels on food were always very objective. Foods labeled delicious were usually incredibly delicious. She couldn't even imagine how delicious this ingredient, labeled top-tier delicacy, could be. Moreover, it had special effects after being prepared. After all, this was the meat of an 8th-tier monster, something money couldn't buy. Ling Chu tried using the system to decompose the tentacle. The decomposition master effect would yield 3 times the resources, meaning she could essentially get 2 more portions of tentacle meat for free. However, the next second, the system informed her that this was not a complete biological corpse and could no longer be decomposed. Fine. Ling Chu crossed her arms, staring at the mountain of tentacles before her, and reconsidered an important question. How was she supposed to eat this thing? Even her rare quality dagger couldn't cut through its tentacle skin. She couldn't exactly eat it raw, could she? Besides, the description said it needed to be processed to have special effects, and crucially, she wasn't sure if their ship's only cook, Big Gold Tooth, counted as a master chef. What if his cooking skills went wrong? Wouldn't that be a waste of this precious ingredient? After pondering for a long time, Ling Chu decided to put the tentacle away for now, at least until she had better weapons and hired a better chef before enjoying it. The tentacle, several meters long, was stored away in her ring space, taking up only a negligible amount of space. The fish tide disaster has ended. Congratulations to all players for safely surviving this disaster. The next disaster type is unknown and will occur in 14 days. Ling Chu received a system notification at this moment. The fish tide disaster is over just like that. Judging from the timing, there should be a 3rd wave of fish tides. Could it be that the presence of this 8th-tier octopus scared away the monsters of the 3rd wave of fish tides? Ling Chu thought it was quite possible. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. Although the disaster was perilous, nearly costing them their lives, the harvest was truly abundant. A total of over 2,500 jin of ironhead fish meat, over 6,000 portions of iron skin, over 1,200 jin of crab leg meat, 45 tons of shark meat, and 3,000 portions of shark skin. And this 8th-tier octopus tentacle, estimated to weigh at least 4 tons. Looking at the ring overflowing with meat, even if there were only her, Huang Xiaoan, and Xiao Feng Kenyu on the ship who needed to eat, it would be enough to feed a team of dozens for 10 years. Not to mention, the iron skin and shark skin were armor-making materials, which could be exchanged for a considerable amount of seashells. Indeed, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Meanwhile, the once quiet public chat channels were now bustling with activity again, thanks to the end of the fish swarm. Public chat. Lulu loves gossip. It's over, finally over. Damn it, my ship is practically a honeycomb. A dumb bird, this fish swarm felt easier than the last meteor shower. The creatures attacking my ship were all small. I even got several giant spider crabs and several buckets of scallops. Speaking of which, the crab leg meat from those giant spider crabs is incredibly delicious grilled. Hey, you silly bird, you're totally showing off your luck. Call me King of Survival. The King of Survival technique is the best. Before the fish tide, I swapped all my supplies for items that increased the ship's durability. After the tide came, I set up several traps on the deck, and then I hid in the cabin. No matter what noise I heard, I wouldn't go out, even if it meant death. Now the ship's durability is down to 5 points, and I'm alive. Lulu loves to eat melons. That works. Silly bird, bro, you're awesome. You turned the fish tide into a tower defense game. But 5 points of durability is too much. The ship is almost falling apart. Ling Chu stared at the chat in the public chat, increasingly feeling like she was playing a completely different game. If she followed "Please call me King of Survival's" method, her ghost account would probably be destroyed during the first wave of fish swarms. So, she was the only one injured on every disaster day? Pig Strong, at Daydreamer, you promised 300 seashells to protect us through the fish swarms. We paid, and this is how you protect us. Pig Strong, we fought off the fish swarms ourselves. My arm is broken, my friend was almost dead with a sliver of health left. What happened to your promised protection? Isn't this just a pure money-grabbing scheme? Chapter 121 Public Recruitment. Daydreamer, what I promised was that you'd survive. And you're all alive and well, aren't you? Who can guarantee they won't get hurt on disaster day? Besides, if our ships hadn't drawn most of the fish swarm away, would you have survived? Strong Pig, drawn away by you? Those fish swarms were meant to attack you. You didn't provide anything. You didn't even fire a single crossbow bolt for us. Strong Pig, liar. Give me my money back. A heated argument suddenly erupted in the public chat. Ling Chu remembered that this player, Daydreamer, had been advertising in the public chat before the fish swarm arrived, claiming he could help casual players fend off the fish swarm. If what Strong Pig said was true, that this person was simply selling slots and hadn't actually helped him fend off the fish swarm, then it was truly unethical. However, both sides had their own arguments. Daydreamer insisted that their ships had blocked most of the fish swarm, and Strong Pig couldn't even defeat the few that escaped, yet he was trying to play the victim in the public chat. Pig Strong, everyone knows who's right and who's wrong. Fine, if they won't return the seashells, fine. I didn't expect to get them back anyway. I'm just reminding everyone to avoid being fooled like I was. This dream ship is a bunch of scammers. Daydreamer, heh, you've been blacklisted by our dream ship too. Be careful at sea from now on. Ling Chu frowned slightly. This Daydreamer was clearly in the wrong, using his numbers to make blatant threats. She silently added some items to her blacklist. If she encountered this dream ship fleet at sea again, she could rob them. Public channel. Away from drugs, gambling, and prostitution, stop arguing, everyone. Let me show you the amazing treasure that Captain Ling Chu and the ghost ship have taken down. Picture. In the picture she attached, Huang Xiaoan was facing away from the camera, her face not showing, but making a peace sign. In front of her was an enormous octopus tentacle. When did you take this picture? Ling Chu turned to ask Huang Xiaoan, who was looking down at the water. Just now, Huang Xiaoan looked up and grinned at her. Such huge octopus tentacles had to be used to show off. The public chat was instantly ignited by the photo. Lulu loves gossip, holy crap. How big must that octopus be? Those tentacles are so long. 188 Pure Guy, is this picture really not photoshopped? Are there really octopuses this big? Little Bitter Gourd, hey upstairs, show me a photoshopped one. Where is the system's photo editing function? Give you a big bread, my god, this must be at least a level 5 monster. Humanity is not worth it, I estimate it's more than level 5. Humanity is not worth it was followed by a brief 2-second silence in the public chat. Just how strong is the ghost account that it can kill monsters of level 5 or higher? Currently, most players' class rank is level 2, with a small number of top-tier players reaching level 3. Furthermore, the gap between ranks is enormous, each rank advancement grants a new skill, making it utterly impossible to defeat a monster 3 ranks higher. One silly bird, clearly thinking differently from most players, uttered a profound exclamation, those octopus tentacles are enormous. How many years would it take to eat that? A dazed bird exclaimed, grilled octopus tentacles, wasabi-dressed octopus, seafood soup, seafood fried rice, just thinking about it makes my mouth water. At Ling Chu, can you sell me some meat? I want to try what such a big octopus tentacle tastes like. Cola without ice, please share a bite of octopus meat +1, I'll trade you a seashell. This kid has never eaten such a big octopus in his life, he's just craving it. Ling Chu replied in the public chat, sorry, not selling for now. She couldn't even eat it herself, how could she possibly share it with them? Ling Chu initially thought Huang Xiaoan's actions might be too high profile, but then she thought, she wasn't exactly low profile either. As the top-ranked player on all 3 lists, countless pirate hunters and her peers were secretly eyeing her. This was a good opportunity to subtly showcase the strength of their ghost ship, making them think twice before they even considered it. They didn't cut off the octopus tentacles, but what's wrong with using them to show off? This is also a good opportunity to advertise. Ling Chu hiring a highly skilled chef. Those interested, contact at Stay Away From Gambling and Drugs. Huang Xiaoan saw the message, stroked her chin, and said, indeed, I feel we need a chef. Big Gold Tooth's cooking is just awful. Shortly after Ling Chu posted the job ad, Huang Xiaoan's private messages were flooded. They were all from players looking for a chef. Huang Xiaoan was overwhelmed with choices and asked Ling Chu, so, what are the requirements for hiring a chef? The only requirement is that they cook well. Nothing else matters, Ling Chu said. They sent me a lot of pictures of dishes. Some of the pictures are nice, but you can't really tell if they taste good. Huang Xiaoan pondered, how about I have them send me a freshly made dish as an interview? Is there anything you'd like to eat? Ling Chu thought for a moment and said, then, Kung Pao chicken. She had been craving it for a long time. Considering the high price of chicken in the trading post, if they don't have chicken, fish can be used instead. Ling Chu then transferred 200 seashells to Huang Xiaoan. Give 2 seashells to anyone who submits a dish to apply for the job, as a cost for ingredients. Otherwise, it would seem like they were getting free food. Huang Xiaoan secretly praised Ling Chu's thoughtfulness. If the players were asked to cook for free, probably few would be willing. Kung Pao chicken requires peanuts, cucumbers, and carrots, which aren't cheap. 2 seashells was just the right price. Huang Xiaoan forwarded Ling Chu's original message to the players interested in applying for the chef position, and also added a clarification in the public chat. Stay away from gambling, drugs, and prostitution. For every player who trades Kung Pao chicken, the ghost account will pay 2 seashells. Limited spots available. Although we are pirates, we don't rip people off. Not ripping people off, just occasionally robbing. Huang Xiaoan felt there couldn't be any kinder pirate than them. Public chat channel. Iron pot stews itself, what a coincidence. My specialty is Kung Pao chicken. Don't anyone dare take it from me. I'm a super good at making soup, only like Kung Pao chicken? How about trying some Cantonese food? It's light, delicious, and won't make you feel hot. Everything can be stir-fried, already making it. Does our captain prefer it sweet or savory? Farmer Sanquan, hey, just wanted to advertise, fresh peanuts, cucumbers, and carrots are on sale at a cheap price. Chapter 122 Looting Card. This was the first time the ghost ship had publicly advertised for a chef position, but many players were scrambling to get in, even discussing how to make Kung Pao chicken. Some business-minded farmers seized the opportunity to sell related ingredients. However, casual players were in the minority, and the public chat quickly shifted the topic to natural disasters. Little Bear Biscuit, by the way, didn't you guys notice the next natural disaster type is unknown? Lulu loves gossip, yeah, and the intervals are longer now. It used to be 7 days. Does that mean the next disaster will be harder? Sad egg yolk, sigh, it's all about fate. Even if we knew about the disaster beforehand, some people still didn't survive. Sad egg yolk's comment made many people realize that many of their friend list avatars were grayed out. The lightheartedness and jokes in the public chat were survivor bias. Those who died in the fish swarm no longer had the chance to type. The type of the next natural disaster is unknown, which is definitely not good news for Ling Chu, who is already being relentlessly targeted by natural disasters. Just as Egg Yolk said, without any warning, the outcome of the next disaster is entirely up to fate. But Ling Chu refuses to accept her fate. All she can do is strive to become stronger before the next disaster. And it's not just about becoming stronger herself. Ling Chu has also realized the importance of teamwork. During this fish tide, Xiao Feng can use poison gas bombs proved invaluable, and Huang Xiaowen's accurate crossbow shots also helped alleviate the pressure. Without either of them, this fish tide wouldn't have passed so easily. Everyone in Ling Chu's friend list is still active. She sent a private message to Mickey Meow Meow Witch, sending her a piece of iron sheet from a dissected ironhead fish and a piece of shark skin from a bone shark, asking if it could be made into leather armor. This shark skin is of really good quality, perfect for making leather armor. This iron sheet is sturdy and thick, great for reinforcing elbows, knees, and other vulnerable areas. Can I ask where this shark skin and iron sheet came from? No, don't misunderstand, I'm not asking about anything, I can't even beat a shark. I just want to know if there are any extras. Mickey Meow Meow Witch sent a long voice message. No wonder she's friends with the Chinese server's Little Lubin, their reactions to seeing rare materials are exactly the same. Yes, I have 3,000 pieces of shark skin and over 6,000 pieces of iron sheet. I only need to make 6 sets of leather armor. Do you want the rest of the materials? Ling Chu planned to make 1 set each for herself, Huang Xiaoan, and Xiao Feng Kenyu, keeping 3 sets as spares. Several thousand portions? Mickey Meow Meow Witch was stunned by the quantity. I don't have that many seashells, I can't afford it QAQ. Such a large quantity of materials is indeed not something a single player can consume, and her shark skin comes from a second-tier monster, the bone shark. Ordinary sharks aren't even monsters, so their skins aren't worth much. Ling Chu then asked, what do you need as a processing fee? Seashells, fruit, or iron ore? Instead of seashells, can I have the materials? Making 1 set of leather armor requires about 5 iron plates and 10 shark skins. If you're making 6 sets, give me the materials for 1 extra set as payment for the labor, okay? Sure. Ling Chu agreed readily. Mickey Meow Meow Witch was still somewhat reluctant to part with the fish skin materials, asking, what are you going to do with the extra fish skins? List them on the trading post, Ling Chu said. These fish skins would be worth at least 1,000 seashells on the trading post. Mickey Meow Meow Witch couldn't afford that many even if she sold everything she owned. However, Mickey Meow Meow Witch suddenly remembered that little Lubin in the Chinese server also couldn't afford Ling Chu's recipe back then, and instead cooperated with Ling Chu by selling his equipment first and then splitting the profits. I have a feeling this shark skin armor would be very popular. How about I use the extra materials you gave me to make some armor and try selling it? If it works well, I can process your extra materials into armor for you to sell. As for the profits, how about we split it 20/80ths, of course you get 80%. After sending the message, Mickey Meow Meow Witch felt a little uneasy, realizing she had been impulsive. Ling Chu was cooperating with little Lubin because they were friends, but she and Ling Chu weren't very close. She had only made leather armor for her once. Would Ling Chu agree? So many pieces of armor, can you make them all? Ling Chu replied, I know many people who are tailors. That's no problem, as long as we sign the system contract. Tailoring is hard work and time consuming. Mickey Meow Meow Witch's 20% isn't much. The price of the materials would at least double after processing into armor. Even if she only gave Mickey Meow Meow Witch 20%, the remaining profit would still be more than listing it on the trading market. Why wouldn't she agree? Ling Chu spent a minute signing the system contract with Mickey Meow Meow Witch. Looking at the warehouse overflowing with fish skin materials, Mickey Meow Meow Witch felt like she was dreaming. Her sensitive nature made her want to cry again. This feeling of being trusted, it felt so good. Actually, I also want to be like little Lubin in the Chinese server, gathering players whose profession is tailoring together to form a fleet. We can all take orders and earn money and resources together, so that our lives and safety can be better guaranteed. Then I wish you success, future tailor captain. Ling Chu sincerely wished her well. Although everyone's goals and paths were different, they all led to the same goal, a better life. This is still just theory, after all, I can't even afford a fleet formation card right now. Mickey Meow Meow Witch belatedly realized she had said too much and felt a little embarrassed. This was the first time she had shared this innermost thought with anyone, and she hadn't expected to reveal it to Ling Chu. She wondered what Ling Chu would think of her. Would she think she was boasting? Then I won't bother you any longer. Thank you for your kind words, I'll finish making the leather armor as soon as possible. Mickey Meow Meow's social anxiety kicked in, and she quickly closed the chat window. Ling Chu didn't mind and then opened the system shop. The system shop had been updated with new items after the disaster, but she hadn't had a chance to look at them yet. Upon opening the shop, 3 cards caught her eye. Island Raid card. After using this card, select a player's ID to raid their island. Pirate class only. Price, 500 seashells. Private Island Teleport card. After using this card, the island owner can teleport to the vicinity of their island along with their ship. Only usable when the island is being raided. Price, 500 seashells. Island location card. Quality, rare. Locates the position of a random island, with a very high probability of locating a level 2 island, a small probability of locating a level 3 island, and a very small probability of locating a level 4 island. Price, 1000 seashells. Chapter 123 Predicting Natural Disasters. Ling Chu's gaze paused when she saw the Island Raid card. The newly released card could actually raid islands? It only cost 500 seashells, while the Island Locator card cost 1000 seashells, twice the price of the raid card. Isn't this indirectly encouraging players to raid other players' islands? Ling Chu had a total of 7,836 seashells. After changing her wealthy and powerful title, she bought 5 Island Raid cards. 500 seashells wasn't cheap, and it could only be used by pirates. It was estimated that only the top-ranked pirate groups in the entire server could afford it. However, the system shop would remain open for 14 days, until the next natural disaster. Seashells, through trading and opening chests, gradually increase in value. It was hard to say whether everyone would have a raid card in the coming days. The private island teleport card was clearly introduced to counter the raid card, allowing for a quicker return to defend one's island when it's raided. The system had given Ling Chu 10 cards before, which she hadn't used yet, saving her the trouble of buying more. The rare island locating card was 900 seashells more expensive than the regular one, but it could locate islands of a higher level. Ling Chu bought one, and after using her title to get a 30% discount, the total cost was 2,450 seashells, leaving her with 5,386. Having gotten used to carrying tens of thousands of seashells, Ling Chu suddenly feeling poor felt strange and insecure. Ling Chu suddenly missed the Golden Finger gambling ship. She wondered when she'd encounter it again. Right now, she could only hope that the little Lubin's crossbow would make her another fortune, and that the Mickey Meow Meow Witch's sharkskin armor would become a huge hit, allowing her to earn some money. Wait a minute, how did she, a perfectly normal pirate, end up in business? Ling Chu suddenly realized she shouldn't forget her roots. She took out an island raid card and entered the ID Invincible and Handsome. This kid. She'd tolerated his antics for too long. Now that the island raid function was available, he'd be the first target. However, just as she clicked to use the raid card, a system notification popped up. This player is currently in a public challenge. Island raid cards cannot be used on them temporarily. Good. This kid's lucky. The public challenge wouldn't last long. Ling Chu set an alarm with the system, planning to use it again at this time tomorrow. She didn't believe Invincible and Handsome could stay in there all day. The skeleton minions had already cleaned the ship almost completely, and the tables and chairs had been put back in their original positions. Captain, now I understand why you trained us. You have foresight and a profound understanding of righteousness, while we are short-sighted and ignorant. Big Gold Tooth stood before Ling Chu, somewhat embarrassed, picking at its fingers. Ever since its companions pulled it from the sea, it had been in low spirits. When that octopus tentacle flung it back into the ocean, Big Gold Tooth thought it was going to sink to the bottom. And the most tragic thing was that it was now a skeleton, yet it couldn't drown. It could only lie quietly on the seabed, watching helplessly as seaweed grew in the cracks of its bones, and starfish made their home in its eye sockets and skull. In the dark, sunless depths of the sea, no one spoke to it, only its pitiful, unknown soul remained. That would truly be worse than death. We'll train our combat skills hard from now on. We won't hold the captain back. Big Gold Tooth clenched its fist firmly. At the time, it thought Ling Chu was making them train unnecessarily, but now it realized they were simply too oblivious to the danger. This fish swarm and that 8th-tier octopus made them acutely aware that such terrifying beings existed in this world, making them cherish their hard-won second life even more. Ling Chu hadn't expected this experience to actually motivate these lazy bones. She nodded and said, "That's good. Put the training aside for now, go make a pot of seaweed soup. Add plenty of ginger, it'll help dispel the cold. You know ginger, right? It's that yellow bag of food I kept in the warehouse." Yes, I'll go make it right away." At the mention of cooking, Big Gold Tooth's enthusiasm instantly rose, and it grabbed a ladle and headed straight for the grill. Ling Chu returned to her captain's cabin, took a shower, and changed her clothes. When she returned to the lobby, besides the seaweed soup, 10 different dishes, each with its own unique color, aroma, and flavor, were laid out on the dining table. At first glance, they were all Kung Pao chicken, a veritable Kung Pao chicken feast. Huang Xiaoan shrugged at her. "Try some first." These were sent by players who applied for chef positions. Ling Chu picked up her chopsticks and tasted the 2 dishes in front of her. The taste was alright, not particularly amazing, but much better than Dejinya's. This gave her a new idea. She didn't necessarily need to hire a chef. If she craved something, she could just buy ready-made meals prepared by professional chef players from the trading post. But then she thought, who knows how long ago the food players listed on the trading post had been prepared? Without a freshness-preserving item, it would definitely be stale. Food tastes best when it's fresh out of the pot. Ling Chu had barely taken a couple of bites when her chat window started flashing again, a message from Moyuan. Ling Chu, I'm stuck on this island. You might not believe it, but I feel like I'm trapped in a ghost wall. Ghost wall? Yeah, it's hard to explain in a few words. You're right, I wasn't on my ship when the fish swarm attacked it. My ship is completely destroyed. I'm now Robinson Crusoe 2.0. Moyuan sent a voice message, sounding somewhat embarrassed. I need your help. Could you use a recruitment card to recruit me into your fleet so I can teleport away from this island? Otherwise, I don't think I'll survive the night. Moyuan was desperate. She usually liked to be sarcastic in public chat and didn't have many friends, let alone any fleet captains. At this moment, the only person she could think of who would help her was Ling Chu. I'm not taking advantage of you for nothing. In exchange, I can tell you the type of the next natural disaster. Moyuan added, but this was undoubtedly a bombshell. Ling Chu was surprised. How do you know that? The system hadn't revealed a single word about the next natural disaster. How could she know? My special profession involves divination. I've already divined the next natural disaster. If you don't believe me, you can wait until it comes to see if I'm lying. But I can't wait that long, I'm almost out of food. Moyuan's voice trailed off, her confidence waning. Predicting natural disasters was a bizarre claim. Probably not many people would believe it. Would Ling Chu think she was a fraud? Chapter 124, Cuttlefish Balls. Why don't you try saving me first? Moyuan's voice was already trembling with tears. Ling Chu was weighing her words. This natural disaster was unknown, meaning future natural disasters were likely also unknown. The ability to predict natural disasters was too overpowered. It was absolutely irreplaceable across the entire server. If Moyuan was lying, she would only lose a crew invitation card, and the captain had the right to kick a crew member out at any time. But if Moyuan was telling the truth, she would have struck gold. I'll trade you something. Crush this, and you'll be teleported here. After careful consideration, Ling Chu didn't give her the invitation card directly, but instead traded Moyuan a space spore from a pitcher plant. A few seconds later, the pitcher plant's stomach on the deck writhed wildly, then spat out a slender figure. Ugh, What is this? It stinks. Moyuan was pale, looking much worse than when Ling Chu had seen her during the public challenge, as if she hadn't slept well for days. She lay on the deck and vomited violently, but only bile came out. Moyuan knew that Ling Chu had probably given her some kind of teleportation item, but she hadn't expected it to be in such a bizarre way. Vomiting from a pitcher plant's stomach? That's too unconventional. Ling Chu immediately checked Moyuan's information using her one-eyed eye patch. Player ID, Moyuan. Occupation, astrologer, tier 2. Constitution, 5. Strength, 4. Agility, 5. Intelligence, 9. Skills, astrology, divination. Astrology, you can predict the weather for the next 2 days by observing the stars. Consumes 10 mana points. Divination, using divination items, you can predict the outcome of an event. The accuracy of the divination result is affected by the player's mood and environment. Can be used once daily, consuming 30 magic points. Ling Chu's eyes flickered slightly. Her panel did indeed have a divination skill, but judging from the skill description, it wasn't absolutely accurate. Huang Xiaoan was caught off guard by the extra person on the deck. She instinctively reached for the shuriken at her waist, but when she saw her talking to Ling Chu naturally, Ling Chu's expression seemed to indicate that she already knew. So he lowered his guard and asked, "What is this?" "Cuttlefish balls," Ling Chu said. So, this young girl was none other than Moyuan, the one who spent her days arguing fiercely in the public chat. Huang Xiaoan immediately became respectful. "Hello, it's an honor to meet you. I'm from Avoid Gambling, Drugs, and Pornography." Moyuan recognized the ID. Suddenly, she remembered, wasn't this someone she had once argued with? "And no, I'm sorry, I thought you were a perverted guy before." She chuckled awkwardly and scratched her head. "It's alright, my ID is indeed easy to misunderstand." Huang Xiaoan waved her hand, appearing forgiving. "What happened to you?" Huang Xiaoan asked. She looked like a refugee who hadn't eaten for days. Moyuan struggled to her feet, clutching her stomach. She hadn't eaten much to begin with, and vomiting only made her feel even hungrier. Stars were flashing before her eyes. Do you have any food? I feel a bit weak." Yes, why don't we eat something first?" Seeing that the girl was almost starving, Huang Xiaoan, after seeking Ling Chu's permission with her eyes, helped Moyuan sit down at the table. Moyuan buried her head in her food, shoveling it down, and said indistinctly, so delicious. There's even meat in soup, but why is it all kung pao chicken?" Ling Chu coughed lightly, not addressing the topic. "Eat slowly, don't choke." After Moyuan finished a bowl of rice and a bowl of soup, her complexion regaining some color, Ling Chu finally asked her, "You said you were trapped on the island, what happened?" Moyuan felt that her experiences over the past few days were too bizarre, and she didn't know where to begin. She gathered her thoughts and decided to start from the beginning. 6 days ago, I stumbled upon a level 4 island. A level 4 island? You're really lucky. Huang Xiaoan said with considerable envy. Although higher level islands also meant more dangerous monsters, even if you couldn't defeat them, taking some loot was still a gain. The mushroom island they found last time wasn't dangerous as long as they didn't venture too deep. On the contrary, it was rich in mushroom resources. Moyuan gave a wry smile. "I thought so too at the time. I only planned to explore the outer perimeter after landing and then leave. Besides, my profession isn't good at combat. I definitely couldn't defeat a level 4 monster. But that island wasn't unclaimed. It had a dock, and people lived there. As soon as my boat docked, someone warmly greeted me and invited me to their village. The village on the island wasn't big, about 2,000 people. They made a living by fishing, self-sufficient, and also cultivated a few plots of farmland, growing potatoes, wheat, and corn. They also traded with the occasional passing caravan. The villagers were very simple and hospitable. I wandered around the island. There was an inn, a tailor shop, a blacksmith shop, and even a bakery." Ling Chu and Huang Xiaoan listened to Moyuan's story, their eyes flashing with surprise. A village actually existed on this perilous sea? It sounded unbelievable, like a maritime version of the Peach Blossom Spring. The village inn was very clean. Although there were only 4 rooms, all had soft beds with cotton padding and hot water. The innkeeper was also the village chief, a middle-aged man with brown curly hair. He said I was the same age as his daughter and that it wasn't easy for me to be sailing alone. He offered me a discount, only 2 seashells for a night. I thought, that's so cheap, I'll stay there for 1 night. It's more comfortable than sleeping on the ship, isn't it? Then something strange happened. Cuttlefish Ball paused. Huang Xiaoan, already engrossed, quickly asked, and then? Nothing happened that night. I hadn't slept on land for a long time, and I slept very soundly. The next morning, the landlady told me that the bakery in the village had very good bread. Everyone ate breakfast there. She also told me the blacksmith at the blacksmith shop was skilled, and if I went there, I could pick up the tripod she had ordered. So I went to the village bakery. They had a discount sign for the day, and the prices were very cheap, much cheaper than at the trading post. So I spent some seashells and bought a lot of bread. After leaving the bakery, I also met a little yellow dog that belonged to someone. I fed it some bread. Then I went to the blacksmith shop and tailor shop the landlady had mentioned. Both shops were also very cheap, so I ordered 2 more weapons, 2 sets of clothes, and a backpack. I also picked up the tripod for the landlady. Huang Xiaoan listened, getting a little impatient. She felt that Moyuan was talking without getting to the point, even mentioning such trivial things as buying bread and feeding the dog. Unable to resist interjecting, these all sound quite ordinary, so what's strange about them? Chapter 125 Ghostly Encounter. Don't rush, I haven't gotten to that part yet. Moyuan's mouth was a little dry, so he lowered his head and took a couple of sips of soup before continuing. The weapon I ordered from the blacksmith wouldn't be ready until the next day, so I stayed at that inn for another night. The next morning, when I woke up, the landlady came and told me the bakery was delicious, and asked me to get her a tripod. I was puzzled, thinking I'd already gotten it back for her. I thought the innkeeper had ordered a lot of tripods, so I went out again. Then I saw the bakery had put up a discount sign again. I went in, but the bakery owner acted like he'd never seen me before. Just yesterday he'd said that outsiders rarely came to their village, and he remembered every visitor to his bakery. That's when I felt something was wrong. After leaving the bakery, I ran into that little yellow dog wagging its tail and asking me for food. Then I ran to the blacksmith's shop, and the blacksmith's son gave me an identical tripod to take to the innkeeper. It's like something that happened yesterday happened again today. I feel like I'm trapped in a loop, or like I'm in a maze. Can you understand? As Moyuan said this, she involuntarily hugged her arms tightly, clearly still haunted by the island. Huang Xiaoan was stunned. She hadn't expected this turn of events. No wonder Moyuan emphasized these everyday details. It was precisely these details that made her realize she was trapped in a loop. After realizing I was in a ghostly maze, I immediately ran to the dock, wanting to board a boat and leave. But I found an invisible barrier separating me from my boat. I couldn't leave the dock at all. I was helpless, but too afraid to go back to the inn, so I slept in the fields for the night. Then on the third day, I woke up in that same bed in the inn again. At that moment, I truly realized there was a serious problem with that village. Although Moyuan hugged her arms tightly, her tone was calm. Her attributes were mediocre, but her intelligence was high. She was someone who would think calmly and rationally in the face of adversity. Besides being trapped in a maze-like situation, I discovered another thorny problem. Despite eating bread from the bakery and the innkeeper making me soup at night, I was still incredibly hungry and listless. I figured all the food in this village was fake, unable to truly satisfy my hunger. Luckily, I had a small satchel with a bottle of water and a piece of wheat bread when I arrived on the island. I didn't eat the bread all at once, only a little at a time to maintain my vital signs, because I wasn't sure how long I'd be stuck here. Then, I started trying to save myself and break out of this predicament. During the day, I constantly chatted with the villagers, asking what had happened in the village. At night, I went back to the inn early to sleep, trying not to lose too much energy. But the villagers didn't seem suspicious at all. They were simple and kind, answering all my questions without question. I couldn't tell they were lying, but aside from their everyday conversations, I couldn't extract any useful information from them. Until the 6th day, which happened to be the day of the fish tide disaster, I finally gleaned some useful information. The innkeeper had a daughter about my age, and there were photos of the 3 of them on the wall, but I'd never seen the girl before. When I asked the innkeeper and his wife about their daughter, they would fall silent. I felt the key to breaking the deadlock was the innkeeper's daughter, but I'd run out of my last piece of bread. Hunger makes you stupid. Just then, I received a system notification that the fish tide was over. I ran to the dock, and through the barrier, I saw my ship completely wrecked, reduced to a pile of driftwood. At that moment, I gave up completely. I just wanted to leave this wretched place immediately. For 6 whole days, she'd only eaten 1 piece of wheat bread. It was already quite an achievement to have lasted this long. Huang Xiaoan felt a chill run down her spine after hearing this. This level 4 island is indeed very strange. You're quite impressive to have lasted 6 days. I probably wouldn't have lasted 3. Ling Chu, however, seemed thoughtful after listening. She had developed a strong interest in the island. Oh right, after all that, I haven't formally introduced myself yet. My name is Chen Moyu, I'm 18 years old, and I transmigrated into this world while I was a freshman in college. Moyuan proactively introduced herself. My hobby is playing tarot cards. When I transmigrated, I had a tarot deck in my pocket, so on my first night here, I did a divination to predict my fate, which triggered my special profession as an astrologer. My tarot deck also became a special item. She pulled out a tarot deck and openly showed its attributes to Ling Chu and Huang Xiaoan. Astrologer's tarot cards. Quality, legendary. A complete tarot deck with magical energy. When carried, luck +1, charm +2. Using this item for divination increases the accuracy of the reading and will not incur any penalties for failed readings. Moyuan definitely wouldn't reveal such an important item to anyone else, but Ling Chu was different. In exchange for her services, she had already told her about her ability to predict natural disasters. Revealing this deck was simply to prove she wasn't lying. Since you can divine, didn't you cast a divination for yourself when you were trapped on the island? Huang Xiaoan asked curiously. Of course I did, but the results aren't static, they're highly dependent on the user's state of mind and environment. On the second night I was trapped on the island, I cast a divination in the fields. The cards indicated I was still safe and wouldn't die. Then, on the fifth day, I cast another divination, and the card showed that if I stayed on that island any longer, I wouldn't survive more than 2 days. So, when Moyuan and Ling Chu sent her messages for help, she said she felt she wouldn't survive the night. By the way, I've already divined the next natural disaster. Moyuan looked down and pulled out 3 cards from the stack of tarot cards: the upright star, the reversed Four of Wands, and the upright judgment. Chapter 126 New crew members +1. Seeing the bewildered expressions on Ling Chu and Huang Xiaoan's faces, Moyuan patiently interpreted the cards for them. She first pointed to the first upright card. The star, the shining star in this card doesn't represent hope, but rather distant, cold, lifeless cosmic light, signifying the loss of heat, possibly from a cold will from beyond the heavens. The reversed Four of Wands represents the collapse of shelter and the loss of stability, meaning ships may become extremely vulnerable in the disaster. The upright judgment could be an inescapable judgment from nature. Therefore, the next natural disaster is very likely related to extreme cold, and not just any cold wave, but an absolute low temperature covering a vast area. Moyuan appeared more confident as she explained the cards, her eyes shining. Extreme cold, huh? Ling Chu frowned slightly. The weather was very hot now, with temperatures above 30 degrees Celsius, and there was no sign of it getting colder. No one would expect the next natural disaster to be extreme cold. It seems she needs to prepare some warm clothing in advance. Chen Moyu. Ling Chu suddenly called out Moyuan's name. Before transmigrating, Chen Moyu was still in military training. Hearing that name abruptly, she instinctively wanted to shout present. She reacted quickly, swallowing hard, almost making a fool of herself. I believe everything you just said, and I believe in your divination abilities. Your profession is very strong, Ling Chu said earnestly. Chen Moyu's eyes widened slightly. Her profession was really strong? Her combat power was practically non-existent. Besides intelligence, her basic attributes were also very low. She had always felt her profession was useless. To be honest, when she was poor before, she even considered earning seashells by telling fortunes for players. Would you like to join my fleet as a crew member and sail with us? Ling Chu extended a formal invitation to Chen Moyu, sending her a crew member invitation card at the same time. Are you really inviting me? Chen Moya pointed to her nose, somewhat bewildered. Are you sure it's as a crew member, and not a member? I'm penniless right now, and I've already told you about the disaster. Are you sure you still want to take me? Cuttlefish Ball, you're too modest. You can predict natural disasters. That skill is absolutely amazing. That one piece of information alone is worth a fortune. Huang Xiaoan winked at her. A talent like that would be highly sought after by any fleet. Chen Moya was still a little confused, but her actions spoke louder than words, and she immediately reached out and took the invitation card. When she had nothing, this card was nothing short of a lifesaver. Adding flowers to brocade is nothing special, but providing charcoal in the snow is always memorable. Although Ling Chu was quite direct, it was because she had the skill to predict natural disasters. But this was perfectly reasonable. If someone didn't want anything in return and just kindly took her in as a crew member, Chen Moya would be even more suspicious that the person had ulterior motives. Player Cuttlefish Ball has joined your fleet. You have unlocked a new ship facility, which can be viewed in the ship panel. Ling Chu immediately opened the ship panel. Divination room, equipped with a crystal ball, divination table, and star chart instrument. This divination room contains special energy. Divination in this room has a certain probability of revealing the trajectory of fate. Construction requires 500 wood, 200 glass, 100 iron ore, and 2,000 seashells. Ling Chu was a little troubled. Another 2,000 seashells. These guys were all spendthrifts. However, the money had to be spent. The facilities unlocked by special professions seemed to be of great help to them, like Xiaofeng can use alchemy room. The investment was large, but the return was also high. If they hadn't built the alchemy room, Xiaofeng can use certainly wouldn't have been able to develop the poison gas bomb so quickly. Ling Chu had all these materials and directly chose to build it, further shrinking his already meager wallet by a little more. At this moment, at the end of the second floor crew rest area, next to the alchemy room, the ship's structure seemed to follow some mysterious geometry, quietly folding inward and expanding into a new room out of thin air. A dreamcatcher hung in the center of the room's doorway, adorned with a pale blue feather and a small moonstone. As the ship swayed gently, it seemed to slowly filter out all the restless thoughts and energy in the air, adding a touch of tranquility and mystery to the world behind the door. At this moment, Squid Ball was completely unaware that Ling Chu had generously built her own private divination room. Huang Xiaoan, ever the friendly type, put her arm around her shoulder. Welcome to the ghost ship. Finally, I have someone to talk to again. Huang Xiaoan was always busy. Xiao Feng and Kenya were always in the alchemy room, and Ling Chu was an archery fanatic. Whenever he had a spare moment, he would practice archery alone. Huang Xiaoan could only relieve her loneliness by playing mahjong with her skeleton companions every day. Now, with a newcomer, a cute, round-faced girl who was actually quite sharp-tongued, Huang Xiaoan had a feeling she would get along very well with her. I don't think I've introduced myself yet. My name is Huang Xiaoan, and my profession is gambler. Mo Yuwen was intrigued. Gambler sounds cool. My advancement method is playing games with other players. If you're free later, let's play a game. Consider it helping me grind experience points. I also advance in level by the number of successful divinations. That's perfect. Could you divine my future fortune? And my love life, or something? Sure, but I've used up my divination skills attempts for today. If you don't mind, I won't use the skill to divine for you, but the result might not be very accurate. It's okay, whenever you're free. Huang Xiaoan and Chen Moyu suddenly stopped talking in unison and looked at Ling Chu. Ling Chu had no choice but to say, my professions are ghost pirate and bounty hunter, which you can see on the leaderboard. There's also a hidden profession, wind chaser. After speaking, Ling Chu touched her nose. She felt like her self-introduction was straight out of a famous movie or TV show. While everyone's self-introductions were brief, one conspicuous man stepped forward. I am Fu Kang, the eldest son of Grand Secretary Fu Lun, Emperor Qinlong's personal bodyguard, and his future son-in-law. It was certainly a bit of an overstatement. Fortunately, Chen Moya didn't seem to care about that, only a little surprised. Dual professions are already rare, and you have 3. And they all sound like special professions. 3 is just right. Ling Chu said. She didn't plan to develop a 4th profession either, as she was already struggling to keep up with leveling up. So, are there only the 2 of you on this ship? Besides those skeletons? Chen Moyu asked. Chapter 127. Better to be prepared. Chen Moya had already seen Ling Chu's skeleton minions in the Ocean Scavenger Public Challenge, so she wasn't surprised to see them bustling on the deck. We have another partner, Xiao Feng Kanyu, real name Feng Xiaoyu. She's an alchemist and part-time pirate hunter, currently in the alchemy lab. You have a pirate hunter on this pirate ship? Ling Chu nodded. Of course, why not? In her view, pirates and pirate hunters, aside from their different factions, could coexist peacefully, even though she had already killed several pirate hunters who coveted her bounty. Chen Moya scratched her head. She couldn't explain why, but as far as she knew, pirate hunters wouldn't join pirate crews because pirates often robbed ordinary players, which would affect their justice points, unless Xiao Fengkanyu had absolutely no intention of advancing to the pirate hunter profession. Do you remember the coordinates of that island? Ling Chu asked her. Of course I remember. When Chen Moya felt she was about to collapse and wanted to ask for help, she had already memorized the coordinates. She saw the obvious eagerness in Ling Chu's eyes. You don't mean you want to go to that island, do you? Ling Chu didn't deny it. Such an interesting island, of course I want to go see it. Having the coordinates saved her trouble and saved her a rare quality island location card. Of course, Ling Chu wasn't making this impulsive decision on a whim. First, Chen Moyo had stayed on that island for 5 days and, apart from hunger, hadn't encountered any other dangers. This meant that as long as they brought enough food, they could stay on that island for a long time, giving them ample time to investigate. Second, Chen Moyo had mentioned that there was a barrier separating the dock from her ship, proving that the mysterious force on the island that could trap people was limited to the island itself and wouldn't affect their ship. Chen Moya had also tested it for them. They could use spatial spores to teleport out of the island. In case they encountered any fatal danger, they could use the spores to escape. Finally, if there really was a supernatural element to this ghost wall phenomenon, ghosts, in other words, undesirable spirits, wouldn't that be walking right into the line of fire for this undesirable pirate? After careful consideration, Ling Chu decided to go check out the island. Interesting? That island is clearly a trap. With my experience as a cautionary tale, you still want to go? Chen Moya was somewhat resistant, so Ling Chu explained her analysis. Okay. Chen Moya was eventually persuaded by Ling Chu. She admitted that Ling Chu's words made sense, and since they had spatial spores, a life-saving contraption, it was worth a try. However, the island can only be landed on once. I've run out of landing chances. The only thing I can do for you is tell you what happened to me those few days, so you can avoid the detours I took. Chen Moyo then gave Ling Chu the coordinates. Ling Chu immediately had her skeleton minions change direction, setting their destination at the coordinates of that level 4 island. However, the island was quite far from their location, requiring 3 days and 3 nights of full-speed sailing to reach it. As usual, Huang Xiaoan took Chen Moyo on a tour of the ship's cabin, while Ling Chu opened the trading post to prepare for the extreme cold disaster 14 days later. Currently, the main heating item for players is the brazier, priced at 5 iron ore each. Ling Chu bought 20 at once. Then she searched for keywords like winter clothing and cotton coats, but found nothing. The weather was too hot now, winter clothing wouldn't sell, and players with tailoring professions were still making cotton and linen short-sleeved shirts. Ling Chu opted for the next best thing, searching for the keyword cotton. Several listings appeared, but the sellers were all a silly bird. Ling Chu remembered that the silly bird had mentioned in public chat that he had a cotton island, so she simply messaged a silly bird privately. "How much cotton do you have left? I'll take it all." Dumbbird sent a string of question marks. "I have several hundred pounds. Are you really going to take it all, boss?" "Yes, I'll trade you iron ore and volcanic charcoal too. You can trade any of those if you want." Dumbbird rarely encountered such a big customer and immediately became excited. Since he acquired this cotton island, cotton had been unsaleable. He couldn't sell much in a day. The weather at sea was too hot. It was so hot that he didn't even need a blanket at night. Dumbbird had a total of 800 pounds of cotton, which he traded with Ling Chu for 80 iron ore and 80 volcanic charcoal. Dumbbird was extremely happy looking at the volcanic charcoal he had just received. He knew that Ling Chu had a type of charcoal that burned very well, but except during the special period of the meteor shower, Ling Chu never sold it. This time, he finally had the opportunity to trade some. "Hey boss, can I ask what you need so much cotton for? I want to make some beanbag chairs, blankets, and stuff like that. You probably won't need that much, right? For blankets, in this weather, 2 pounds of cotton is enough for a summer blanket. Better safe than sorry. The weather at sea is unpredictable, it might get cold anytime." Ling Chu couldn't tell him about the natural disaster, but since she'd received so much cotton, she'd vaguely mentioned it. The weather he understood was none of her concern. Dumbbird looked at Ling Chu's message and scratched his head. His cotton island could produce 500 pounds of cotton every 3 days. His first thought upon receiving cotton was to exchange it for other supplies. He'd never considered being prepared. But, learning from the boss is definitely the right thing to do. Dumbbird decided to keep some for himself next time Cotton Island harvested, and beanbag chairs. Why hadn't he thought of using cotton for that? The boss really knows how to enjoy life. After purchasing cotton, Ling Chu bought some large wooden barrels for storing water. She already had enough wine barrels in her ship's hold, and also bought some ice-removing hammers and pickaxes. Then she spent a long time browsing the trading post, unsure what to buy next. She had no shortage of food and charcoal, but other tools and items related to combating the cold were limited. With nearly half a month until the natural disaster, she could prepare at her own pace. By the time she finished, it was completely dark. After the fish tide subsided, Ling Chu hadn't had a moment's rest. Only after finishing all her tasks did she belatedly realize how tired she was, and finally returned to her captain's cabin to sleep and rest. The next morning, Ling Chu woke up early and practiced archery on the deck again. She had developed a habit. Whenever her mana was full, she would fire a storm arrow with 3 arrows at once to gain experience points. Her mana would slowly regenerate over time, otherwise, a full mana was a waste. That 8th tier monster had also brought her some pressure. This world had many dangerous and powerful beings, only strength was the primary element for survival. It wasn't until lunchtime that fragrant dishes were laid out on the table. It was the same Kung Pao chicken as always. Huang Xiaoan shrugged. "There are still over 20 servings of Kung Pao chicken from the player application, eat as much as you want." This lunch, Xiaofeng Kenyu was unusually present. Many of her bottles and jars had broken in the fish swarm, thankfully mostly empty bottles, otherwise she would have been heartbroken. "Where's Chen Moyu?" Ling Chu noticed that Moyuan wasn't there. "That kid found the divination room, she's so excited, she's playing with her crystal ball in there now." Huang Xiaoan rested her chin on her hand, thinking to herself how lucky Ling Chu wasn't a man, otherwise wouldn't he have charmed all these girls to death? He quietly prepared a huge surprise, and of course, delivered it right to someone else's heart's desire. Who could resist that? Chapter 128 Despicable Acts. Who is Chen Moyu? Xiaofeng Kenyu looked up and asked upon hearing the unfamiliar name. "A new companion, an astrologer," Ling Chu said. These two, on the same ship, yet they completely missed each other. Since the topic of cuttlefish balls came up, it naturally led to her ability to predict natural disasters. Xiaofeng Kenyu seemed thoughtful. "Extreme cold?" Ling Chu noticed she seemed to have something to say and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I just remembered that alchemy manual records a potion that can generate heat and ward off the cold when ingested." She paused and said, "However, the formula is quite complex, requiring many ingredients. I need some time to prepare an experiment. I might not be able to refine it within 14 days. Ling Chu's eyes lit up. A potion that can resist the cold. If this could be developed, wouldn't it be far more effective than any brazier or cotton? You just focus on research and development. Don't worry about the materials. Just list what materials you need and send it to me. I'll buy them from the trading post. If I can't find them, I'll find a way to acquire them." Xiao Feng Canyu smiled. Okay. Before, she always worked alone, researching potions, often forgetting to eat or sleep. Now, Xiao Feng Canyu looked at the warm food on the table and her companion who was fully supporting her. This feeling was very warm. The parrot Xiao Pai flew over, its signature bald head bristling, and landed on Ling Chu's shoulder. Xiao Pai was very perceptive, able to tell who its benefactors were. Whenever Ling Chu was around, it would stick close to her. Hungry. Time to eat. Xiao Pai flapped its wings, its eyes darting around at the food on the table, clearly craving it. Ling Chu remembered that it loved peanuts, so she picked out 2 from the nearest plate of Kung Pao chicken and put them on the table to feed it. Little Pai lowered its head and nudged the peanut with its beak. Its head darted around nimbly, and with a flick of its claws, the 2 peanuts rolled to the ground. Ling Chu bent down, picked them up, and placed them back in front of it. Eat, don't waste food. When did it become picky about food? Little Pai looked at Ling Chu with a hint of resentment before spreading its wings and flying away. Little Pai's become so picky. Isn't peanuts its favorite food? Huang Xiaoan, seeing this, couldn't help but remark curiously. Ling Chu instinctively felt something was amiss, so she activated the reading function of her one-eyed mask. She usually disliked seeing a bunch of data flashing before her eyes and generally kept it off unless absolutely necessary. Surprisingly, tiny characters appeared on the plates of food in front of her. A plate of poorly cooked Kung Pao chicken, a plate of barely edible Kung Pao chicken, a steaming hot plate of Kung Pao chicken. Well, its only advantage is that it's hot. The system is very picky about dishes and ingredients, but the Kung Pao chicken in front of her had a special effect. A plate of highly poisonous Kung Pao chicken. After eating, there is a 50% chance of being poisoned, with all attributes greatly weakened, and a 50% chance of losing all health points and dying instantly. Huang Xiaoan just picked up her chopsticks to grab the Kung Pao chicken when Ling Chu stopped her. Xiao Feng Canyu noticed Ling Chu's unusual expression and her gaze fell on the plate of Kung Pao chicken. She leaned closer to smell it, her brows furrowing instantly. This Kung Pao chicken smells wrong. It seems to have aconite and strychnine in it. These are highly poisonous herbs. What? This dish is poisoned? Huang Xiaoan's eyes widened. These dishes were traded by players applying for chef positions, and concocting poison wasn't easy. It required a specialized profession like Xiao Feng Canyu. She had never imagined anyone would poison it. Huang Xiaoan broke out in a cold sweat. If Ling Chu hadn't noticed in time, she might already be poisoned. Ling Chu had entrusted her with hiring the chef, and this mishap was her fault for not overseeing things properly. Huang Xiaoan felt a pang of guilt and anger. To avoid confusion, Huang Xiaoan numbered each dish that was sent. She immediately checked the transaction records to find out who had traded that dish. This dish was sent by a player with the ID Rainbow Candy. I'll contact him now. Ling Chu's gaze darkened slightly. I guess we can't contact him anymore. Huang Xiaoan tried sending a message to Rainbow Candy, and sure enough, it showed that she had been blocked. Player Invincible and Handsome has used an island raid card on you. The player has been teleported to the vicinity of your iron or island. Use private island teleport card. Ling Chu suddenly heard the system notification, her eyes sweeping over the poison plate of Kung Pao chicken on the table. He certainly knows how to time his plundering card. That poisoned dish was probably his doing too. It really was him. What happened? Invincible and Handsome used an island plundering card on me. What? Huang Xiaoan and Xiao Feng Canyu exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. That Invincible account is always causing trouble. This dish was probably their doing too. Ling Chu, let's get them. Huang Xiaoan clenched her fist angrily. What a coincidence. This rainbow candy that appeared out of nowhere was most likely from the Invincible account. Poisoning food, what a despicable act. When Ling Chu saw the island plundering card, she knew Invincible and Handsome wouldn't be peaceful. Thinking it best to strike first, she used the island plundering card on him. Unfortunately, he was in a public challenge at the time. This guy probably thought the same thing. He used the plundering card on her after leaving the public challenge. Ling Chu took out a private island teleportation card and selected use. The instant the teleportation card disappeared from his fingertip, a massive whirlpool, nearly 100 meters in diameter, rapidly formed on the sea surface 50 meters in front of the ghost ship. Teleportation vortex activated. This vortex will only last for 48 hours. Players are advised to pass through as soon as possible. Please note that the vortex is a two-way passage. Please return within the specified time. The whirlpool's waters swirled rapidly yet orderly. Its center was not a dark abyss, but a flat surface pulsating with a milky white halo, radiating a peaceful energy field, like a round mirror constructed of seawater and light. Soft blue specks of light danced along the vortex's edge, like stars sinking into the sea. As the system notification sounded, Ling Chu's calm yet firm voice echoed across the deck. Prepare for battle. Helmsman, accelerate. Head for that whirlpool. The skeleton lookout spotted the whirlpool that had appeared out of nowhere immediately. Just as he was about to report to Ling Chu, he heard the captain shout. The helmsman adjusted the course, and the steam engine roared to full power. They'd seen 8th-tier giant octopus monsters before. What was a mere sea whirlpool? Charge! The ghost charged headlong into the whirlpool shrouded in a halo of light. Chapter 129 Taking the Initiative. Just as the ghost ship's bow touched the halo, there was no expected impact, but rather a sensation of piercing through a cool, viscous liquid film. Immediately afterwards, a brief feeling of weightlessness and dizziness washed over her. The surrounding scenery instantly stretched and distorted into flowing bands of color, as if she had been thrown into a rapidly spinning kaleidoscope. The rushing sound of water being rapidly pushed aside filled her ears, yet strangely distant and indistinct. This feeling lasted for about 2 or 3 heartbeats worth of time. Although dizzying, it was neither dangerous nor painful. The next moment, the weightlessness vanished abruptly. The ghost ship shuddered slightly, gliding out of the center of the whirlpool and returning to the calm, relatively still sea surface. Ling Chu looked out from the deck and saw a familiar small island standing not far away. That was the first island she encountered after entering the game Iron Ore Island. 10 minutes ago. As soon as Invincible and Handsome emerged from the public challenge, Rainbow Candy immediately approached him with a fawning smile. Captain, everything has been done as you instructed. The secret recipe Kung Pao chicken has been traded to far from gambling, drugs, and prostitution. It was specially mixed with Brother Chu's carefully crafted 5 poisons powder. Judging by the time, they should have finished it by now. Invincible and Handsome expressionlessly grunted in him, and casually opened the player rankings. Ling Chu's name remained firmly at the top, like a thorn, not fading as he had hoped. Still pretty tough, he spat out through gritted teeth, a hint of regret and malice flashing across his face. But that slight regret was quickly replaced by a deeper malice. However, the poison Chu Sheng concocted isn't so easy to withstand. Even if she miraculously survives, her attributes are probably drastically reduced, leaving her practically crippled. The thought of Ling Chu possibly curled up in agony in some corner, barely clinging to life under the torment of the poison, filled him with a surge of pleasure. Moreover, he subconsciously touched the treasure he had just snatched from the public challenge in his storage space, an absolute confidence filling his entire being. This was a weapon capable of instantly turning the tide of battle. Invincible and Handsome stared at Ling Chu's name, his eyes gleaming with undisguised covetousness. She's been at the top of the rankings long enough, it's time for a change. When he first asked her about the source of the iron ore, she kept it a secret. Then, somehow, she got lucky and became number 1, and in the public chat, she and that guy Inkfish Ball constantly targeted and mocked him, not only offering a bounty on his coordinates but also preventing the national server's little Lubin from taking his crossbow orders. Invincible and Handsome gritted his teeth. He would get revenge for every single one of these. However, the thought of Ling Chu's precious island teeming with iron ore, and her 5-figure worth of resources, soon to be his. A confident smile spread across Invincible and Handsome's face, as if he could already see Ling Chu kneeling and begging for mercy. The time was right, the conditions were perfect. When would be a better time to use his plundering card? After arriving near Iron Ore Island via the teleportation vortex, Ling Chu noticed another teleportation vortex, also glowing, on the sea directly in front of her. As the halo above the vortex intensified, towering ships emerged from it. 1, 2, 3. More and more ships were teleported out of the vortex. Looking around, there were over 20 ships of various sizes. All the ships uniformly wore sails with skulls and sunglasses. That was the Invincible's sail insignia. Meanwhile, the Invincible didn't see the ghost. Instead, a thick fog enveloped them. Ling Chu had activated the fog generator before teleporting, and the white fog completely covered the ghost, including the sea surface within a 50-meter radius. Damn it, why is it foggy when the weather was perfectly fine? The Invincible's helmsman complained in bewilderment. This fog severely impaired visibility. The Invincible's handsome steer became wary. The sun was shining brightly overhead. Why was the white fog only rising in this area of the sea ahead? Something unusual is definitely amiss. He used the plunder card on Ling Chu, so Ling Chu must have received the message as well. Could this fog be some kind of trap created by Ling Chu, or is he overthinking it, just a coincidence of weather changes? However, this thick fog cast a shadow of uncertainty over his previously confident mindset. Pass down the order. All ships slowed down and spread out in a fan shape. Ranged units, aim at the edge of the fog area and remain vigilant. No one is allowed to rush in without my order. The Invincible and Handsome man dared not rashly venture into this unknown fog. Within the thick fog, on the deck of the Ghost, Ling Chu coldly watched the Invincible fleet's cautious formation changes. He stopped. He's definitely cautious. Huang Xiaoan gripped the ballista's control lever tightly. Did he spot us? No, he just suspects. She had long noticed that Invincible and Handsome was very cautious. They had exchanged many barbs in the public chat, but this was the first time he had taken any real action. Even before launching a raid, he secretly poisoned her. This man wasn't a reckless fool. Ling Chu scanned the numerous ships before her. The Invincible fleet had more ships than she had expected. There were 23 ships, and a full 50 players. Invincible and Handsome had brought all his crew and guild members. It seemed he had mobilized his entire force. The lead ship was also a level 4 vessel. If nothing unexpected happened, Invincible and Handsome should be on that ship. Since he wouldn't come over, she would take the initiative. The ghost silently approached them, the fog creeping in unnoticed. Ling Chu picked up his monocular telescope and observed the 4th-tier ship, discovering a cannon barrel on its deck. They even had cannons? Ling Chu's expression hardened slightly, and he decisively activated another function of the fog generator, illusion projection. Without warning, a ghostly green flame appeared in the thick white fog. Upon closer inspection, the flame was the pattern of a pirate ship's sail. The tall steamship, sails billowing, broke through the fog, charging straight towards the center of the Invincible. Its momentum made it seem as if it intended to single-handedly carve through the entire convoy. Enemy attack. Directly ahead. The Invincible's lookout's voice was filled with panic. Invincible and Handsome's heart skipped a beat, and almost instinctively, he roared, "Fire! Fire! Stop it!" The moment the order left his lips, seeing the lone charging ship, Invincible and Handsome's rationality returned abruptly. A sense of absurdity washed over him. Has Ling Chu gone mad? He actually wants to charge his fleet of 23 ships head-on with a single vessel? It's tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock, courting death. Boom! The heavy cannon barrel jerked back, spewing thick smoke, and a heavy, solid iron ball tore through the air, accurately striking the bow of the charging ghost. However, the next second, Invincible and Handsome's contemptuous smile froze on his face. The shell had actually pierced through the target without any resistance? Chapter 130 Illusion Projection. There was no expected scattering of sawdust, no deafening explosion, and the ship didn't even shake in the slightest. The iron ball passed eerily through the ship's shadow, as if striking a realistic mirage. The ghost rippled slightly, like a reflection in water shattered by a pebble, before returning to its original, silent state. Bang! Another cannonball was fired. It passed through the ship without hindrance, the iron ball plunging into the sea behind, creating only a splash. The muscles on Invincible's handsome face twitched, his expression a mixture of anger at being mocked and unease about the unknown. Was this an illusion, or a special ability of the ship itself? Ling Chu was a ghost pirate. Could her ship also be immune to physical attacks like a ghost? He still knew too little about the ghost. If it's just an illusion, there's nothing to fear. Invincible and Handsome calmed down. Stopping the gunners from continuing the attack would be a pure waste of ammunition. The ghost didn't attack them, but merely hovered around their fleet, which further convinced Invincible and Handsome that it was an illusion. However, the next second, another identical pirate steamship, adorned with ghost skull sails, charged straight out of the fog. Fire! Invincible and Handsome gave the order without hesitation, but the cannonball still pierced the hull and struck the sea behind it with a dull thud. This ship was also an illusion. Just as he was filled with doubt and uncertainty, a third and fourth ghost emerged from different directions in the fog, their tracks straight, their target also Invincible and Handsome's core ship. Fire! Blast them all apart. Invincible and Handsome roared through gritted teeth, better safe than sorry. He dared not gamble on which one was real. If the real ghost ship got close, he would completely lose the initiative. Boom! Boom! Shells rained down, but the result was predictable. Each ghost ship hit rippled like a bubble before returning to its original state, continuing its silent, intimidating patrol. Then came the fifth, the sixth. More and more ghost ship illusions emerged from the thick fog, sometimes scattering, sometimes gathering, like wolves surrounding a flock of sheep, constantly compressing the Invincible fleet's psychological defenses. Each time a new illusion appeared, Invincible and Handsome's heart tightened, and he had no choice but to order a test firing. "Captain, we're running low on ammunition," the gunner cried anxiously. "Shut up. Fire when I tell you to." The Invincible and Handsome man's forehead veins bulged. He was thoroughly exasperated by this game of deception. He knew most of it was an illusion, yet he was forced to waste precious cannonballs again and again to verify it. After the 13th cannonball was fired, the waterlogged cannon shuddered violently, only a plume of smoke rose from the muzzle, and no more cannonballs were fired. "Captain! Captain!" The gunner's voice trembled with tears. It's misfired. We can't use it again for half an hour." The Invincible and Handsome man's face instantly turned ashen. At this moment, Ling Chu saw the information displayed on the cannon through her blindfold. Water-soaked cannon. The cannon barrel is somewhat rusty after being submerged in water, a substandard product nearing obsolescence. There is a certain probability of misfiring. After misfiring, it cannot be fired again for half an hour. She knew it. Where did Invincible and Handsome get his hands on such a cannon? With such terrible attributes, it was probably salvaged from some shipwreck. Approach. The moment she saw the water-soaked cannon misfiring, Ling Chu ordered her skeleton henchmen to steer the ship closer. They only had this one cannon, and now that it was in its half-hour misfiring period, it was the perfect time to attack. Huang Xiaoan watched as Invincible and Handsome was completely outmaneuvered by the illusion projection, and couldn't help but admire Ling Chu. She even used a fog generator as a tactical weapon. This was Ling Chu's first time using the illusion projection function, and the effect was unexpectedly good, with very low consumption. The light emitted by the primary magic stone embedded in the mist generator only slightly diminished, suggesting it could be used many more times. The ghost ship, like a true ghost, tore through the mist's disguise, revealing its sharp fangs towards the invincible ship's main ship. As the ghost ship drew closer, Ling Chu used his blindfold to scan the player information on the opposing ship's deck one by one. Finally, he locked onto one unremarkable man. If it weren't for the information displayed on the blindfold, Ling Chu would never have recognized this man, less than 1.7 meters tall, with small eyes, a square face, and acne-covered skin, looking not only unattractive but also somewhat sleazy, as the Invincible and Handsome? This username is too deceptive. Player ID, Invincible and Handsome. Bounty, 580 seashells. Sin value, 110. Class, Pirate, Tier 2/Speaker, Tier 2. Strength, 8. Constitution, 9. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 8. Skills, Chaotic Speech, Blood Curse, Staff Blessing, Morale Boost. Chaotic Speech unleashes syllables containing the essence of suffering on a single target, dealing direct mental damage and consuming 10 mana. Blood Curse consumes 10% of own health to recite the true name of an unnamed being, applying a random curse to a single target. The effect of the curse depends on the user's and the target's strength. Staff Blessing increases damage by 10% when attacking with a staff. Motivation Boost grants temporary strength +2 and constitution +1, consumes 5 mana, lasts for 3 minutes, and has a half-hour cooldown. Ling Chu was somewhat surprised after reading the Invincible and Handsome information panel. He, too, had a hidden special profession, just like her. And it seemed he was a curse mage? His players were mostly pirates. Furthermore, Ling Chu noticed a chubby, greasy-looking middle-aged man standing next to the Invincible and Handsome man, an acquaintance who had once placed a bounty on her. Wang Duyu. Player ID, Wang Duyu. Bounty, 100 seashells. Sin value, 20 points. Profession, pirate. Wang Duyu probably wasn't a pirate at first. He joined the Invincible's crew after becoming Ling Chu's enemy. He was the one advertising for recruiting for the Invincible account in the public chat, indicating he had already become a core member. Besides him, Ling Chu also discovered a special professional player, and Rainbow Candy, the one who traded the poisonous dish to Huang Xiaoan. Player ID, Xu Shang. Bounty, 210 seashells. Sin value, 80 points. Occupation, herbalist/pirate. Player ID, Rainbow Candy. Bounty, 100 seashells. Sin value, 30 points. Occupation, chef/pirate. It must have been these two working together to concoct that Kung Pao chicken dish containing the deadly poison. Chapter 131. The top two on the leaderboard are fighting. The ghost, silently emerging from the fog, had already cut into the Invincible's main ship's blind spot on the side. The mast began to emerge from the fog, but by the time Invincible and Handsome spotted it, it was too late. Fire! Ling Chu's cold voice rang out on the deck. The next moment, all 6 of the ghost's side-mounted ballistæ fired in unison, a sickeningly sharp screech. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 6 large crossbow bolts, comparable in size to spears, whistled through the air, instantly traversing a mere 20 or 30 meters, raining down like a death storm upon the Invincible's main ship's deck. Enemy attack! Shields up! Defend! Invincible and Handsome's roar changed tone. The players on deck reacted in different ways, some frantically searched for cover, while others instinctively raised their shields. However, human strength seemed so insignificant before the machinery of war. Bang! A crossbow bolt struck the player at the very front, shield in hand, sending splinters of wood and metal flying everywhere. The seemingly sturdy shield was pierced instantly, like paper. The immense force propelled the player several meters backward, crashing heavily against the mast before sliding down, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Thud! Another crossbow bolt pinned a player who couldn't dodge in time to the ship's side. Screams, the cracking of planks, and the trembling of bolt fletching instantly filled the deck. The once orderly formation was shattered by this volley. And just as the bolts were whistling through the air, Invincible and Handsome had already rolled away in a disheveled fashion, abandoning all pretense of captaincy, scrambling to hide behind the thickest ironclad shield at the bow. He listened to the screams and the terrifying sound of crossbow bolts striking the ship's hull, felt the vibrations beneath his feet, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. Ling Chu. She actually dared to come so close. They have ballistæ. Fighting them at range is too disadvantageous. We need to board the ship and fight them in close combat. Wang Duyu, his somewhat obese body also hiding behind the deck, quickly offered advice. Invincible and Handsome also thought of something and shouted loudly, "Surround them. Use grappling hooks. Build ladders." Afraid that the members on the other ships wouldn't hear him, he even sent a voice message in the fleet channel. The ballista needed time to reload. By the time the skeletons were loading the next bolt, the other ships in the Invincible fleet had already surrounded them. Several ropes hooked onto the Ghost's railings, followed by wooden ladders. Several players were already climbing up the ropes onto the Ghost's deck. Seeing his crew members quickly arrive to provide support, Invincible and Handsome calmed down. The fleet rankings showed that Ling Chu's fleet only had 4 people, while theirs had a full 50. He didn't believe that Ling Chu, no matter how strong, could fight dozens of people alone. Even 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, a flurry of blows would still kill her. As the distance closed, the situation on the Ghost's deck was completely exposed to Invincible and Handsome's view. 3 girls were standing on the deck. Invincible and Handsome recognized them at a glance. The girl in the middle with the black hood was Ling Chu. This was largely thanks to the information exchanged with King of Spades. He said Ling Chu wore a hood, which seemed to be a special piece of equipment, making it impossible to remember her face. But once this information spread, the hood actually became her distinguishing feature. However, when his gaze swept over the fully armed skeleton minions behind them, each wielding a curved sword, Invincible Handsome's face darkened. Didn't she only have 3 crew members? How come she has so many subordinates? But upon closer inspection, those dressed in clothes weren't human, but skeletons. Invincible Handsome's heart sank again, he almost cursed. Ling Chu could summon skeletons? His subordinates had overlooked such crucial information. However, what he didn't know was that King of Spades had only seen Ling Chu in public challenges and didn't know this information. And when Ling Chu killed Wasabi, the few Invincible crew members who escaped only saw her riding a sailfish, never her ship. However, after counting the number of skeletons, Invincible Handsome breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there weren't many skeletons, only 14. In that instant, Ling Chu used the skill hunter's mark on Invincible and Handsome, then placed a bounty on him. Additional bounty, 5,386 seashells. That was all the money she had. Player Ling Chu has placed a bounty on you, adding 5,386 seashells. Invincible and Handsome frowned. What did this mean? Was she certain she could kill him, or had she already given up, preferring to use these seashells to offer a bounty on his head rather than let him get away with it? At this very moment, the public chat channel is buzzing with discussion. A dumb bird, coordinates 2876,782, 3894, I think I heard cannon fire. Give you a big bread, did you run into some native NPCs? There shouldn't be many players with cannons these days. A dumb bird, something's not right. I knew something was wrong. I saw the sails of the Invincible ship, they're fighting someone. Lulu loves gossip, who is it? Who are they fighting? A dumb bird, there's such a thick fog at sea, I can't see clearly. Little girl stomping mushrooms, if there's fog, I know who it is, this is going to be interesting, he. Lulu loves gossip, who is it? Don't play riddles, I'm itching to see more. The little girl stomping on mushrooms, the ghost ship appears amidst a fog, so do you all understand? Little bear biscuit, ghost ship. Lulu loves gossip, holy crap, so that means the number 1 and number 2 on the bounty list are fighting? Pillow on Green Mountains, interesting, too bad I'm too far away to join the fun. Lulu loves gossip, wah, I'm too far away too. I really want to watch. Dumb bird, give us a live update on the battle. Dumb bird, I've already posted the coordinates above. Come if you dare, but I don't dare go. I'm afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Loves shrimp chips, I'm nearby. I'll go check it out. Cheese mashed potatoes, bro, you dare go into a pirate fight? Aren't you afraid they'll take care of you too after they're done? 18-year-old innocent male student, exactly, if you don't have the strength, don't bother getting involved. You'll just become someone else's prey. Don't be fooled by their seemingly harmonious public chat where they call Ling Chu Big Boss. If they actually encountered Ling Chu at sea, they'd run faster than rabbits. Lulu loves gossip, the bounty on Invincible and Handsome suddenly increased by over 5,000. Was that done by Big Boss Ling Chu? 18-year-old innocent male student, is it because the ghost ship can't beat the Invincible ship, and they're trying to get help with a high bounty? But the Invincible ship has cannons, I doubt anyone would dare accept the bounty. Chapter 132 Chaotic Evil Words. Ling Chu was unaware of what was happening in the public chat. The battle between the ghost and the Invincible had already fully commenced. Seeing more and more players attempting to force their way onto the ghost using grappling hooks, Ling Chu's eyes narrowed slightly. The Wind Whisperer's oath longbow was instantly drawn taut, and 3 arrows, condensed from pure storm power, crackled and popped from the bowstring. The 3 arrows left the bowstring like 3 twisted blue lightning bolts, striking first. Ugh! The 3 players were pierced through the chest or shoulder almost simultaneously by the arrows. Violent arcs of electricity instantly coursed through their bodies, charring them black, and they screamed as they plummeted from mid-air into the icy sea. Invincible, seeing 3 of his subordinates sacrificed so quickly, immediately waved his hand and roared, "Release the arrows!" Was Ling Chu the only one who knew how to shoot arrows? At his command, a dozen archers crouched behind the deck railings, drew their bows, and a dense barrage of bolts rained down on the ghost's deck. Asterisk whoosh. A giant shield appears, asterisk. Huang Xiaoan immediately summoned a massive shield, protecting herself and Xiao Fengkenyu behind it. Ling Chu, however, vanished like a ghost before the rain of arrows could fall. You, come help hold the shield. Xiao Fengkenyu's strength was only 5 points, insufficient to lift the massive shield. Huang Xiaoan summoned 2 nearby skeletons to help hold the shield and protect Xiao Fengkenyu, while she herself slipped onto the deck. Huang Xiaoan's nimble figure darted across the deck, dodging the arrows. She no longer used the cumbersome crossbow, the distance was too close, and the crossbow was ineffective. She ducked behind the mast, her hands flying, and poisoned shurikens, like a swarm of deadly bees, precisely pierced the throats of archers on the opposing ship. However, under the cover of the arrow rain, more enemies boarded the ghost's deck. Whoosh hum! A deep, mournful horn sounded, officially commencing the battle symphony. Blessed by the horn, the skeleton minions' eye sockets burned with intense soul fire. Wielding their scimitars, they fearlessly charged towards the enemy forces who dared to trespass on their ship. The crisp sound of metal clashing against metal, the grating sound of bones grinding against armor, accompanied by occasional cries of pain and the sounds of fighting, echoed across the ghost's deck. Occasionally, the sound of shattering glass bottles would break the silence. Hidden behind a shield, Xiao Fengkenyu was silently smashing inconspicuous glass bottles into the densest areas of the enemy. The bottle shattered, and thick green smoke quickly filled the air. 2 players who had inhaled the fumes collapsed to the ground, eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth, like felled wheat. Bang, bang. With 2 crisp gunshots, Teach, holding a revolver, struck one enemy squarely in the back of the head. Blood bloomed like a rose, and the player slumped to the ground. Roundhead, also wielding a shotgun, charged like a warrior, each shot killing a player before they could even scream. During the fish swarm, the giant crab spiders that had stormed the deck were too small. Not only were they ineffective with guns, but they also wasted bullets. Now, facing humans, no weapon was more effective than firearms and bullets. Teach and Flathead were relentless with their bullets, aiming and firing indiscriminately on the deck, reaping kills. Invincible and Handsome's pupils constricted. They even had guns? These skeletons were smart enough to fire guns? Take down those 2 skeletons with guns first, and that apothecary hiding behind the shield. Invincible and Handsome shouted the order. Several players obeyed, swarming forward and using sheer numbers to overwhelm Flathead. Skeletons are naturally light, 2 adults could easily pin it to the ground. 1 player snatched the shotgun from Flathead, but none of them were professional killers, most had never even handled a gun before. The player grabbed the gun, fumbled around for a while, not even knowing how to pull the safety, before Huang Xiaoan, who had arrived to provide backup, slit his throat with a shuriken. Each skeleton minion could easily take on a player head-on, not to mention the area of effect poison gas grenades from Xiao Fengkenyu and the firepower support from the 2 guns. Invincible and Handsome frowned, watching the almost one-sided battle on the ghost ship's deck. This was very different from what he had expected. Shouldn't they be overwhelming the ghost ship with sheer numbers? How come it seemed the opposite was true? Invincible and Handsome's face was grim as he watched Huang Xiaoan slaughtering everyone with shurikens. He took out a pure black staff from his inventory, staring at Huang Xiaoan's figure, his lips moving as if chanting something. Hiss, my head. Huang Xiaoan, caught in the heat of battle, suddenly felt a sharp, needle-like pain in her head. She cried out softly, immediately clutching her head, almost unable to stand. At the same time, a player seized the opportunity to swing his knife at Huang Xiaoan. Huang Xiaoan rolled away, barely managing to dodge, but the sharp blade still managed to slash her arm, drawing blood. Flesh and skin tore open, and bright red blood dripped to the ground. The chaotic evil language, capable of inflicting a mental attack on a single player, was one of Invincible and Handsome's signature skills. Mental attacks often cause more pain than physical attacks. Huang Xiaoan felt no pain in her arm, instead, she felt as if her head was about to explode. A strange, unfamiliar voice chanted in her mind, as if thousands of worms were crawling inside, sucking away her brain matter. She collapsed to the ground, screaming in unbearable agony, until a holy, warm power enveloped her, like a spring of water washing away the evil from her mind. Xiao Fengkenyu, while drinking a magic potion, activated Healing Aura. The bleeding wound on Huang Xiaoan's arm visibly healed. The negative effects of the mental attack were completely removed. Huang Xiaoan, drenched in cold sweat and pale-faced, scrambled to her feet and gave the Invincible and Handsome main ship the middle finger. Damn it! Which old bastard only knows how to use dirty tricks? If you've got the guts, fight me head-on. Ling Chu also noticed the Invincible and Handsome's underhanded tactics towards Huang Xiaoan, and her anger flared even higher. The Ghost Dance's maximum teleportation distance was only 10 meters. She barely made it to the edge of the Invincible main ship, gripping the railing tightly, practically dangling outside the hull. At this moment, most of the Invincible's crew had gone to attack the Ghost, leaving only Invincible and Handsome with a few of his core subordinates on the main ship. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on the Ghost, she silently flipped over and sneaked onto the ship. Chapter 133 Capture the King First. After Ling Chu boarded the ship, the first person she encountered was the chef named Rainbow Candy. The chef, upon seeing her, looked as if he'd seen a ghost. However, before he could utter a single syllable, Ling Chu covered his mouth and simultaneously slit his throat with a dagger. Ling Chu hadn't gone far when she encountered the herbalist named Chu Shang. Using the same method, she silently dealt with him. As life and support professions, their attribute points were low, and their combat skills were practically non-existent. Ling Chu, however, currently possessed 11 points of strength, already surpassing the limits of humanity. It's no exaggeration to say that she could now shatter the skull of a strong, adult man with a single punch. You killed player Rainbow Candy. This player had 30 points of sin. You gained 30 points of justice and received a system bounty of 100 seashells. You triggered the bounty as never too much passive skill, gaining an additional 100 seashells. You killed player Chu Shang, who had 80 points of sin. You gained 80 points of justice and a system bounty of 210 seashells. You triggered the bounty as never too much passive skill, gaining an additional 210 seashells. Your servant killed player Ling Dian, who had 10 points of sin. You gained 10 points of justice and a system bounty of 20 seashells. You triggered the bounty as never too much passive skill, gaining an additional 20 seashells. Your crew member Xiao Feng Can You killed player Jun Mo Xiao. As the captain, you gained 10 points of justice. The system kept popping up kill notifications, but Ling Chu didn't have time to check them all. She raised her eyes. Now, besides herself, there were only 2 people left on the ship. Invincible and Handsome stood at the bow of the ship, with Wang Diyu behind him, dressed in a suit and leather shoes that seemed quite out of place in the survival game, probably his outfit from when he transmigrated. A belt cinched his protruding waist, suggesting he had little fighting ability. On the Invincible ship, he seemed to be playing the role of strategist. Ling Chu glanced at his stats again. Sure enough, he was useless. Invincible and Handsome frowned, watching Huang Xiaoan, who was now energetic again in a few seconds. That pharmacist even had purification and healing skills? Could it be that these people were all in special professions? Just as he was about to launch another verbal attack, he suddenly realized he had overlooked something important. Where was Ling Chu? Realizing that Ling Chu had disappeared at some point, Invincible and Handsome felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, the system notification briefly distracted him again. Player Xing Ruman has accepted your bounty. The other party has obtained your specific coordinates. Invincible and Handsome was taken aback, then tensed up. He remembered Xing Ruman was ranked second in justice points, a dual-class player of Wandering Swordsman and Pirate Hunter. Why was he joining in this mess? Until Wang Diyu's corpse fell to the ground with a thud, Invincible and Handsome froze, turning his head to see Ling Chu pulling the blood-stained dagger from Wang Diyu's body. Ling Chu. Invincible and Handsome's sinister gaze fell on her, his tone certain. You didn't eat that dish. Eating that extra-strength Kung Pao chicken would drastically weaken his attributes, but Ling Chu's effortless killing of 3 of his men hardly suggested poisoning. I didn't expect you to have so many skeleton henchmen. My carelessness was understandable, but you don't think you can kill me with just that, do you? Invincible and Handsome Ling Chu faced him, only 7 or 8 meters apart, but his expression showed no fear, clearly indicating he had a backup plan. Ling Chu stood up, raising an eyebrow. What else? A vein throbbed on Woody Yu Jinlin's forehead. He pulled out a small knife, seemingly used for rituals, from his bag. He had no intention of attacking Ling Chu. Instead, he slashed his other wrist, the one holding the staff. Woody Yu Jinlin narrowed his eyes, his mouth opening and closing, uttering another string of strange syllables. The blood flowing from his wrist didn't drip to the ground. Instead, it floated in the air against gravity, gradually dissipating into nothingness as he uttered the syllables. Ling Chu reached up and picked at her ear. What are you babbling about? The Invincible and Handsome man, having finished chanting the incantation, stared wide-eyed at the unresponsive Ling Chu, his face filled with utter disbelief. How could this be? Why is she not reacting at all? Did his curse fail? Unbeknownst to him, it was the title Ling Chu wore that had taken effect. Island Purifier. You carry a pure natural aura that subtly repels impurities. Wearing this title grants a 20% chance of immunity to negative status effects such as toxins, curses, and diseases. While a 20% probability isn't high, with Ling Chu's exceptional luck, the chances are far greater than 20%. Upon seeing the Invincible and Handsome title on the character's stats, Ling Chu realized it would be a counter to his abilities, so she didn't use her usual favorite title, Desperado. Finished your last words? Then I'll send you on your way. Ling Chu activated the Wind Chaser ability of her Boots of Swiftness, becoming like a gust of wind carrying a chilling killing intent, charging unstoppable towards Invincible and Handsome. To catch the thief, first catch the king. kill Invincible and Handsome, and the rest will be a rabble. Seeing Ling Chu charging towards him, Invincible and Handsome was much faster than he expected. His composure was replaced by fear. In a panic, he frantically pulled a small, jet-black box from his pocket. On the back of the box, a scarlet button stood out starkly. His thumb was about to press it down with all his might. Ling Chu guessed that his confident trump card was this box, and she couldn't let him use it. In a flash, her mind clicked, and the dagger in her hand instantly extended and transformed into a long, sharp ice crystal sword. Swish! The cold light flashed like lightning, gone in an instant. Only a muffled, teeth-grinding sound of a blade slicing through flesh rang out. The Invincible and Handsome man's movement towards the button froze abruptly. The ice crystal sword's inherent extreme freezing effect sealed the wound the moment it severed it. No blood gushed out, and there was barely any pain. The Invincible and Handsome man only felt a chill on his left wrist, followed by an empty, completely disconnected feeling of emptiness. He instinctively looked down and saw a severed hand, clutching a black box, fall from his grasp with a soft thud to his feet. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. He stared blankly at the severed hand on the ground, then at his own bare wrist, covered with a thin layer of frost. Ah! A belated scream echoed across the deck. Chapter 134, Star River enters the dream. Amidst screams, Ling Chu, expressionless, bent down and pried the small, black box from the stiff, severed hand. The box's attributes then appeared before her eyes. The Time Thief's music box. Quality, legendary. Can record 5 audio clips. The audio will play after pressing a button. Press the button a certain number of times to play the desired audio clip. The audio will not affect the user. Each use requires placing a magic stone in the clasp. It can only be used again after a 24-hour interval. Recorded audio, echo of pause time, chaotic evil words. Echo of pause time. After playback, time within the audio's range is paused for 3 seconds, during which the user can move freely. Chaotic evil words. A chaotic evil word that inflicts a mental attack on targets within the audio's range. Ling Chu was shocked after reading the item's attributes. This unassuming little box could actually pause time for 3 seconds. 3 seconds may not seem like much, but in this face-to-face combat, 3 seconds is enough to turn the tide. If Invincible and Handsome were to press the button, he could do whatever he wanted within those 3 seconds. The music box contained 2 audio tracks. It was unclear whether the one that paused time was originally there, but the second audio track was clearly recorded by Invincible and Handsome himself. His chaotic evil word skill, originally a single target attack, became an area of effect attack after being recorded and played through this music box. Ling Chu thought to himself, this guy really knows how to make the most of things. No wonder he's so confident. Even a player with no strength could take on 10 opponents with this music box. This thing can completely turn the tide in group battles. Invincible and Handsome had previously used the Blood Curse skill, losing 10% of his health. Now, with Ling Chu having his hand severed, his health bar was down to half. Ling Chu, naturally, wouldn't give him any further chance to turn the tables. She stuffed the music box into her bone ring, raised her sword again, and charged forward, this time aiming for the Invincible and Handsome man's throat. Clang! However, the expected scene of blood splattering everywhere didn't occur. Her attack was blocked by a longsword gleaming with cold light. The icy longsword in her hand vibrated, emitting a metallic hum, and the recoil from the blade made her wrist slightly numb. Ling Chu looked at the man who had suddenly appeared before her, her brows furrowing slightly. She hadn't even noticed when he had approached. He seemed to have vanished from the mist. The man before her had strong features, a stubble of unruly hair, and looked to be only in his early 20s, but his eyes were like weathered stones, possessing a sense of vicissitude. Through the swirling mist, Ling Chu also saw a ship not far behind him. It was still a third-tier ship, its deck bare and almost devoid of decoration. Several planks on the hull were cracked, and the sail had a large hole in it. It looked like its durability had probably hit rock bottom. This ship, like its crew, exuded an aura of destitution and poverty. Player ID, Star River in a Dream. Occupation, Wandering Swordsman, Tier 2, / Pirate Hunter, Tier 2. Affiliated Fleet, none. Justice rating, 120. Sin rating, 0. Bounty, 0. Constitution, 10. Strength, 10. Agility, 9. Intelligence, 7. Skills, Sword Control, Unbound Sword Technique, Windwalk, Morale Strike. I'll take this bounty. Sword Control, you can control your sword to launch ranged attacks, consuming 2 mana points per second. Unbound Sword Technique, unrestrained, ever-changing, and spontaneously created sword techniques. Windwalk, you can dash forward in any direction for a distance of no more than 3 meters, consuming 5 mana points. Morale Strike greatly reduces the morale of a designated target, decreasing their attack power and attack speed by 10% for 5 minutes, consuming 10 mana points. I'll take this bounty. You can accept bounties daily from the Sin Value ranking, obtaining the target's coordinates. Success grants rewards and career advancement experience, failure deducts justice value. Is this person Xing Rumen? Ling Chu remembers Xing Rumen is second on the justice value ranking, likely the pirate hunter with the highest justice value in the entire server. Did he appear at this time to rescue the invincible and handsome man? When did he get involved with the invincible ship? Wait, Ling Chu remembered this guy was a lone wolf. Wang Duyu had tried to recruit him in the public chat before, but he hadn't joined Invincible. Moreover, his stats panel showed he was not affiliated with any fleet. Star River Dream, what are you doing here? Ling Chu sheathed his ice crystal longsword and said irritably. Star River Dream wasn't surprised that Ling Chu knew his name. He had encountered players who recognized his ID using detection equipment before. He said calmly, I accepted Invincible Handsome's bounty. I'm here to kill him. You're too late. I set the bounty on him, and his kill is mine, Ling Chu said. Star River Dream was stunned. He had only seen someone in the public chat mention that Ghost and Invincible were fighting, and their coordinates happened to be close to his. He hadn't originally intended to join the fun, but suddenly noticed that Invincible Handsome's bounty had skyrocketed. The bounty for Invincible and Handsome was originally only 580 seashells, and with dozens of subordinates, accepting a bounty for such a small amount was hardly worthwhile. But with over 5,000 seashells, the risk was absolutely worthwhile. He had initially thought the bounty was as mentioned in the public chat that Ling Chu couldn't defeat Invincible and was offering a reward for help. However, the situation was completely different. Invincible and Handsome had lost a hand and seemed utterly incapable of fighting, while Ling Chu was unharmed. Xing Rumen was somewhat troubled, but having come all this way, she couldn't let it all go to waste. Thinking of her own financial straits, to the point where she could barely afford sword oil, Xing Rumen turned to look at Invincible and Handsome. He's not dead yet, is he? Whoever gets it, gets it. Ling Chu choked. She had placed the bounty on Invincible and Handsome to try and exploit a bug, using her triple bounty skill to double her own bounty. She had been offered a bounty twice before by pirate hunters, and it took them at least several hours to reach her location. Ling Chu was confident her battle with the Invincible and Handsome pirate wouldn't last long, and most pirate hunters wouldn't dare accept the bounty on the Invincible without some skill. However, she hadn't expected Xing Rumen to be nearby, yet also drawn by the high bounty. Fine, then let's see if you have the ability. A flash of malice crossed Ling Chu's eyes. She had staked everything on the Invincible and Handsome pirate. For him to come and steal her bounty now was tantamount to taking her life. The Invincible and Handsome pirate beside her turned pale and then flushed. Was he some kind of shameless little boy? How dare he discuss who would get his head right in front of him? Couldn't he show some respect? Chapter 135 The Echo of Suspended Time. The ice crystal longsword in Ling Chu's hand transformed back into a dagger. Ling Chu wasn't used to longswords, daggers were much more comfortable. Holding two daggers, she made no attempt to conceal the killing intent in her eyes as she lunged forward. In the light mist, Ling Chu, hooded, resembled a ghostly figure seeking death. The riding the wind effect on her hadn't worn off, making her speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Xing Rumen's gaze sharpened, and he held his longsword horizontally in front of him. Ling Chu's figure blurred before his eyes, leaving two afterimages in the air. In the next instant, she had already slashed into his center like a ghost, her left dagger aimed straight for his heart, while her right dagger silently sliced towards his throat. Her movements were ruthless and decisive, without a single wasted moment. Clang! Clang! Xing Rumen's wrist twisted rapidly, her longsword dancing in a blur of blue light before her, precisely parrying the twin daggers, sparks flying. Simultaneously, her longsword, like a serpent emerging from its hole, aimed straight for Ling Chu's brow, but she dodged it with an incredible backward lean, her dagger slashing upwards to slice at his sword-wielding wrist. Xing Rumen was forced to retreat and defend, his longsword pressing down to block this insidious attack. However, Ling Chu gave him no chance to breathe. Using her speed advantage, she attacked him from various tricky angles: ribs, knees, back of the neck. Xing Rumen had no choice but to temporarily switch from offense to defense, the clanging sounds of their weapons clashing like raindrops on banana leaves filling the air. He seemed to be on the defensive, each parry precise and dangerous. When faced with an attack he couldn't parry in time, he would glide to the side like the wind, still managing to deflect Ling Chu's attack. This is one of his skills, Windwalk. The maximum dash distance of this skill is very short, only 3 meters, but its advantage lies in the absence of a cooldown. Xing Rumen's gaze darkened slightly as she looked at Ling Chu. Of all the pirates he had killed, she was the first to give him such a sense of pressure. Is this the strength of the number one on the leaderboard? Ling Chu also dared not underestimate her opponent, going all out from the start. She wanted to take advantage of the Windwalk effect while it was still active and finish her off as quickly as possible. Her agility was higher than Xing Rumen's, but combat wasn't solely about speed. Xing Rumen's swordplay was steady and seasoned, not just for show. She was certain that this person was a master swordsman before entering the game. Moreover, besides herself, Xing Rumen had the highest stats she had ever seen. Constitution and strength were both at the maximum of 10, and agility was as high as 9. Even though his initial attribute points were high, he must have consumed a lot of mystic fruits to achieve such stats. The first 3 skills he possessed were likely those of a wandering swordsman, while morale strike and I'll take the bounty were skills of a second-tier pirate hunter. Ling Chu remembered that a second-tier pirate had a skill called Inspire Morale, which could temporarily increase strength by 2 points and constitution by 1 point. This morale strike, however, weakened the opponent's attack power and attack speed for a short period, a skill practically a natural counter to pirates. Just as she was thinking this, Ling Chu suddenly noticed that her attack speed had slowed down, becoming somewhat sluggish. Star River Dream had used the morale strike skill on her. Ling Chu's strength and physique were similar to Xing Rumen's, though her agility was 3 points higher. However, Xing Rumen compensated for this weakness with Windwalking Step and further weakened her attack speed with morale strike. Ling Chu's brow furrowed slightly. This was troublesome. At this moment, chaos reigned on the deck. The players, engrossed in fighting the skeleton minions, were completely unaware that their captain had lost a hand and was now at their mercy. They continued their fierce battle. The incessant fighting finally alerted Moyuan, who was engrossed in the divination room. She emerged from her cabin, saw the chaotic battle on the deck, and then noticed the sails of the invincible ship bearing its flag. She guessed what had happened. Hands on her hips, she pointed angrily at the invincible ship's main ship and cursed. Invincible and handsome, ganging up on the few and launching a sneak attack, you're truly shameless. You might as well change your ID to unscrupulous and petty. At this moment, Invincible and Handsome had completely lost his initial arrogance. Having lost a hand, he could no longer use his blood curse skill. However, seeing Xing Rumen intervene at the crucial moment, actually fighting with Ling Chu, a glimmer of hope appeared on Invincible and Handsome's previously despairing face. He turned to look at the sea below. While they were fighting and not paying attention to him, jumping into the sea might offer a sliver of hope. He still had some basic resources in his bag. Once he swam to safety, he could rebuild a raft. Ling Chu, seeing Xing Rumen like an unshakable eel, with neither side able to defeat the other in the short term, grew increasingly impatient. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the invincible and handsome man already vaulting over the railing. She couldn't let him get away. Ling Chu gritted her teeth, took 2 steps back, creating distance between herself and Xing Rumen, and simultaneously retrieved the music box from her ring space. Seeing her retreat, Xing Rumen assumed she was changing tactics after failing in close combat, but instead, a small, dark box appeared in Ling Chu's hand. Without hesitation, Ling Chu pressed the button on the back of the music box. This thing consumed 1 low-level magic stone each time, quite expensive, but there was no need to be stingy now. It was a good opportunity to test the music box's effects. A haunting melody, incongruous with its surroundings, flowed from the box, inappropriately echoing on the blood-soaked deck. The tone was clear and pure, like the gentle plucking of a harp, silently reverberating from the music box's center. An indescribable sense of stagnation instantly enveloped the space within a radius of several dozen meters. Time itself seemed to be frozen in place. The waves, which had been rhythmically lapping against the ship, were eerily frozen mid-air. The splashing, glistening droplets seemed strung on invisible threads, suspended in mid-air. The invincible, handsome man, half exposed by the ship's railing, froze in his leaping posture, his face displaying a perfect mixture of terror and despair. Not far away, Moyuan stood with his hands on his hips, pointing in the direction of the invincible, his mouth agape, the angry curse he was about to utter completely silenced. The sword of one of the invincible's henchmen, raised high, remained frozen at its highest point. Further away, a bullet fired by Teach hovered less than an inch before a player's horrified, wide-open eyes. The faint air currents created by the spinning bullet were clearly visible. This defying natural stillness lasted only 3 seconds. Ling Chu dared not waste a second. She sheathed her dagger, picked up the Wind Whisperer's oath, and without hesitation, drew her bow to the direction of Invincible and Handsome. An arrow formed from a storm pierced straight through his heart, emitting a burnt smell. Hearing the system's notification of a successful kill, Ling Chu confirmed that Invincible and Handsome was dead. She immediately drew her bow again, lightning crackling at her fingertips. This time, the storm arrow was aimed directly at Xing Rumen's cheek. Chapter 136, being poor with a righteous demeanor. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The sluggish sound returned to his ears, and the surrounding scene, like a still oil painting, instantly regained its vitality and color. Upon seeing the lightning bolt hurtling towards his face, Xing Rumen, horrified, reacted almost instinctively, raising his longsword to block it. The lightning struck him hard, dissipating along his sword. Blinding arcs of electricity leaped and rippled, causing a sharp, numbing pain in his hands, as if struck by real lightning, leaving them temporarily numb. Xing Rumen's expression changed slightly. What just happened? Wasn't her weapon a dagger? When did it switch to a bow and arrow? And he hadn't seen Ling Chu draw the bow and shoot an arrow at all. Splash! Hearing the sound of someone falling into the water behind him, Xing Rumen turned around and saw the invincible and handsome corpse floating on the sea, blood gushing out. Your bounty target is dead. Your mission has failed. Justice points -10. Xing Rumen finally realized what was happening, his expression grave. Ling Chu couldn't possibly kill instantly. If she truly possessed such a broken ability, she wouldn't have wasted so much time with him earlier. It must be the effect of the black box in her hand, causing him at least a 3-second memory gap. Was his memory altered, or was time itself altered? If it was the latter, a bead of cold sweat instantly dripped down Xing Rumen's back. If Ling Chu hadn't chosen to kill Invincible and Handsome first, but instead chose to kill him first, he probably wouldn't be able to stand and speak right now. I surrender. Not knowing how many more times the little box in her hand could be used, Xing Rumen decisively sheathed his sword. Ling Chu's expression was unfriendly as she coldly said, "You almost ruined my plans. You don't think you can get away with just admitting defeat, do you? Then, what do you want?" Xing Rumen paused, then asked. Ling Chu's bounty was 620 seashells. Previously, Wasabi, Wang Duyu, and Invincible Handsome had added seeds and pearls to her bounty, but now that they were all dead, the additional bounties were gone. After this exchange, Xing Rumen felt that Ling Chu was very strong, and fighting her would be a disadvantage. After fighting her, her 620 seashells wouldn't even be enough to repair her sword. Xing Rumen's target this time was Invincible Handsome. She didn't want to fight Ling Chu. Besides, he had failed his mission and wouldn't be able to accept another bounty until tomorrow. Of course, it's robbery. Money or your life? If you want your life, hand over all your valuables. Ling Chu tapped her ice crystal dagger against her palm, her robbery line becoming increasingly fluent. A pirate hunter delivered right to your doorstep, wouldn't you squeeze him for a hefty sum? Xing Rumen was silent for a moment, then bluntly said, I have no money. He had originally hoped to make a fortune by killing the Invincible and Handsome man, but the mission failed, leaving him even more penniless. I really have no money. As if afraid Ling Chu wouldn't believe him, Xing Rumen shared the virtual panel of his ship's warehouse with Ling Chu. It contained 23 pieces of wood, 15 pieces of cloth, 3 pieces of glass, 1 iron ore, 2 sea fish, and half a loaf of bread. That was all he had. Why don't you just keep fighting? I really don't have any money. Star River enters the dream, Xing Rumen said. Ling Chu was quite incredulous, her eyes widening as she repeatedly checked the seashell balance in the upper right corner, which showed a large 0. She had initially thought his dilapidated boat was due to his lack of concern for appearances, but it seemed he genuinely couldn't afford repairs. This meager amount of supplies wouldn't even be accepted by a beggar. He couldn't even afford a ship repair kit. He was ranked second on the justice points list. How did he end up like this? Wait, what happened to the bounties you earned from the bounties you took? I used all the seashells to buy sword oil to maintain my sword. Maintaining a sword is expensive, and repairing it is even more costly. Xing Rumen answered truthfully. And what about your meals? I fish and eat as I go. I don't have a food storage box, so fishing too much would be a waste. Ling Chu was speechless. How could this guy be so brazenly poor? And he seemed a bit dim-witted. Her gaze then fell on the sword hanging at his waist. His sword looks worth some money? Xing Rumen noticed her gaze and his expression hardened. This sword is my life. You can take the supplies on my ship if you want, but not this sword. Besides, this sword is bound to my professional legacy. You can't use it even if you take it. Ling Chu scanned the sword's attributes with her one-eyed eye patch, and it was indeed true. Long sword, lone shadow. Quality, legendary. Comes with the special professional legacy of wandering swordsman, now bound to its master, and cannot be bought, sold, or lent to others. The blade is forged from rare meteorite iron, incomparably sharp, capable of cutting a hair in two. However, meteorite iron is brittle and requires regular cleaning and maintenance, otherwise, small cracks may appear on the blade, and its attack power will be reduced. The sword's attributes are somewhat similar to her bone ring. Her ring cannot be removed without death, while this sword has already bound itself to its master. Forget it, get lost. Ling Chu waved her hand impatiently. If Xing Rumen were a pirate, he'd have crime points and a bounty. Ling Chu could kill him and get some money. But he was just a penniless pirate hunter. Killing him would bring Ling Chu no benefit whatsoever. She wasn't some real serial killer. What would she do with his life? Besides, he wasn't so easy to kill. A life or death battle with him might result in injury. Ling Chu didn't forget to warn him, but next time you'll be taking my bounty, you'll have to pay with your life. With that, Ling Chu ignored him and glided back to the deck of her ghost ship using the grappling hook. At this moment, a few weaklings remained on the deck, fighting the skeletons. After Ling Chu appeared, she used storm arrows to speed up the clearing. With each arrow fired, a player screamed and fell to the ground. The remaining 10 or so players were quickly wiped out. Seeing this, Xing Rumen swiftly returned to his dilapidated ship. He was now a fairly experienced pirate hunter, and without Ling Chu's warning, he knew which bounties to accept and which to refuse. Anyone who accepted Ling Chu's bounties was definitely biting off more than they could chew, they might even break their teeth. Furthermore, he rarely accepted high-ranking pirate bounties. If the top 10 on the Sin leaderboard were this easy to kill, the leaderboard would be constantly changing. Xing Rumen raised its tattered sails and consciously sailed away from the area. As the last player of the invincible account coughed up blood and collapsed, a sudden silence fell, and even the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. Chapter 137 Inventorying the Spoils of War. Ling Chu, are you alright? Who was that person just now? Xiao Feng, can you emerged from the ever-expanding shield? She had just seen a swordsman suddenly appear and engage Ling Chu in combat. The swordsman seemed quite skilled, fighting Ling Chu evenly. She was anxious, wanting it to end quickly so she could help Ling Chu, but before long, they were finished. I'm fine, Ling Chu said. That person was Xing He Ru Meng. He accepted the bounty for Wudiyu Jun Lang, but he's already gone. She looked at Huang Xiaowen and Mo1 who came to greet her and asked Huang Xiaowen, is your arm alright? I'm fine too. Xiao Yu's healing effect is amazing. Look, there's not even a scar. Huang Xiaowen rolled up her sleeve, showing Ling Chu her injured arm. The wheat-colored skin was smooth, and indeed, there was no visible scar. Hey, did you guys see how Invincible and Handsome died? 1 second I saw him clinging to the railing, and the next he had a bloody hole in his body and was falling into the sea, like a frame cut in a movie. Moyuwen rubbed her eyes, a little scared. Could I be possessed by some evil spirit? Ever since escaping that level 4 island, she'd been plagued by paranoia. That's an effect from an item we took from Invincible and Handsome. It can pause time for 3 seconds, Ling Chu said, suppressing a laugh. The music box also contained a recording of Invincible and Handsome's own chaotic, evil words. She wondered how effective it was. She'd try it out later. At this moment, the deck was littered with corpses, and the surrounding sea was empty of ships. The skeleton minions, used to their work, began the cleanup, dragging the corpses to the ghost thorns, feeding the plants, and then mopping the blood-stained floor with a mop and bucket. Since its emergence, the ghost thorns had been feeding on various kinds of stale fish and wolf meat, its leaves somewhat wilted. Now, finally having a good blood-drinking feast, its vines and leaves swayed merrily. A large number of translucent soul orbs floated in mid-air, and Ling Chu collected them all immediately. She counted them, there were 36 in total. The invincible ship had 50 people in total. Those killed by Xiaofeng Kenyu and Wang Xiaoan didn't drop soul orbs, meaning she and her skeleton minions had killed 36 in total. Ling Chu felt no pleasure while killing, more accurately, she didn't like the sticky feeling of blood on her face and hands. But picking up these soul orbs felt incredibly satisfying. After collecting the soul orbs, she glanced at the system notifications from when she killed Invincible and Handsome. You killed player Invincible and Handsome. This player has 110 sin points. You gain 110 justice points, a system bounty of 580 seashells, and a player bounty of 5,380 seashells, 10 boxes of macaroni, 50 caddies of rice, 100 caddies of oats, and 30 braised eggs. You triggered the bounty is never too much passive skill, gaining 580 seashells. You triggered the Mark Erasure passive skill, gaining 1,160 seashells and 110 justice points. She first triggered the double bounty effect, the more the better, then the double bounty effect, Mark Erasure, effectively gaining 4 times the bounty and double her justice points. However, the doubling only applied to the system-issued bounty, her additional bounties didn't double. Ling Chu wasn't surprised. Otherwise, the skill would be a money printing machine, any pirate could exploit this bug to earn 4 times the money. The system shouldn't allow such a large loophole. Besides her bounties, there were other supplies. It seems Invincible and Handsome has offended quite a few people, some players even put rice on his head. Now, all of it belonged to Ling Chu. Ling Chu then thought of another question and quickly asked the system, what happened to the islands under Invincible and Handsome's name after he died? This time, the system replied quite quickly, after a player dies, the islands will become unclaimed islands again, and the guardian monsters on the islands will respawn. I see. Looks like I'll have to prioritize using island rating cards from now on. Otherwise, if killing a player would grant me their islands, then the island rating cards would be pointless. Ling Chu felt a pang of regret. It seemed like a loss, as she hadn't managed to get an island from Invincible and Handsome. However, when she opened the cargo hold of the Invincible and Handsome ship, her mood instantly brightened, like the clouds parting to reveal the sun. As expected of the Invincible and Handsome ship, ranking second on the wealth list, it truly possessed a considerable amount of valuable items. First, there were food resources, over 500 jin of goat meat, over 200 jin of venison, over 100 jin of pheasant meat, over 300 jin of seafood, fish and shrimp, 100 jin of fruits and vegetables, and over 200 canned goods. The resource-related supplies included over 500 flawless white pearls, over 500 dull pearls, 1,000 caddies of rapeseed, and some basic resources such as wood, cloth, and glass, totaling over 500 portions. Iron ore was scarce, only about 30 pieces. Ling Chu was astonished to see Woody and Junlin possessing so many pearls and rapeseed. She strongly suspected he must own an island that produced pearls and another that produced rapeseed, otherwise, where would he have obtained so many resources? Rapeseed cannot be eaten, but it can be pressed for oil, which is a valuable resource. Moreover, rapeseed has a high oil yield. 1,000 caddies of rapeseed can yield at least 400 caddies of oil. Converted to a typical 10-liter bottle of rapeseed oil, that's equivalent to 20 bottles of oil. The four of them could eat for a long time. These flawless white pearls were also quite valuable. They could be made into necklaces that increased charm, and many players were looking to buy them at the trading post. Ling Chu hadn't yet discovered any particularly significant use for charm. She guessed it might be easier to gain favor with the natives of this world. These 500-plus pearls were worth at least 5,000 seashells. Next was the ship's equipment. The flooded cannon on the invincible ship naturally had to be removed and installed on their own vessel. Although the cannon's attributes were mediocre and it had a chance of misfiring, it was still a cannon, more powerful than a ballista. Unfortunately, this cannon wasn't made by Invincible and Handsome using blueprints. It couldn't be broken down into blueprints, only materials. Therefore, the entire cannon had to be dismantled and moved. There were still over 30 cannonballs left, enough to last for a while. The other players had some odds and ends of food and materials in their inventory, but nothing of value. They'd probably given the good stuff to Invincible and Handsome. In addition, they'd acquired quite a few weapons this time: longswords, daggers, axes, and over a dozen crossbows, but all were of common quality, with only a few exceptions of excellent quality. Ling Chu stored them all in the ship's warehouse. As for the remaining ships, Ling Chu dismantled them all. Chapter 138 Career Upgrade. After dismantling all 22 Tier 3 ships, Ling Chu's inventory instantly increased by 5,500 pieces of wood, 5,500 pieces of lumber, 550 pieces of iron ore, 550 pieces of animal bones, and 110 pieces of glass. The Tier 4 ship, Invincible and Handsome, also yielded 400 pieces of wood, 400 pieces of cloth, 100 pieces of iron ore, and 5 pieces of copper ore after dismantling. After building the alchemy and divination rooms, Ling Chu was running low on wood and cloth. This operation replenished her reserves. Looking at her overflowing inventory of basic resources, Ling Chu felt a surge of satisfaction. That Invincible and Handsome ship was like a flea constantly bothering her. Finally, she had gotten rid of it completely. This annihilation of the Invincible ship also caused Ling Chu's justice points to skyrocket from 150 to 1,450. Her bounty hunter skill has advanced directly to Tier 3. Reaching Tier 4 requires 2,000 justice points, and the progress bar is more than halfway complete. Upon reaching Tier 3, her skills Hunter's Mark and Tracking have changed. Hunter's Mark, Advanced, consumes 10 mana points to mark an enemy whose ID you know. You can continuously see their location. If the enemy's health is below 20%, a critical hit is guaranteed. The mark has no time limit. Only one enemy can be marked at a time. Tracking, Advanced, you can track those you've marked. No matter how far away they are, you can accurately locate them, unaffected by disguise, invisibility, or other skills. Previously, Hunter's Mark could only mark people she saw face to face, and its duration was only 24 hours. Now, you only need to know their ID to use the mark, and there's no time limit. The original tracking skill could only track the nearest bounty hunter, a random and limited effect that Ling Chu rarely used. Now, this skill was bound to the Hunter's Mark. These two skills, working together, could achieve a synergistic effect greater than the sum of their parts. As far as she knew, ordinary pirate hunters' tracking skills provided the target's real-time coordinates, updated hourly. This was far less effective than her current Advanced Hunter's Mark and tracking skills. In addition, she gained a new passive skill. Bounty Perception. You can sense the location of high-value treasure chests within 50 meters. This skill truly caught Ling Chu's eye. Being able to sense treasure chests, that's what a bounty hunter is all about. Although 50 meters isn't a long distance, this skill is always active. From now on, when participating in public challenges or sailing past underwater wild treasure chests, she'll never have to worry about missing them again. Just as Ling Chu was checking the skill panel, the players in the public chat were shocked to discover that not only had Invincible and Handsome been removed from the rankings, but the entire Invincible fleet had vanished. Public channel. By Molly, Invincible and Handsome is dead? I saw my bounty of 50 kilograms of rice was claimed. Bullet and Sumao Junan Xiao, it's true. My bounty of braised eggs was claimed too. Little Bear Biscuit, I have a friend who's an Invincible player, and his avatar just went black too. Lulu loves gossip, could it be? At Ling Chu, did you really wipe out the entire Invincible gang? Lulu loves gossip, at a silly bird, weren't you nearby? Why aren't you saying anything? What happened on the scene? A silly bird was currently 300 meters away at sea, watching the mist slowly dissipate. All the ship shadows on the sea had vanished, not even a single plank remained, leaving only a level 4 ship with a ghostly skull hanging on it, standing alone on the sea. A silly bird put down its binoculars and sent Ling Chu a private message. "Boss, did you really wipe out the invincible gang completely?" Ling Chu had added the silly bird as a friend after buying cotton from him yesterday. Seeing the private message, he raised an eyebrow slightly. How did he know? "Yeah, he brought it on himself," Ling Chu replied. A silly bird looked at the message, its hands inexplicably trembling. The big boss was so easygoing and approachable when negotiating business with him, completely unlike this ruthless and decisive person. Ling Chu looked around and noticed a ship anchored about 300 meters away. She picked up her monocular telescope and examined it. Although it was a third-class ship, it was far more luxurious than the ships from Star River Dream. The ship was painted with ship paint, and the deck had tables and chairs for shade, with several potted plants nearby. Smoke curled from the chimney, suggesting a comfortable life. The sail was marked with a red 5-pointed star, indicating it wasn't a pirate ship. There was no one on deck, they were probably hiding in the cabin. Ling Chu guessed that the owner of this ship was probably the dumb bird. He kept a considerable distance from her, clearly wary. "Set sail, return the way we came," Ling Chu said to her skeleton minions. A dazed bird hid in the cabin, only daring to peek through binoculars against the glass, terrified. He had only done 2 transactions with Ling Chu, they weren't even acquainted. He was alone, and while his wealth ranking was high, his combat ability was only at the level of an average player. His resources were entirely due to his exceptionally high luck. In the eyes of pirates, someone like him was an absolute easy target. The dazed bird trembled as he watched the corpses floating in the sea. Would she casually kill him too? Until he saw the ghost ship start its steam engine, slowly turn around, and head towards the whirlpool. The dazed bird breathed a slight sigh of relief, but remained vigilant. Until, through the binoculars, he saw Ling Chu turn back and wave in his direction, and the ghost ship was immediately enveloped in white light, teleporting directly out of the area. The dazed bird scratched his cheek. He seemed overly cautious. Ling Chu didn't seem to intend to harm him. Public chat channel. A dumb bird, the invincible fleet is completely wiped out. Lulu loves gossip, so it really was 4 people wiping out a fleet of 50. On the water's edge, I only missed half an hour of public chat. What did I miss? Give you a big bread. The second-ranked pirate on the leaderboard was wiped out just like that? The invincible fleet had a full 50 people, just vanished without a trace. The big bread voiced the sentiments of many players. The sin value ranking is now also known as the pirate ranking by players, because those who make it are almost exclusively pirates. They originally thought this battle between the top 2 on the rankings would last a full day and night, but it ended in just half an hour? Immediately, players checked the fleet rankings, and Ling Chu's crew still showed only 4 members. Not a single one died, yet the invincible ship, with a total of 50 members, was wiped out. This is too outrageous. How could the strength of the top 2 on the rankings be so vast? Chapter 139 Dividing the Spoils. Public channel. By Molly, thank you at Ling Chu, Invincible and Handsome led a group that hijacked my ship before. I only survived by using a precious consumable item. Thank you for avenging me. Bullet and Sumao Junan Xiao, thank you at Ling Chu +1. I was lured into joining the Invincible Ship Guild by their advertising slogan, but after joining, I found it wasn't like their ads at all. Any good items you get have to be given to the captain as tribute. If you keep them for yourself, you'll be kicked out of the guild if you're reported. After I found out about this, I voluntarily left the guild, but they still wouldn't let it go, threatening to rob me again if they see me. Thank you for ridding the people of this scourge. Players who had previously placed a bounty on Invincible and Handsome came out to thank Ling Chu, but some discordant voices were also mixed in. 800 soldier runs north slope, this is hilarious. These pirates are fighting like dogs. What's there to be grateful for? Aren't they all pirates? They just haven't robbed you yet. Love sweet potatoes, yeah, Ling Chu's wealth is way greater than Invincible and Handsome's. Isn't that from robbing ordinary players? A dumb bird, don't have such stereotypes about pirates. I was nearby just now, and Ling Chu didn't mean to rob me. 800 soldier runs north slope, she probably didn't see you, or maybe she didn't care about your supplies. Cola without ice? Don't care about a dumb bird's supplies? Why don't you check the wealth rankings? Where does a dumb bird rank? The ghost ship returned to its original position from the teleportation vortex. They continued sailing towards the coordinates of the level 4 island provided by Inkfish Ball, following their original course. Ling Chu saw the public chat channel flashing constantly, indicating that many people were tagging her, so she opened it to take a look. Having killed so many invincible players, she naturally expected to face a barrage of criticism in the public chat. However, she hadn't anticipated that a silly bird would speak up for her. Ling Chu knew the silly bird was incredibly lucky and likely carried many valuable items, including a cotton island, but she genuinely had no intention of robbing it. She currently had enough resources for food and drink, and the cotton she had traded was sufficient for her needs in the extreme cold disaster. There was no need to rob players she had no grudge against. These players were struggling, taking their supplies was tantamount to taking their lives. Unless she was desperate, Ling Chu didn't want to do anything that harmed others for her own benefit. There should always be a bottom line. But she also didn't want to explain herself to unrelated people. Having already chosen to become a pirate, why should she care about her reputation? However, Mo Yuan also saw the public chat channel. Her fiery temper couldn't contain her anger, and she immediately unleashed her full power, her fingers flying across the virtual screen like a piano player. Cuttlefish Ball, at 800 standard bearers running North Slope, at Love's Sweet Potatoes, have you two drunk too much Sanla milk powder? Can you shake your brains before you speak? Are all pirates heinous criminals? You're the ones who used to discriminate against people from all over the place and make sweeping generalizations. And this time, it was Invincible and Handsome who used the island plunder card on Ling Chu. Invincible started the trouble, so he deserved to die. Lulu loves gossip, it seems so. I remember Invincible and Handsome issued a bounty on Ling Chu before, and Wang Duyu seems to have done the same. 800 vanguards running North Slope, a pirate is a pirate. The mechanics of this profession mean they can't coexist peacefully with ordinary players. I hope there are more pirate hunters so we can kill all the pirates. That way, at least the safety of our voyages will be greatly guaranteed, and I won't suddenly encounter pirate ships robbing my supplies. Cuttlefish Ball, pirate hunters aren't necessarily all the good guys you think. You can't reason with a damn devil. Love Sweet Potatoes, pirate hunters may not be good guys, but pirates are definitely bad guys. I don't believe anyone who has the right to plunder players hasn't robbed them even once. Ling Chu, seeing that Cuttlefish Ball's typing was getting quite red, advised her, there's no need to take them seriously, it's a waste of energy. She didn't care what the players in the public chat thought of her. No matter how much they shouted in the public chat, when they met her on the voyage, they'd still have to tuck their tails between their legs and avoid her. She didn't want to be some kind of server-wide hero, whether people praised or criticized her wouldn't hurt her. Besides, the pirate profession itself naturally breeds hostility and misunderstanding. Gather around, let's divide the loot, Ling Chu said to her 3 crew members. Upon hearing about dividing the loot, Huang Xiaoan and Xiao Fengkenyu came over, and Mo Yuan turned off the public chat. The 4 of them sat around the table. This time, Ling Chu got several decent pieces of equipment from Woody Yu Jinlin, the dagger he used to cut his wrist, and the black staff. As for the Time Thief's music box, Ling Chu kept it for herself. Ritual dagger. Quality, unique. When attacking a target with this dagger, there is a chance to remove 1 buff from the target and add a stack of misfortune. Misfortune increases all damage received by 5% for a short time. Stacks up to 5 times. Sacrificial staff. Quality, unique. Intelligence +1, enhances healing spell effects. When healing an ally with this staff, there is a chance to gain a damage reduction effect, reducing damage received by 20% for the next 5 minutes. Currently, only Xiao Fengkenyu and their team has healing skills, so Ling Chu naturally gave her this staff. Thank you. Xiao Fengkenyu accepted the staff, saying somewhat shyly, no need to thank me. The stronger your healing skills, the more it benefits us. Ling Chu said, while handing the ritual dagger to Wang Xiaoan. Your shuriken is a mid to long range weapon, but you need a suitable dagger. You can use this one. The dagger Huang Xiaoan was currently using was the ordinary quality iron dagger that Ling Chu had initially discarded, which was rather shabby. Huang Xiaoan looked at her, you can use this dagger too. I remember your ice crystal dagger was of rare quality? Ling Chu nodded, but I prefer the freezing effect of the ice crystal dagger. Unless I get a legendary dagger later, I don't plan to switch for now. Alright, then I won't be polite. Huang Xiaoan accepted the dagger. Ling Chu then took out a long staff and handed it to Mo Yuan, this staff is yours. This was the quick-casting magic staff she had obtained when she killed the 2 sisters, Hua Fiwa and Wu Fiwu. It was of unique quality and had decent stats. Mo Yuan, flattered, pointed to himself, for me? I got one too. Chapter 140 Delicious Matsutake Mushrooms. Mo Yuan thought Ling Chu meant dividing the spoils with some material she didn't need, but she never expected it to be a unique quality staff. She felt too embarrassed to take it, she hadn't contributed much in this battle. Take it for now. After all, you're a magic-based class, you might need it later, Ling Chu said. It was just sitting in her inventory anyway, and having this staff would at least make her divination faster. Mo Yuan looked at Huang Xiaoan and Xiao Fengkenyu, and seeing that they both nodded at her without any sign of displeasure at her taking advantage, she finally accepted the staff. Well, I'll take it for now. It feels a bit wasteful to give me such a good staff. Xiao Fengkenyu traded 1,460 seashells to you. Ling Chu suddenly heard a system notification and looked at Xiao Fengkenyu in confusion. Why would she transfer money to her out of the blue? Xiao Fengkenyu said, I gave the bounty to the invincible crew members I killed this time, plus some money I saved up. Buying those alchemy materials will definitely cost you a lot. Huang Xiaoan traded 130 seashells to you. I also have some seashells on me, leftovers from the last public challenge reward. Don't think it's too little. I usually eat and drink on the ship, so I don't need any seashells. You can have them all. Huang Xiaoan chimed in. Ling Chu scratched her cheek. In the public chat, the story of Invincible and Handsome forcing crew members to hand over items was always brought up and ridiculed. Why were her crew members so eager to hand them over? Ling Chu returned both of their seashells. I'm not a skinflint. You're my crew, working for me, and I'm not going to take your money. Besides, you need to keep some seashells on you, otherwise you won't be able to buy anything at the trading post. Ling Chu had received 4 times the bounty for the Invincible and Handsome man, plus her original 5,000 seashells, and the bounties for the heads of her 30-odd subordinates. Her seashells had once again exceeded 10,000, totaling 12,350 seashells more in change than the 2 of them had handed over. But we use your resources for food, drink, and everything else, and you even give us equipment. Huang Xiaoan had never heard of the captain distributing equipment to the crew, let alone rare or unique items. It was always the captain who withheld rations from the crew. Take it if I tell you to. Besides, I don't lack seashells. When I need them, I'll ask you for some, Ling Chu said firmly. After distributing the equipment, Ling Chu immediately found Teach and inquired about the situation of the skeleton henchmen. No skeletons were injured, everyone's bones are fine, just 2 weapons are broken. Teach chuckled. It seems this enemy isn't as strong as the giant crab spiders from the last fish swarm. The players on the Invincible ship don't have much combat skill, they just swing their swords wildly, but her skeleton minions aren't afraid of swords, and with the morale boost from the horn, they can easily handle at least one-on-one situations. But this only applies to players of ordinary classes. It's hard to say what will happen when facing special classes. After confirming that her minions were alright, Ling Chu found Big Gold Tooth. With so many supplies captured this time, she had to treat herself and the crew to a good meal. This time, they seized 500 jin, 250 kilograms, of goat meat from Woody Yujinlin, or more accurately, 5 adult goats. Woody Yujinlin didn't let the system break it down, he skinned it himself, leaving the internal organs intact, unwilling to throw anything away. Of the 5 goats, only 1 had a leg cut off, the others were perfectly fine. They probably wouldn't normally eat them, so this was a boon for Ling Chu. Ling Chu immediately picked out the best cut of goat meat and had Dijinya roast it. The common mushrooms on Mushroom Island were ready to harvest today, so Ling Chu took out some of each type and gave them to Dijinya to roast as well. Then she took out enough rice for 4 people. Since entering the game, Ling Chu's staple food had been wheat bread, and she hadn't eaten rice in a long time. This rice was perfectly separated, without any impurities. It was clearly grown by Molly herself or obtained from a blind box. You couldn't buy such high-quality paddy rice in the trading market. Rice, you know how to steam it, right? Ling Chu and Big Gold Tooth repeatedly confirmed. Yes, I really know how. Big Gold Tooth patted his chest confidently. They didn't eat this kind of white rice often, but they had eaten it and cooked it before. Okay. Big Gold Tooth's assurance gave Ling Chu a glimmer of hope, and he asked again, then do you know how to press oil? Ling Chu took out a handful of rapeseed from his ring and showed it to Big Gold Tooth. This dark stuff can be pressed for oil? Big Gold Tooth looked at the rapeseed with astonishment, touching and rubbing it. These natives usually ate olive oil or oil rendered directly from animal fat. They had no idea what rapeseed was. Well, it was a wasted question. He'd better stock up for now. Ling Chu remembered that pressing rapeseed for oil was quite troublesome. It required roasting, grinding, and pressing with a mold, and he'd have to ask little Lu Ban to make a wooden press. Let's eat like this for now. The mutton fat rendered from these few sheep will last us a while. Sliced matsutake mushrooms, termite mushrooms, white mushrooms, and shiitake mushrooms, along with a few dried shiitake mushrooms, were made into a mushroom platter. Grilled until golden brown and tender, they sizzled with the marbled lamb chops, releasing an irresistible aroma. Served with fragrant rice, 1 bite instantly replenished all fatigue and depleted energy. I think these grilled mushrooms are even tastier than the meat. Huang Xiaoan ate the grilled matsutake mushrooms, praising them highly. Dejinya's specialty is grilling. Each slice of mushroom was grilled to a perfect golden brown, bursting with juice with every bite. No wonder the ancients said, of all the things along the tea horse road over the past 1,000 years, nothing surpasses the flavor of a single matsutake mushroom. The unique umami flavor of these mushrooms was unmatched by any other flavor, even surpassing lamb chops. Moreover, Huang Xiaoan remembered that before her transmigration, matsutake mushrooms were extremely expensive. Only high-end restaurants served dried matsutake, and even then, freshly picked ones were rarer. Scarcity drives up the price, and as Huang Xiaoan ate, she felt a pang of regret. If this plate of grilled matsutake were put on the trading post, wouldn't it sell for over 10 shellfish? Of course we don't sell the good stuff, we keep it for ourselves. Mushroom Island harvests every 3 days, enough to keep you full every day. Ling Chu picked up a piece of grilled chicken mushroom, the delicious taste making her eyes squint in enjoyment. Good things should be enjoyed by oneself first. Do you eat this well every day? Vegetables, meat, and fruit? Moyuan, a newcomer, was astonished by the variety of meals on the ghost ship every day. This meal included meat, vegetables, rice, and even a plate of cherries and bananas for dessert. This feast was better than anything she had eaten before she transmigrated. Chapter 141 Roses and Gasapan. The cherries and bananas were grown by Ling Chu herself. Just now, she discovered that the fruit, which had been unripe a few days ago, was now ripe and ready to eat, so she had big gold toothwash some. The cherries, grown without pesticides or pollution and fertilized daily, were plump and as big as longans. The bananas were also very sweet and soft, and importantly, they aided digestion and relieved constipation. In the trading market, bananas were more expensive than other fruits. This time, Ling Chu harvested 45 jin of cherries and 25 jin of bananas. After harvesting, the two fruit trees reset their ripening time. The next harvest would be in 15 days. The fruit trees she grew herself yielded much slower than those on the island, but Ling Chu also stockpiled a considerable amount of various mixed fruits. In addition, her Iron Island and Sulphur Island produced 50 jin of sea buckthorn berries and 100 jin of figs every 3 days, more than enough fruit for her needs. As for other fruits, she could plant one tree for whatever she wanted to eat. This wasn't a farmer's ship, and Ling Chu didn't want to grow too many crops on the deck. Huang Xiaoan, remembering something, swallowed her food and asked Ling Chu, "By the way, are we still going to continue hiring a cook? Let's forget about it for now." After the Kung Pao chicken poisoning incident, Ling Chu had given up on the idea of hiring a cook. After all, nobody can withstand something they put in their food if someone with unknown connections adds something. It's okay if Virginia's cooking isn't great, it's always safer to eat food made by our own people. The meal was nearing its end. The setting sun cast its pale golden rays through the cabin windows, illuminating the wooden dining table. Suddenly, a highly rhythmic waltz filled the quiet room. Someone had turned on a vintage gramophone. Huang Xiaoan glanced in a certain direction, silently covering her face. Here we go again. Teach, impeccably dressed in a suit, strode in with elegant gentlemanly steps, offering the rose he'd been holding between his teeth to Moyuan. "Beautiful lady, would you like to dance with Teach?" Moyuan, like Xiao Feng Kenyu before, wore the same bewildered expression. "Is this some kind of special segment?" "Oh, it's a welcome ceremony specially prepared for you, beautiful lady." Moyuan didn't find it strange at all, on the contrary, she was pleasantly surprised. Of course. So skeletons can be romantic too? She gracefully accepted the rose, grasped Teach's fingers, and didn't feel there was anything wrong with dancing with a skeleton. Teach took Moyuan's hand, lifted it high, and spun her around a few times. Moyuan, with her left hand lightly lifting her skirt, even though she was wearing comfortable clothes, danced gracefully, her steps light and airy. A human and a skeleton, moving to a soothing rhythm, twirled and danced as they approached the gramophone. Teach stretched out her arm, her fingertips gracefully twirling beside the gramophone, and the music instantly shifted from a gentle waltz to a powerful, energetic bullfighting tune. "Beautiful lady, please." A glint of surprise and competitiveness flashed in Squid Ball's eyes. She tucked a rose behind her ear, raised her chin slightly, and her entire demeanor transformed from sweet and lovely to spirited and dashing, like a female bullfighter about to step into the bullring. His other hand clasped Teach's knuckles. Teach, in turn, straightened his comically yet impeccably tailored suit, playing the role of the leading bullfighter. On the deck, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, man and skeleton danced a passionate bullfighting dance to the rousing drumbeats. The scene was both absurd and beautiful, the will-o'-the-wisps and skull sails above their heads like a vibrant rose blooming in a wasteland of bones. As the dance ended, Squid Ball struck a graceful pose with his head held high, while Teach bowed politely. Clap, clap, clap. Ling Chu was the first to applaud, sincerely praising, "That was fantastic. Much more pleasing to the eye than when Teach and Hemlock danced it last time." Huang Xiaoan clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Wanzi, you dance so professionally. It's like watching a musical performance." Xiao Feng Kenyu's eyes were also full of admiration. As an introverted person focused on scientific research, she envied Moyuan's carefree attitude in being able to express herself in public. She seemed to have never had a hobby like dancing or painting, which she could focus entirely on herself. Her life consisted only of the daily grind of tedious and monotonous scientific research. Of course, she never found research boring, it had become a part of her life. Moyuan chuckled and said, "My undergraduate major was dance. I can do bullfighting, tap dancing, Latin dance, and a little bit of folk dance too. Beautiful lady, would you do me the honor of dancing another song with Hemlock?" A semi-transparent ghost floated out from the decorative painting hanging on the wall. Hemlock proudly puffed out his chest. "Actually, I'm the best bullfighter on this ship, it's just a pity I don't have legs anymore." "Hemlock, you're finally awake." Ling Chu sighed, resting her chin on her hand. "This guy can sleep forever, sleeping through the entire day." Hemlock yawned, "Just killing time, my captain, the days are just too long." This was the first time Moyuan had seen Hemlock, and she wasn't particularly surprised. After all, her captain was a ghost pirate, so having a ghost on board was only natural, wasn't it? Of course. Moyuwen accepted Hemlock's invitation. She caught the envy in Xiao Feng Kenyu's eyes and pulled her hand. Want to dance too? Let's dance together. But I don't know how at all. I can teach you, it's very simple. Xiao Feng Kenyu hesitated, then Moyuwen forcefully pulled her up. Sandwiched between Teach and Moyuwen, two incredibly talented individuals, Xiao Feng Kenyu initially felt awkward and restrained, but gradually integrated, even learning the simplest tap dance steps from Moyuwen. Laughter and cheerful voices filled the deck. Ling Chu asked Jinya for a glass of barley wine she had surprisingly gotten used to drinking, even enjoying the fizzy sensation in her mouth. When they started dancing, everyone completely forgot about the pressures of survival. Moyuwen couldn't help but think that this was truly the happiest day she'd had since entering the game. The phonograph was a truly great invention. Xiao Feng Kenyu twirled her skirt halfway around, smiling as she thought, dancing isn't so hard after all. 2 days later. As dawn broke, Ling Chu woke up very early. The parrot, Xiao Pai, was still asleep, and only the tireless skeleton minions remained on deck. A morning mist still shrouded the deck, not the effect of the mist generator, but a natural sea fog formed as damp air flowed across the cold sea. Ling Chu woke up so early because today was her triple luck day. After a quick wash, Ling Chu selected the triple luck effect on her gambler's coin and eagerly stood before the death god Gashapon machine. She had obtained 36 soul orbs from defeating the invincible gang, and adding the 7 soul orbs she had gained from killing Hua Fiwa, Wasabi, and others, she now had 43 soul orbs. She could draw from the legendary pool 4 times. Now it was time for her draw. Ling Chu rubbed her hands together, and expectantly tossed 10 soul orbs into the Gashapon machine. Last time, I only pulled from the regular gacha pool with 1 soul orb and got a high-level skill like Life Drain. I wonder what I'll get from the legendary gacha pool this time. Chapter 142 Powerful Skills. Plop. As the soul orb was inserted, a golden Gashapon capsule with a question mark on it was ejected. Ling Chu opened the capsule, and a golden light burst forth, instantly entering her body. You have obtained the God of Death's divine power, Universal Reset, permanent. Universal Reset. After using this skill, you can reset the cooldown time of all skills, excluding item skills, and remove all negative status effects. Limited to once per natural day. Ling Chu's eyes widened slightly. This skill was equivalent to resetting all ultimate moves. A very useful skill. It's a pity it can't be used on item skills, otherwise she could refresh the cooldown time of Gambler's Coin every day. However, this doesn't change the fact that it's a divine skill. Ling Chu always felt that the cooldown time of Ghost Dance was too long, half an hour. With this skill, she could use teleport twice in a short period of time, greatly increasing her margin for error. Ling Chu missed the day of the Sailfish Bell Public Challenge, the exhilarating feeling of being able to use teleport infinitely, but alas, it was gone forever. She then inserted the remaining 30 soul orbs. The Gashapon machine dispensed 3 golden Gashapon capsules at once. Ling Chu opened them one by one. You have gained the divine power bestowed by the Grim Reaper. Overload Life Drain, permanent passive. Overload Life Drain, 20% of your attacks are converted into health. After draining to full health, you can gain up to 100% excess health. Excess health cannot be restored through Life Drain after being lost. Her original Life Drain was just a temporary buff, but this time she got a permanent skill. Furthermore, it added an attribute that increases excess health. That is to say, her original maximum health was 100 points, but with this Life Drain skill, she can drain up to 200 points. She can practically become a tank. This skill isn't very effective against players whose health bars are relatively fragile. 2 hits, and before Ling Chu can even drain any health, the opponent is basically dead. But against large, tough monsters like the Fungal Brain, this Life Drain skill can be extremely useful, practically a god-tier skill. Ling Chu then opened the third gacha. You have received the divine power of death, Veil of the Dead, permanent. Veil of the Dead, you step into the netherworld of the dead, entering a state of invisibility lasting up to 10 seconds. Attacking will cancel the invisibility state. Consumes 20 mana points. Cooldown, 12 hours. Ling Chu's eyes lit up. A powerful invisibility skill. And it doesn't consume much mana. 10 seconds is enough time to do many things. This Death God Gacha machine is really something. The skills it produces are even stronger than some special profession's signature skills, and they're versatile with no restrictions. Ling Chu couldn't help but think that if he had been soft-hearted and let that beast tamer go, who knows what terrifying form he would have become with this Death God Gacha machine. Sometimes, a choice that can change your life is just a matter of a single thought. The first 3 gacha pulls all yielded skills. Will the last one also be a skill? With this thought in mind, Ling Chu twisted open the Gashapon capsule. A flash of golden light, and a dagger appeared in her hand. The blade was white, made of bone, radiating a lustrous yet cold light. The hilt was made of some dark golden metal, engraved with intricate patterns that resembled runes. You have obtained a divine gift from the Grim Reaper, the Bone Blade. Bone Blade. Quality, legendary. A dagger forged from the bones of some unknown, powerful undead, imbued with immense resentment and necromantic power. While wielding this dagger, movement speed plus 10%, strength plus 2. Wounds inflicted by this dagger cannot heal themselves, cannot be healed by any healing spells, and can inflict true damage on undead, incorporeal creatures. Can be bound to a blood bond. Once bound, it cannot be taken by any disarming or stealing skills. Just 2 days ago, Ling Chu had told Wang Xiaoan she wanted a legendary dagger, and she'd actually won it. This item's base stats are the same as her Wind Whisperer's Oath, both increase movement speed. However, what's a bit overpowered about this dagger is that the damage it inflicts cannot heal itself. The trading post has all sorts of healing potions and bandages that can heal injuries, like Huang Xiaoan's hand injury, which heals extremely quickly in a short time. But this dagger avoids this. That is to say, once you're cut or grazed by this dagger, the wound will remain, bleeding incessantly. Even if you don't die, it's practically the same as being crippled. This effect is terrifying. Ling Chu immediately bit her fingertip, dripping her blood onto the bone blade to bind it to her. However, Ling Chu didn't plan to discard her original ice crystal dagger. The ice crystal dagger's freezing effect couldn't be replaced by anything else for the time being. Even for slicing a watermelon, one slice could instantly turn an ordinary watermelon into a refreshing, thirst-quenching ice watermelon. Very useful. These two daggers could be used alternately depending on the specific situation. The items drawn from this Grim Reaper gacha machine all possessed a strong undead aura, yet they were all incredibly powerful. No wonder it was a legendary gacha pool. These 4 items nearly doubled Ling Chu's combat strength and survivability. After throwing 40 soul beads, the black aura silently shrouding the faceless Grim Reaper statue above the gacha machine seemed to thicken even more. The viscous black aura spread across the statue's face, vaguely outlining empty eye sockets and a slightly upturned, eerie smile. A blurry face was indistinctly appearing. Ling Chu didn't notice this detail. She tucked the newly acquired bone blade into her belt and turned to leave the captain's cabin. The instant she lifted her foot, a strange whisper echoed deep within her mind. More souls, fresh, painful, struggling. The voice was hoarse and ethereal, seemingly coming from a distant place, yet also seemingly close at hand. Ling Chu abruptly stopped, turning around abruptly, her sharp gaze sweeping across the empty captain's cabin. Was she hallucinating? She thought she heard someone whispering. However, she was alone in the captain's cabin, along with the silent, motionless statue of death. Just as she braced herself, the whisper echoed in her mind once more, this time with a clearer intent, like planting a seed of evil. Do you see it? A powerful force is right before you. Slaughter is sacrifice, souls are sustenance. Go, hunt them down. I will crown you, make you my incarnation in death. Chapter 143. The fourth profession? Kill more people, obtain more soul orbs, and she can become stronger. This thought inexplicably popped into Ling Chu's mind, and it stirred within her. When she came to her senses, she felt a chill run down her spine. Ling Chu's gaze fell on the statue of the Grim Reaper, confirming that the sound was coming from it. However, when Ling Chu looked at it, the sound disappeared. Then a clear system notification sounded. Congratulations on triggering the special class inheritance, Death Reaper. Death Reaper, you will gain powerful necromancy, become a follower of death, and walk the earth in his place. However, you will be branded with a soul mark, and your fate will be in the hands of death. This profession comes with a curse. After being branded with a soul mark, you will be weakened during the day, unable to eat in a human way, and can only gain energy by absorbing soul orbs. Please choose whether to accept the inheritance. Ling Chu was somewhat surprised. How did she trigger this inheritance? Was it because she sacrificed many soul orbs? She didn't make a decision immediately, asking the system, what is the advancement path for this profession? The system paused for 2 seconds, then answered her, advance by killing players. This answer was not unexpected for Ling Chu. Walking the earth in place of the Grim Reaper, what does the Grim Reaper like to do most? Naturally, killing. I refuse to accept the inheritance. Ling Chu said calmly and decisively. After the soul imprint was placed upon her, her fate would be in the hands of death. Her fate could only be in her own hands, not even a god's. Moreover, the inability to eat in a human way also troubled her greatly. Kung Pao chicken, sweet and sour pork ribs, braised pork knuckle, spicy hot pot with crayfish, grilled meat, hot pot with hairy crab, cola with fried chicken, baked durian with cheese. If she could never eat these things again, what would be the point of living? After Ling Chu made her decision, the statue seemed to freeze for a moment, its blurred features then revealing a hint of disbelief and anger. Foolish human, you dare reject my inheritance. Death's features were distorted with rage. He had bestowed this divine gift only because she had sacrificed so many soul orbs, yet she was ungrateful and dared to reject him. This was the first human to dare reject his inheritance. The statue of death, filled with offended rage, stared intently at Ling Chu, as if trying to memorize her face. I behold your sincere offering of your soul, and bestow divine grace upon you. This is an honor that you ants could not even dream of in your entire lives. You are the first arrogant fool to dare so blaspheme divine grace. Since it is divine grace, shouldn't I have the right to refuse? Ling Chu said to the statue. How can a god force people to become believers? Foolish human. I am the embodiment of death, the master of the end. Do you know what you have missed? If you are really as powerful as you say, why don't you kill people yourself? Ling Chu crossed her arms and posed a soul-searching question. Why do you need to buy off believers to kill in the mortal world for you? Using skill gacha to attract players to throw soul orbs. This doesn't seem like the behavior of a great god. The statue choked, seemingly stumped by the question. Wait. The black mist gradually thinned, the blurred features on the statue disappeared, and the statue before her seemed to return to its normal appearance. That being had temporarily vanished. Ling Chu shrugged. This Grim Reaper was quite easy to break down. This Grim Reaper could unleash divine skills and communicate through statues. It was likely a being of a higher dimension than her. But such beings were often restricted by more powerful rules, otherwise, it wouldn't be so eager to recruit players as followers. Ling Chu could use soul orbs to draw gacha after killing someone, but she couldn't bring herself to kill specifically for gacha. Besides, the price of the curse was too high, not as good as one of her undead pirates. Ling Chu turned and left the captain's cabin. When she reached the first floor lobby, she received a private message from Mickey Meow Meow which, the shark skin armor she had commissioned a few days ago was finished. 6 brand new sets of leather armor arrived in Ling Chu's ship's warehouse, and she immediately took them out to check their attributes. Shark skin armor. Quality, rare. Made from the hide of a tier 2 hammerhead shark and the iron skin of an ironhead fish, this leather armor combines defensive resilience with some warmth. Increases agility by 1 and swimming speed by 10% when worn. The shark skin armor fits snugly, somewhat like a tight-fitting wetsuit. Ling Chu's current giant lizard armor is also of rare quality, but this shark skin armor has good attributes and also increases swimming speed. I made an extra set of shark skin armor, listed it for 100 seashells in the trading house, and it sold in less than 5 minutes. Mickey Meow Meow which said, Boss, why don't you consider the business I suggested before? If you made all those materials into leather armor, you could make a lot of money. Ling Chu had a total of 3,000 shark skins, enough to make 300 sets of shark skin armor. After deducting the materials for the 7 sets she gave Mickey Meow Meow which, she still had 293 sets left, earning 100 seashells per set, and taking 80% profit herself. Ling Chu counted on her fingers, that's 23,440 seashells. Her eyes gleamed with gold coins. She had to do it. The quality of this leather armor is indeed excellent. I trust your craftsmanship. Let's sign a system contract directly. Ling Chu quickly drafted the system contract and sent it to Mickey Meow Meow which. Mickey Meow Meow which was also very happy and immediately signed the contract. After signing the contract, Ling Chu sent over the remaining materials and then waited to receive payment. This shark skin armor has a certain degree of heat retention and temperature regulation. Wearing it, it's even warmer than her heavy giant lizard armor. By the time Mickey Meow Meow which finishes making these 300 sets of armor, it'll probably be close to the apocalypse, and the price of the armor will likely rise even further. The material of this shark skin armor feels so comfortable, but it might be a bit too hot to wear now. Huang Xiaoan also loved the feel of the shark skin, but the weather was still very hot, and it wasn't the right time to wear the armor yet. The temperature a few days ago was over 30 degrees Celsius, and now there are signs of a slight drop, but it's still in the 20s. The temperature has been dropping quickly lately. We can wear it in a couple of days, Xiaofeng Kinyu said. Xiaofeng Kinyu and Huang Xiaoan happened to be having breakfast in the lobby, so Ling Chu handed them the leather armor and casually asked, hasn't Moyuan gotten up yet? Huang Xiaoan, Wanzi went to the divination room as soon as she got up, saying she'd come down to eat later. Ling Chu realized she hadn't had a chance to visit the divination room since it was built, so she decided to go check it out and deliver the leather armor to Moyuan. Ling Chu arrived at the cruise lounge on the 2nd floor, which was unusually quiet. She gently pushed open the oak door with a dreamcatcher hanging on it, revealing various divination-related furnishings. Deep purple velvet curtains hung from the ceiling, embroidered with intricate star charts and runes in silver thread. The long pile carpet beneath her feet was patterned with a large 3-ringed magic circle, and the brass planetarium in the corner and the crystal ball on the divination table emitted a soft glow. Moyuan was sitting at the divination table covered with a dark green velvet tablecloth, resting her chin on her hand and frowning, deep in thought as she stared at the tarot cards spread out on the table. She didn't even notice when Ling Chu pushed the door open and came in. Chapter 144 Crystal Ball Divination. Starting with divination so early in the morning? Ling Chu's voice brought Moyuan to her attention. Moyuan looked at her and nodded. I'm still a little worried about you going to that level 4 island, so I just did another divination. What was the result? Ling Chu sat down on the soft chair opposite her. The situation is a bit complicated. Mo Yuan's fingertip touched the first card. The scepters that should have been flying rapidly in the image appeared chaotic, falling in disarray. The reversed Eight of Wands. This means our operation might encounter unexpected chaos and delays. Perhaps landing on the island won't be so smooth, or the initial rhythm might be disrupted. This card might represent the battle between the invincible and us. Let's put it aside for now. Then, Mo Yuan's finger moved to the second card. On the card, a knight riding a wild horse, holding a scepter, gallops across the desert, full of impact. The challenge we're about to face is the Knight of Wands upright. The Wands deck is usually associated with fire, action, and passion. This card indicates that danger will come very quickly and violently, and it may be related to fire. It could be a literal fire, or it could be an enemy as fiery and aggressive as fire itself. Then, she took a deep breath and pointed to the third card, the most unsettling one. A towering tower struck by lightning, burning, with someone falling from its top. This is the upright tower, Mo Yuan's voice lowered. It appears in the environment position, indicating that the island itself may contain the seeds of sudden disaster, upheaval, and destruction. This tower may be the source of the fire. It symbolizes the collapse of something stable, representing a setback that may befall one of our important plans. Ling Chu listened quietly, her brow furrowing. Judging from the current divination results, this trip to the island doesn't seem to be going smoothly. At the ghost ship's current speed, they should reach the level 4 island that Mo Yuan had visited by tomorrow morning at the latest. With their current strength, is conquering a level 4 island still too much of a stretch? But Ling Chu had just acquired new equipment and skills, and felt it was worth a try. Finally, Mo Yuan's gaze fell on the result card. On the card, a goddess poured holy water into a pool and onto the earth under the night sky, a huge star shining above, filled with hope and tranquility. But don't be afraid, look here, the star, upright. Mo Yuan changed the subject. It follows the tower card, representing hope after disaster. It tells us that even in the midst of danger, there is a glimmer of hope. As long as we calmly seek direction, like the goddess in the card, good results will follow. Overall, this journey is fraught with danger, especially the fire card, but the cards also show that we are not without hope. Mo Yuan pointed to the crystal ball in front of her. Perfect timing. Since you're already here, why don't you try the crystal ball, and I'll do a divination for you. The results will be more intuitive than the tarot. Ling Chu nodded. Let's try it. Come, extend your hands and gently place them on either side of the crystal ball. Relax your mind. Mo Yuan guided softly, closing his eyes and lightly touching the base of the crystal ball with his fingertips, focusing intently on sensing the flow of energy. Ling Chu followed his instructions, placing his palms on the cool surface of the crystal ball. Initially, only slowly flowing milky white mist swirled within the ball. Suddenly, the mist was engulfed by a violent orange-red. A scorching flame scene rushed towards him, and within the churning firelight, a slender, eerie black shadow nimbly darted past. It was clearly the upper body of a human, yet connected to a huge, swaying fishtail shadow. The scene flashed by, and the crystal ball returned to calm. What did you see? Mo Yuan opened her eyes, asking with concern. I felt an intense heat and a contradictory damp cold. Ling Chu slowly withdrew her hand, her brows furrowing slightly. Fire, a huge fire. And, she paused, her tone uncertain. A dark shadow that looked like a mermaid. Mo Yuan was stunned. A mermaid? And fire. The two looked at each other, both seeing the same confusion in each other's eyes. Mermaids and fire, how were these two completely different elements connected? The crystal ball and the divination both pointed to the same thing. We should be careful going to that island this time, Mo Yuan said. Ling Chu nodded. Remembering the voice that had come from the death god Gasapon machine, she rested her chin on her hand and asked, Do you believe in gods? Of course. As a divination enthusiast, Mo Yuan answered without hesitation. She paused, a thoughtful glint in her eyes. But I don't think it's necessary to over-deify them. Think about it another way, aren't we, in the eyes of ants, incomprehensible beings, like gods? Mo Yuan stood up and walked to the curtain adorned with a star map, her fingertips lightly tracing the silver-threaded stars. There are tens of thousands of stars in the universe. Earth, even our entire human civilization, is just a speck of dust on a cosmic scale. So-called gods might simply be some higher dimensional form of existence, or a more advanced civilization, that we cannot yet comprehend. She turned to Ling Chu. We can revere them, draw upon their power, just as we draw upon the power of wind and water, but there's no need to fear or enslave ourselves. Mo Yuan's thoughts were very similar to hers. Ling Chu looked at the eloquent Mo Yuan, her eyebrows curving slightly. Indeed, people shine brightly in their areas of expertise. By the way, can fortune-telling be done? I'd like to have my fortune told, Ling Chu asked her. Of course, it's nothing, but are you only asking about your financial luck? What about your romantic luck or something? No thanks, I guess. What's more important than making money? Alright, come on, draw a card. Ling Chu came out of the divination room, looking somewhat dejected. The divination results showed that her financial luck was good, but she couldn't save money. In other words, she earned a lot, but spent a lot. This was definitely not a happy thing. Before leaving, she didn't forget to give the shark skin armor to Moyuan. The shark skin armor was elastic and could fit almost any body type. Ling Chu couldn't help but think, no wonder she couldn't save any money. She provided food, drink, lodging, built special rooms, and even custom-made equipment. Being a captain is tough. After leaving the divination room, Ling Chu bumped into Hemlock, who was wandering around at the corner of the stairwell. When Hemlock saw Ling Chu, his gaze fell on her waist, and he immediately recoiled as if burned. "Ah, Captain, what is this?" He pointed tremblingly at her waist. Ling Chu looked down following his finger and picked up the bone dagger at her waist. Chapter 145 Farming Prodigy. "Oh, this is my new weapon," Ling Chu said. "Get it away from me." Hemlock floated back 2 meters, his eyes filled with terror. "I can feel a strong undead resentment on this thing. It's actually a threat to me." He clicked his tongue and shook his head. "My God, how terrifying. How can there be weapons that can harm ghosts? This is so unscientific." Ling Chu scratched her cheek, wanting to retort, "Isn't your very existence unscientific?" Hemlock muttered to himself, then floated away, trembling with fear. Ling Chu then returned to the lobby on the first floor and, taking advantage of the triple luck effect, played the roulette wheel and the daily gamble. In the daily gamble area, she still bet on basic magic stones. The illusion projection function of the mist generator requires magic stones, and the Time Thief's music box also requires 1 magic stone each time. These things are hard to obtain. Betting on the daily gamble is much faster. With triple luck, the dice still landed on the X10 side. 10 glittering low-level magic stones appeared on the table. Ling Chu now had 20 magic stones, which should be enough for now. She then played a spin of the lucky wheel. "Congratulations! You've drawn a buff, farming pro. Your crop yield today is doubled, lasting for 24 hours. Ling Chu had originally planned to go fishing to pass the time if she drew the Disassembler Master buff. Unexpectedly, she drew this one that increases crop yield. Normally, her skeleton minions harvested her crops, but since she drew it today, Ling Chu went to the planting area on the deck to see if she could take advantage of the buff to harvest more crops. Fruit trees mature in 15 days, while common crops like eggplants, potatoes, and corn mature in 7 days. The fruit trees had just been harvested 2 days ago, and the corn and other common crops showed they wouldn't mature for another 3 days. Just when Ling Chu thought she was going to leave empty-handed, she suddenly heard a rustling sound of plants growing. Looking in the direction of the sound, she discovered 2 crops she had never seen before had just matured. Through the planting pots on the ground, Ling Chu recognized the 2 crops as a seed of unknown rare quality and an unknown high quality, which she had obtained when killing Wasabi earlier. Because these 2 seeds were precious, Ling Chu deliberately didn't plant them with the common crops, but instead planted them separately in pots, having her skeleton minions fertilize and water them regularly every day. After maturing, the 2 plants fully revealed their attributes. Red-nosed chili pepper. Quality, rare. Shaped like a nose, this is an extremely hot and rare chili pepper. Skilled chefs can use it to create dishes with special effects. A small chili pepper tree, about half a person's height, was covered with bright red chilies. The peppers were narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, and at first glance, they really did resemble a human nose. Moreover, these weren't ordinary chilies, but chilies that could be made into special dishes. Ling Chu immediately picked the ripe chilies. You have harvested 5 jin of red-nosed chilies. You have triggered the Farming Pro buff, gaining an additional 5 jin of red-nosed chilies. Through his one-eyed eye patch, Ling Chu's gaze immediately fell on another plant. Creamy golden pumpkin. Quality, rare. A rare, golden pumpkin with a creamy flavor. Skilled chefs can use it to create dishes with special effects. This creamy golden pumpkin is miniature, similar in size to a baby pumpkin, but entirely golden in color and exudes a rich creamy aroma. It's also a special ingredient for making special dishes. You have harvested 10 creamy golden pumpkins. You have triggered the Farming Pro buff, gaining an additional 10 creamy golden pumpkins. This creamy golden pumpkin looks incredibly appetizing, and Ling Chu resisted the urge to steam it immediately. Steaming such a rare ingredient would be such a waste. It's better to stock up, there will always be a time when you can eat it. As Ling Chu passed the deck, she also checked on the pitcher plant. The pitcher plant's spatial spores only grow 1 every 3 days. Ling Chu hadn't picked them for several days and found 3 seed-like spores already hanging on it. She casually picked the 3 spores. You have harvested 3 spatial spores. You have triggered the Farming Pro buff, gaining an additional 3 spatial spores. Spatial spores are considered crops and can benefit from buffs. This was an unexpected bonus. Ling Chu now had a total of 7 spatial spores. These were incredibly useful for survival, and she would definitely need them on her upcoming exploration of the level 4 island. Afterward, she wandered around a couple more times, confirming there were no crops to harvest, before going to an open area on the deck to practice archery. Her Wind Chaser advancement progress was currently 129/500, and she estimated it would take some time to farm enough skill attempts. Her Ghost Pirate advancement progress was still stuck at 15/50ths. Finding complete skeletons relies heavily on luck and cannot be rushed. After practicing archery for 3 hours, Ling Chu took out her new dagger and tested it on a dummy. This dagger was heavier than her ice crystal dagger, but the blade was actually thinner. With a single, light stroke, she sliced off half of the scarecrow's head. Ling Chu's eyes lit up with satisfaction. As expected of a legendary dagger, it was incredibly sharp. Her 2 newly acquired skills, Reset of All Things and Veil of the Dead, had long cooldowns, so Ling Chu didn't use them rashly. She practiced her dagger-wielding techniques on the deck, and after dark, she returned early to the captain's lounge to rest and prepare for the upcoming island landing. The next morning, the sky was clear. The ghost ship arrived near the coordinates of the Level 4 island. "Captain, the island is just ahead." The lookout skeleton, standing on the lookout tower, lowered his binoculars and shouted to Ling Chu, "Stay alert, continue approaching." Ling Chu gave the order from the deck. Breaking through the thin mist of the sea, the shape of an island could be vaguely outlined in the distance. Knowing they were nearing the island, Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan also came to the deck. Huang Xiaoan's eyes were full of curiosity, while Moyuan's expression was somewhat solemn because of the results of the divination. As the ship drew closer, the first thing that came into view was a rather large wooden pier at the edge of the island. The docks were bustling with activity, a vibrant and lively scene. Fishermen unloaded their gleaming catch from their fully laden boats, their boisterous shouts mingling with the crashing waves. Several merchant ships, flying different flags, were moored nearby, their sailors and locals loading and unloading cargo, the sounds of bargaining faintly audible. Women washed clothes along the dockside, while children chased and played among them. Behind the docks, wisps of smoke rose faintly, revealing a tranquil village nestled amidst greenery. The entire scene was peaceful and serene, a haven of tranquility untouched by the chaos of the world, a veritable Shangri-La at sea. Chapter 146, The Mysterious Village. Huang Xiaoan, gripping the ship's railing, couldn't help but exclaim, "My God, Wanzi, what you said is actually true. This island looks so normal, so peaceful." Moyuan shrugged, "Would I lie to you? But don't be fooled by the island's appearance. I was fooled by it myself." Ling Chu remained silent, watching the villagers coming and going at the dock in the distance. A strange feeling indeed lingered in her heart. Moyuan had said that once you landed on the dock, you would be trapped in a loop and unable to leave. In other words, it was safe while on the ship. To avoid trouble, Ling Chu had furled the pirate sails early on and had the helmsman steer the ship slowly closer. Until the ghost ship stopped at an empty dock, the villagers on the dock cast curious glances at them, some children waving enthusiastically. Moyuan had already landed on this island and couldn't land again. Xiaofeng Kenyu had been researching cold-resistant potions these past 2 days, and Ling Chu didn't plan to take her ashore. So only Huang Xiaoan and her skeleton minions remained. Ling Chu planned to take half of her skeleton minions with her, leaving the rest to guard the ship. Worried that her skeletons might frighten the villagers and be driven away as ominous creatures, she had her skeleton minions fully armed clothes, shoes, hats, scarves, and trying to conceal their bones. Furthermore, Mo Yuan had mentioned an important piece of information: the village's food wouldn't be enough to fill their stomachs, they needed to bring enough. Ling Chu's ring was overflowing with food, so there was no need to worry about that. Huang Xiaoan brought a 10-slot spatial pouch, something Ling Chu had traded with Mickey Meow Meow Witch earlier. Inside were enough water for half a month, canned food, and fish grilled by Big Gold Tooth. Ling Chu also gave Huang Xiaoan a spatial spore, instructing her to crush it and teleport back to the ship if she encountered danger she couldn't overcome. "Be careful, everyone. We'll contact each other in the fleet channel if anything happens." "I'll keep an eye on the channel messages," said Moyuan. After confirming that the food, equipment, and weapons were all in order, Ling Chu, Huang Xiaoan, and their 7 skeleton henchmen descended the ship's ladder and onto the dock. The moment their feet touched the ground, a crisp system notification sounded. "You have discovered an unclaimed island. Explore the island. Finding the island's core will allow you to claim it as your territory. This island is a level 4 island. There is a 10-day limit to staying on the island. If you exceed this time limit, you will be kicked off the island." Ling Chu looked at the system notification, her eerie feeling growing stronger. There are so many villagers here, and it's still an unclaimed island? The cores of all the islands she had discovered were guarded by powerful monsters, but this village was so peaceful and normal, it didn't seem like it had any monsters. So, this island staying restriction might actually be a life-saving measure. That means if you survive on this island for 10 days, even without finding the island's core, you can leave safely? Ling Chu had never experienced what it felt like to be kicked off the island. He wondered if he'd be kicked into the sea or directly kicked back onto the ship. If it was the latter, then he'd save himself a space spore. Although Ling Chu had a feeling that surviving here for 10 days wouldn't be easy, Ling Chu pondered for a moment, then suddenly noticed the surroundings were quiet and immediately turned to look. Her skeleton minions were blocked on the ship, their jaws agape, waving and shouting something at her. It was as if an invisible barrier separated her from the ship. Ling Chu frowned slightly. Her skeleton minions couldn't land on the island, and more importantly, she discovered Huang Xiaoan was missing. At the same time, from Huang Xiaoan's perspective, Ling Chu had vanished from her sight as if by magic. Huang Xiaoan was utterly bewildered and immediately typed in the fleet's communication channel, "Stay away from gambling, drugs and prostitution at Ling Chu, where are you? Ling Chu, I'm at the dock, haven't moved." "Stay away from gambling, drugs and prostitution? Then why can't I see you? Ling Chu, isn't there a child crying in your 7 o'clock direction?" Huang Xiaoan immediately looked in the 7 o'clock direction, and sure enough, under a tree, a child with a face covered in mud, seemingly having accidentally fallen, was wailing loudly. "Stay away from gambling, drugs and prostitution, yes. Ling Chu, and in the 3 o'clock direction, aren't there 2 fishermen who just hauled a net of fish from their fishing boat?" Huang Xiaoan then looked in the 3 o'clock direction as well, and indeed there were 2 fishermen working together to haul a net of freshly caught fish, their faces beaming with the joy of their harvest. "Stay away from gambling, drugs and porn, yes. Ling Chu, then that's it. The scenes we see in the flow of time are the same, but we can't see each other. It's probably caused by a special force on this island. Moyuwen, so this island has this limitation. I arrived alone and didn't know this would happen. Ling Chu, stay away from gambling, drugs and porn, now use your shuriken to cut off a branch from the tree where the child is crying." Although Huang Xiaoan didn't know why Ling Chu wanted her to do this, she had absolute trust in Ling Chu's words. She approached the tree, drew her shuriken, and with a sharp, cold light, immediately cut off a branch. The little boy's eyes widened in astonishment at her action, forgetting to cry. "Sister, what kind of weapon is that? It's so cool. I've never seen one before." The little boy ran over to Huang Xiaoan, looking up at her with adoration. Ling Chu looked at the motionless tree and the still crying child beneath it, and sighed. "Ling Chu, it seems your actions don't affect my world. Our spaces are independent. Away from gambling and drugs, parallel worlds? Ling Chu, probably. Away from gambling and drugs, then what do we do next? Ling Chu, it seems we can only act separately. We'll keep each other informed. Away from gambling and drugs, okay." After closing the fleet channel, Ling Chu walked to the little boy crying under the tree, took out a bag of coconut and egg yolk pastries from her ring space, and handed it to him. "Here, don't cry, this is for you." As she handed it to him, she also tore open the transparent packaging bag. The little boy looked at the food he had never seen before, the sweet aroma filling his nostrils. He couldn't resist and took a bite. Beneath the golden, flaky crust lay a soft, savory egg yolk, with a hint of coconut sweetness that tantalized his taste buds. The little boy's eyes widened. Growing up in a small fishing village, he'd never seen anything like it. The best thing he'd ever eaten was the apple pie from the village bakery. He was instantly blown away. This little round thing was a complete rip-off of the apple pie. "Do you know which way to the inn in the village?" Ling Chu asked, seizing the opportunity. According to Moyuwen, she always woke up in the inn's bed during each loop, making the inn a crucial clue and location. Ling Chu decided to check out the inn first and arrange for her to check in. The little boy immediately nodded. "I know, I'll take you." Chapter 147, Checking into the hotel. The little boy tucked the half-eaten egg yolk pastry into his pocket. It was so delicious, he wanted to take it back for his father and mother to try. "My name is Bainek." The little boy led Ling Chu toward the village. "Do you know what Bainek means? In our dialect, it means barnacle, those tiny, densely packed seashells that grow on the bottom of boats. I never understood why my father named me that. Barnacles are so ugly. Later, my mother told me that barnacles are very resilient, like dandelions in the sea, able to take root and grow wherever they land. Sounds pretty good, right?" Ling Chu smiled obligingly. A very nice name. She hadn't realized this child was such a chatterbox. Ling Chu followed the little boy, taking in the surroundings. The dock was where the villagers were most concentrated. Villagers could be seen pushing carts carrying goods, and a large expanse of cultivated farmland surrounded the village, planted with wheat. It was a completely self-sufficient village, a picture of prosperity. "Are you a merchant caravan here to do business?" Bainek looked at Ling Chu. Ever since that incident spread, many more merchant ships have come here to do business. Ling Chu seized on the information in his words. "What is it? Don't you know? Because Stephen discovered the red algae forest." "Red algae forest?" "Yes, Stephen is the best swimmer in our village. That red algae forest has lots of red algae. After being harvested and dried, it's cooked and eaten, and it magically increases strength. That's why many merchant ships come here to buy it. Ling Chu guessed that the thing called red algae was probably a rare or higher quality plant, like the red-nosed chili pepper she grew, and could be made into dishes with special effects. But it's not cheap. After all, going to such deep waters to harvest red algae is very dangerous, Barnick said. The red algae forest grows near your island, so anyone should be able to go, right? Why don't those merchant ships harvest it themselves instead of paying a high price to buy it from you? Ling Chu couldn't help but wonder. If they were just good swimmers, there must be plenty of good swimmers on the merchant ships. They could just harvest it themselves, right? Some merchant ships thought the same thing as you, but they went into the red algae forest and never came back. I told you that red algae forest is very dangerous. Of course, it's because Steven has a unique secret to returning alive from it. If you're interested, you can ask him, but he definitely won't tell anyone about this way of making money. I see. Ling Chu thought to herself, she should find that fisherman named Steven when she has time. However, Ling Chu felt that the problem with this island was definitely on the island itself. The red algae forest was outside the island's boundaries and wasn't the focus of her exploration, it was more like a side quest. She'd worry about the red algae forest after solving the island's cyclical mystery. Look, the inn is just ahead. I won't go in. Please say hello to Uncle Hans and Aunt Martha for me. The little boy waved goodbye to Ling Chu and then ran off on his short legs. Ling Chu looked up at the three-story wooden building before her, a weathered sign hanging above it. She stepped inside, the bell on the door ringing crisply. A middle-aged man with brown hair and a kind face stood behind the counter, wiping a wooden wine glass. Seeing Ling Chu, he immediately flashed a warm, simple smile. Welcome, traveler. May the sea breeze guide you to a peaceful harbor. He set down the glass, wiping his hands on his apron. We offer comfortable accommodations and our own fine wheat beer. What would you like? 1 room, 1 night, Ling Chu replied succinctly. This was the starting point of each cycle. Ling Chu wasn't sure if she would wake up in the inn the next day without checking in. She didn't want to take that risk, at least based on Mo Yuan's experience. This inn seemed safe. No problem. The innkeeper smiled warmly, introducing himself as if chatting casually. I'm Hans, and also the village chief. My wife, Martha, keeps the inn spotless. We only have 4 rooms, but we guarantee you'll sleep comfortably, and we provide plenty of hot water. A night stay only costs 5 seashells. Ling Chu remembered that Mo Yuan had mentioned that because she was about the same age as the innkeeper's daughter, the innkeeper had given her a discount, making her stay only 2 seashells. She tried to bargain. I don't have that many seashells on me, can you give me a discount? Hans looked Ling Chu up and down, his eyes softening with the gentleness of an elder, and his tone became more friendly. Judging from your appearance, you're about the same age as my daughter, right? Sailing alone on this high seas must be tough. How about this? I'll give you a discount, only 2 seashells a night, is that alright? He turned and took a key with a wooden tag labeled 201 from the wall, handing it to Ling Chu. Room 201, Martha just cleaned it, it's spotless, the window has a view of the dock and the sea, the light is excellent. Ling Chu glanced at the rustic wooden key and nodded, thank you. Then she took out 2 seashells and placed them on the counter. Hans skillfully collected the seashells. The stairs are on the right. My wife also cooks some dishes and soup every night to entertain the caravans that don't stay overnight. If you want some, you only need to pay an extra seashell. No need, Ling Chu said. Eating it would be a waste of money, and it wouldn't restore her hunger level. Ling Chu took the key and went upstairs to room 201. Upon opening the wooden door, the room's furnishings came into view. A wooden cotton bed, a set of wooden table and chairs, an oil lamp, a wooden bathtub, and half a wooden plank as a partition. It looked somewhat simple, but it was indeed very clean. The accommodations were better than the narrow wooden plank beds on a second-class ship, but worse than the captain's cabin on a third-class ship. Ling Chu immediately sent a message on the fleet channel. I've checked into the inn and am staying in room 201. A few seconds later, Huang Xiaoan also sent a message. What a coincidence, I'm also at the hotel, in room 201. The little boy crying by the dock, I told him I'd teach him to use shuriken and ask him to take me somewhere to stay, and he brought me to this inn. Chapter 148 Red Algae Sandwich Bread. Cuttlefish Ball. I also stayed in room 201. What a coincidence. Did the hotel owner give you a discount too? Ling Chu, yeah, he only charged me 2 seashells. Away from gambling and drugs, what? You can get a discount at a hotel? Cuttlefish Ball, you can get a discount as long as you bargain with the hotel owner. Away from gambling and drugs, why didn't you say so sooner? I paid 10 seashells. Ling Chu, Cuttlefish Ball already told you, you just weren't listening. Ling Chu didn't think it was a coincidence. She was a little older than Cuttlefish Ball, and they looked different, yet the hotel owner gave them a discount because they both resembled his daughters. She and Huang Xiaoan were clearly in different parallel worlds, and did different things, but they both ended up staying in room 201. This felt like a predetermined, uncontrollable plot. If that's the case, then she would likely experience everything that Cuttlefish Ball went through. Ling Chu, it's still early. I'm going out for a walk to see if I can trigger the scene where I help the innkeeper retrieve the tripod. Away from gambling and drugs, me too. Ling Chu closed the chat panel, got up, opened the door, and went out. On the wall of the second-floor corridor, she found a group photo. The photo showed Hans and his wife Martha, with a girl of about 17 or 18 in the middle, smiling brightly. She must be the innkeeper's daughter. She had her father's brown hair and her mother's emerald green eyes, a very pretty girl. Cuttlefish Ball had also mentioned that she had stayed on the island for 6 days, and this so-called innkeeper's daughter had never shown up, nor had she been able to find out anything about her. She must be a key figure. Ling Chu descended the stairs to the bar on the first floor. Hans was still wiping a wooden wine glass. Seeing her come down, he asked kindly, "Are you satisfied with the room?" Ling Chu nodded. "Very satisfied." She then cut to the chase. "Boss, you said I'm about the same age as your daughter, so why don't I see her helping out in the shop?" Hans stopped what he was doing, turned to look at her, his polite but stiff smile still on his lips. He just stared at Ling Chu without saying a word. Ling Chu inexplicably felt that the boss's smile was somewhat eerie. Just then, the curtain to the kitchen was lifted, and a plump middle-aged woman came out carrying a pot of freshly cooked porridge. Ling Chu recognized her from her appearance and eyes. She was the boss's wife, Martha. Seeing Ling Chu, she was very enthusiastic. "Haven't had breakfast yet? Would you like some hot porridge?" Ling Chu shook her head. "No, thank you." If you don't like porridge, the village bakery is having a sale today, you could go check it out. I ordered a batch of tripods from the blacksmith to reinforce tables and chairs. If it's on your way, could you pick them up for me before dark? Ling Chu nodded. "Sure, I was just thinking of going out for a walk." Ling Chu readily accepted the mission of picking up the tripods from the blacksmith for the landlady. Leaving the inn, the bakery was on the same street, less than 100 meters away. Just as the Cuttlefish Ball had said, a prominent wooden sign hung in front of the bakery, with a smiley face drawn in colorful chalk and the words "Discount Today" written on it. Ling Chu pushed open the door, and a sweet, cloying aroma of baked dough and honey wafted out, instantly shutting out the salty smell of the sea breeze. "Welcome." The bakery owner poked his head out from the back oven, his voice loud and enthusiastic. "Come and see. Our signature honey bread is fresh out of the oven, as soft as a cloud. And our village children's favorite apple pie, the filling is made from apples we grow ourselves, sweet and sour." Ling Chu's gaze swept over the display cases inside the shop. The selection of breads wasn't large, but they were all neatly arranged, golden and tempting, exuding a simple, rustic aroma. "We rarely have outsiders here," the shopkeeper said, wiping his hands with a towel. "So I remember every traveler like you perfectly. But lately, more merchant caravans have been coming to the village, and my little shop's business has improved quite a bit." Ling Chu's gaze swept over the bread. The price was indeed very cheap. 1 seashell could buy 10 fragrant honey breads. If she bought a batch and resold them at the trading post, she'd make a fortune. Unfortunately, these breads wouldn't be filling, and she probably couldn't take them off the island. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Ling Chu remembered what Bainek had mentioned about the red algae forest, so she asked, "I heard you have that kind of red algae here, which can be made into special dishes. Where can I buy it?" Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's enthusiastic smile faded slightly, and he became somewhat mysterious. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Hey, you've come to the right person. That kind of rare stuff, ordinary fishermen can't get their hands on it. I happen to have some here, made into red algae sandwiches." He pointed to a small, unassuming bread, a dark reddish color, in the corner of the counter. However, he rubbed his fingers together, giving a knowing look. "It's not cheap, 20 seashells apiece." Ling Chu activated his one-eyed eye patch, scanning the red algae breads, but didn't see any properties. These red algae breads, like the ordinary breads, were probably generated by the island's mysterious forces. Eating them probably wouldn't have any effect. "If you want to buy fresh red algae, you'll have to find Steven, but he's very busy. If you're lucky, you might find him at the dock," the bakery owner said. "Okay, thanks," Ling Chu said, still paying with 2 seashells for 10 honey breads and 2 apple pies. Ling Chu felt this place was somewhat like a role-playing game she'd played before. The villagers here were like NPCs, building good relationships with them might yield unexpected clues. And the bread she'd bought, though she couldn't eat it all herself, could be given to the NPCs, for example. Ling Chu had barely stepped out of the bakery when a tan-colored figure darted out and pounced at her feet. Woof woof! A looking little yellow dog, seemingly drawn by the aroma of her honey bread, circled around her, wagging its tail. Ling Chu tossed a piece of honey bread to the little yellow dog, who nimbly jumped up and caught it in its mouth, its tail wagging even more enthusiastically. "Hey, little yellow, do you know where the blacksmith's shop is?" Ling Chu half squatted down, ruffling its head. The fur was soft and fluffy, it felt really nice to touch. These kinds of yellow mongrel dogs usually all have a common name, Little Yellow. Little Yellow finished the bread in a few bites, then barked twice. It then walked off in one direction, occasionally looking back to make sure Ling Chu wasn't following. Chapter 149, Suspicious Points About the Blacksmith Shop. Led by Xiao Huang, Ling Chu arrived at a shop at the edge of the village. Before even getting close, she heard rhythmic metallic clanging coming from the open doorway. The little yellow dog obediently squatted in front of the shop, chest puffed out, looking expectant of praise. "Thank you, Xiao Huang." Ling Chu stroked its head again before entering the blacksmith's shop. The forge inside was blazing, steam rising from it. A boy of about 17 or 18 was intently swinging a hammer, sweat trickling down his youthful yet already resolute profile, striking the red-hot iron with a soft sizzle. Ling Chu stood at the doorway, waiting for the hammer to fall before speaking. "I've come to pick up the tripod," Aunt Martha ordered. The boy didn't even look up, his voice mingling with the whooshing of the bellows. "Wait." He quickly threw the iron back into the forge, pumped the bellows, and the fire instantly roared to life. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed as a farmer walked in and called out familiarly, "Lucas, is my custom-made hoe ready?" The boy called Lucas stopped what he was doing and wiped his face with the towel hanging around his neck. "Yes, Uncle Valen, it's over there in the corner." The man went to get the hoe, casually asking, "Where's your master, Andrew? I haven't seen him today." "My master twisted his back yesterday while forging iron," Lucas said with a hint of helplessness. "He needs to rest at home for a couple of days." The man picked up the hoe, carefully examined the connection between the wooden handle and the iron head, weighed it in his hand, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. "Hey, you made this hoe, didn't you? Kid, you've got a good handiwork. You're almost a master craftsman." Lucas was a little embarrassed, his dark face flushed slightly in the firelight, and he replied softly, "It's still far from perfect." After seeing the man off, Lucas turned to Ling Chu, walked to a corner of the shop, and pulled out several finished tripods from a pile of miscellaneous items. "Here you go, the tripods Aunt Martha wanted are all here. Aunt Martha has already paid the deposit, so you can just take them," Lucas said. "Thank you." Ling Chu felt the name Lucas sounded familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. But the name was very common, so she didn't think much of it. Just as Ling Chu was about to leave with the tripods, she suddenly heard a dripping sound, very faint, as if something was leaking. "Is your quenching tank leaking?" "I heard a dripping sound." Lucas's expression paused slightly, then returned to normal. "It probably is. I'll go check." The shop's quenching tanks are made of pieced-together planks, not carved from a single piece of stone, so they often leak. As he spoke, Lucas walked to the quenching tank, squatted down, and began to examine it carefully. Ling Chu turned and left the blacksmith's shop with the tripod in her hand. Little Huang was still sitting obediently by the door, waiting for her. She walked all the way back to Hans's inn, Little Huang following her happily the whole way. Before entering the inn, Ling Chu fed it another piece of honey bread. Little Huang wagged its tail like a propeller, extremely happy. Only after watching Ling Chu enter the inn did it pick up the honey bread and run off. "Auntie Martha, I've got the tripod back." Ling Chu stepped into the inn. Aunt Martha was wiping the table. Seeing this, she put down her rag and took the tripod from Ling Chu. "Thank you, you're such a capable child." Aunt Martha smiled, but Ling Chu keenly sensed that she wasn't genuinely happy. It was more like she was reciting a line. "I heard Little Yellow barking. You've fed it, haven't you? Otherwise, it would definitely come in begging for a bowl of rice porridge." From Martha, Ling Chu learned that Little Yellow was a puppy abandoned here 2 years ago by a caravan that had passed through. It had grown up on the charity of the villagers, and everyone on the island loved Little Yellow. Before it got dark, Ling Chu went to the pier again to inquire about Stephen. She learned from a fisherman that Stephen had gone out to sea that day and wasn't there yet. He probably wouldn't be back for another 2 days. Night had fallen over the village. Ling Chu returned to her room, took out some grilled shrimp, a piece of buttered bread, and a can of luncheon meat for dinner, and discussed the clues she had gathered that day with Huang Xiaoan. "I successfully retrieved the tripod from the blacksmith's shop, but nothing happened. The landlady didn't even give me a delivery fee." Ling Chu, "Me too. This quest is really strange. There's no follow-up after retrieving the tripod. On the 3rd and 4th days, I tried not retrieving the tripod to see what would happen, but nothing special occurred. The landlady was very understanding and said she would retrieve it herself tomorrow." Ling Chu took a bite of her bread and typed a message. "I understand. Let's rest first, and continue looking for clues tomorrow." The next morning, Ling Chu woke up on the wooden cotton bed in room 201 of the inn. She glanced at the system time. It was 7 a.m. She washed her face with some cold water from a wooden tub and went downstairs. Hans was wiping glasses at the bar when Martha, carrying a pot of porridge, emerged from the kitchen, uttering familiar lines. "Haven't had breakfast yet? Would you like some hot porridge?" Ling Chu gave a different answer than yesterday. "Okay." Martha placed the porridge on the table and ladled her a bowl of hot porridge. "Be careful, it's hot, child." Ling Chu sat down, took a couple of sips, and tasted very ordinary rice porridge. "The village bakery is having a sale today, you could go check it out." I ordered a batch of tripods from the blacksmith to reinforce tables and chairs. If it's on your way, could you pick them up before dark? The same scene as yesterday. The loop began. Ling Chu said okay. After finishing the bowl of hot porridge, her stomach still felt empty. Today, Ling Chu didn't head towards the bakery. Instead, she took a shortcut to the blacksmith. I've come to pick up the tripod Aunt Martha ordered, Ling Chu said to Lucas, who was hammering away. Her intuition told her the problem was still in this blacksmith shop. Lucas, is my hoe ready? The middle-aged man named Warren came again. As usual, Lucas let him get the hoe first before fetching the tripod Ling Chu had asked for and handing it to her. After taking it, Ling Chu didn't leave but began to carefully examine the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop wasn't large. Behind the curtain, there appeared to be 2 more rooms, presumably Lucas's living quarters. In the center of the shop was a brick-built forge connected to a large, hand-operated bellows. Next to the bellows, an anvil rested on a wooden post. Against the wall was a fireplace, but since the weather wasn't cold yet, it wasn't lit. Beside the fireplace was a slightly leaky quenching trough. On another wall were many forged tools, hammers, hoes, shears. Ling Chu's gaze swept over the tools one by one. Suddenly, her eyes fell on one of the axes. There were dark red patches on the axe blade, looking like rust. Ling Chu instinctively felt something was wrong. She took 2 steps closer, her brow furrowing slightly. Up close, the color didn't quite look like rust, it looked more like congealed blood. Chapter 150 Death. Ling Chu glanced at the other tools against the wall. These were all freshly forged, brand new. How could they possibly have rust? Only the axe had a dark red mark. Ling Chu was almost certain it was congealed blood. This blacksmith shop was definitely suspicious. Was the blood from slaughtering animals, or human blood? Ling Chu suddenly remembered the strange dripping sound she'd heard yesterday, and at the same time, the strange dripping sound started again. I heard dripping. Is there a leak somewhere? Ling Chu said something similar to yesterday's lines, her eyes fixed on Lucas's expression. Lucas's expression was calm. It should be the quenching tank. I'll go take a look. I told Master a long time ago that it needs replacing. This quenching tank is made of pieced-together planks, very flimsy, and leaks frequently, but he always hesitates to replace it. He walked to the quenching tank as usual, squatted down, seemingly checking for leaks. Ling Chu's gaze shifted from the quenching tank to the old fireplace behind it. The quenching tank and fireplace were very close. The sound of water seemed to be coming from both the quenching tank and the fireplace. Ling Chu's gaze fell on the pile of coals in the center of the fireplace. Plop! A drop of dark red blood dripped from the top of the fireplace pipe into the coal pile below. The coal was very black, the blood would barely leave a color on it. But the sharp-eyed Ling Chu caught it clearly. Her breath hitched. There was a corpse hidden in the pipe above this fireplace. Whose corpse could it be? Ling Chu's mind raced. She remembered the old man named Valen mentioning that Lucas had a blacksmith master named Andrew, who seemed to be at the shop every day, except today. Could this corpse be his master's? Or the daughter of the innkeeper who had never appeared before? At this moment, Lucas, seemingly squatting to inspect the quenching tank, kept a close eye on Ling Chu out of the corner of his eye. When he noticed her gaze fixed on the fireplace, Lucas no longer concealed the ferocity in his eyes. He swiftly drew a newly forged iron sword and turned to slash at Ling Chu's head. Ling Chu, seeing the merciless sword hurtling towards her, instinctively activated her teleportation skill, Ghost Dance. However, the skill, which she could usually activate instantly, was now completely ineffective. Ling Chu instantly broke out in a cold sweat, rolled on the ground, and barely dodged the fatal blow. What happened? Ling Chu glanced quickly at her skill bar. All her skills were grayed out and unusable. Not only were her skills ineffective, but she also felt incredibly clumsy, like an ordinary person, no, even less capable than an ordinary person. Ling Chu's pupils constricted sharply. In this life-or-death situation, all her fighting instincts were unleashed to their fullest extent. Almost instinctively, she swiftly drew the bone blade from her waist and, in a flash, swung it with all her might towards Lucas's leg. This bone blade could not only kill, but it could also inflict substantial damage on incorporeal monsters like ghosts. No matter what kind of thing Lucas was, this dagger would definitely hurt him. However, reality dealt Ling Chu another painful blow. Her bone blade sliced across Lucas's calf without resistance, yet the sensation was chillingly empty. The blade clearly grazed his flesh and trouser leg, but left no mark, as if cutting through air. Lucas, holding his iron sword high, had long since lost his innocent smile, replaced by a zhengning, meaning ferocious, and ruthless expression. Ling Chu had no way to avoid it. Thud! The muffled sound of the blade slicing through flesh reached Ling Chu's ears clearly. An indescribable pain exploded from her back, engulfing her entire nervous system, as if her spine had been severed by the sword. The immense impact caused her vision to go black. All consciousness was forcibly cut off, plunging her into endless darkness. The morning sunlight shone on Ling Chu's face. She abruptly opened her eyes, staring wide-eyed at the ceiling, her chest heaving, her breathing rapid, like a drowning person finally surfacing. Thump, thump. Ling Chu heard her own steady heartbeat. She was alive. The familiar wooden furniture and the window overlooking the sea, it was room 201 of the inn. She had been resurrected through the cycle. Ling Chu suddenly noticed a number 3 formed by black mist appearing on the window, then slowly transforming into a 2. Then the black mist dissipated into the air. But Ling Chu was certain it wasn't an illusion. What did that 2 mean? Could it represent the remaining number of resurrections? She originally had 3 chances to resurrect. She had used 1, leaving 2. If that number were to reset, would she really die? The excruciating pain from the iron sword slicing through her spine still lingered. Ling Chu sat up, washed her face, calmed herself, and then opened the ship's communication channel. Huang Xiaoan had just sent a message. Stay away from drugs, gambling, and prostitution. Yesterday, as usual, I went to the blacksmith's to pick up my tripod. Nothing happened. Then I went to the docks, helped 2 fishermen move their goods, went to the fields, and helped a farmer harvest wheat for half a day, but I didn't get any useful information. Ling Chu typed a line. That blacksmith apprentice named Lucas is suspicious. He killed me yesterday. Her current time is morning. Huang Xiaoan's time should be the same as hers, so her death must have happened yesterday. Stay away from gambling, drugs, and prostitution? Holy crap. You got killed. Ling Chu, yeah, because of the loop, I revived again, but it seems there's a limit to the number of times I can revive, only 3 times. Stay away from gambling, drugs, and prostitution, so I missed the point? The key location is the blacksmith shop. Cuttlefish Ball, I went to the blacksmith shop several times before, and Lucas never attacked me. Why would he kill you? Did you trigger some special condition? Ling Chu, among the tools against the wall in the blacksmith shop, there's an axe stained with blood, and blood is dripping from the pipe above the fireplace. I suspect there's a recently deceased corpse hidden there. Ling Chu, he must have noticed my unusual observation about the fireplace, so he attacked me. Stay away from gambling, drugs, and prostitution. Wow, that kid looked pretty decent. How could he commit murder and hide a body? Could the corpse be the innkeeper's daughter? Ling Chu, possibly, or it could be Lucas's master. Lucas said his master, Andrew, twisted his back while forging iron too forcefully, so he's recuperating at home. But experienced blacksmiths almost never make that kind of mistake. Stay away from gambling, drugs, and prostitution. You make a good point. By the way, is Lucas that strong? How could you lose to him and get killed by him instead? Ling Chu, all my skills are disabled, and my weapons are ineffective against him. My attributes are also very low. You're probably like me, with a limitation unique to this island. Ling Chu, if you don't believe me, you can try it on a villager, but I don't recommend it. If the villagers think you have bad intentions, it'll be a loss. Stay away from gambling, drugs, and prostitution. Seriously? Skills disabled, weapons ineffective? What's the point of fighting? Chapter 151 Aura. Cuttlefish Ball, based on the current clues, Lucas is a crucial figure. Could the way to unravel this island's mystery be to subdue Lucas and clear the name of the corpse in the fireplace? This is the most reasonable guess at the moment, but Ling Chu still feels something is amiss. If the corpse in the fireplace is the innkeeper's daughter and Lucas's master isn't dead, then everything still makes sense. But if the corpse in the fireplace is Andrew, then where is the innkeeper's daughter? Although the innkeeper's daughter has never appeared, Ling Chu has a feeling that she might be the most crucial figure. Ling Chu paused, then said, there's an even simpler and more direct way: kill Lucas. Killing dangerous characters, killing the boss, is often the fastest way to beat a game. Away from drugs, gambling, and prostitution. If we can't beat Lucas, how about we ask the other villagers for help? They all know there's a body hidden in the fireplace. We can just tell the villagers Lucas killed someone, take a few men to the blacksmith shop to get him, and that'll do, right? Inkfish Ball, we're outsiders in the villagers' eyes, and Lucas is the village blacksmith. We can't prove it with just words, the villagers might not believe us. I think it's best to catch him red-handed. Away from drugs, gambling, and prostitution. I helped those 2 fishermen move their goods yesterday, and they trust me now. I'll do it again today, and then I'll find an excuse to take them directly to the blacksmith shop and expose his evil deeds in front of Lucas. Ling Chu, that sounds feasible. Try it today. After closing the fleet channel, Ling Chu was still pondering a question. With all skills and weapons ineffective and his own attributes greatly weakened, how could he directly kill Lucas? Ling Chu arrived at the inn's lobby and ran into Aunt Martha again, who was carrying out a bowl of hot porridge. Aunt Martha invited her to have a bowl. Ling Chu accepted and sat down at the table, chatting with Aunt Martha while she ate her porridge. Aunt Martha, are you familiar with the blacksmith's apprentice, Lucas? Of course. This village is so small, everyone's related. By seniority, Lucas's master should call me Auntie, Aunt Martha said with a smile. By the way, I ordered a batch of tripods from the blacksmith to reinforce tables and chairs. If it's on your way, could you pick them up before dark? Sure, I'll go get them for you after I finish my porridge. Ling Chu agreed to fetch the tripods but didn't leave immediately, continuing to gather information. Was Lucas close to his master Andrew? If Lucas and his master argued, was it possible he might impulsively kill his master? How could that be? Don't be ridiculous. Lucas is a hard-working and good boy, and very filial to his master. Andrew likes to drink and has a bit of a temper. He hasn't married yet, and he raised Lucas like a son. Sure enough, without witnessing it firsthand, these villagers wouldn't believe that the honest and hard-working blacksmith apprentice was a murderer. Like a son, what about Lucas's biological parents? Ling Chu continued. Lucas wasn't from our village. His mother was a prostitute working for the caravan, so naturally she didn't know who his father was. It was quite a coincidence. Lucas's mother, heavily pregnant, came to our island with the caravan to do business, and happened to stay in this very room, 201, where she gave birth to Lucas. The next day, before dawn, his mother secretly ran off with the ship, abandoning Lucas, still an infant. I was also pregnant at the time and couldn't raise another child. Andrew said he wanted to raise him, so he took Lucas away. Although Andrew was a rough man, he was incredibly devoted to caring for the child. Such a small baby had no breast milk, only cow's milk, which was a rare commodity here. Andrew spent all the savings he had accumulated from years of blacksmithing on buying cow's milk to feed the child. Otherwise, how could Lucas have grown so tall and strong? Ling Chu listened quietly, sipping her porridge intermittently. Seemingly having chatted a bit too long, Martha also served herself a bowl of porridge, sat opposite her, and took a few sips with a spoon. A bowl of hot porridge in the morning is so comforting, it would be even better with some honey. Ling Chu watched Aunt Martha's eyes crinkle comfortably as she drank the porridge. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. She could taste the porridge, but it didn't make her feel full because it was a product of this island. These villagers, however, lived off this food because they themselves were products of this island. Her weapons were ineffective against Lucas because they weren't from this island. So, perhaps using weapons from this island would be able to harm Lucas? Ling Chu immediately stood up and said to Martha, "Thank you, Aunt Martha. I have something to attend to, so I'll head out now." "This child, why are you thanking me so much?" Martha still smiled. After leaving the inn, Ling Chu didn't go straight to the blacksmith's shop. Even with weapons, she wasn't confident she could defeat Lucas. She needed more help. So, Ling Chu went to the docks first and found Bainek crying under a tree. She successfully stopped his crying with an apple pie. Bainek, clutching the apple pie, looked puzzled, his tear-streaked face showing a hint of confusion. "How did you know I love apple pie?" "I heard it from the baker, all the children love his apple pies." Ling Chu stuffed the remaining 9 apple pies into Bainek's arms. Bainek was dumbfounded. Apple pies weren't cheap even for the villagers. His mother only bought him one when the bakery had a discount. This woman was too generous. "I'm new here doing business, and I need your help. Could you distribute these apple pies to the village children, those over 16 and strong? I have even more apple pies I can give them for free, just have them come to the blacksmith shop to collect them." Bainek nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "I understand, I'll go get some right away." "How many is fine? Why not take advantage of a good deal?" "Any number of people is fine," Ling Chu said with a smile. "Tell them to come within half an hour. No exceptions." Chapter 152 Corpse. Barnack, clutching the pile of apple pies, excitedly ran off to find someone. Ling Chu walked alone towards the blacksmith's shop. Clang, clang. Lucas was hammering away at the forge, sweat pouring down his face. Ling Chu waited for a while at the blacksmith's door, but didn't see the farmer uncle named Valen. She glanced at the system time, it was already 8 o'clock. Valen should have come to pick up his hoe around 7:45. She had gone to the docks, so she was a little late, and the uncle named Valen had already left. Ling Chu entered the blacksmith's shop and said to Lucas in a normal tone, "I've come to pick up the tripod Aunt Martha ordered. I'll go get it for you." Lucas wiped his sweat, then went to the back room and brought back a stack of brand new tripods. Ling Chu reached out and took the tools, seemingly casually noticing the row of tools displayed against the wall. "Can you make custom weapons in your shop? I'd like to have one made as a personal weapon." "Of course, we have all kinds of weapons. Piracy is rampant at sea lately, so you definitely need a good weapon when you go out to sea," Lucas said. Ling Chu felt like she'd been shot in the knee. She pointed to a curved sword hanging on the wall. "Could I see that sword? I'd like to have one made like that too." It was a reasonable request for a customer to see a weapon sample, and Lucas didn't suspect a thing. He turned and retrieved the sword, handing it to Ling Chu. Ling Chu held the sword in her hand and weighed it. The blade was heavy, the edge sharp, and the material solid. It was a good sword. "Did you hear water? It sounds like there's a leak somewhere," Ling Chu asked casually. "It should be a quenching tank. This quenching tank is made of old wooden planks pieced together. It's been in disrepair for years and always leaks." Lucas spoke as he turned and crouched down to inspect the quenching tank. Ling Chu, her eyes slightly cold, stared at his back. She raised her curved sword high and, without hesitation, brought it down towards Lucas's nape. This strike was intended to kill. However, clang! In a flash, Lucas reacted with lightning speed, drawing the iron sword that was cooling in the quenching tank and parrying the fatal blow with perfect precision. The immense recoil traveled along the blade, making Ling Chu's entire arm go numb. "When did you find out?" The simple, kind expression on Lucas's face vanished instantly, replaced by a twisted, ferocious look of someone exposed. His eyes were filled with icy killing intent and confusion. He suddenly exerted force, pressing the heavy iron sword downwards. Ling Chu felt an overwhelming force surge through the blade, almost forcing her to her knees. She gritted her teeth, using all her strength to brace herself against the hilt, her arm trembling violently from the strain. Was this the strength of a 17 or 18-year-old? Lucas, a blacksmith for many years, was muscular and undoubtedly much stronger than his peers, but this strength was simply too great. Just as Ling Chu was about to give way, a cacophony of footsteps and the clear, yet doubtful, chatter of boys came from the doorway. "Is it true? Apple pie for everyone who comes? Barnack, you're not playing a trick on us, are you? He's inside. Whether I lied to you or not, just go in and see." A dozen or so teenagers, surrounding Barnack, curiously peeked into the doorway, witnessing the dramatic scene unfolding inside the blacksmith's shop. "Hey, Lucas! What are you doing?" The boys' exclamations made Lucas freeze. Seeing his plan exposed, a fierce and resentful glint flashed across his face. Without hesitation, he sheathed his sword and retreated, turning and charging towards the small door leading to the backyard like a cheetah. "Oh no, he's trying to escape." Ling Chu, enduring the excruciating pain and numbness in his arm, mustered all his strength and lunged forward, grabbing Lucas's left leg that had just stepped out. "Let go!" Lucas roared, both shocked and furious. His right leg, whipping around like a gust of wind, kicked backward without hesitation, striking Ling Chu squarely in the shoulder. A piercing pain shot through Ling Chu, and half her body went numb instantly. Her arm involuntarily loosened its grip, and the force of the kick sent her tumbling backward, her back slamming heavily against the cold anvil. Lucas, now missing his shoe, continued his swift movement, disappearing into the backyard. Bank went over and helped Ling Chu up. Ling Chu rubbed her shoulder, gasping for breath. That kick had definitely swollen her shoulder. That bastard. Her attributes were drastically reduced, even a sneak attack wouldn't be a match for Lucas. "What happened? Why are you fighting?" Bank was completely bewildered. "Lucas killed someone, and I found out, so he got angry and tried to kill me too," Ling Chu said. "What? That's impossible. How could Lucas kill someone?" The boys present were astonished and didn't believe Ling Chu's words. She pointed to the fireplace by the wall. "The body is hidden in the fireplace. If you don't believe me, you can go and see." The boys exchanged glances, half believing, half doubting Ling Chu's words. "How about I go take a look?" A brave boy stepped forward and walked towards the fireplace. As he approached, a faint smell of blood wafted into his nostrils. The boy sensed something was wrong. He tried peering into the fireplace manifold. Ah! When the boy saw what was inside the manifold, he jumped back 2 steps, covered in cold sweat, his tongue tied in knots. "A foot! I saw a foot! There really is a body. I'm going to find the village chief." The boys, terrified, immediately ran to inform the adults. Hans arrived quickly. A large crowd of villagers surrounded the blacksmith's shop. The body was pulled from the fireplace pipe. It was Andrew, Lucas's master. His body was already stiff. His neck was almost completely severed, held together only by a few bits of flesh. His severed head still had wide-open eyes, as if he had died with unfinished business. The time of death was no more than 8 hours ago, around dawn yesterday. The wound was likely caused by a weapon like an axe. The village's only doctor concluded after examining the wound on Andrew's neck. The villagers, witnessing Andrew's gruesome death, were all red-eyed, some secretly wiped away tears, while others were filled with rage. "I was drinking with Andrew just yesterday, how could this happen? Murdering his own master, Lucas is worse than a beast. Village chief, you must seek justice for Andrew." Hans's expression was also grave. Upon hearing the news, he left the inn with his wife, Martha, and rushed over immediately. Their village had always enjoyed harmonious and peaceful relations, even fights were rare. Such a tragedy hadn't occurred in decades. Chapter 153 The prophecy comes true. Hans's gaze fell on Ling Chu. "Could you tell me more details about what happened? And how did you discover the body in the fireplace?" Ling Chu then recounted her discovery in detail. "First, I noticed strange bloodstains on the axe in the corner. Then I heard a strange dripping sound. Lucas said it was a leak in the quenching tank, but I felt it was coming more from the fireplace. Just as I was about to approach the fireplace, Lucas suddenly attacked me, so I had to grab the scimitar beside me to defend myself. Ling Chu pieced together the events of yesterday and today, a mix of truth and fiction. Otherwise, she couldn't explain why she suddenly attacked Lucas. It all made perfect sense, without any suspicious points. Moreover, Ling Chu was a new traveler on the island. She had neither the time nor the motive to commit the crime. On the contrary, it was Lucas. Those teenagers were all witnesses. They said Lucas was extremely nervous after seeing them, and even after Ling Chu ripped off one of his shoes, he fled in panic. Immediately seal off the docks. Suspend all trade with merchant ships today. No ships are allowed to leave. Everyone who isn't in a hurry, grab your weapons and come with me to search the village. We must find this murderer, Lucas, Hans declared righteously. Hans led the villagers to search the island, determined to find Lucas. As the person who discovered the crime scene, Hans instructed Ling Chu not to wander around the village, but to return to the inn to avoid Lucas returning to retaliate. So, back at the inn, Ling Chu discussed the day's progress with Huang Xiaoan. I went to the docks early this morning and helped the fishermen unload their goods. I lied to them, saying I'd ordered a batch of weapons from the blacksmith and couldn't carry them myself, so I asked them to help me carry some too. I finally managed to get them to the blacksmith, but the moment Lucas saw us, he turned and ran out the back door. Damn it, that kid runs fast. Huang Xiaoan's situation was almost identical to hers. Ling Chu pondered. Lucas was very wary. If more than 3 people came to the blacksmith at the same time, he would most likely run away. Ling Chu, my progress is the same as yours. Lucas escaped, and Hans is leading the villagers to search for him everywhere. If we catch Lucas, will we be able to break the cycle? Ling Chu, maybe, but it doesn't feel that simple. Ling Chu's words proved prophetic. As darkness fell, every household in the village lit their lamps. The villagers still hadn't found any trace of Lucas. Hans was so busy he hadn't even returned to the inn for dinner. It seemed he planned to search all night. Ling Chu had a bad feeling. The village was so small. The village chief had mobilized hundreds of people to search, and they still hadn't found Lucas. Where could he be hiding? Martha, having learned that Ling Chu had injured his shoulder while fighting Lucas, had specially brought some green herbal ointment, saying that people in their village used it when they got injured while working. It was very effective at reducing swelling. Ling Chu was currently sitting on the edge of the bed, applying some ointment to his shoulder. Eating the bread here wouldn't fill her up, and Ling Chu wasn't sure if the ointment would actually work, but after applying it, she did feel a cooling sensation and the swelling had lessened. The wound wasn't as swollen as before. Ling Chu finished dressing when she suddenly caught a glimpse of an unusual red light outside the window. Ling Chu's heart skipped a beat. She immediately went to the window and saw that the village was engulfed in flames, especially towards the farmland. Fueled by the wind, the fire was spreading rapidly in all directions, and the scorching heat even hit her in the face. Fire! Ling Chu immediately rushed out of the room, but as soon as she reached the first-floor stairwell, the scorching heat and billowing smoke forced her to retreat. The fire had reached the inn's entrance, the door completely blocked by flames, the wooden door and beams crackling and popping as they burned fiercely, and the inn's signboard had been burned to the ground, sending sparks flying. "Aunt Martha?" Ling Chu called out several times, but there was no response. Without hesitation, Ling Chu immediately turned and rushed back to her room on the second floor. She quickly tore off the sheets and blankets from the bed, twisted them tightly into a sturdy rope, and tied one end firmly to the heavy bedpost. She threw the other end of the rope forcefully out the window, grabbed it tightly, and nimbly slid down the rope, landing steadily on the open ground behind the inn. The moment her feet touched the ground, Ling Chu ran towards the bustling dock. Some people were trapped in burning houses, unable to move, others were engulfed in flames, emitting pitiful screams. The scene was chaotic and filled with despair. Meanwhile, many villagers were spontaneously organizing themselves, desperately drawing water from the sea using buckets, basins, and anything else they could find, trying to extinguish the flames that were engulfing their homes. Flames! The prediction from the Cuttlefish Ball tarot cards had come true. But the fire started so strangely. Why did it suddenly ignite? And the fire was so fierce. It wasn't an accidental fire, it seemed more like arson. But there was no time to think about that now. Ling Chu saw a rolled-down wooden bucket on the ground, instinctively picked it up, and ran to the beach to help fight the fire and rescue people. However, in the next second, something even more chilling happened. Right in front of her, a villager who was bending over to draw water from the sea suddenly let out a short scream. He was violently dragged into the water by a tremendous force, leaving only a rapidly spinning whirlpool and a few strings of bubbles on the surface. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. Ling Chu clearly saw, in the flickering firelight, several blurry, humanoid shadows lurked like ghosts in the shallow water near the dock. They darted out with astonishing speed, using inhuman strength to precisely drag a villager who was bending over to fetch water into the deep sea. This horrifying scene was like cold water poured into boiling oil, instantly igniting panic at the dock. "Stop fetching water! Run!" Someone let out a heart-wrenching scream, and the villagers, who had been desperately trying to fight the fire, were instantly terrified. In a panic, they dropped their buckets and basins, and the crowd, like a hornet's nest, exploded, pushed and shoved, crying and screaming, desperately trying to get as far away from the dark sea as possible. Ling Chu immediately grabbed a villager who was turning to run. What was that? It was a sea monster. The villager was terrified, his pupils darting around. We're doomed, we're doomed. The villager broke free of Ling Chu's grasp and stumbled towards the fire, muttering, I'd rather be burned alive than be eaten by a sea monster. Chapter 154 Uncle Warren. Serpents? Ling Chu was stunned by the villager's words. Serpents are often depicted in legends as beings more mysterious and malevolent than mermaids. The fact that so many serpents were gathered here. Serpents surrounded the dock, attacking villagers fetching water, while a raging fire spread rapidly. Caught between a rock and a hard place, the island village was caught in a desperate dilemma. The villagers tried to use their stored rainwater to fight the fire, but against such a massive blaze, the rainwater was woefully inadequate. The system's time unknowingly ticked towards midnight. Amidst the billowing smoke, Ling Chu was suddenly overcome by intense fatigue and dizziness. She collapsed to her knees, but the overwhelming dizziness wouldn't subside. Her vision went black, and she fainted. The morning sun shone in, illuminating the room warmly and brightly. Ling Chu awoke again in room 201 of the inn. The number formed by the black mist on the window changed from 2 to 1. Ling Chu rubbed her slightly sore temples. Before she fainted, she clearly hadn't died, yet the number formed by the black mist was still one step lower. Was it because, under the circumstances, death was inevitable? So they assumed she was dead? Messages flashed incessantly in the fleet channel. Ling Chu opened them and saw they were all messages from Wang Xiaoan. Stay away from gambling, drugs and pornography. At Ling Chu, what's the situation on your end? Last night, a huge fire suddenly broke out in the village. While I was running away, I was hit by a falling beam and knocked unconscious. Stay away from gambling, drugs and pornography. When I woke up, I saw a black number 2 on my window. Do I only have 2 chances left? How did a fire suddenly start on the island? I feel like this island is full of danger. Stay away from gambling, drugs and pornography. At Moyuan, how did you survive on the island for 6 days? Moyuan, because my deduction speed wasn't as fast as yours. I didn't even find out that Lucas was the murderer. Tat. Ling Chu sat up in bed and sorted out her thoughts. Indeed, ever since Lucas was confirmed as the murderer, this copy had become dangerous. That fire was probably started by Lucas. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape the island. Ling Chu said this on the ship group channel. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that the village inexplicably caught fire precisely while they were searching for Lucas? But Ling Chu was still somewhat puzzled. Last night, the docks were teeming with sea monsters, making it impossible to approach the shore. How was Lucas so confident in avoiding the sea monsters' attacks and escaping the fire? Could it be that he didn't intend to escape, but rather to perish with the villagers? That's too radical. Ling Chu thought for a moment and said, the fire is a new plot point that occurred after Lucas escaped, so we currently have 2 directions. One is to prevent the fire in advance, and the other is to kill Lucas. Lucas is too wary and strong, killing him is really difficult. I'll go investigate the fire. Ling Chu, okay, then I'll try again to kill Lucas. Ling Chu still felt that instead of trying to solve the fire itself, it would be better to directly address the source of the fire. But Lucas was indeed very wary. Huang Xiaoan had already tried leading the villagers to the blacksmith's shop to capture him. It was completely ineffective. He would turn and run as soon as he saw so many people at the blacksmith's shop. It had to be someone who could lower his guard and whose presence at the blacksmith's shop wouldn't seem out of place. Ling Chu then thought of someone, the farmer uncle named Valen, who would be coming to the blacksmith's shop today to pick up his hoe. If she could persuade him to help her subdue Lucas, there was still a chance. Ling Chu glanced at the time. It was already 7:30. The uncle would arrive at the blacksmith's shop at 7:45 for the hoe, leaving her only 15 minutes. Ling Chu quickly dressed and hurried downstairs. As she passed through the hall, Martha was carrying a pot of hot porridge from the kitchen. Haven't had breakfast yet? Want some? No, thank you, Aunt Martha. The bakery in the village is having a sale today. Okay, Aunt Martha, I'll go to the blacksmith's to get you the tripod. Ling Chu blurted out her lines first, then hurried out the door. This child. Aunt Martha shook her head helplessly. This time, Ling Chu didn't go to the dock, but went directly towards the blacksmith's shop. On the way from the inn to the blacksmith's shop, she would pass the village bakery. The little yellow dog was obediently squatting at the bakery's entrance. Seeing Ling Chu, it immediately wagged its tail and came up to her, begging for food. Little Yellow, stop fooling around, I have important things to do. The little yellow dog seemed to understand her words, sitting down on the spot and making a slightly aggrieved whimper. Ling Chu then thought, taking Little Yellow along shouldn't be a problem, right? Little Yellow is so intelligent, maybe it can even help her. She took out a piece of honey bread and offered it to Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang, instantly won over, tugged at her heels and followed Ling Chu eagerly. Ling Chu, worried about time, started jogging, and Xiao Huang huffed and puffed as he ran alongside her. Uncle Valen. Finally, Ling Chu spotted the familiar figure about 20 meters from the blacksmith's shop and successfully stopped him. Valen turned around at the sound of her voice, looked Ling Chu up and down, and asked suspiciously, "You look a little unfamiliar. You're not from this village, are you? Do you know me?" Ling Chu explained, "I'm a merchant who just arrived here. I heard Aunt Martha, the innkeeper, mention you. She said you're kind and helpful. Flattery never fails." Besides, the innkeeper had said everyone in their village knew each other, so there was no fault with that. Warren scratched his head somewhat sheepishly, a blush rising on his dark cheeks. "Hee, Martha, you flatter me too much. I'm just a bit kind-hearted." "So kind-hearted, Uncle Warren, could you do me a small favor?" Ling Chu looked at him expectantly and said sincerely, "Lucas and Andrew owe me money for a shipment of iron ore, and they haven't paid it back. I hope that when we get to the blacksmith shop, you can help me hold Lucas down." Ling Chu demonstrated a backhand grappling move, like this. Uncle Warren waved his hands repeatedly. "That won't do. Debts can be discussed properly. How can you start by resorting to violence? I was forced into this situation. Lucas owes me a huge sum of money, and I have a family to support. I really need this money. I heard Andrew would rather go to the hotel every night to buy alcohol than pay back the debt. I'm just afraid they'll run off with the money. I promise I won't fight, you just need to hold Lucas down." Ling Chu was worried that revealing Lucas's murder would frighten Valen, and that she might slip up and alert him when she entered the room. That's why she made up this story. Ling Chu remembered Martha saying that Andrew liked to drink, which would also increase the credibility of her story. Chapter 155 Second Kill and Firefly. Sure enough, Uncle Warren hesitated upon hearing this. "You're right, paying back debts is a matter of course. Andrew's actions are a bit unethical, but as an outsider, isn't it inappropriate for me to meddle? You should go to our village chief and let him stand up for you." Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, Ling Chu directly took out 10 seashells. "As long as you're willing to help me, these 10 seashells are a token of my gratitude. Besides, how can this be considered meddling? Andrew is from your village. If word gets out that he owes money and doesn't pay, it won't be good for your village's reputation. One person tells 10, 10 tell 100, and which caravan will do business with you in the future? This isn't meddling, this is upholding justice." Uncle Warren looked at the seashells in her hand, a clear hint of interest flashing in his eyes. 10 seashells were a considerable sum in this small village. "All right then, I'll help you with this." Warren took the seashells and put them into the small bag hanging at his waist. "Go inside in a bit, and watch my signal before you act," Ling Chu said. Valen entered the blacksmith's shop. "Lucas, is the hoe I ordered ready?" Lucas, who was hammering in the furnace, paused at the sound, looked up, and smiled. "Yes, Uncle Valen, it's over there in the corner." Ling Chu followed closely behind, saying, "I've come to get the tripod Aunt Martha ordered." "Just a moment, I'll go get it." Lucas, unsuspecting, turned and walked towards the corner to get the hoe, while simultaneously preparing to grab the tripod from the pile of miscellaneous items. The instant his back was turned to the two of them, Ling Chu immediately gave Valen a wink. Although Uncle Valen hesitated for a moment, thinking of the 10 seashells and the village's reputation, he steeled himself, lunged forward, and grabbed Lucas's arms from behind with his strong arms, executing a standard backhand grappling move. "Uncle Valen, what are you doing?" Lucas, startled, instinctively struggled, only to find Valen using all his strength. "Lucas, you're not being fair. How can you not pay this young lady back what you owe her? And Andrew goes out drinking every day, is that acceptable?" Valen shouted, trying to subdue him with words. "When did I owe her money? Let me go." Lucas frowned. "Now." Ling Chu rushed forward, catching a glimpse of the red-hot iron sword in the forge. Without hesitation, she grabbed a thick cloth, wrapped it around the hilt, and pulled the sword from the furnace. A wave of scorching heat rushed towards him, the red-hot blade drawing a fiery arc in the air, aimed directly at the temporarily restrained Lucas. If this strike landed, it would be fatal. Seeing this, Lucas exerted his strength, forcefully flipping Uncle Valen, who weighed far more than him, to the ground. "Ah!" Uncle Valen crashed heavily to the ground, letting out a cry of pain. This struggle caused Ling Chu's seemingly certain strike to deviate. Sizzle! Accompanied by the smell of burning flesh, the red-hot blade missed a vital spot, instead grazing Lucas's arm, leaving a gruesome burn. Lucas gasped, his eyes instantly filled with icy killing intent as he looked at Ling Chu. The injury didn't slow him, instead, it fueled his ferocity. He dodged Ling Chu's second sword strike, his uninjured hand precisely seizing her sword-wielding wrist, while his other hand clamped down on her throat like an iron clamp. The immense difference in strength nearly crushed Ling Chu's wrist. The scorching iron sword slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. She was pinned down by Lucas, unable to move, her breathing becoming difficult. "You're asking for death." Lucas whispered viciously in her ear, his other hand already catching the still-hot iron sword as it fell. He reversed the tip, poised to plunge it into Ling Chu's chest. Woof, woof. A tan-colored figure suddenly darted out from the corner. Little Yellow had bitten Lucas's ankle. Get away, you beast! Lucas winced in pain, violently swinging his leg, the force sending Little Yellow flying. Woof! Little Yellow rolled twice on the ground, letting out a mournful whimper, but immediately struggled to its feet, darted to the blacksmith's door, and began barking loudly and urgently at the outside, as if calling for help, or perhaps warning the entire village. Lucas's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. He glared fiercely at Ling Chu, ignoring the excruciating pain in his arm, and without hesitation, dashed towards the backyard, disappearing from Ling Chu and Valen's sight in the blink of an eye. Little Yellow's barking attracted nearby villagers, and the subsequent events unfolded much like yesterday. Ling Chu pointed out the body hidden in the fireplace, and the panicked villagers immediately summoned the village chief, Hans. After an examination by the village doctor, the time of Andrew's death was determined. Ling Chu rubbed his aching wrist, feeling a surge of frustration and anger. How did that kid get away again? According to common sense, a man's peak physical strength is between 25 and 35. This Uncle Hans looked to be around 30, and a hard-working farmer who toiled in the fields every day. How could he not restrain Lucas, a boy of only 17 or 18? Valen was also filled with self-reproach, rubbing his aching back. It's all my fault. If only I could have subdued Lucas. That kid has incredible strength. I couldn't hold him down at all. The plan to kill Lucas had failed again, so Ling Chu had to settle for second best, preventing the ensuing fire. The fire yesterday was so large that Lucas had clearly prepared in advance, likely planting accelerants in multiple locations. There should be some clues in his room. Come on, everyone, search the village with me. We must find this murderer, Lucas. Hans was about to lead the villagers to search for Lucas when Ling Chu stopped him. Uncle Hans, I don't think Lucas killed him impulsively. He had Andrew in the fireplace. The stench of his body would be unbearable in a couple of days. He must have planned his escape route long ago. Perhaps we should thoroughly search his room. We might find some clues? That makes sense. Let's search the entire blacksmith shop first. Ling Chu's words convinced Hans. He led his men and thoroughly searched Lucas's room. Lucas and Andrew lived in a thatched roof wooden hut in the back, usually separated only by a wooden door. The second floor cubicle was used for storing miscellaneous items. Ling Chu followed them to Lucas's room. The villagers found 2 jars of fish oil and a bulging bag of tinder under his bed. Tinder was commonly used for starting fires in the blacksmith's shop, but its presence in the bedroom was somewhat suspicious. Ling Chu looked up at the cluttered second floor and suddenly noticed a hemp rope hanging conspicuously beside the wooden ladder. She climbed up the ladder and saw that the rope was soaked in fish oil, and at its end were 2 large bags of tinder. Chapter 156 Thrilling Moments. Ling Chu's eyes flickered. If this hemp rope were ignited, the entire blacksmith shop would quickly burst into flames, turning into a sea of fire. Ling Chu immediately summoned Hans. Hans looked at the sophisticated ignition device, his expression grave. It seems Lucas had already prepared for arson to destroy the evidence. Lucas was even willing to burn down his own bedroom, Ling Chu hinted. Could he have buried these tinder pieces elsewhere in the village? Ling Chu's words instantly alerted Hans. He immediately led the villagers to search several of the most flammable locations. Soon, they found oil-soaked hemp rope and tinder in the village granary, the bakery's woodshed, the inn stables, and even in the fields. Hans looked at these concealed ignition sources, a wave of fear washing over him. If all these fuses were lit, the resulting fire would be enough to burn down the entire village. This kid must be insane. Not only did he kill his master, but he's dragging the whole village down with him. Hans quickly destroyed the ignition devices and increased manpower to blockade the docks, determined to capture Lucas tonight. Thank you, stranger. If it weren't for your careful reminder, we would have all been burned to death. Hans and the villagers thanked Ling Chu gratefully. Thanks to your warning, the village escaped disaster. Ling Chu politely replied, no need to thank me, I just happened to find it. Hans led his men in a thorough search of every house. Because of the tinder, Lucas was considered extremely dangerous, and for their own safety, the villagers searched with extra care. Ling Chu couldn't help but think, judging by this, they'd probably search the entire village tonight. Once they caught Lucas, would the cycle finally end? As night fell, every household lit their lamps. Ling Chu sat in the lobby of the inn, waiting for Hans to bring good news. Martha, needle and thread in hand, sat opposite Ling Chu, mending old clothes. Ling Chu kept her progress updated with Huang Xiaoan on the fleet channel. Huang Xiaoan had also discovered the ignition device around the same time, but not in the blacksmith shop. She found it first in the inn stables. She immediately called Hans and Martha to show them her discovery. At first, Hans and Martha didn't believe her, seemingly thinking Huang Xiaoan was staging a scene. It wasn't until Huang Xiaoan became desperate, guaranteeing with her own life that Hans should immediately search the blacksmith shop, and if there was no body in the fireplace, she could be arrested as arsonist. Only then, Hans, still somewhat skeptical, led his men to the blacksmith's shop. Unsurprisingly, Lucas, upon seeing them, immediately dropped the iron sword he was forging and ran away. The situation unfolded similarly to Ling Chu's. Hans was leading a search of the village, but there was still no news. "Aunt Martha, have you seen a siren?" Ling Chu remembered the dark figures lingering at the dock last night. She now understood the fish-tailed figure she saw in the cuttlefish ball's divination crystal ball was probably not a mermaid, but a siren. "I haven't seen one, but Stephen has," Aunt Martha said. Stephen. Ling Chu remembered him as the fisherman who discovered the red algae forest. "I've heard there are many sea monsters in the red algae forest. They like to come out at night, and they feed on carrion, so they prefer to drag humans into the water, drown them alive, and then devour their corpses. So, don't go out to sea or near the dock at night, it's very dangerous." Martha earnestly warned her. "It seems the villagers here all know about the sea monsters. Generally, they don't go near the dock at night, so there's no need to worry about sea monsters attacking the villagers today." Martha was still sighing over Lucas's situation. Lucas, that boy, he was so honest and upright, how could he do something like this? Now Andrew is dead, Lucas has run away, and the village blacksmith's shop is deserted. Everything in my inn, from the tables, chairs, doors, and windows to the signboard and tripod, was custom-made at that blacksmith's. If anything breaks, I don't know who to ask for repairs. By the way, child, are you hungry? I'll make you some more porridge. Of course, it's free, you're a great benefactor to our village now. No need, thank you, Aunt Martha. Ling Chu shook her head. She sat downstairs with Martha for a while longer, until 10:30 p.m. system time, before going upstairs to her room. Ling Chu took out a plate of roast meat and a can of chickpeas from her ring space and ate a simple dinner. After eating, Ling Chu sat on the edge of the bed, leaning against a soft cotton pillow. The soft touch behind her gave her body, exhausted from a day's journey, a moment of relief. Outside the glass window, the lights were still bright. Clearly, after Lucas's major incident, the villagers were all having trouble sleeping. Ling Chu simply turned off the oil lamp by her bedside. The bright lights outside were enough to illuminate the room clearly. Not long after turning off the light, Ling Chu suddenly heard a slight rustling sound at the door. It sounded like someone was turning her doorknob. Ling Chu's mind went blank, and alarm bells rang instantly. Hans and Aunt Martha would never enter her room without knocking. 2 seconds before the lock was fully opened, Ling Chu's body moved faster than her mind. With a nimble roll, she silently slipped into the narrow shadow under the bed, pressing herself tightly against the cold wooden floor. The wooden door creaked open gently. Someone entered, their footsteps deliberately soft, yet each step felt like a blow to Ling Chu's heart. As the person drew closer, Ling Chu glimpsed his feet through a crack under the bed. His feet were large, he was a man, wearing simple cloth shoes, the edges of which were stained with damp mud. But the most striking feature was his left ankle, a freshly scabbed, clearly canine tooth mark, clearly visible in the dim light. It was Lucas. The hairs on the back of Ling Chu's neck instantly stood on end. She suddenly remembered that Aunt Martha had mentioned that all the tables, chairs, doors, and windows in her inn were custom-made at a blacksmith's shop. If the doors were made by a blacksmith, the locks must have been too. Lucas probably kept spare keys when he made these locks. Even if he didn't, he must be familiar with the lock's mechanisms, meaning he could unlock all the locks in the inn as easily as if he were at home. Ling Chu forced herself to calm down and immediately sent a message to Wang Xiaoan. Stay away from gambling, drugs, and prostitution. Where are you? Don't stay alone in the hotel room. Be careful of Lucas, he can unlock all the doors. The moment she finished sending the message, Ling Chu noticed that the pair of feet had stopped moving, remaining by her bedside. As if wondering why someone had disappeared when they had just turned off the oil lamp. Ling Chu held her breath, afraid to even breathe. Chapter 157 The Last Life. Seemingly finding no one in the room, the feet adjusted their direction, toes pointing outwards, preparing to leave. The soles of the shoes made a slight rustling sound as they scraped the floor, allowing Ling Chu's tense nerves to relax slightly. Just as she thought the crisis was about to pass and was about to exhale a breath, a grotesque half-face of Lucas, hanging upside down, suddenly appeared without warning through the gap under the bed. A malicious smile spread across his lips, his gaze locked onto Ling Chu hiding in the shadows. Found you. The next second, a thick arm, like an iron clamp, reached under the bed, grabbed her arm, and yanked her out. Ling Chu felt like a weightless chick, mercilessly dragged out from under the bed by Lucas and slammed heavily onto the floor. Before she could even struggle to her feet, Lucas had already knelt on her chest, one hand gripping her neck tightly, the other holding a short, sharp dagger against her throat, a chilling sensation spreading through her. Ling Chu had always used this position, holding a dagger to someone's head. Now that their roles were reversed, she understood just how desperate this position truly was. Lucas leaned down, his usually honest and simple face now twisted like a demon in the darkness, his breath carrying a mad, metallic smell. I don't know how you discovered those ignition devices. His voice was low and hoarse, filled with the rage of someone ruining his plans, but you ruined my plans, and you deserve to die. Before he could finish speaking, before Ling Chu could even utter a word, she felt a sudden chill on her neck. Her vision went black as if splashed with ink. Huang Xiaoan was climbing the stairs to the second floor when she received Ling Chu's message. When she saw the message, her reaction was the same as Ling Chu's. Goosebumps rose on the back of her neck. A chilling feeling, as if someone were watching her from the shadows, spread through her entire body. She couldn't go back to her room. Almost instinctively, she turned sharply and rushed back downstairs without hesitation, her steps quick and hurried, wanting to find Aunt Martha or Uncle Hans immediately. More people meant more safety. Aunt Martha? She called in a low voice, her eyes scanning the front hall anxiously. However, Martha, who had been sitting by the fireplace just minutes before, mending clothes by the firelight, was nowhere to be seen. Only the unfinished needlework lay forlornly on the chair. An ominous premonition gripped Huang Xiaoan's heart. She took a deep breath and lifted the curtain leading to the backyard. The yard was silent, save for the sound of the night wind. The kitchen door was ajar, a sliver of dim light and the bubbling of broth seeping through the crack. Aunt Martha? Are you in there? Huang Xiaoan raised her voice, asking as she cautiously pushed open the kitchen door. The rich aroma of broth wafted out, and a large iron pot on the stove was bubbling with hot soup. And Aunt Martha, she was slumped over the stove, seemingly asleep from exhaustion. The next second, Huang Xiaoan's pupils contracted sharply. Martha's entire head was submerged in the scalding, boiling iron pot. A gruesome gash in her back was gushing blood, staining her coarse cloth clothes dark red, drops falling onto the clean floor. Huang Xiaoan's scream caught in her throat. The sudden, gruesome scene left her frozen. In that instant, still reeling and oblivious, the wooden door behind her creaked shut. A shadow loomed over her from behind the door, carrying a heavy stench of blood and a chilling killing intent. Tisk, willingly coming down to her death. Saves me the trouble of going upstairs to find her. The voice was deep and familiar. Huang Xiaoan whirled around, seeing Lucas's expressionless face and the blood-dripping dagger in his hand. I don't know how you discovered my plan to burn down the village. He tilted his head, his deep blue eyes holding an inhuman coldness. But if you ruin my plans, you'll have to die. Huang Xiaoan's gaze instantly locked onto the heavy cleaver beside the stove. The moment Lucas finished speaking, she grabbed the handle and, without hesitation, swung it horizontally at him. You're asking for it. Lucas easily dodged the attack. Huang Xiaoan, failing with her first strike, brought her blade down a second time for his head. Clang! The short dagger firmly blocked the cleaver in her hand, like an iron statue, preventing her from lowering it even an inch. At the same time, Lucas's left hand swiftly twisted and gripped her wrist holding the cleaver, squeezing hard. Hiss! Huang Xiaoan cried out in pain, the cleaver clattering to the ground. This was her first direct confrontation with Lucas. Huang Xiaoan looked up in despair, her pupils constricted as she stared at the man before her. She understood now why even someone as strong as Ling Chu couldn't defeat him in a direct confrontation. His strength far exceeded the limits of an ordinary person. If judged by the system's stats, his strength was definitely over 10 points. All struggles were futile against the insurmountable gap in strength. Thud! A cold dagger pierced her heart. All of Huang Xiaoan's strength was instantly drained. She collapsed limply, her consciousness sinking into boundless darkness. Room 201, the hotel. Ling Chu awoke with a start in the cool morning light, sitting bolt upright in bed, her hand instinctively reaching for her neck. The skin her fingertips touched was smooth and intact, but the sticky, suffocating sensation of her throat being severed by a sharp blade and the warm, gushing blood was etched into her senses, lingering there. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She retrieved some fresh water from her ring and gulped it down several times. The cold liquid slid down her esophagus, barely suppressing the nauseating phantom pain. The loop hadn't ended, meaning Huang Xiaoan had also failed. Ling Chu looked up at the window. The number on the glass, formed by the eerie black mist, had changed from 1 to 0. 3 consecutive failures weighed heavily on Ling Chu's mind. She had no chance of resurrection. Today was her last chance. If she failed again, this island would be forever out of her reach. Messages flashed incessantly in the fleet channel. Stay away from gambling, drugs and prostitution, damn it. I'm done for. That bastard Lucas killed me. That guy is definitely not normal, his strength is like a monster. No wonder Hans couldn't find him anywhere in the village. Who would have thought he was hiding in the inn all along, waiting for his prey? Stay away from gambling, drugs and prostitution. Aunt Martha. Aunt Martha has been killed by him. She died right before my eyes. Wah! Luckily we can start over, but I only have one last chance to revive. Stay away from gambling, drugs and prostitution. At Ling Chu, Captain, I'm really out of ideas. What should we do now? Chapter 158 Countermeasures. Ling Chu pondered calmly. Disrupting Lucas's fire plan beforehand was also out of the question. Lucas was a menace. If she couldn't subdue him immediately and let him escape, he would be a constant threat. Moreover, he had grown up in this village and knew its paths intimately. If he escaped, he would be extremely difficult to catch. Therefore, killing Lucas seemed to be the only optimal solution. Ling Chu regretted that yesterday's plan had fallen so close to success. She had already slashed Lucas's arm. If Uncle Valen had subdued Lucas for even a few more seconds, she might have had a chance to kill him. How could she ensure that Uncle Valen could completely subdue Lucas immediately? Ling Chu racked her brains, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck her. She shared her solution with Huang Xiaoan on the Fleet Channel. Stay away from drugs, gambling, and prostitution. Will this really work? Ling Chu, let's try. Whether it succeeds or not, this is our last chance. It's better than sitting and waiting to die. If this fails again, Ling Chu doesn't know what will happen. Actually, the safest way is to let Huang Xiaoan try again. She'll have another chance to revive. But Ling Chu never places her hopes on others. As long as there's a chance, she wants to try again. And if all else fails, she can use her last resort, crush the spatial spores and teleport back to the ship. Having thought of a plan, Ling Chu immediately got up, hastily threw on some clothes, and ran down the stairs like the wind. Aunt Martha, carrying a bowl of porridge, had just lifted the curtain when she heard Ling Chu's clear voice. I don't want any more porridge, Aunt Martha. I'll go get the tripod from the blacksmith's for you right away. The words had barely left her lips when Martha could only see her retreating figure disappearing into the inn's doorway. She smiled helplessly, placed the hot porridge on the table in the lobby, and went back to her work in the kitchen. Ling Chu ran all the way to the village bakery. Pushing open the door, she went straight to the counter and loudly told the owner, who was busy in the oven, "Boss, I want to buy red algae-filled bread." A big customer. Upon hearing that someone wanted to buy red algae-filled bread, the owner immediately wiped his hands and greeted her with a beaming smile. "Sir, you have excellent taste. This red algae-filled bread is our shop's signature product. You can only buy it here. It's not cheap, though. How many would you like? Does eating one of these breads increase my strength?" Ling Chu asked. "Of course, if you want more to fill your stomach, no problem. My bread is absolutely worth the price." "Then 3 pieces." Ling Chu generously paid with a hefty 60 seashells. Holding the packaged red algae-filled bread, she stepped out of the shop and was met by a little yellow dog that pounced on her. Ling Chu took out a piece of red algae bread and handed it to the dog. The dog sniffed her hand. Although it wasn't its favorite honey bread, the rich wheat aroma made its mouth water. The dog snatched the bread in its mouth and devoured it in a few bites. Ling Chu remembered Barnick mentioning that this red algae could miraculously increase strength, hence its high price. Bread made from red algae would naturally possess this special effect. Previously, because the food here didn't provide a feeling of fullness, Ling Chu hadn't paid much attention to the red algae bread. But following the logic that food and weapons in a dungeon can affect people in that dungeon, Uncle Valen was someone in this dungeon, so this bread should have an effect on him. Yesterday, Little Yellow saw her fighting Lucas and rushed over without hesitation. Although it didn't cause Lucas any harm, it was still her helper. Although she didn't know if the bread would work on dogs, Ling Chu fed Little Yellow the red algae bread without hesitation. It was only about 20 seashells. She considered it a donation to the dog. After finishing the bread, Little Yellow licked its lips. It didn't seem to show any obvious change. Ling Chu continued running towards the blacksmith's shop, Little Yellow following happily behind her. As she ran, she showed off a piece of red algae-filled bread. The red algae filling didn't taste particularly special, it was just like ordinary vegetable bread. Since Ling Chu wasn't part of the instance, she wasn't sure if her strength had increased after eating it. Her character attribute panel showed no change, it was still her original attributes. However, Ling Chu was quite certain that her current basic attributes were less than a third of what they used to be. Before Uncle Valen entered the blacksmith's shop, Ling Chu stopped him at their usual spot. Using the same excuse and the lure of seashells as yesterday, Ling Chu persuaded Valen to help her hold Lucas down. Ling Chu then took out the last piece of red algae bread and handed it to Warren. "Uncle Warren, eat this bread. Lucas is very strong from years of blacksmithing. I'm worried you won't be able to control him." Warren's eyes widened when he saw the pink bread, his tone incredulous. "This is the red algae bread that costs 20 seashells? Child, how much do Lucas and Andrew owe you? Is it worth you spending so much?" They do owe a lot, but don't worry about it. Eat up," Ling Chu said. Warren had always wanted to try the red algae bread, but the price was too high, he simply couldn't afford it. He finished the bread in a few bites, still wanting more. "How does it taste?" Ling Chu asked. Uncle Valen smacked his lips. "To be honest, it doesn't taste anything special. It just tastes like soft wheat bread, but I feel like I have more energy now. I want to get out of bed and swing a hoe. How about I try smashing this wall?" No, save your energy for later. If you can help me subdue Lucas, I'll give you another 100 seashells, but if he gets away, you won't get a penny." Ling Chu could tell that Uncle Valen was quite greedy, and he threw out another empty promise. 100 seashells. Uncle Valen's eyes instantly lit up. He worked himself to the bone every day, tilling the land, planting wheat, and selling it to the bakery, earning an average of 7 or 8 seashells a month. This was just helping her collect debts and doing her work, and he could earn a year's harvest? Don't worry, for those 100 seas, no, for the reputation of our village, I'll do my best, Uncle Valen said, pumping his fist. Valen and Ling Chu stepped into the blacksmith's shop one after the other. Lucas, is the hoe I ordered ready? And Aunt Martha asked me to pick up the tripod she ordered from you a few days ago. Ling Chu added. Chapter 159, The Real Village. It's all ready. I'll go get it for you. Lucas wiped the sweat from his brow, which had been burning from the heat, and turned to go to the corner to get the hoe. Ling Chu's eyes sharpened, and she gave Uncle Valen a resolute look. Perhaps the 100 seashells she offered were tempting enough, because Uncle Valen didn't hesitate at all this time, and charged forward. Using the momentum of his charge, his sturdy body, like a powerful bull, tackled the unsuspecting Lucas to the ground. Bang! The sudden heavy force from behind caused Lucas's cheek to slam into the dusty ground, giving him a mouthful of dirt mixed with coal dust. Pa! Uncle Valen! What are you doing? Lucas was shocked and angry, trying to struggle to his feet, but Valen held him down firmly with his full weight. What are you doing? Paying back debts is a matter of course. Uncle Valen panted, his arms gripping Lucas like iron hoops. You can't bully a young girl from out of town, you're ruining our village's reputation. What debt? Who owes a debt? Lucas sensed something was wrong. A fierce and violent rage beyond his years flashed in his eyes. He suddenly exerted force in his waist, managing to flip over despite being at a disadvantage, pinning Valen beneath him. However, Valen, having eaten the strength-enhancing red algae bread, possessed arm strength far exceeding his usual level. Despite his disadvantageous position, he remained as solid as a rock, tightly gripping Lucas's neck with his arms, preventing him from completely breaking free. Ling Chu, the moment Valen lunged at Lucas, rushed to the blazing forge, grabbed a thick cloth, wrapped it around the hilt of the sword, and drew the red-hot iron sword. She gripped the sword hilt tightly with both hands, aimed at Lucas's chest, who was temporarily restrained by Valen, and thrust it down with all her might without hesitation. Before the scorching tip even touched his skin, the terrifying heat already caused the hem of Lucas's clothes to flutter. His pupils constricted sharply, sensing a deadly threat. His survival instinct kicked in, and he raised his leg, gathering all his strength to kick Ling Chu in the abdomen. Woof woof! A yellow figure pounced from the corner like a vengeful lightning bolt. The little yellow dog opened its mouth and bit down hard on Lucas's ankle as he desperately kicked out. Unlike yesterday, when it only left shallow teeth marks, today the little yellow dog, having also eaten red algae bread, was exceptionally ferocious. With a splat, 2 deep, bloody holes were bitten into his ankle. Ah! The excruciating pain made Lucas scream, his kick towards Ling Chu momentarily halting. This brief 2-second interruption created a life-or-death gap. Ling Chu seized this fleeting opportunity, thrusting his arms forward with all his might. Swoosh! With a sound of flesh being sliced through, the scorching iron sword pierced Lucas's chest with unparalleled precision, piercing his beating heart. A pungent smell of burning flesh instantly filled the air. Lucas's body stiffened abruptly, his struggling movements ceasing completely. He looked down in disbelief at the crimson blade piercing his chest, the ferocity and lifelessness in his eyes receding rapidly like a receding tide. Uncle Valen behind him looked equally incredulous. You promised to collect the debt, how could you? Before Uncle Valen could finish speaking, the scene before him seemed to freeze. The next second, everything before him shattered like a broken mirror, tearing apart, like a faded painting, its vibrant colors fading. In the blink of an eye, the world changed color. The scorching heat of the blacksmith's shop, Uncle Valen, Little Yellow, even the iron sword she held in Lucas's corpse, all began to become transparent and blurry, then turned into countless swirling dust particles, dissipating without a trace. In their place lay a desolate, gray, and bleak ruin. A chilling sensation came from beneath her feet. Ling Chu looked down and found that the cold, murky seawater had already submerged her calves. She looked around, barely able to make out what was there by the familiar anvil half buried in the mud at her feet, and the outlines of a few charred and rotten wooden pillars stuck in the water. Here, it was still the blacksmith's shop, but its dilapidated state, the blackened and charred wooden pillars, made it seem like the final remains, eroded by time and the waves of the sea, after a devastating fire. Ling Chu! Ling Chu heard someone call her from behind. She turned and saw Wang Xiaoan half leaning against the ruins behind her, her face pale. She coughed twice and stood up. You cracked the copy, you killed Lucas. Ling Chu paused and said, it seems so. Damn it, I did as you said, feeding Valen the red algae bread, but Lucas still broke free of his restraints and took the iron sword from my hand. Wang Xiaoan watched Lucas approach her with a steel sword, his expression ferocious, and thought she was about to die again. Unexpectedly, the scene before her suddenly shifted and overturned. Until she saw Ling Chu appear, her heart, which had been pounding in her throat, returned to the ground. Ling Chu thought for a moment and asked, "Didn't you feed Xiao Huang bread?" Xiao Huang. You know, the little yellow dog that lies in front of the bakery begging for food. Huang Xiaoan shook her head. That's it. Xiao Huang is very brave. Without him, things would be unpredictable. After speaking, Ling Chu turned and looked around, belatedly feeling a chill run through her body. This chill rose from the solace of her feet, much like the eerie feeling of being in a graveyard. The salty sea breeze blew, and Huang Xiaoan shivered inexplicably. Her clothes were completely soaked. So, they hadn't been sleeping in a hotel at all these past few days, but rather in these seawater-soaked ruins? The charred marks on the remaining wooden stakes proved that a devastating fire had taken place here. The fire they experienced might not just be part of a dungeon scenario, but something that actually happened here. Although the dungeon had been shattered and the loop broken, Ling Chu felt that many mysteries remained unsolved. She surveyed the blacksmith's workshop ruins and noticed that the fireplace was still there. Because the fireplace was made of brick and stone, it had been remarkably well preserved despite the combined effects of the fire and the seawater. Ling Chu approached the fireplace and found numerous skeletons scattered around the coal pile, with some more sporadic skeletons wedged in the passageway above. If she wasn't mistaken, these skeletons belonged to Andrew. The flesh had likely decomposed and sloughed off, causing the bones to fall through the passageway. But to Ling Chu's surprise, there were two skulls among the bones. One skull was larger, resembling that of an adult male, while the other was smaller, suggesting a minor. The number of bones in the scattered pile was also unusual, significantly more than usual, resembling the skeletons of two different bodies. Ling Chu summoned her skill panel and found it had returned to normal. She used the skill Skeleton Resurrection on the pile of bones. Chapter 160 Diary. A pale blue glow emanated from Ling Chu's fingertips, like specks of stardust settling on the pile of grayish-white bones. The scattered skeletons seemed to come alive. The broken bones, like building blocks, spontaneously assembled into a complete skeleton. Finally, the dust-covered skull emerged from the coal ash and landed steadily on the skeleton's neck. Ling Chu had 150 magic points. Each skeleton resurrection activation consumed 100 magic points. She took out a bottle of basic magic potion and downed it in one gulp. She couldn't use the skill on the other skeleton until her magic points recovered to 100. The resurrected skeleton stood up, its hands resting on the skull on its neck, its tone filled with disbelief. "Ha! My head grew back." Huang Xiaoan, witnessing Ling Chu's resurrection of Andrew, exclaimed in amazement, "So that's how you resurrect skeletons? How amazing!" The skeleton looked at Ling Chu, then at Huang Xiaoan. The loyalty and submission deeply ingrained in its bones by the magical imprint made it immediately recognize Ling Chu as its master. "My master, did your necromancy resurrect me?" "You're Andrew, right?" "No need to call me master, just call me captain," Ling Chu said. Yes. My name is Andrew, captain. Did you know me before?" Ling Chu shook his head. "I just happened to be passing by." "Do you remember how you died?" Upon hearing this, Andrew suddenly became agitated. "Lucas! It was that bastard Lucas." Sure enough, Lucas had killed Andrew and hidden his body in the fireplace. "Do you know why Lucas killed you? What happened the day you died?" Ling Chu asked quickly. Now that the cycle here has been broken, the next step is to find the island's core. Understanding the whole story here will be very helpful in finding the island's core. Andrew seemed lost in thought, rubbing his forehead as he spoke haltingly. "That day, I had a few drinks at the hotel. When I got home, I found the kettle was empty, so I asked Lucas to get me some hot water. I called out several times, but no one answered. I went straight to Lucas's room, only to find it empty. I had no idea where Lucas was. I found a diary on his bedside table. I never knew Lucas kept a diary, so I couldn't resist flipping through it. Although I'm a rough man, I can still read a few words. There were a few lines written in the diary. When the flames illuminate the sea, they will arrive as promised. The foolish villagers will become sacrifices to the abyss, and I, carrying power in that treasure, will embark on a new journey. I will no longer be an unknown blacksmith's apprentice. I will become a legend of the sea, wealth, and fame within my grasp. The quenching tank needs reinforcement. Andrew almost discovered the entrance yesterday, but there are still a few days left, so it's not really necessary. These sentences were strange. I didn't understand their meaning. Not long after, Lucas returned, and I asked him about the diary. Lucas said I was drunk, that he never kept a diary, and he was so certain of it that I wondered if I was just hallucinating from the alcohol. Lucas brought me some hot water, and I took a couple of sips. Just as I bent down to take off my shoes and socks to get into bed, I saw Lucas's shadow. He was holding a wood-chopping axe. Before I could react, that brat chopped my head off with the axe. Andrew's voice trembled with emotion, tinged with a sob. I don't understand why Lucas did this. It stretched out its grayish-white hand, gesturing. I raised him from such a tiny baby to a man taller and stronger than me. Even though I'm not his biological father, the care I've given him over the years is more than a father's. This brat repays me like this. Why? What did I do wrong? What sins did I commit to be killed by the child I raised? Andrew clutched his head, wanting to cry, but found that skeletons couldn't shed tears. Ling Chu didn't know how to comfort him. This question was probably best answered by Lucas himself. Victims often torment themselves with this question, wondering if they did something wrong. In reality, there aren't so many whys about this question. Some people are born demons. From the fragments in the diary, Ling Chu also gleaned some information. Ling Chu had initially thought Lucas's astonishing strength was due to eating the red algae-filled bread, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Lucas seemed to have made some kind of deal with the sirens, using the fire as a signal to sacrifice the villagers to them in exchange for power. Ling Chu was also very curious about what the treasure Lucas had mentioned was. Andrew, head in his hands, slumped for a while before suddenly realizing the ruins before him were strangely familiar. He touched the waterlogged anvil and, upon discovering that these ruins were his own blacksmith shop, jumped up and down in fury. Which beast did this? How did my blacksmith shop burn to the ground like this? Good heavens, there's a skeleton here. The enraged Andrew was then terrified by another skeleton nearby. It seemed Andrew was completely unaware of what had happened after his death, including Lucas's arson of the village. Suddenly, Ling Chu caught a glimpse of a semi-transparent soul floating behind Huang Xiaoan. He carried a hoe, head bowed, his steps faltering. Ling Chu recognized him from his appearance and clothing. It was Uncle Valen. At the same time, a little boy, expressionless, drifted past Valen. Ling Chu recognized the little boy as Barnack. They seemed oblivious to each other, simply passing by. So, here, after death, the souls cannot see each other? Ling Chu pondered. It must be so. She remembered that after she resurrected Hemlock's soul as a ghost, Teach was able to see him. Huang Xiaoan, lacking Ling Chu's soul-sensing ability, naturally couldn't see these ghosts. As Uncle Valen floated straight past her, Huang Xiaoan immediately shivered. She touched the goosebumps on her arm. Ling Chu, is it because too many people died here? The resentment is so strong, it feels eerie here. Ling Chu remained non-committal, then noticed the messages on the fleet channel flashing incessantly. Moyuwen, did you break the loop? I saw the dock disappear. The island is now a ruin submerged in seawater, but the water level is too shallow, the boat can't go in. Moyuwen, where are you? Xiao Feng Kenyu is very worried about you, she wants to come find you. Moyuwen, or, could you come and pick me up? There are so many bones buried under the silt here. Wah, is this island haunted? Chapter 161. Emily. The fire destroyed all the vegetation on the island. The roots of those plants, which had once gripped the soil like countless powerful hands, anchoring the island, were now gone. However, after the fire, the soil and soft rock layers, stripped of their vegetation, were washed into the sea by torrential rains and erosive waves, causing the foundation to loosen and leading to soil erosion. Furthermore, the decaying roots created cavities underground, destroying the entire island's structure and causing compression and subsidence. And judging from the remains, many years had passed since the fire. Countless skeletons lay buried beneath the silt and ruins, lonely souls wandering aimlessly. Now, this place was practically a beach of the dead. The ruins made it difficult to navigate, so Huang Xiaoan headed towards the dock to fetch Xiao Feng and Kenyu, while Ling Chu remained where she was. 10 minutes later, Ling Chu's mana had recovered to 100 points. She activated her skill again, resurrecting another skeleton. As the skill was cast, the scattered bones pieced themselves back together, and two eerie green flames flickered from the skull. Its pelvis was wide, suggesting it had been a girl in life, and when fully standing, it was shorter than Ling Chu. After awakening, it seemed unaccustomed to its new body, taking stiff, awkward steps towards Ling Chu. Then it extended a pair of skeletal arms towards her. Ling Chu didn't flinch, knowing that the skeleton she had resurrected wouldn't harm her. The cold bones pressed against her, giving her a hug around the waist. A girl's pure voice escaped from between its teeth, filled with excitement and emotion. You succeeded. I knew you would succeed. You, Ling Chu already had a guess in her mind, you're the innkeeper's daughter? The skeleton released its embrace and nodded. My name is Emily. You're Emily? My God, child, how did you die too? Andrew scratched the skeleton's head, his tone surprised and saddened. Emily opened her mouth, only managing a bitter smile. Not only her, but everyone in the village, except Lucas, perished. Lucas killed you too? Ling Chu asked her. The will-o'-the-wisp flickered in Emily's eyes. Yes, I will always remember that day. Her voice sounded distant and sorrowful. That morning, when I woke up, my mother had cooked a big pot of porridge. After I ate breakfast, she asked me to go to the blacksmith's to pick up the tripod she had ordered, and told me to come back for dinner before dark. On my way to the blacksmith's, I passed a bakery and met Little Yellow. As usual, it asked me for food, but unfortunately, I didn't have any with me that day. When I arrived at the blacksmith's, I ran into Uncle Warren. He took his hoe and left first. Lucas brought me the tripod. I overheard him telling Uncle Warren that Andrew had sprained his back, so I asked him how serious it was. The inn had herbal ointment for sprains, and I wanted to give some to Uncle Andrew. Lucas said no need. His tone was a little strange. I saw a blood stain on an axe in the corner, and I also heard a strange leaking sound. The thought that flashed through my mind was unbelievable, and I didn't realize Lucas had been watching me the whole time. When I tried to check the fireplace, he stabbed me in the chest from behind with a red-hot iron sword. He shoved me into the fireplace, but what he didn't expect was that I wasn't completely dead. The sword was only an inch from my heart, but that was even more agonizing than immediate death. The fireplace manhole was narrow and cramped. My body was curled up inside, unable to move an inch. Uncle Andrew's body was above me, his still wet blood dripping onto my face. My consciousness teetered between death and life. I could feel the wound bleeding, my life slowly ebbing away. I prayed that by evening, my mother and father would come to the blacksmith shop to look for me when I hadn't returned home. I held on to this belief, and kept going. Ling Chu, hearing this, felt as if her heart had been squeezed. She looked at Emily with pity and compassion. A young girl, not yet an adult, was shoved into a dark fireplace after suffering a piercing chest wound, unable to move, with a decomposing corpse above her. The thought alone is despairing. As evening approached, I felt I couldn't hold on any longer. Cries and screams woke me again. I thought it was my father coming to rescue me, but it was just someone shouting for fire. I heard the sound of burning beams collapsing, felt the heat and thick smoke billowing into the pipes below. I never imagined Lucas could be so ruthless. My mother, my father, even the entire village, none of them escaped. Emily's voice was filled with hatred. In my dying moments, I was filled with regret. If only I had noticed Lucas's abnormality sooner and stopped his arson plan, would the outcome have been different? I died in the thick smoke. Shortly after, I found myself a ghost. I floated out of the fireplace, found Lucas, and followed him. He first lit the fuse in the blacksmith's shop to cover his tracks, then the fuses in the fields and granary, the very foundation of the village. While others rushed to the fields to fight the fire, he slipped back into the inn amidst the chaos. I saw him skillfully unlock the door, kill my mother in the kitchen, then enter my father's room and take that thing. I realized how foolish I was. He had planned this all along. Stopping his arson was pointless. As long as he was alive, he could freely enter and leave the inn, kill my parents. I had to kill him. As Ling Chu listened to Emily's story, a mystery that had been troubling her was solved. It turned out that every player who entered this island, after checking into the inn, was playing the role of Emily on the day she was murdered. No wonder Emily never appeared in this instance. It turns out she herself was Emily. And no wonder her skills and weapons were ineffective. Emily at that time didn't possess these things at all. What Ling Chu thought was a significant reduction in attributes was actually Emily's physical condition at the time. She had to act as Emily, using her own power and everything at her disposal, to kill Lucas and break the cycle. So, you created this cycle on the island? Ling Chu asked. Emily nodded, then shook her head. This wasn't my intention. The souls of all the villagers who died that night are imprisoned on this island by the siren song, unable to leave, unable to reincarnate. Chapter 162 Rune Tablets. The siren song? Yes, their song is a shackle on the soul, intensifying its resentment. Emily explained to Ling Chu. After death, the soul should be guided to its proper place, but souls killed by siren or those who hear their song lose their way and remain trapped in the same place. We were already trapped here by the siren song. I borrowed the power of the villagers and my own soul to make everyone who lands on the island relive the day I died, until someone can fulfill my last wish and kill Lucas on that day. If someone can do it, it proves she has the ability to avenge me. 10 years have passed. Emily's deep-set eyes gazed intently at Ling Chu. I finally waited for her. Ling Chu felt a pang of emotion. These souls have been trapped here for 10 years? Ling Chu looked at the two skeletons before her. Compared to Andrew, who was still unaware of what had happened, Emily seemed quite different. After Andrew was resurrected as a skeleton, he forgot his memories as a soul. Emily, however, was able to use the soul power and resentment of these villagers to weave such a realistic illusion, and she was perfectly aware of what happened within it. Ling Chu activated his one-eyed patch and checked their attributes. Andrew, undead skeleton, player Ling Chu. Strength, 8. Constitution, 8. Agility, 6. Intelligence, 5. Luck, hidden. Charisma, hidden. Help me up, I can still fight. Undead skeleton passive skill immune to all physical damage, can automatically assemble nearby skeletons. Fear of fire and light, undead skeleton passive skill fire, light, and purification spells deal double damage. Blacksmith, personal skill proficient in blacksmithing, skilled in forging weapons, equipment, and repairing ships. Emily, undead skeleton, player Ling Chu. Strength, 5. Constitution, 5. Agility, 4. Intelligence, 11. Luck, hidden. Charm, hidden. Emily's first two skills, like Andrew's, are common skills for undead skeletons. Her third skill is exceptional intelligence. Exceptional intelligence, personal skill. Her exceptionally high intelligence grants her an extraordinary perception of magical energy, allowing her to learn elemental and necromancy magic. Ling Chu's eyes lit up. Andrew was a blacksmith in life, and naturally retained this ability after death. Her ship finally had a blacksmith, so repairs and equipment maintenance wouldn't need to bother the Chinese server's little Lubin anymore. And Emily could learn magic. Did this mean she could unlock a new type of skeleton minion, a skeleton mage? While she didn't know how to teach Emily magic, would she need to find some spellbooks or scrolls? But if her skeletons could learn, players could too, and those things would definitely be expensive and difficult to obtain. Ling Chu put that aside for now and asked Emily. Lucas wrote in his diary that he would embark on a new journey with a treasure. Do you know what it is? I know, Emily said with a sigh, it's all because of that thing. She slowly began to recount. 3 months before the village was burned down, Stephen discovered a forest of red algae during a chance voyage. That red algae is a special plant. Consuming it increases strength. Later, our village relied on the red algae to attract many merchant caravans to trade with us on the island. Ling Chu nodded. She had heard this from Barnack. Emily continued, but what many villagers don't know is that deep within the red algae forest, Stephen found a stone tablet inscribed with strange runes. He couldn't understand the writing, but seeing its value, he gave it to my father. On the day Lucas set the village on fire, he secretly sneaked back to the inn to take that stone tablet. A stone tablet inscribed with runes? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ling Chu's mind like sparks. She blurted out, is that the elf stone tablet? Emily, do you know the origin of that stone tablet? Ling Chu nodded. Of course she knew. At the auction on the Golden Finger gambling ship, even a rubbing of the elf stone tablet fetched a staggering 100,000 seashells. No wonder Lucas said he would become a legend at sea, fame and fortune within his grasp. That wasn't just boasting. Wait, Lucas. Ling Chu suddenly realized why the name Lucas sounded familiar. The first mate who betrayed Teach was also named Lucas. That Lucas also killed Teach and his entire crew to obtain the coordinates of the cave containing the Elfstone tablet. Ling Chu was shocked. Could it be such a coincidence? If these two Lucas were the same person, then he already had 2 Elfstone tablets? Ling Chu's breath hitched slightly. It was very possible. When the pit where Hemlock and the others were buried was found, Hemlock's soul was still there, even though they had been dead for over a year. If Emily's words are true that the souls of those killed by the siren lose their way and cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation, Hemlock's state at the time was very similar to Emily's. He was killed by Lucas, and at that time, Lucas likely already possessed siren-like powers, which is why the souls of those he killed could not dissipate for so long. 10 years ago, Lucas betrayed and burned down his adoptive father and the village that raised him because of the Elfstone tablet. 9 years later, Lucas, having joined the pirate ship, again betrayed his comrades and captain because of the Elfstone tablet. Doesn't all of this make sense? Emily, oblivious to Ling Chu's unusual expression, continued, at first, we didn't know what this stone tablet was, we just kept it as a rare object. Later, our village became famous for its red algae, and my father heard about the Elfstone tablet from a merchant caravan. Lucas, being a blacksmith's apprentice, often came into contact with merchant caravans. He must have heard the legend of the Elfstone tablet from them, which is why he harbored such malicious intentions. Ling Chu was even more certain. So, Lucas had planned this whole series of events to seize the Elfstone tablet. As a blacksmith's apprentice who grew up here, if he simply stole the stone slab and ran away, the villagers would definitely suspect him. If they knew he possessed this priceless slab, it would bring him endless trouble. Therefore, he decided to go all the way and sacrifice the entire village to the siren. This way, he could both silence them and gain benefits from the siren, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. According to Lucas's diary, he originally planned to carry out this plan a few days later. However, because Andrew accidentally discovered his diary, the plan was brought forward. This makes the whole story sound much more plausible. However, Emily's next words surprised Ling Chu even more. But Lucas never expected that the stone slab he took was a fake. Chapter 163, The Passage and the Bone Digging. Ling Chu was surprised. Fake. That's right, the stone tablet Lucas took was a replica made by my father. Emily said, after my father learned that the stone tablet was priceless, he found several stone tablets of similar size and material, and carved several replicas himself according to the runes on them, intending to sell them to caravans at a high price. That night, Lucas sneaked into the inn and stole the fake stone tablet from a drawer in my father's bedroom. The real elven stone tablet was hidden in the inn's cellar. Ling Chu hadn't expected this twist. If Lucas knew that he had gone to great lengths to kill everyone in the village, only to get a replica stone tablet, wouldn't he be so angry he'd vomit blood on the spot? Ling Chu's mind flashed back to Uncle Hans's simple face. This Uncle Hans didn't seem so honest after all. He had quite the potential to be a shrewd businessman. But over the years, the island has sunk, and since the cellars were already underground, that place is now overgrown with red algae and teeming with sea monsters. Going there would be very dangerous. Emily had previously decided that whoever could break the island's cycle would reveal the location of the elf stone tablet, but after so many years, no one had been able to break the cycle, causing the area to become a dangerous, abandoned wasteland. Of course, that's on the condition that you want the stone tablet, Emily said. Yes, of course, Ling Chu replied without hesitation. Something so many people coveted must be valuable. Even if the legend of the elf treasure was false, as long as someone believed the legend, the stone tablet had value. Even if he resold it to the Golden Finger gambling ship, he could become rich overnight. Besides, treasure, wealth, aren't these the lifelong pursuit of a pirate? By the way, Emily, do you know where the core of this island is? Ling Chu then inquired with Emily. Emily looked bewildered. Island core? What's that? A glowing sphere. Emily shook her head. I've never seen anything like it, but I often see a faint light coming from the sea near the cellar at night. I wonder if it's there? Possibly, Ling Chu said. Based on past experience, the area with the most monsters is likely where the island core is located. In that case, it saves her trouble. She can take the stone slab and the island core together. Inside the blacksmith's ruins, the murky seawater had already reached Ling Chu's calves, with charred wood chips and dust floating on the surface. Ling Chu then thought of the clues in Lucas's diary. There seemed to be a hidden passage beneath this quenching vat. She waded through the water to the huge quenching vat in the corner, bent down, braced herself against the heavy edge, and pushed off with all her might. A gap was made in the quenching tank, revealing not a dry passage, but a dark, still expanse of seawater. The entrance had long been submerged by the rising tide, resembling a silent, gaping maw. Andrew was dumbfounded. When did such a large hole appear under my quenching tank? I'll go down and take a look. Ling Chu decided to investigate first. She checked the bone dagger behind her, then bent down and submerged into the icy waters that had submerged the cave entrance. Underwater visibility was extremely low. She swam along the sloping rock passage for about 10 meters before the water opened up into a vast, empty sea. Ling Chu remembered that this was roughly the rear of the island village, in the opposite direction from the dock. She guessed that after setting the fire, Lucas must have swum through this passage to the back of the village and escaped in a pre-prepared boat. She swam another 30 meters, and a huge, eerie forest of red algae growing on the seabed came into view. These algae were grotesque in shape, like countless withered, blood-red ghostly hands reaching out from the seabed, swaying slowly in the dark water, forming a suffocatingly silent forest. Just as Ling Chu was stunned by this sight, at the edge of her vision, a long, swift black shadow flashed past from behind a clump of giant red algae. The dark figure seemed to have a vague, humanoid outline, but its movements were ghostly and incredibly fast. It was exactly the same scene she had seen in the crystal ball. The figure didn't notice Ling Chu. It appeared in her field of vision for less than half a second before silently disappearing into the deeper, denser red algae forest. That thing was most likely a siren. Ling Chu had no intention of confronting them now. She decisively turned and retraced her steps. When Ling Chu emerged from the water, Huang Xiaoan had already met Xiao Feng Kenyu and her 7 skeleton minions at the blacksmith's shop. Teach, leaning against a broken pillar, was chatting with Emily. Beautiful lady, your skeleton is so well proportioned. Thank you, you're so kind. Having not interacted with strangers for 10 years, Emily was a little shy. I'm not flattering you, I mean it. Look at your long thigh bones. You must have had very long legs in life, and those delicate hand bones, as white as pearls. Who's shoving me? Teach, who had been pushed aside from behind by Ling Chu, turned around and put on a smile again. Captain, it's been a while. You look even more heroic and handsome. What's that fashionable outfit you're wearing? Ling Chu was soaking wet, with seaweed still clinging to her hair, but in front of her familiar old crew, she didn't care about her appearance. Emily, do you know where Stephen's remains are buried? Stephen was the best fisherman in the village, and he was the first to discover the red algae forest. Since then, he frequently ventured into the red algae forest but had never been attacked by sea monsters. He might have some special way of avoiding sea monster attacks, and Ling Chu wanted to learn from him to prepare for any future encounters. I know the approximate location, I'll take you there, Emily said. Emily led them through the water for about 10 minutes until they reached the original location of the dock. Stephen's spirit is nearby, but I don't know which skeleton it is. The filthy, muddy ruins and the stark white landscape silently testified to the tragedy of that year. Countless skeletons protruded from the dark gray silt, like pale bamboo shoots exposed after being washed by rain. Ribs, arm bones, shattered skulls, they intertwined and overlapped, almost filling the entire field of vision. Judging from these exposed skeletons, at least 100 skeletons were buried in this area of just a few dozen square meters. Ling Chu took out all the shovels from his ring space. Not having enough, he went to the trading house and bought a few more, giving one to everyone present and to the skeleton. Our task today is to dig up skeletons. Dig as many as we can before nightfall. Chapter 164 Exclusive Folk Remedy. Huff, huff. The sound of shovels digging into bones echoed across the shallows of the island ruins. Flathead, slow down, don't hurt the bones. These will all be our crew members in the future. Don't worry, I'm being careful. Wow, I dug up a big gold chain. Whose thigh bone is this? There are so many bones, I can't tell them apart. No need to sort them, just pile all the bones together. Cough, don't hide that gold chain, put it aside. These are relics, we'll let the skeletons claim them after they're resurrected. The bone-digging team chattered excitedly, swinging their shovels with all their might under Ling Chu's supervision. Xiao Feng couldn't help but wipe the sweat from her chin. Was she really on a pirate ship? It felt like she was doing the work of grave diggers. Suddenly, she noticed a skull at her feet with a strange shape. Why does this bone look a little different from the other skeletons? She immediately used her shovel to clear away the mud at her feet until a canine skeleton gradually came into view. Why is there a dog skeleton here? Xiao Feng immediately turned to ask Ling Chu. There's only one dog in the village. This is Xiao Huang's skeleton. Captain, can you revive Xiao Huang too? Emily looked at Ling Chu pleadingly. Ling Chu silently shook her head. Her skeleton revival technique could only be used on humanoid skeletons. The will-o'-the-wisps in Emily's eyes dimmed in disappointment. However, what Emily didn't know was that Xiao Huang's spirit was wagging its tail and circling around her legs. Ling Chu then used the ghost revival skill on Xiao Huang. Suddenly, a pale green ghostly puppy appeared out of thin air and pounced straight at Emily. Woof woof! The ghostly puppy leaped through Emily's leg bone, missing its target, but still bounced around her energetically. Little Yellow! Emily was overjoyed. I can't resurrect it as a skeleton like you, but I can resurrect it as a ghost, Ling Chu said with a smile. Little Yellow, the village's beloved pet, was not only affectionate but also obedient, its playful rolling on the ground truly endearing. Crucially, Little Yellow had an incredibly keen sense of smell. It could detect the buried bones through the mud. With Little Yellow's help, the digging progressed much faster, and bones slumbering in the mud were unearthed, seeing the light of day again. Stephen's soul, sleeping atop his own bones, was suddenly unearthed, startled. He floated out of his bones and discovered several strangers and skeletons digging them up. Who are you people? Robbers? Trying to dig up our bones to sell? Our bones are worthless. Stephen stamped his foot in frustration and anger, but quickly calmed down. Whatever, he's dead. What does it matter what bones he has? Anyway, he's just a ghost, no one can see him, and no one can hear his impotent rage. He can always find another place to sleep. Stephen was just about to find a more pleasing rock to sleep on. What does Stephen look like? Ling Chu suddenly asked Emily. Emily thought for a moment and said, an oval face, some freckles, light blonde hair, slightly curly. Stephen's soul scratched his head. This skeleton's voice sounded so familiar. Before he could react, Ling Chu stared in his direction, seemingly recognizing him, and pointed to the skeleton below him, saying, dig this one first. Stephen's skeleton was quickly dug out. Ling Chu's fingers glowed, and Stephen suddenly felt a powerful pull. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself possessing his own skeleton. He could actually control his bones. In other words, he was alive again. As a skeleton. Excited and grateful, Stephen immediately bowed deeply to Ling Chu. Stephen serves you, my master. Just call me Captain, Ling Chu asked him directly. I heard you were the first person on this island to discover the red algae forest? Stephen scratched his head sheepishly. I didn't expect that after all these years of my death, someone would still remember my heroic deeds. Ling Chu then asked, are there many sea monsters in the red algae forest? Yes, it's practically the sea monster's lair. Sea monsters fear sunlight and prefer to hide in those dense, sun-shading red algae forests during the day, only coming out at night to hunt. You can freely enter and leave the red algae forest to harvest the algae, yet you've never been attacked by sea monsters. Do you have any way to deal with them? Stephen nodded, modestly saying, it's not so much a solution as a clever trick. Sea monsters have very poor eyesight, they usually use their sense of smell to identify their enemies. If you crush the entrails and swim bladder of a bluefish into an ointment and apply it to your body, it will lower their guard. This bluefish has a very fishy smell, and the ointment is strong and long-lasting, similar to the scent of sea monsters, so they'll mistake you for one of their own. But this method isn't always effective. You need to keep a distance of at least 5 meters from the sea monsters, otherwise they'll see through you. Once, I was so focused on harvesting red algae that I didn't notice a sea monster approaching. It chased me for half a mile and I almost died. Where can I get this kind of bluefish? Ling Chu asked. This kind of fish is very common, and it's usually easiest to catch it in the early morning. Stephen generously shared his exclusive secret with Ling Chu. Stephen, did you tell Lucas about this method too? Emily suddenly questioned him. Stephen then recognized the skeleton in front of him as Emily. He exclaimed in surprise, Emily, you were resurrected too? I'm not the only one? Me too. Andrew peeked out from behind Ling Chu. Woof! The little yellow dog at Ling Chu's feet wagged its tail at him. Uncle Andrew, Little Yellow, can all of us who died be resurrected? Stephen asked. Ling Chu nodded. As long as the remains are intact, yes. Stephen, you haven't answered my question yet. Emily steered the conversation back. How did Lucas manage to make a peaceful deal with the sirens by sacrificing the villagers to them for power? Humans are on the sirens' diet, so theoretically, he should be attacked the moment he sees a siren. Emily guessed that Stephen must have told Lucas about the folk remedy of applying fish oil ointment, which gave him the opportunity to get close to the siren. Stephen's eyes flickered with a ghostly light, and he stammered softly, "Yes, once, Lucas invited me for drinks, and he said he could forge me a set of harpoons and a fishing knife for free. I'd wanted a new fishing knife for a long time, and Lucas is our childhood friend. I thought it wouldn't hurt to tell him, and with the alcohol on my side, so." Chapter 165 The Siren's Song. Emily was furious. "So you were just bought off like that? You've ruined us all." Stephen hung his head. I'm sorry, I didn't know Lucas would be this kind of person." Andrew tried to smooth things over. "Yes, Emily, you can't blame Stephen. Even I, his adoptive father who raised him from childhood, didn't realize he was such a beast. How could Stephen have imagined it?" Emily seemed to realize she had gone too far and squatted down in pain. Although Ling Chu had broken the loop she created and successfully killed Lucas within it, Emily knew the real Lucas was still at large. Hate for Lucas, and guilt towards her parents and the villagers, were still deeply ingrained in her bones, and even after 10 years, she couldn't let go. Noticing her low spirits, Ling Chu put down his shovel, walked to her side, squatted down in front of her, and patted her shoulder. Her tone was firm and reliable. "Emily, I promise you, if I ever find any clues about Lucas at sea, I will do everything in my power to find him and let you kill him with your own hands, avenging yourself and the villagers." Emily looked up, her empty eye sockets gazing at Ling Chu. She meant for her to kill Lucas with her own hands. These words were more effective than any comfort. "Are you serious? But the sea is so vast, and Lucas has been missing for so many years. I don't even have the confidence to find him." Sometimes, Emily wondered if Lucas had already died at sea, and if she was the only one trapped in hatred. "I promise, and Lucas is still alive," Ling Chu said to Emily, glancing at Teach and the others. They were all Lucas's friends in life. Lucas betrayed them because of an elven stone tablet, and that happened only a year ago. Good people don't live long, but evil lives on. Ling Chu didn't believe anything could have happened to Lucas in the past year. He was sure Lucas was still alive and well. "Lucas is a bastard." Emily's voice was filled with anger. So many innocent people had died at Lucas's hands. Just how many evil deeds had this guy committed? "If you can really help us find Lucas, I'm willing to give you my soul," Emily said excitedly. She had nothing left now. The only thing she could give was her soul. "I don't want your soul. I just want you to start enjoying life, to feel genuine happiness and joy, instead of just hatred." Ling Chu gently squeezed Emily's cold fingers. After all, Emily was only 16 or 17 years old before she died. After experiencing such slaughter and suffering, Ling Chu didn't want her to be forever trapped in the abyss of hatred. Emily remained silent for a long time, so long that Ling Chu wondered if she had said something wrong. Suddenly, a suppressed, broken sob escaped from Emily's bones. It began as a faint whimper, then erupted like a flood bursting its banks. Her shoulders trembled violently, and her jaw clicked open and closed repeatedly. Though no tears fell, her sobs, choked with gasps, were filled with 10 years' worth of pent-up grievances, pain, and unspoken sorrow. She crouched on the ground like a little girl, crying for a long, long time, as if trying to pour out all the bitterness in her soul. Only when the crying gradually subsided did she rub her cheeks vigorously and shakily stand up. Meeting Ling Chu's concerned gaze, she explained somewhat embarrassedly, "Don't worry about me, I'm fine. I just couldn't hold it in, I wanted to let it all out. I'm fine now." She gripped the shovel tightly in her hand again, the fire of her soul seemingly brighter and more resolute than before. "Dig, dig," she shouted, as if encouraging herself. "There are still so many villagers, Uncle Valen, Barnick, and my father and mother, still buried down there. It's too cold down there, I have to dig them all out quickly." Led by Emily, the bone-digging team worked even harder, and more bones were unearthed. Ling Chu remembered that the entire village had over 2,000 people. If they were all dug up and resurrected as her skeletal minions, her ship wouldn't be able to hold them all. Even her magical energy recovery rate couldn't keep up with the rate at which the skeletons were unearthed. Unbeknownst to her, darkness gradually fell. The last rays of the setting sun were swallowed by the sea, and the salty evening wind began to grow biting. The shadows of the ruins were stretched long, merging into a blurry darkness. Just as Ling Chu put away her shovel and straightened up, a somewhat eerie song pierced the silent sea without warning. It was an indescribable song. Ethereal, as if it came from the far reaches of the ocean abyss, or as if it resonated directly in everyone's mind. The melody was melodious and undulating, yet filled with endless sorrow and grief, like a funeral dirge for all things that had perished. "It's the song of Siren, they're coming out to hunt," Emily reminded Ling Chu. As the song began, the souls of the villagers who had been drifting aimlessly seemed to be touched by their deepest pain, reacting. Some souls crouched down, tightly embracing their translucent heads, their expressions pained, others huddled in the shadows of the ruins, weeping silently. The song and the soul's lamentations intertwined, involuntarily stirring a sense of sorrow and despair in those who heard it. The entire ruin was instantly enveloped in an invisible yet profound sorrow, even the air became thick and heavy. Let's retreat to the ship first, and dig again tomorrow at dawn. Ling Chu stored the unearthed skeletons in her ring, then led her crew and the skeletons back to the ghost ship, temporarily moored at the shallow dock. Back on the ship, Ling Chu made a point of checking the size of her vessel. With the current size of her ship, accommodating 300 skeletons shouldn't be a problem, but any more would be crowded, requiring a ship upgrade. She remembered 2 upgrade materials she'd been struggling to find: ghostwood and the siren's morning pearl. The morning pearl sounded related to sirens. She'd keep an eye out tomorrow, maybe she could get her hands on it this time. Without comparison, there's no harm done. After sleeping on a wooden plank bed in a hotel for several nights, returning to her captain's cabin, Ling Chu realized how comfortable her luxurious, soft bed was. She slept soundly until morning. Ling Chu felt all the energy she'd lost over the past few days instantly replenished. Opening the window, the weather was even better than yesterday. Sunlight filtered through the damp mist, making the island ruins seem less eerie. Huang Xiaoan and Xiao Fengkenyu led the skeletons to continue digging for skeletons in the ruins. Ling Chu, meanwhile, took her lucky frozen octopus fishing rod and went to the deck. She hadn't fished in a long time. Her task today was to catch some bluegill fish to make oil. Whoosh! The octopus bait on Ling Chu's fishing rod arced perfectly into the sea. Chapter 166 Morning Pearl. The morning light was just beginning to break, a gentle breeze was blowing. Ling Chu sat on a small chair on the dock, gripping her fishing rod tightly, waiting for a bite. A few minutes later, the float dipped, and she felt weight on the other end of the rod. Ling Chu immediately reeled in the line. The pull wasn't strong, it must be a small fish. She pulled the line to the edge of the deck, and with a powerful swing of her arm, cast the fish onto the deck. A bluish-green fish struggled and thrashed its tail on the deck. It looked to weigh 4 or 5 pounds, its belly unusually round and bulging. Green-bellied fish. The flesh is bony and has a strong fishy smell. It is not recommended for consumption. Its swim bladder and internal organs are rich in oil and can be rendered into fish oil. Ling Chu's eyes lit up. She had caught a green-bellied fish on her very first cast. It seemed Stephen was right, this kind of fish was indeed very common. However, the oil from one fish was clearly not enough, so Ling Chu pressed on, casting and baiting again. In less than 2 minutes, a bluegill was caught. This bluegill was smaller, but its belly was still bulging, its internal organs accounted for almost a third of its weight. At this rate, she would soon have caught enough bluegill to go. Ling Chu cast again, and soon, she felt weight on the rod. This time, however, Ling Chu didn't feel any pulling. It seemed she had caught something inanimate. She quickly reeled in the line, and only after reeling it in did she realize it was a pearl oyster larger than her palm. The frozen octopus's tentacles clung tightly to the pearl oyster's shell, which Ling Chu pulled off. She then used a dagger to pry open the pearl oyster, revealing a large, pale blue pearl about 1 centimeter in diameter. The siren's morning pearl. Having grown for a long time in a land of intense resentment and the influence of the siren's song, it contains a trace of necromantic power. So this is the siren's morning pearl. Ling Chu felt like he'd found something he'd been searching for. Being able to fish for it here proves there are many more of these pearl-producing shells on the seabed. The special material for upgrading the ship is secured. Ling Chu sat on the deck, patiently fishing all morning. He caught 8 pearl oysters, 2 snapper, 1 triggerfish, and the remaining dozen or so were all bluegill fish. Ling Chu felt that was enough, so he put away his fishing rod, used a dagger to cut open the bellies of the bluegill fish, and removed their swim bladders and internal organs. He put these in a bowl and mashed them into an oily paste with a wooden stick. Ling Chu took a sniff and almost vomited. This stench is unbearable. Stephen has certainly gone to great lengths to collect the red algae. Ling Chu arrived near the ruins of the island inn. The ground here was particularly sunken, with a large area of seawater that seemed bottomless. It looked even deeper than the quenching tank and the blacksmith's shop, and after years of neglect, red algae could be vaguely seen growing beneath. Ling Chu had already changed into his shark skin armor, which increased his swimming speed, and donned the title Ocean Cleaner. He then endured the stench and evenly applied the prepared bluefish oil ointment to his body. Moving in the sea is cumbersome, and firearms are difficult to use effectively. Furthermore, Huang Xiaoan and the others don't possess Ling Chu's mermaid necklace, which enhances underwater breathing, making it impossible for them to stay underwater for extended periods. Ling Chu's agility is the highest in her crew, and coupled with the increased swimming speed from her title, even Huang Xiaoan can't keep up with her, let alone her skeleton minions. Therefore, Ling Chu decided to travel alone. Bringing them along would only slow her down, and besides, she had the spatial spores, a life-saving item. Ling Chu plunged into a deep pit in the seawater. After swimming a dozen meters deeper, Ling Chu discovered that the red algae here was as dense as an underwater forest. Almost everything in sight was filled with these tall, blood-red algae, with many fish swimming freely within. Remembering that this algae was a special food that could increase strength, Ling Chu naturally wouldn't let it pass her by. She took out a bone dagger and cut off a lot of red algae, placing it into her ring space. Dragon beard red algae. Quality, rare. A blood-red, delicious seaweed. Skilled chefs can prepare it into dishes with special effects. The mermaid necklace only allows for 2 hours of underwater breathing. Ling Chu didn't linger, harvesting about 20 kilograms of seaweed before continuing her exploration. Before leaving the ship, Ling Chu remembered to mark the skeleton henchman left on board with her hunter's mark, so that she wouldn't backtrack using the ship's location as a reference. Suddenly, a dense cluster of bubbles rose above the red algae forest ahead. Ling Chu cautiously parted a patch of algae and swam forward carefully. 7 or 8 meters ahead, a sea monster stood with its back to her, its hands tightly gripping a fish that had been rotting for an unknown amount of time. Its serrated mouth was wide open, devouring the fish, with bits of rotting flesh scattering around its mouth with the current. This was the first time Ling Chu had seen a sea monster up close. Although it resembled a mermaid in appearance, possessing a human upper body and a long fish tail, a closer look revealed drastically different features. Its appearance was hideous, its long, filthy, seaweed-like hair cascaded down its back like ocean vegetation, and its pale skin had a bluish tinge, covered in wrinkles and dark spots. The fish tail was even more disturbing, appearing as if it had been rotting for a long time, with large patches of scales fallen away, revealing festering flesh beneath a sight both disgusting and pitiful. Ling Chu suddenly remembered that when she discovered the sunken ship, she had pried open the cabin and found a bizarre, neither human nor fish monster inside. It looked remarkably like this siren, seemingly a young siren. Ling Chu subtly activated her one-eyed patch to read the siren's attributes. Common siren, male. Level, Tier 4. Constitution, 11. Strength, 15 plus 3, while feeding, temporary strength plus 3. Agility, 13. Intelligence, 10. Skills, bite, feed, enchanting song, telepathic communication. Bite, their sharp claws and serrated teeth are deadly weapons used to tear and gnaw at their prey. Feed, strength increases by 3 points for 2 hours after feeding. Enchanting song, the siren's throat can emit a beautiful song, completely contrary to its ugly appearance, capable of temporarily trapping souls and preventing them from being reborn. Mind reading, the siren communicates by making eye contact, reading the thoughts of those around them. Ling Chu finished looking at the panel and was astonished. No wonder humans are only considered food by siren, this siren's basic attributes are all in double digits. Without using any skills, Ling Chu estimated he could only manage a draw against it. Chapter 167 Ghost Wood and Treasure Chest. Ling Chu kept her distance, quietly skirting around the feeding sea monster. As she passed it, the sea monster sniffed the air, seemingly catching her scent, and turned its head to look in Ling Chu's direction. Ling Chu instantly became alert, but the sea monster only glanced at her and made no move, continuing to gnaw on the fish meat in its paws. This Qingnang fish oil ointment really works. Ling Chu quickly left the area. After swimming about 50 meters further, Ling Chu discovered a shimmering mass on the seabed. Upon closer inspection, she realized these were all pearl oysters. Some of the shells had their mouths slightly open, revealing pale blue pearls inside. Ling Chu immediately dived down, picking up the shells one by one with her small hands, stuffing them into her ring space. These are gifts from the sea god. Nature's bounty. Picking up pearls for free was incredibly satisfying. Ling Chu could even hear the sound of +1 pearl entering her wallet with each pearl she picked up. Such a scene was extremely rare. It was probably because many sea monsters roamed this area, and since they didn't eat shellfish, these pearl oysters had no natural predators and grew exceptionally plump. Ling Chu collected all the pearl oysters she could see, and also discovered a piece of dark wood in the seabed mud. She instinctively felt that this wood didn't resemble rotten wood, but rather a new species, so she scanned it with her one-eyed eye patch. Ghost wood. Quality, rare. Lost wood that has grown in the land of the dead for a long time, containing a trace of undead power, can be used to craft special items. It's ghost wood. Another special material for upgrading the ship has been obtained so smoothly. Ling Chu immediately took out a shovel and dug out the half of ghost wood. After digging up the wood, she looked around and discovered more ghost wood buried in the sand. Ling Chu was overwhelmed by the abundance of materials, picking up shells and digging for wood. When she checked the time, half an hour had already passed. She immediately snapped back to reality. Her primary task now was to find the island's core and the elven stone tablet. These materials could be collected again after the mermaid necklace's cooldown period. After a few more visits, she could gather enough materials to upgrade her ship. Ling Chu resisted the urge to dig up all the ghostwood and continued swimming deeper into the red algae forest. As she swam, Ling Chu discovered several more sea monsters hiding in the red algae forest. Some were scavenging for rotting fish and shrimp, while others lay with their eyes closed in the algae forest, perhaps asleep. This red algae forest was simply too vast. The island's core was nowhere to be found, and the cellar chest containing the elven stone tablet Emily mentioned was nowhere to be seen either, swept away by the waves after the terrain collapsed. Searching like a headless fly was a waste of energy and time. Ling Chu glanced at a sea monster in the distance and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The sea monsters were certainly more familiar with the sea than she was. Why not ask them for help? Ling Chu swam towards the sea monster, and at a distance of about 6 meters, she took out a friend coupon and tore it up. The friend coupon was only valid for intelligent beings. Ling Chu figured this siren, with its human-like form, should be considered intelligent, though it didn't seem very bright. The siren sensed something was amiss and turned around, its murky eyes landing on Ling Chu. Ling Chu tentatively approached it, slowly but surely, until she was within its 5-meter perimeter. The siren showed no hostility or attempt to attack her. Instead, it flicked its tail, stretched out its arm, and offered Ling Chu a half-eaten fish. Ling Chu glanced down at the fish, which looked like it had been rotting for ages, and her lips twitched. Knowing that these siren communicated through their eyes, Ling Chu stared directly at it, thinking to herself, "Thank you, I don't want it." The siren instantly understood, withdrew its hand, and continued devouring the fish. Have you ever seen a stone slab with writing on it?" Ling Chu asked it. A look of confusion crossed the siren's ugly face. She seemed utterly incapable of understanding what writing was. Ling Chu had to change her question. "Have you ever seen a glowing sphere? About this big?" Afraid these low IQ siren wouldn't understand, Ling Chu even gestured with her hand to indicate the shape of a sphere. The siren shook her head again. Ling Chu was a little discouraged. This big oaf, was she just going to waste her friend coupon like this? She pondered calmly. Emily said she hadn't seen the island's core, which meant it appeared after the village was destroyed, making the island unclaimed and thus creating the core. These sirens' panel names were all ordinary siren, which meant there were more powerful and extraordinary sirens. Could the island's core be guarded by an even more powerful sirens? Ling Chu thought it was possible and tried speaking to it. "Take me to your leader." This time, the siren seemed to finally understand her meaning. It stopped eating, tilted its ugly head, then turned and wagged its tail in the direction of one of the red algae forests, signaling Ling Chu to follow. "There's hope." Ling Chu immediately followed closely behind. After traveling through the winding red algae forest for a while, another siren suddenly appeared in the water ahead. Ling Chu's heart tightened, and she immediately stopped, cautiously maintaining a distance from the suddenly appearing sirens. Fortunately, the siren only glanced at her guide with its murky eyes, unaware of the human presence 5 meters away, and did not approach them. Following the siren, Ling Chu gradually swam out of the red algae forest, and a vast, open space opened up before her, a huge depression at the foot of an underwater mountain range, resembling a natural underwater plaza. The sight before her made her hold her breath instantly. On this platform, countless siren floated, crawled, or swam, numbering in the hundreds. They were like soldiers guarding their lair, scattered all around. Ling Chu's gaze was instantly drawn to a raised platform at the deepest part of the plaza. On the platform, a siren far more robust and muscular than ordinary siren rested with its eyes closed. It exuded an invisible sense of oppression, clearly the leader of this group. Beneath the siren leader's head, used as a pillow, lay a sphere of soft, steady light, the very core of the island she had been searching for. What made her heart race even faster was that in the corner of the platform, there sat an ancient, seemingly time-honored treasure chest. Chapter 168: Stealing the Treasure Chest. Ling Chu felt a chill run down her spine at the sight of so many sea monsters. Had she stumbled upon a sea monster's lair? It wasn't yet nighttime hunting season, and the sea monsters seemed rather lethargic, most floating or standing motionless. The scene was undeniably eerie and terrifying. Ling Chu's gaze swept over the sea monster leader, whose head, resting on the island's core, was noticeably larger than the others. Words appeared within her eye patch. Sea monster leader. Level, 5th tier. This sea monster leader was a 5th tier leader, 2 levels higher than Ling Chu's highest level profession. The rest of its attributes were unseen question marks. Ling Chu looked at the distant treasure chest and the island's core, somewhat perplexed. There were simply too many sea monsters, almost one every 2 meters. Maintaining a 5-meter distance made it impossible to slip past them and approach the high platform. Beside the treasure chest, at least 4 or 5 sirens guarded it. The island's core was even placed under the siren's leader's head. Getting close would surely alert it, leading to a swarm attack. Furthermore, the treasure chest and the island's core were nearly 20 meters apart, making it almost impossible to obtain both without alerting any of the sirens. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Thinking of her newly acquired skills, Ling Chu gradually formed a risky plan. Her gaze fell on the treasure chest on the high platform. She slowly moved left and right, estimating the distance, then drew her longbow and pulled out the Wind Whisperer's oath. Ling Chu didn't intend to fight these sirens. Fighting so many of them would be suicide. She used the bow because the Wind Whisperer's oath granted a 20% movement speed boost, which she needed. She then activated her skill, Veil of the Dead. Ling Chu's figure vanished from her spot, as if stepping into another realm, entering a 10-second stealth state. This was her first time using this stealth skill, and her speed wasn't affected. Ling Chu swam forward a few meters, but the sheer number of sea monsters ahead almost completely blocked her path. She then activated Ghost Dance. Ling Chu flashed to a point 10 meters behind, directly avoiding the area with the most sea monsters. Ling Chu's eyes brightened slightly. She could use it. She could use Ghost Dance while invisible, and the stealth wouldn't be cancelled. In the few seconds before her stealth expired, Ling Chu activated the Wind Ride ability of her Boots of Swiftness, further increasing her speed. She swam with all her might towards the treasure chest in the corner of the platform. She almost brushed past a sea monster, who remained completely unaware. A split second before her invisibility wore off, Ling Chu reached the treasure chest, quickly bent down, picked it up, and stuffed it into her storage ring. The invisibility effect also vanished at that moment, and Ling Chu's figure was unexpectedly exposed in the open space in the corner of the platform. Two sea monsters on patrol nearby, no more than 2 meters away, keenly sensed the unfamiliar scent mixed with their own kind yet distinctly different in the air, and immediately turned their heads, just in time to see Ling Chu appear out of thin air. Their murky eyes instantly filled with shock, seemingly unable to comprehend why this human carried the aura of their own kind. But this didn't stop them from instinctively opening their sharp claws and lunging forward with the force torn through the water. All things reset. The Veil of the Dead. Ling Chu's figure vanished into thin air once more the instant the claws touched the hem of his clothes. The attacks of the two sea monsters collided violently, their claws missing their target, creating a chaotic spray of bubbles. They froze in place, staring at each other, their ugly faces filled with bewilderment and confusion. Where is he? Where did that huge, living person go? The unusual roars and commotion of the two sea monsters immediately alerted their surrounding kind and completely disturbed the sea monster leader who had been feigning sleep in the center of the platform. It lazily opened its eyes, casually surveying its territory. When its gaze swept over that familiar clearing, its massive body suddenly stiffened. Where is its treasure chest? Where is its enormous treasure chest? It was just there a moment ago. Roar! A deafening roar instantly swept across the entire underwater plaza, the violent sound waves causing the water to tremble. The leader's massive body suddenly rose, its huge fishtail lashing out, charging like a cannonball towards the two still stunned guards. It raised its massive, scale-covered paws with overwhelming force. Snap! Snap! Two crisp, resounding slaps echoed in the water, the force sending the two sea monsters tumbling several times before they finally regained their footing, dazed and confused. The two monsters clutched their rapidly swollen cheeks, completely stunned. The sea monster leader frantically questioned the two innocent sea monsters in telepathy. How dare you? Where's my treasure chest? Did you steal it? Hand it over. Boss, we're innocent. We didn't take it. A human suddenly appeared and stole the treasure chest. Where's the human? You were clearly nearby. Don't try to fool me. Hand over the treasure chest now, or I'll kill you all and use you to make fish oil. Seeing the sea monster leader slap the two monsters twice, Ling Chu, who had been somewhat nervous, secretly rejoiced. Myriad manifestations resets the cooldown time of all skills, meaning she could use invisibility twice in a row, for a total of 20 seconds. Taking advantage of their infighting, she swam towards the island's core at top speed. She discovered that her invisibility skill seemed more advanced than that of the ninja named Mist Not Mist she had encountered before. These sea monsters identified their enemies by smell. Simple invisibility might still be detected, but Ling Chu's Veil of the Dead was different. Its skill description was, step into the netherworld of the dead, enter an invisibility state lasting up to 10 seconds. Ling Chu felt as if she had entered a folded parallel space, everything before her eyes turned grayish-white, and sound seemed to be shrouded in a veil. She discovered that she could even pass directly through these sea monsters, their spaces were completely separate. Without the slightest hesitation, Ling Chu immediately bit her fingertip, quickly smearing the seeping blood onto the smooth surface of the island's core. The blood droplet spread across the sphere of light, then was completely absorbed. Seeing the system notification successfully binded, her tense nerves finally relaxed. Ghostly dance. Almost instantly upon successful binding, her figure vanished from beside the sphere of light, reappearing 10 meters away. And the very next second after her disappearance, the siren leader, who had been questioning its underlings, abruptly turned its head, staring intently at the shimmering core of the island. It could clearly sense that the core of the treasure it had guarded for so many years had inexplicably been tainted with the aura of a strange human. Chapter 169 Binding to a Level 4 Island. Oh woo-oo! The siren leader went completely berserk, letting out a roar that shook the seabed. Its powerful, ugly fishtail, brimming with immense force, swept wildly around the sphere of light, stirring up countless grains of sand and turbulent currents, attempting to forcefully expose the audacious, concealed human. Fortunately, Ling Chu had already slipped out of its attack range. Taking advantage of the remaining invisibility, she immediately took out a spatial spore from her storage ring and crushed it in her palm without hesitation. The instant the spore was crushed, a phantom of a pitcher plant bud instantly enveloped Ling Chu. The next second, the bud closed, and Ling Chu's figure vanished completely into the sea. The siren leader sensed Ling Chu's presence the moment the pitcher plant phantom swallowed her, but the presence was fleeting, too fast to detect. Seeing the thief vanish right before its eyes, the siren leader's rage reached its peak. It let out a roar imbued with ferocious spiritual power, its invisible command instantly resounding throughout the entire swarm. Search! Search! Even if you have to search every inch of coral and stir up the entire ocean, find that human who stole the treasure chest and defiled the island's core. In an instant, hundreds of sirens scattered frantically like a disturbed swarm of bees, their claws churning the seabed, their eyes scanning the dark depths, leaving no stone unturned. The entire sea was plunged into chaos. The siren leader itself, consumed by boundless fury, swung its massive tail, its enormous body like a black mine, charging straight towards the surface. It wanted to see who dared to defy its authority. However, as it broke through the veil of deep water and approached the surface, an unbearable burning pain instantly shot through its skin. It was daytime, and the scorching sunlight pierced the surface. Even 4 or 5 meters below the surface, the intense light made its bluish-gray skin feel hot and stinging, as if it were being boiled in oil. The siren leader reluctantly halted its ascent, hovering at a depth where the light could barely penetrate. It raised its ferocious head, its murky eyes, filled with resentment and violence, fixed intently on the shimmering surface of the sea above. It could sense that the human's presence hadn't vanished, it must still be somewhere in this area. Despicable, shameless humans. Just wait, when night falls and the moonlight envelopes the sea, I will personally lead my people to thoroughly cleanse this sea. Every living thing will become a sacrifice to its wrath. The siren leader uttered its most vicious curse in its heart. At this moment, Ling Chu had safely arrived aboard her ghost ship. She swallowed the stench of pitcher plant stomach acid, combined with the viscera and muddy residue of the bluegill fish. Ling Chu was now unbearably smelly, but she couldn't suppress the upward curve of her lips. She had obtained the treasure chest and the island's core without losing a single thing. This was arguably her most successful island conquest since she started. If only she had possessed this divine skill of invisibility earlier, dealing with those sulfur giant lizards and spore-brained creatures would have been so much easier. They would have been mere minions. Ling Chu then began to carefully examine the system notification. You have obtained an island core, level 4. You have become the owner of this island. Please name it. Ling Chu, true to her straightforward naming style, named it Undead Island. Island naming successful. Undead Island is a level 4 island. Every 3 days, it can produce 20 complete human skeletons, production cap of 2,357, 1,000 pieces of ghost wood, 100 sirens morning pearls, and 100 caddies of dragon beard red algae. Resources are ready to be harvested. This island can actually produce skeletons. Ling Chu was both surprised and delighted. She had originally thought that with over 2,000 skeletons in this village, it would take them a very long time to dig them all out, especially since she only had less than 3 days left to land on the island. Originally, she planned to dig as many bones as possible while she had the remaining time, but now she didn't have to worry about running out. Moreover, the production cap was 2,357 skeletons. This number, with its exact decimals, should be the total number of villagers buried on the island. This way, she wouldn't need to spend time and effort digging for bones anymore, she could just wait to collect them every 3 days. Ling Chu immediately called out to Wang Xiaoan and Xiao Fengkenyu in the fleet channel. Stop digging for bones. Get back to the ship quickly. I've got the island core, we need to leave here as soon as possible. Sirens are afraid of light. During the day, they're safe, but at night it's hard to say. That siren leader was so angry with her, he'd definitely come looking for trouble. They'd already gotten the treasure, why fight the siren leader? Retreat was the best option. Besides, only ruins remain on this island, there's nothing worth exploiting. The 3 most valuable items, ghostwood, morning pearls, and dragonbeard red algae, are all produced on the island and can be harvested steadily in the future, so there's no need to linger here any longer. Get away from drugs, gambling, and prostitution. Received, we're heading back. Ling Chu closed the group chat and then opened the ship upgrade page. Detected that you possess all ship upgrade materials. Upgrade your ship? 1,000 ghostwood can replace 3,000 ordinary wood, and 5 sirens morning pearls can replace 10 pure white pearls. Use special materials instead of ordinary materials? Friendly reminder, upgrading with special materials will cause special changes to the ship. This upgrade cannot be reversed or refunded. Please choose carefully. Ling Chu selected Confirm Upgrade. What's there to consider? With special materials available, of course, choose special materials. Ghostwood sounds much more impressive than ordinary wood. Upgrading the ship, estimated completion time 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Ling Chu then took out the old treasure chest. The one-eyed mask revealed the chest's name, storage chest in the inn's wine cellar. It was the wooden chest Emily had mentioned containing the elf stone tablet. Before opening it, Ling Chu hesitated about using gambler's coins, but then thought that the contents of this chest weren't like system blind boxes, they were likely fixed. After all, Hans had only put one elf stone tablet inside. It was impossible for her to have triple luck and get 3 tablets, right? That would be too illogical. Besides, the gambler's coin has a 3-day cooldown, using it like that would be a waste. So Ling Chu chose to open the box directly. Congratulations! You have obtained 10,000 seashells, the Siren Chief's figurine, the Siren figurehead, and the Elf Stone Tablet, number 4. Chapter 170 Elf Tablet. Ling Chu's eyes gleamed with excitement. A full 10,000 seashells. This reward was far more generous than the public challenge. Ling Chu, who had been somewhat strapped for cash lately, suddenly found herself with plenty of money. She couldn't help but wonder if these 10,000 seashells might be Uncle Hans's savings from his lifetime. Perhaps the Siren leader had used the box and added more later? Possibly. Sigh, this also illustrates a truth: the most painful thing in the world is dying before you've spent all your money. Ling Chu suddenly felt that her earn more, spend more luck wasn't so bad after all. She then picked up a tattered piece of cloth that had been pulled from the box, decorated with many colorful seashells. The cloth was open work in the middle, and at first glance, it looked like an apron. The Siren Chief's loincloth. Quality, legendary. After wearing, strength +2, agility +2. Attached skill, aura of a king, passive. Kingly demeanor, passive. This loincloth has been tainted with the Siren Chief's aura. After wearing it, ordinary sirens will recognize you as their leader and submit to your kingly demeanor. This passive effect is ineffective against sirens of the same level. Ling Chu looked at the tattered cloth in her hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed. No wonder the Siren Chief was so angry, she had stolen his underwear. This tattered cloth, which she wouldn't even bother to pick up if it were thrown into the sea, was actually a legendary item with a passive skill, kingly demeanor, although she couldn't see any kingly demeanor in it. Although its origin was a bit unsettling, its good stats were undeniable. Wearing this thing meant she would no longer be afraid of ordinary sirens. Ling Chu put away the fig leaf and moved on to the next item. Siren figurehead. Ship decoration, can be installed on the bow. After installation, inserting a magic stone activates the device, emitting a siren-like song that increases the fear level of targets other than allies by 5. This figurehead appeared exceptionally tall, almost as tall as a person. The statue depicted a female siren with long hair, her hands clasped in front of her chest, seemingly chanting. Ling Chu was currently using a ghost lamp, capable of illuminating darkness and dispelling fog. This siren figurehead also served a purpose, increasing fear levels. In short, it was for frightening people. He could keep it and use it as needed later. There was one last item left in the box. Elven Stone Tablet, number 4. Quality, relic. A stone tablet inscribed with elven runes. The Elven Stone Tablet's attribute description was remarkably brief. Ling Chu held the stone slab in his hand, examining it from all angles. Was this the culprit that caused the destruction of Teach and Emily's entire village? It looked like an ordinary stone slab, heavy in the hand, the stone resembling white jade. At first glance, it looked like an irregularly shaped inkstone, with 2 lines of runes engraved on it. The runes were shaped like tadpoles. Ling Chu had never seen this kind of script before, let alone understood it. The stone slab was classified as a relic, a quality level never seen before. Ling Chu asked the system curiously, isn't the highest level of equipment legendary? What is this relic quality? After a moment, the system replied, the quality of relics does not participate in the equipment quality ranking. They are irreplaceable and are often the most precious relics in the world. I see. Ling Chu pondered. This rune's attributes also have a number, it's number 4. Does that mean there are other numbered runes? How many elven stone tablets are scattered around in total? This time, the system didn't answer Ling Chu. Ling Chu was already used to the system's occasional feigned ignorance. She guessed this question was highly confidential, and the system couldn't answer it. Just as Ling Chu was studying the stone tablet, Huang Xiaoan and the others returned to the ship. They had unearthed more than 40 skeletons in the past half-day. Ling Chu first had the skeleton helmsman start the ship and continue heading north, getting away from this area as quickly as possible. She didn't want to face the wrath of that siren leader, who knew what kind of fig leaf was still in that box. The ship's upgrade process did not affect normal navigation. As the sails billowed and the steam engine hummed, the Ghost, taking advantage of the bright daylight, sailed towards the boundless sea, far from the dead shore. The supplies from the dead island, plus the skeletons unearthed over the past 2 days, totaled over 100 sets of remains. The skeleton resurrection skill consumed too much mana. Ling Chu had to rest after resurrecting each skeleton, waiting for her mana to recover. Just resurrecting these 100 skeletons would take her several days. Ling Chu explained to Emily that she had obtained the island's core, and the island was now her property. She could resurrect all the dead villagers, it just would take more time. Emily trusted her and didn't ask any further questions, simply nodding gently. On the deck, where the sea breeze blew gently, Emily stood at the stern, gazing at the gradually blurring ruins of the shallows. Her empty eye sockets held complex emotions. She felt a mix of melancholy and confusion, but no reluctance. They'd been stuck here long enough. Ahead lay an unknown voyage, unfamiliar seas. What would the future hold? She didn't know. Thinking this, a sense of bewilderment washed over her. But then a glimmer of hope peeked out, like a child embarking on an adventure for the first time. She'd lived on this island since childhood, died at 16, and never seen the outside world. Although she didn't know what the future held, she figured it couldn't be worse than staying in those damp, moldy ruins, wandering day after day, listening to the sirens' mournful songs, endlessly reliving the memory of death. The little yellow dog obediently crouched beside Emily, its tongue lolling out, licking her cold ankle in a comforting gesture. Meanwhile, Ling Chu told the crew about the legend of the elven stone tablet that she'd heard from Teach. She couldn't understand the writing on it, but many hands make light work. Perhaps by pooling their wisdom, they could glean some clues from the tablet. So, if we can decipher the text, it means we can find the treasure left behind by the extinct elves? And that tree of Luca, which grants immortality by eating its leaves? Huang Xiaoan asked with great curiosity. That's right, Ling Chu nodded. Huang Xiaoan looked down at the elven stone tablet in her hand. But, the writing on it looks like earthworms. Who could possibly understand it? She turned to Xiao Feng Kenyu and asked, Xiao Yu, you're a researcher, and your knowledge is the highest among us. Can you understand these characters? Xiao Feng Kenyu shook her head. She had never seen writing in this form before. Wanzi, come and take a look. Xiao Feng Kenyu passed the tablet to Moyuwen. Moyuwen took the tablet, her fingertips gently tracing the winding engravings, seemingly lost in thought. Unlike Huang Xiaoan and Xiao Feng Kenyu, she had spent years studying tarot cards and astrology, possessing an extraordinary sensitivity to ancient, abstract symbols. Wait! Her gaze swept over the peculiar characters, her fingers suddenly stopping on one that resembled a spiral of air. This symbol, I think I vaguely remember it. Chapter 171 Procurement and Crushing. Moyuwen looked up, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. In ancient astrology, the shape of the symbol is often used to represent wind, or more broadly, flowing energy. Ling Chu's eyes lit up with surprise and delight. You can understand these characters. I wouldn't say I understand them. Moyuwen quickly waved his hand, his tone cautious. It's just that the shapes of some of the characters are somewhat similar to astrological symbols and runic variations I've seen before, but I don't understand their combinations or grammatical structures at all. It's a pity I don't have my collection of books on astrology with me, otherwise I could look them up. Moyuwen carefully held the stone tablet in his hands. Ling Chu, how about I copy these characters down and study them carefully? Maybe I can decipher a few? Ling Chu wouldn't refuse. If Moyuwen could decipher these characters, it would be a tremendous achievement. So, Moyuwen immediately returned to the divination room to retrieve ink, paper, and a pen, and painstakingly copied the runes on the stone slab. Ling Chu looked at Moyuwen's earnest expression and felt a pang of regret. Why hadn't she secretly taken a couple of photos of the rubbing of that stone slab during the auction at the Golden Finger gambling ship? However, while text and symbols are circulated and can be infinitely copied and circulated, there's only one stone slab itself. If deciphering the text alone could lead to treasure, wouldn't everyone have a chance to find it? Ling Chu felt that the elven race wouldn't allow everyone to obtain the treasure left behind by their race. The irregular edges of the stone slab gave her the feeling of a jigsaw puzzle. Ling Chu stroked her chin. Therefore, the text on the stone slab was important, and collecting the stone slab itself was also crucial. But if even one stone slab was this difficult, collecting all of them seemed almost impossible. Moreover, these stone tablets aren't just coveted by the natives of this world. If the legend of these elven stone tablets spreads among the player community, it will undoubtedly spark an even larger scale struggle. Ling Chu didn't have such grand ambitions as to collect all the elven stone tablets. She simply felt they were valuable items, and she wanted to take as many as possible. By the way, Ling Chu, I've finalized the recipe for the cold-resistant potion. Here's the material list. See how many potions you need. Xiao Feng Kenyu took out a sheet of paper with the material list and handed it to Ling Chu. During the few days she and Huang Xiaoan were on the island, Xiao Feng Kenyu hadn't been idle at all. She stayed up for 3 nights and finally concocted the cold-resistant potion. The potion's effect is to increase the player's resistance to cold by 50%, lasting for half an hour. Xiao Feng Kenyu said, a 50% increase. This potion is so powerful. Ling Chu was very pleased. Her crew members each had their own strengths, and they had truly helped her solve a lot of trouble. How many bottles can you make before the natural disaster strikes? Ling Chu asked. I can make a maximum of 40 bottles a day. There are still 7 days until the next natural disaster. 40 bottles a day would make 280 bottles. However, she didn't know how long the extreme cold disaster would last. Ling Chu thought it best to buy more materials. Even if her own people couldn't use them all, she could sell them on the trading post for a high price, a sure profit. She opened the trading post and, following the list Xiao Fengkenyu had sent her, boldly searched and placed an order. She bought 350 sets of potion materials in one go, spending over 3,500 seashells. The cost of this cold-resistant potion was around 10 seashells per bottle. Public channel. Crunchy chicken flavor. Hey, all the 100+ herbs I listed on the trading post were snapped up by boss Ling Chu. At Ling Chu, are you going to switch careers and become an alchemist? Lulu loves gossip. Wow, I was shocked. The island level on the leaderboard for the top player has increased by 4 levels. Did they acquire a level 4 island? National level 1 argumentative athlete. Yes. I noticed too. The number of islands increased by 1, and the island level increased by 4. They must have acquired a level 4 island. The top player's wealth points also skyrocketed by over 7,000 points. Invisible Chicken Wing, the level 2 island I sold before had spiders as big as wash basins. It gave me goosebumps. What will a level 4 island look like? Little Bear Biscuit at Ling Chu, could you tell me what level of monsters a level 4 island has? Little Bitter Gourd, yeah, buddy, come out and tell us. This unlucky kid hasn't even seen an island yet. After buying the materials, Ling Chu noticed the public chat was discussing her island's level increase. Being on the leaderboard has its downsides, any slight movement is immediately noticed by other players. She quickly replied island levels are generally on par with monster levels, but occasionally there are monsters 1 level higher than the island. This was based on her experience logging into 4 islands. And it wasn't exactly important information, any player who had experienced enough islands would discover this pattern. The public chat was flooded with thank you messages like, thank you, big boss. Ling Chu ignored them and instead checked the wealth rankings. Wealth rankings. 1. Ling Chu, wealth, 31,780. 2. King of Spades, wealth, 5,831. 3. A Silly Bird, wealth, 5,270. 4. Pillow Green Mountain, wealth, 4,988. 5. Little Girl Stepping on Mushrooms, wealth, 4,651. 10. Give You a Big Bread, wealth, 4,026. After Invincible and Handsome was wiped out, King of Spades took his place as second on the wealth rankings, but the gap between them was still significant. Ling Chu's wealth nearly doubled after defeating Invincible and Handsome and conquering the Undead Island. However, over the past few days, the wealth of other players had also generally increased considerably. Ling Chu vividly remembered that a Silly Bird had been 5th in wealth points just a few days ago, but had now climbed to 3rd, probably thanks to its exceptionally high luck, having acquired quite a few good items. At this very moment, tens of thousands of miles away in the sea, Black Spade King closed the leaderboard with a grim expression and said in a deep voice, Ling Chu has subdued another level 4 island. The gap between them and him was widening further and further. Nine-tailed cat, holding a plate of fresh grapes, sat leisurely under a parasol on the deck. What does her conquering an island have to do with us? King of Spades frowned. Have you forgotten she wiped out the Invincible gang? Wasn't that because Invincible and Handsome had offended her before? They were always bickering in the public chat. Nine-tailed cat popped a grape into her mouth, her brow furrowing slightly. Ugh, so sour. But remembering that this small plate of grapes cost 5 seashells, she forced herself to swallow it. It wasn't until she looked up and saw her boss's somewhat gloomy face that Nine-tailed cat belatedly realized what had happened. She scratched her head carelessly. I remember now, boss, you seem to have offended her too, ha ha ha. Chapter 172 Pirates are Robbers. King of Spades' eyelids twitched. This nine-tailed cat does nothing but eat, drink, and annoy him all day. If it weren't for her useful special profession, he would have kicked her off the ship long ago. King of Spades took a deep breath, his face grim, and reopened the chat window, sending private messages to several people in his friend list. Ling Chu was unaware that her act of subduing a level 4 island had already instilled a strong sense of crisis in many of her fellow pirates. She didn't have a moment to rest, taking advantage of the downtime while the ship was upgrading, frantically chugging mana potions while reviving her skeleton minions. She found the mana regeneration too slow, so she ate the remaining 4 intelligence fruits in her bag. Originally, Ling Chu had stockpiled these fruits, thinking that Xiaofeng Kenyu and Moyuan, being magic-based classes, might be more lacking in mana. Just like when she first entered the game and found the bone ring, her limited mana meant she could only look at the powerful skilled bone revival but couldn't use it. That was incredibly frustrating. But now she had quite a few skills that consumed mana, like Veil of the Dead and Reset of All Things, which were quite mana-intensive. So, she prioritized herself and consumed all the fruits first. Later, when she had seashells, she could use a message in a bottle to summon her old friend Babu Zizi and buy some more mysterious fruits. After consuming 4 intelligence fruits, Ling Chu's intelligence reached a whopping 19 points, and her mana bar also increased significantly. When she revived the 33rd skeleton, a system notification sounded. Her ghost pirate class had leveled up. Ling Chu quickly opened her skill panel and found 2 new skills. Repair and disassemble. You can repair and disassemble damaged or missing bone parts of your skeleton minions. You can attach bones or items of similar shape or function to your skeleton minions. The area of reassembled bones cannot exceed 20% of the original skeleton. Pirate and robber. This skill can be used after touching a target for 1 second. After use, it randomly plunders 1 item possessed by the target, which can be money, resources, equipment, skills, professions, or even the islands bound to their name. What you plunder is entirely based on luck. It consumes 20 mana points and has a 24-hour cooldown. This repair and disassemble skill can help her skeleton minions repair missing bones. Missing parts can be replaced with similar animal bones or items. For example, Little Hook's right hand is actually an iron hook, but it doesn't affect its daily life and can even occasionally be used as a weapon. This skill is quite practical and convenient. She won't have to worry about her skeleton minions losing limbs anymore. The skill description, pirate and robber, made Ling Chu's heart skip a beat. This skill could already plunder money and resources, but it could even directly plunder skills, professions, and even islands? This skill was more in line with the spirit of a ghost pirate. She couldn't wait to try it out. Over the past few days, Ling Chu's character stats had increased significantly. Player ID, Ling Chu. Title, Outlaw. Available titles, Hatred of Evil / Extremely Wealthy / Come Here / Ocean Cleaner / Island Purifier. Class, Ghost Pirate Tier 3, upgrade requires 50/200 resurrected skeletons or ghosts. Bounty Hunter Tier 3, upgrade requires 1450/2000 justice points. Windwalker Tier 3, this class is hidden, upgrade requires 298/500 skill uses. Sin value 140, justice value 1450, bounty 466, constitution 9, giant lizard leather armor +1, strength 13, siren chieftain's robe +2. Agility 17, giant lizard leather armor +2, siren chieftain's robe +2, intelligence 19, luck hidden, charm hidden, health points 80, magic points 190, skills ghost dance, skeleton resurrection, ghost perception, ghost resurrection, soul mark, tracking, bounty hunter, life drain, storm arrow, keen eye, triple shot, guiding, hunter's mark, mark erasure, all things reset, veil of the dead, king's demeanor, passive, repair and unload, pirate is a robber. Seashells 18,850. All 3 of her classes have reached Tier 3, and almost all her stats are maxed out except for Constitution, which is a weakness. The giant lizard armor provides slightly more agility and constitution than the shark armor, so Ling Chu switched back to the giant lizard armor after going ashore. The shark armor provides a swimming speed bonus, making it more suitable for swimming. The siren leader's loincloth added 2 points to both strength and agility, a significant boost. Ling Chu washed the rag and wore it as an apron, maximizing her stats. Looking at her stats, Ling Chu noticed something amiss. Her justice value was far higher than her sin value, 10 times higher. She was a pirate, so how did she become a beacon of righteousness? The invincible pirate crew she recently wiped out were all pirates, giving her a huge boost to her justice value, while her sin value hadn't touched in a long time. Her bounty was also low, only the system's default bounty. Ling Chu rubbed her nose. It seemed that because she had issued bounties on everyone and eliminated those with additional bounties, that resulted in her bounty being a paltry 400 seashells. No wonder Xing Rumen felt it was a waste to kill her and didn't want to fight her at all. Ling Chu quickly glanced at the panel and then resumed her work of resurrecting the skeletons. One by one, the skeletons were reborn from her hands, transforming from static skeletons into walking, moving beings. When they were first resurrected, their empty eye sockets flickered with confusion and bewilderment. Only when they felt the real sea breeze around them and saw familiar faces beside them did they react, embracing their loved ones. Although there were no tears, the intense flickering of their soul fire and the slight trembling of their skeletons spoke volumes about the joy of rebirth. 6 hours later, as the orange-red sunset bathed the deck in a warm glow, the system notification finally sounded again. Ship upgrade complete. Expandable facilities updated, viewable in the panel. Congratulations! You are the first player to upgrade your ship to level 5. You have received 1 system blind box, which will be airdropped to your raft shortly. Please check your inventory. The moment the notification sound rang out, Ling Chu felt a powerful, steady tremor beneath her feet. She witnessed firsthand the ghost ship's complete transformation. The entire ship was like a colossal beast awakening from its slumber, its decks rising higher. Above the decks remained 3 levels of cabins, but a new basement had been added, nearly doubling the ship's size both horizontally and vertically, making it appear even more majestic and imposing. The original oak floors and parts of the hull had been replaced with ghostwood, as black as ink and gleaming with a cold, eerie light. The ghostwood seemed to absorb the surrounding light, casting a faint shadow over the entire ship even in sunlight, further enhancing its mysterious aura. The siren's morning pearls, inlaid in the cabin ceilings, now emitted a soft, cool glow, like luminous pearls illuminating the interior, providing both light and adding a touch of magnificence and refinement. Chapter 173: The Real Pirate Ship. Ghost Pirate Ship, Level 5. Durability 106, Pompon Sea Urchin Ornament +5, Memo Calendar +1, Atonement Shrine +1. Crew capacity 450 people. Speed 85 km per hour. Storage capacity 58/600 slots. Durability 100/100. Crafted from ghostwood and the mournful pearl of the siren, the ship possesses the power of the undead, allowing it to float and move forward spontaneously. It consumes no fuel at full speed, and the magical plants grown on board will be assimilated by the power of the undead, resulting in a certain degree of mutation. The new ship panel shows a durability increase of 40 points, and significant improvements in storage capacity and speed. Ling Chu's eyes lit up when he saw the last line. From now on, sailing won't consume fuel. This special material was well worth the investment. As the ship upgrades, the larger it becomes, the more fuel it consumes. This will save a considerable amount of money on fuel. Although Ling Chu wasn't short of charcoal, selling volcanic charcoal would still bring in a considerable income. Could the magical plants on the ship be assimilated and mutated? Ling Chu immediately checked the 3 magical plants on her ship: Ghost Thorn, Pitcher Plant, and Spore Mother Fungus. Their roots and leaves seemed to be entwined with a faint black aura, and their attributes had all undergone significant changes. Ghost Thorn, Tier 2 magical plant. No longer needs feeding, but still craves blood, aggressive, its roots are more resilient and harder to cut. Possesses the following skills: entangling, bloodsucking, self-repair. Ghostly Pitcher Plant, Tier 3 magical plant. Possesses the skill Spatial Spore. Spatial Spore grows 1 spatial spore every 2 days. When harvested and crushed, it immediately sprouts a flower bud that swallows the nearest living creature, then teleports it into the pitcher plant's stomach. Teleportation has no distance limit. Ghostly Spore Mother Fungus Brain, Tier 4 magical plant. Its fungus covers the entire ship. After a blood oath is taken, it can establish a mind-brain connection with its owner, monitoring all movements on the ship and controlling all magical plants on board. These 3 magical plants have all increased in rank by 1 level, and the word ghost has been added before their names. The ghost thorn no longer needed feeding, and its roots and branches appeared thicker and stronger. The swallowing pig's pitcher grass, which used to produce 1 spore every 3 days, now produces 1 every 2 days. What surprised Ling Chu most was the attribute of the ghost Spore Mother Fungus Brain. The previous Spore Mother Fungus Brain hadn't sprouted since being planted, and Ling Chu had assumed it wasn't mature. However, she didn't know that the first thing to grow from the fungus brain was its tendrils. Hidden inside the ship's hull and deck, it was densely covered with tendrils, like a large net covering the entire vessel. Ling Chu walked to the wooden basin where the ghost Spore Mother Fungus Brain was growing and dripped a drop of blood from her fingertip onto the tiny fungus brain. With a thought, a 3-dimensional image appeared in Ling Chu's mind, and all the scenes on the ship came into view. Some grayish-white figures moved slowly. Those were her skeleton minions. 3 other red humanoid figures scattered throughout were her crew members. She even spotted a small red, bird-shaped dot eating in its nest. It was parrot pie. Ling Chu was overjoyed. With this thing, it was like having an invisible surveillance system installed on the ship. As long as she was on the ship, she could monitor every movement without missing a beat. Remembering that this fungal brain also had the ability to control magical plants, she called Huang Xiaoan to the deck at the stern. Huang Xiaoan was currently touring the newly upgraded crew lounge. The lounge had increased in size by 10 square meters after the upgrade, and now included a small coffee table and sofa. Except for the somewhat eerie floor and the bone table legs, it was practically a perfect room. Upon receiving Ling Chu's message, she immediately went to the stern. Xiaoan, go try it. Ling Chu said to Huang Xiaoan and the ghost thorn behind her. Ling Chu, we can't be that short of food, can we? I've been a little anemic lately. The ghost thorns have leveled up now, they won't attack you anymore. Ling Chu said helplessly. What was this silly girl thinking? Did she think she was going to be fed to the ghost thorns? Hearing her say that, Huang Xiaoan tentatively took 2 steps forward. The last time she was accidentally caught by the ghost thorns and almost had her blood sucked, it left her with quite a bit of trauma. Huh, really? Huang Xiaoan walked right up to the ghost thorns. These usually territorial ghost thorns showed absolutely no reaction to the human blood they liked. In fact, their aggressive instincts were completely suppressed by the 4th-tier fungal brain. Huang Xiaoan even boldly scratched a ghost thorn's leaf. Ling Chu then called over Xiaofeng Kinyu and Moyuan, using the fungal brain to control the ghost thorns to memorize their sense, ensuring they would never attack their own kind again. After the ghost ship's upgrade, its effects on plants were limited to magical plants. Other crops planted on the deck continued to grow normally. Only now did Ling Chu feel that the ghost ship truly lived up to its name, finally resembling a real ghost ship. She remembered the system notification about expandable facilities, so she opened it and saw a new building called Skull Rest Area. Expandable Facility, Skeleton Resting Place. A resting place containing 100 ghost wood coffins. Requires Ghostwood *50, Sirens Morning Pearl *10, Glass *50, Seashells *1000. As perpetual motion machines for slaves, skeletons occasionally need space for solitude and rest. Sleeping in coffins will make them feel safe. The ghostwood harvested on the island of the dead was used to upgrade the ship. Fortunately, she had also mined a considerable amount of ghostwood while underwater, just enough to build this structure. 1,000 seashells aren't expensive, and with the increased number of skeletons on the ship, such a structure is indeed needed to allow them to take turns working and resting. Ling Chu chose to build it directly, placing it on the first floor of the newly expanded basement. At this moment, in the dark depths of the underground ship's cabin, a skeleton resting place was quietly completed. A skeleton henchman transporting supplies to the underground warehouse suddenly noticed an extra step leading down the stairs to the basement. Curious, it stopped, set the goods aside, and slowly descended the steps. A heavy double wooden door appeared before it, each door adorned with a rusty bronze cross. It reached out its skeletal hand and gently pushed open the door. 100 ghostly wooden coffins were neatly arranged, their black surfaces gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen. Each coffin was lined with dark gray velvet, and in the center sat a curved pillow carved from the same ghostly wood, exuding an eerie aura under the cold, pearly light. Clearly, these were meant for skeletons. The little skeleton, deeply moved, cradled the jawbone in his hands and exclaimed sincerely, "The captain is so thoughtful, what a cozy resting room." It turned and ran outside to spread the word, "Come quick, folks. The captain has prepared a luxurious suite for us with individual coffins." Chapter 174 The Farmer and the Pastry Chef. The skeleton minions were thrilled to hear they had their own private resting room and rushed to the basement to check it out. Although they felt no fatigue, their bodies were born for hard work, they occasionally needed some alone time. Before, in their free time they would play mahjong, fish on the deck, or stargaze. Now they had a new place to lie in the coffin and enjoy a moment of peace and quiet all to themselves. This would feel so comfortable, and this cushion is so soft, it's not uncomfortable at all, warm in winter and cool in summer. Teach lay down in the ghostly wooden coffin, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Through the vision of her fungal brain, Ling Chu saw the skeletons sprawled out in the coffin, their lips curling into a smile. None of her underlings had died of old age, they hadn't even had coffins or tombstones. Now that she had summoned them back to life, Ling Chu wanted to give them a better life. 1,000 seashells made these skeleton minions so happy, Ling Chu felt it was worth it. It was already late at night when the ghost ship was upgraded. The ship sailed north, arriving at a vast, unfamiliar sea. It was well over 500 kilometers ahead of Undead Island. Ling Chu could already imagine the siren leader, under the cover of darkness, leading a large group of siren minions to Undead Island only to find it empty. He'd probably be furious. Anyway, she didn't plan to return to Undead Island. Even if a player used a plunder card on the island, she wouldn't need to lift a finger. That enraged siren leader would be more than enough to make the other players suffer. Ling Chu returned to her captain's cabin. The layout of the captain's cabin hadn't changed much after the upgrade, except for a small walk-in closet of about 10 square meters, crafted from ghost wood. Ling Chu usually kept her clothes in her ring, so this closet wasn't particularly useful to her. What surprised her was the bathroom. The original oak toilet and sink had been replaced with jet black ghost wood, and the ceiling was inlaid with pearls, making it look much more luxurious. Half a wall had been replaced with transparent glass, finally matching her ornate bathtub and losing the previous gilded, tattered look. Ling Chu filled the bathtub with hot water and took a comfortable bath. Thanks to the ship's large size, there were now 30 basic water purifiers on the deck, ensuring ample fresh water. She checked the public chat. Someone was already selling intermediate water purifiers, but they were a bit pricey. As long as her needs were met, Ling Chu didn't plan to upgrade. The Ghost, upgraded to a Tier 5 ship, now has a much larger hull. Currently, accommodating 1,000 skeleton minions shouldn't be a problem. With the guaranteed 20 skeletons produced every 3 days from the Undead Island, it will be 150 days before she receives 1,000 skeleton minions. By then, she'll definitely have upgraded to a larger ship, so there's no need to worry about space issues in the short term. After her bath, Ling Chu slept for 6 hours, waking up precisely at sunrise the next day. Ling Chu discovered that after her attributes improved, her sleep quality also improved. 6 hours of sleep was enough to keep her energetic. Moreover, it perfectly aligned with the system's biological clock. Night falls around 11 p.m., increasing the chances of catching dangerous and eerie sea creatures until dawn around 5 a.m. perfect time for sleeping. After waking up, Ling Chu continued reviving skeletons while simultaneously consuming potions. Her mana potions were almost gone, so Ling Chu went to the trading post and spent 500 seashells to buy another 100 bottles. Xiao Feng Kenyu was busy making cold resistance potions. These basic mana restoring potions, readily available at the trading post, didn't need to take up her time. After a whole day, Ling Chu finally revived all 100 plus skeletons she had obtained from the island of the dead. Among these revived skeletons were two familiar faces, Uncle Valen and Sokka, the bakery owner. Each of them possessed a unique personal skill different from ordinary skeletons. Farming mastery. When tending to crops, there is a 0.5% chance to upgrade their quality to rare, and a 0.1% chance to upgrade them to epic. Pastry proficiency, skilled in making all kinds of bread and pastries. A farmer and a baker, no wonder she used so many potions. Valen's skill description mentions probabilities like 0.5% and 0.1%, which seem low, but with so much daily care, who knows when her luck might strike? Even growing just one rare plant would be a bonus. Uncle Valen, from now on, watering, fertilizing, harvesting, and planting, all the farming work is yours. Ling Chu said to the skeleton in front of her. No problem, I don't have many hobbies, I just love farming. Valen was very happy. He loved the feeling of harvesting crops, the satisfying sense of reaping what you sow. Even in his dying moments, he was still holding that old hoe. Uncle Sokka, I have some ingredients here. Why don't you make some red algae bread? Ling Chu then assigned Sokka a task as well. In the cycle on the island of the dead, Ling Chu had seen those red algae breads and witnessed Uncle Valen's increased strength after eating them. She wanted to test the actual effects of eating all the red algae bread. She had all the ingredients she needed: red algae, wheat flour, sugar, and even rapeseed oil. Sokka readily agreed, then realized a problem. Captain, you don't seem to have an oven? Ling Chu rubbed her nose. She had forgotten about that. She immediately opened the trading post and searched. Sure enough, someone was selling ovens, and at a very low price. These ovens were made of stone and clay, so the cost was very low. Clay was usually found on the seabed in shallow waters, and Ling Chu was too lazy to dig it up. Ling Chu spent 2 seashells to buy an oven, placing it in a cubicle in the first floor lobby next to the grill that Big Gold Tooth usually used. On sunny days, Big Gold Tooth would grill meat on the deck. On rainy days, he would grill in the first floor lobby, allowing them to cook together. Sokka, holding a rolling pin, busied himself in front of the oven. Soon, Ling Chu smelled the aroma of freshly baked bread. Sokka came out carrying a plate of steaming square loaves of bread. The bread was a beautiful pink color, neatly arranged on the plate. Dragon Beard Red Algae Sandwich Bread. A special dish made with dragon's beard red algae will permanently increase your strength upon consumption. This effect can only be applied once. Chapter 175 Creamy Pumpkin Cakes. Ling Chu sent a message in the crew channel, telling them to come to the lobby for bread. She immediately picked up a pink bread and took a bite while it was still warm. The texture was surprisingly soft, with a hint of seaweed's unique salty and sweet aftertaste. You have eaten Dragon Beard Red Algae Bread, strength permanently +1. A system notification popped up. This bread really does increase strength. Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan quickly arrived on the first floor. Xiao Feng Kenyu was still engrossed in the alchemy room and probably wouldn't be coming down for lunch today. Ling Chu instructed a skeleton henchman to take the bread to the alchemy room. Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan each took a piece of red algae bread and ate it, then both heard the same system notification sound. Holy crap, a permanent +1 strength. That's practically a strength fruit. Huang Xiaoan's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder Emily's village got rich off these red algae. Ling Chu, if we put these breads on the trading post, we could sell a lot of seashells, right? Hearing Huang Xiaoan's words, Ling Chu hesitated. The island of the dead could produce 100 jin of dragon beard red algae every 3 days. Selling some wouldn't be a big deal, but since these red algae could be used to make food, could they also be used to refine strength potions? He'd have to ask Xiao Feng Kenyu later before making a decision. However, Sokka's bread-making skills were indeed a pleasant surprise for Ling Chu. This was much more reliable than Big Gold Tooth. Ling Chu then took out some red-nosed chili peppers and creamy golden pumpkins. These 2 ingredients were of rare and precious quality, respectively, both suitable for making special dishes. Sokka, do you know how to prepare these 2 ingredients? And the octopus tentacles. The enormous 8th-tier octopus tentacle wasn't easy to take out, it could only be placed on the deck. Ling Chu asked Sokka first. Sokka looked at the pumpkin and chili peppers in her hand, scratched his head, and said, Captain, these chili peppers and that octopus meat, I've never made them before. I only know how to make pastries. But this pumpkin looks really good, it smells delicious. I can make pumpkin pancakes. Okay, then let's make pumpkin pancakes first. Ling Chu handed him 2 more pumpkins. Sokka immediately took the golden pumpkins and went back to the oven to get busy. Through the glass window, Big Gold Tooth, who had been secretly observing the situation inside, tapped his companion's ribs with his knuckles, his soul fire flickering slightly, carrying a hint of grievance. "Hey buddy, do you think I've fallen out of favor? Does the captain think my roast meat is too bland? Why do we have another cook now?" "I think so. Our Captain Teach once said your cooking wasn't good, but what could he do? Everyone else couldn't even start a fire. It's a case of choosing the best among the worst, so the cook position fell to you." You, Big Gold Tooth, who had been seeking comfort, felt as if he'd been stabbed in the chest. "But don't be sad, buddy. I think all it can do is bake bread. The captain can't eat bread every day, he'll need your roast meat eventually." Big Gold Tooth felt a little better, but still a pang of sadness. A moment later, Sokka brought out a plate of freshly baked pumpkin pancakes and placed it on the table in front of Ling Chu and the others. The pancakes were golden brown and slightly charred, revealing a creamy sheen inside. Ling Chu and the other two each picked up a piece, took a gentle bite, and found the outer crust crispy, while the filling was silky smooth and creamy like melted cheese. The rich creamy aroma and the sweetness of the pumpkin blended perfectly, melting in their mouths, warm and satisfying. You have eaten the creamy golden pumpkin pancake, permanently increasing your constitution by 1. This effect can only be applied once. To be honest, Sokka's pastry making skills weren't particularly impressive, but this pumpkin was incredibly delicious, soft, sweet, and with a natural creamy aroma. It was irresistible. This pumpkin is so sweet and delicious, and the effect even increases constitution. Is this the difference between rare and ordinary crops? If all vegetables were this delicious, I wouldn't have been such a picky eater when I was little. Moyuan and Wang Xiaoan squinted their eyes as they ate. While enjoying the food, Ling Chu remembered something and asked Moyuan, "By the way, how's your research on that stone slab going?" Moyuan swallowed the pumpkin pancake in his mouth and said, "There's really no reference material. I can only barely recognize 3 characters, and the associated astrological meanings are roughly wind, gate, and earth." Ling Chu was somewhat surprised. Recognizing 3 characters was already quite impressive. The writing on it was like scribbles, even more difficult to decipher than a traditional Chinese medicine prescription. "If we can find books related to this world in the future, perhaps we can decipher more clues," Moyuan said. Ling Chu nodded, "I'll keep an eye out." While eating the pumpkin pancake, Huang Xiaoan suddenly stopped, looking down with blank eyes, clearly staring at the virtual panel. "What's wrong?" Ling Chu asked her. "Xing Ruman sent me a private message," Huang Xiaoan said, frowning. "Xing Ruman, that penniless swordsman? What does he want with Huang Xiaoan?" "See?" Huang Xiaoan directly shared her chat panel with Ling Chu. "Star River Dream, Ling Chu has private chat permissions, I can't contact her. Are you next to her? I need to talk to her." Ling Chu had set her to block private messages from strangers. This Star River Dream had actually contacted Huang Xiaoan just to reach out to her. "What is it?" Ling Chu sent a private message to Star River Dream. Star River Dream replied after a few seconds, "Black Spade K just messaged me, asking if I was interested in taking your bounty. He said he'd add 2,000 seashells to the reward, but I declined. He seems to have reached agreements with both the Doll and Dream fleets. You should be careful lately." "Black Spade K?" Ling Chu frowned slightly. She hadn't seen this person since the last public challenge with the sailfish Bell. There was also the Doll ship, whose captain was a little girl who stomped on mushrooms. Ling Chu remembered her ship, adorned with dolls, but she'd only met her once at sea. As for that dream ship, where did it come from? Ling Chu even checked the fleet rankings. This person was ranked 7th in the fleet, and the captain's ID was Daydreamer. She then remembered that this Daydreamer had scammed many players during the fish swarm disaster, taking money without contributing to eliminating the fish swarm monsters, and was later exposed in the public chat. How did these 3 scoundrels end up together? Why are you telling me this? Ling Chu was somewhat skeptical of the news's veracity. Why would Xing Ruman be so kind? What benefit would helping her bring him? "Because, it's better to let you dominate than have 3 more powerful pirate crews," Xing Ruman stated truthfully. If Ling Chu died, her wealth and resources would be divided among those 3 pirate crews, further shrinking the survival space for pirate hunters. In their server, pirate forces were already dominant, and pirate hunters rarely had any well-known crews. Moreover, Xing Ruman could tell that Ling Chu wasn't a ruthless killer. She only killed players she had grudges against, regardless of whether they were pirates or pirate hunters. Her sense of justice was even higher than his, a pirate hunter himself. Ling Chu's existence could indirectly suppress those pirate crews. Those 3 pirate crews were no pushovers, they would either kill or rob players they encountered in the seas, and many bounty-bearing pirate hunters had died at their hands. Chapter 176 John Daxian. Xing Ruman's words surprised Ling Chu slightly, but upon reflection, they made sense. As the top-ranked player on all three lists, Ling Chu was impartial and treated pirate hunters and pirates equally, without favoritism. Especially after the invincible ship was completely wiped out by Ling Chu, her presence created a delicate balance. With such a top-ranked player keeping things in check, even the pirate hunters felt much more at ease. If another pirate had reached the top, the situation might have been very different. "Thanks," Ling Chu said to Xing Rumen. Although everyone was acting in her best interest, this news had indeed helped her. Xing Rumen didn't reply, and a system notification popped up. "Xing Rumen requests to add you as a friend, do you accept?" Ling Chu hesitated for a moment, then selected accept. "Ling Chu, that kid isn't here to cause trouble, is he?" Huang Xiaoan was quite worried seeing Ling Chu remain silent for so long. Ling Chu shook her head, no. She had almost misunderstood Xing Rumen just now. Ling Chu then told Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan about the possibility that the Spade, Doll, and Dream ships might be joining forces against them. Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan exchanged a glance, both somewhat nervous. These three fleets are all on the leaderboard, with over 100 people in total. Should we make any preparations in advance? Except for the Spade, which only had 9 people, the Doll and Dream ships were both full-fledged 50-person fleets. Moreover, the Spade only recruits players with special professions. The 9 people on its ship must be quite strong. No rush, let's observe first. The other side had over 100 people, and she had over 100 skeleton minions. She wasn't necessarily afraid of them. Ling Chu said this, but in her heart, she was already considering whether to strike first. If the Spade has indeed allied with the other 2 fleets, should they be wiped out in one fell swoop, or defeated one by one? In terms of strength, the Dream is definitely the easiest to bully. Their fleet members are like the invincible, ordinary players recruited from public chat. Their strength is average and they lack cohesion. Although the Spade only has 9 members, their special classes are often the most troublesome, and they may possess some strange and peculiar abilities. Ling Chu would rather fight the 50-member Dream than confront the Spade. That's true. The news about the Star River entering Dreams might not be true, and the next natural disaster is fast approaching. I also think it's best not to confront them now unless absolutely necessary, but if they come looking for us. Huang Xiaoan cracked her knuckles, then let them taste the power of my fists. Speaking of natural disasters, there are still 5 days until the disaster day. Moyuan took a bite of her pumpkin cake, seeming hesitant. I've been struggling with whether to tell other players in the public chat that the next natural disaster might be extreme cold. Natural disasters are a matter of life and death for many players. Their server started with 100,000 players, but after experiencing 3 natural disasters, a sea storm, a meteor shower, and a fish tide, only less than 70,000 remained. 30% of the players died. Her words might save hundreds or even thousands of lives. But if word got out, it would benefit their potential enemies, such as those on the Spade and Dream ships. Squid Ball was caught in a dilemma, having agonized over this matter for days. Ling Chu, seeing Squid Ball's troubled expression, gently put down the pumpkin pancake in her hand. Before the previous natural disasters, the system always gave advance notice of the type of disaster, she said calmly. Yet, people still cried for help in the public chat, and those destined to die still perished. Natural disasters aren't your responsibility. You don't need to bear the burden of anyone's survival. Strong players have their own means of self-preservation, and weak players, even if they get the answers, might not pass. It's like telling someone who can't swim that there's a waterfall and a cliff ahead. Does that mean they'll immediately learn how to build a boat? But, Ling Chu's tone shifted, her gaze softening as she looked at her. If saying it will make you feel better, then say it. Just think carefully. Some might thank you, some might not appreciate it. We believe in your abilities, but others might not. She patted Moyuan's shoulder. The decision is yours. But whatever you choose, don't regret it. My guiding principle has always been, never do something you'll regret. Later, as the ship's lights came on one by one, Moyuan sat alone on the ship's railing. She thought of the cries for help from players in the public chat during each natural disaster, and then of Ling Chu's words, don't regret it. After a struggle, she finally clicked on the public chat icon that had been flashing for so long. At that moment, the public chat was also discussing the upcoming natural disaster. Public chat channel. Sexy cockroach hot. So what is the next natural disaster? There are only 5 days left, and I can't even sleep soundly. I feel like I'm going to die in 5 days. Drink more hot water, stock up on medicine. No matter what the natural disaster, medicine will definitely be scarce. Eat well, upstairs. Your words are as nonsensical as your ID. Drink more hot water, you're not bad either. Squid Ball silently typed a line. The next natural disaster is extreme cold, everyone prepare some warm clothing in advance. My profession is astrologer, this is the result of my deduction using my professional skills in tarot cards. A pimple on the chin, 666. Drink more hot water, here we go again. Can you scammers come up with a new script? Long-eared rabbit, a few days ago it was said to be a drought, and now it's freezing cold, a stark contrast, huh? Just say you want us dead. Peace and joy, I actually believed you, you're the second Jongdaxian. Cuttlefish Ball was a little confused, what drought and heatwave, what Jongdaxian? She scrolled back through the chat history and combined it with what other players said in the public chat, and then she understood what had happened. It turned out that a few days ago, someone with the ID Jongdaxian the fortune teller said in the public chat that he had calculated that the next natural disaster would be a drought and heatwave, with no rain for a month, and advised everyone to stock up on fresh water. Many players believed it and spent resources to buy many water purifiers at the trading post. Basic water purifiers were snapped up, and even the expensive intermediate water purifiers were in short supply. However, it wasn't long before savvy players discovered that the seller listing the most intermediate level water purifiers on the trading market was none other than Jongdaxian, the fortune teller at his stall. It turned out that this guy had accidentally obtained the blueprints for an intermediate level water purifier and manufactured many of them. However, the intermediate level water purifier was expensive to manufacture and therefore sold at a high price. For the same price, players preferred to buy several basic level water purifiers. Finding that they weren't selling well, Jongdaxian came up with this underhanded trick. Jongdaxian made a fortune from this scheme, even climbing to 16th place on the wealth rankings. Chapter 177 The Bet. Public Chat Channel. Fortune teller John, what does her being a fraud have to do with me? Why am I being dragged into this? Kyokuo's dad, exactly. It's not even the day of natural disasters yet, so why are you saying John is a fraud? The temperature is in the 20s right now, a drought is more likely than some extreme cold. A silly bird, I once paid 100 seashells to John for a fortune reading. He said I'd be incredibly lucky, and that very day I caught a treasure chest underwater. I guess he was pretty accurate. Scratch his head. Cola without ice, silly bird, you're really silly. Is it possible you're just naturally lucky? Fortune teller Jongdaxian, who runs a street stall, said, those who believe me will believe me. Those who don't, no amount of talking will change their minds. Wait until the natural disaster strikes, and everyone who's been cursing me will have to apologize. Captain Dragonfly asked, Jongdaxian, how do you explain selling water purifiers? Jongdaxian replied, I just kindly made some water purifiers to help more players survive the high temperature disaster, and you all slander me like this? I've been fortune telling for over 20 years, and I've never been questioned like this before. Sigh, it's hard to be a good person these days. Some players who bought the mid-range water purifiers refused to believe they'd been scammed and even defended Jongdaxian. After all, the natural disaster hadn't arrived yet, no one could predict what it would be until they saw the culprit. This infuriated Squid Ball. No wonder no one believed her in the public chat, there was such a precedent. This guy is not only lying, but he also completely misrepresented the type of natural disaster. Ordinary players already have limited resources, and he's telling people to hoard cooling items and even selling water purifiers. When the extreme cold disaster strikes, the water purifiers will probably freeze and become unusable. Isn't this blatantly harming people? This scammer charges 100 seashells per fortune-telling session. Inkfish Ball remembered when she was short of money, she advertised fortune-telling services in the public chat, selling for 5 seashells a time, and no one even paid attention. What kind of world is this? She angrily typed furiously. Pa, you old liar who talks a load of nonsense. If you're really good at fortune-telling, why don't you open your character panel and let everyone see if you've triggered any fortune-telling special professions? What high temperature and drought? Bullshit. You won't do anything that's even remotely human to scam some supplies. You're like a mudfish dipped in salt water, thinking you're seafood. If you're so good at fortune telling, why don't you calculate how much merit you'll lose by scamming people like this? Fortune teller John? My personal profile is my privacy. Why should I post it? I kindly reminded you of the types of natural disasters. If you don't believe me, fine, but why resort to personal attacks? Young people these days have no manners. Lulu loves gossip, here she comes. The familiar Moyuan is firing on all cylinders. Kyokuo's dad, Jongdaxian, ignore her. She's a professional troll. Now she's a con artist. Moyuan, believe it or not. If you believe this old con artist, see how you die. Fortune teller John, stop calling me an old con artist. I'm old enough to be your father. You can't slander your fellow con artists just because you don't have business. Moyuan, I'm your grandma. Dare to bet with me? Cuttlefish Ball's eyes redden with anger. If the next natural disaster is extreme cold, you'll call me grandma in the public chat. At this very moment, thousands of miles away in the ocean, a thin, middle-aged man stared at the public chat panel, his brows slightly furrowed. Fine, I'll bet. It's so hot these days I have to wear only a light shirt. I refuse to believe the next disaster will be extreme cold. He typed furiously. Fortune teller Jongdaxian said, if the disaster isn't extreme cold, you'll call me grandpa. He was cunning, He didn't bet against her that the disaster would be a drought. If the next disaster wasn't extreme cold but some other type of catastrophe, he'd win. Cuttlefish Ball didn't care and immediately replied, "Fine. Everyone watching the public chat is a witness now. I'll make sure you, this old liar, have nothing left to swindle." He then angrily shut down the public chat. However, the public chat was still buzzing with their bet. "Lulu loves gossip. I think I'll go stock up on some heating supplies." Squid Ball sounded so certain. What if she's telling the truth? A dumb bird, sell cotton. Sell cotton. If you don't buy now, the price will go up later. Captain Dragonfly. Dumb bird, you're not in cahoots with Squid Ball, are you? You two are working together, one talking about an extreme cold disaster, the other selling cotton. You're really putting on a convincing act. A dumb bird, you figured it out. Ha ha ha, I was just kidding. I don't know Squid Ball. 800 soldiers rushing North Slope, only a fool would buy cotton. I don't believe any player's skill is that amazing, even predicting a natural disaster. I'm not going to fall for that twice. Ling Chu, who was about to fall asleep in the captain's cabin, opened the public chat and saw this scene. She mentioned that she glanced at the public chat while taking a bath yesterday and saw someone talking about an intermediate water purifier or something. So that's what happened. The temperature is currently hovering around 25 degrees Celsius, 7 or 8 degrees lower than 10 days ago, but it feels like a normal seasonal transition from summer to autumn, with no signs of extreme cold. Ling Chu guesses that the temperature might only drop sharply on the day of the natural disaster. Therefore, it's understandable that the other players don't believe Moyuwan's words. Moyuwan has been wrong this time, but in a few days, she might have another grandson. Ling Chu, never one to shy away from a good spectacle, took out a bag of milk cookies from her ring and ate them while watching the public chat with relish. Sometimes, looking at these public chat messages is quite interesting, like browsing a gossip forum. Suddenly, her private chat window flashed twice. It was a message from Mickey Meow Meow Witch. "Boss, the cotton-padded clothes and quilts you ordered are all finished and have been sent to your ship's warehouse. Try them on and see if they're okay. Is there anything that needs altering?" Ling Chu had bought 800 jin of cotton from the silly bird earlier. She used 400 jin to make 100 complete sets of cotton-padded clothes, trousers, hats, and gloves from Mickey Meow Meow Witch, and used the remaining 400 jin to make 40 quilts, each quilt using a full 10 jin of cotton. She opened the ship's warehouse, took out a cotton-padded coat, and tried it on. The size was based on a women's standard size, a little large, but it was just enough to wear some other clothes underneath. Mickey Meow Witch's craftsmanship was excellent. She hadn't skimped on materials at all. Ling Chu was already sweating profusely after just one try-on. Adding to that the brazier she'd bought in advance, and the cold resistance potion developed by Xiao Fengkanyu, she was more than prepared for the upcoming extreme cold disaster. "Tried it on, it's great, no need to change it," Ling Chu replied. Mickey Meow Witch then sent a message, "Boss, you made so many cotton-padded clothes, could it be that what Moyuwan said was true, the next natural disaster will be extreme cold?" Ling Chu didn't rule it out. "I think Moyuwan is more reliable than that Zhang Daxian." Chapter 178 Paparazzi. Mickey Meow Meow Witch, "Then I'll go buy some cotton from the dumb bird too." She didn't know why, but she trusted Ling Chu a lot. Mickey Meow Meow Witch, "The weather's still hot, and the shark skin armor hasn't been selling very well these past few days." Mickey Meow Meow Witch originally wanted to follow the example of the Little Lubin in the Chinese server and collaborate with Ling Chu on a profit-sharing model, but only the first set of shark skin armor sold quickly. Sales slowed down in the following days. The shark skin armor's stats are actually quite good for equipment of the same level, but the weather made it too stuffy to wear without going into the sea. Mickey Meow Meow Witch felt bad for not getting any profit from the sales. "No rush, we can wait a bit longer," Ling Chu said. The shark skin armor was form-fitting and warm, worn under a cotton coat. It was like thermal underwear, so there was no worry about it not selling. After hanging up with Mickey Meow Meow Witch and chatting privately, another dumb bird contacted her, also to confirm the natural disaster. A silly bird asked, "Boss, you bought so much cotton from me before, was it because you predicted the next natural disaster would be extreme cold?" Ling Chu replied, "I'm not sure, but I'd rather believe it." Before going to the island of the dead, the visions that Moyuwan had divined with her crystal ball all came true, showing that her divination was quite accurate, at least better than that Zhang Daxian who appeared out of nowhere. The silly bird grinned from ear to ear, "He, if it really is extreme cold, I'll be rich. In just 10 minutes, I've sold 300 caddies of cotton." Some players chose to believe Zhang Daxian, while others, because of Moyuwan's words, stockpiled some warming items. Some players believed neither side and rushed to buy medicine and weapons. This indirectly led to the silly bird selling a lot of cotton. Players have limited resources. Buying one thing means not being able to afford another. Stockpiling the wrong resources could have fatal consequences. There was nothing he could do. In Ling Chu's opinion, Cuttlefish Ball had already done more than enough. If it were Ling Chu herself, she would never have said it in the public chat. It would have been a thankless task. Meanwhile, in the captain's cabin of the Spade, King of Spades sat on the sofa, and opposite him sat a young man with acne on his face, his fingers tapping aimlessly on the virtual screen, his eyes vacant, seemingly operating something on the system panel. On either side of the sofa sat 5 vermin and 9-tailed cat, respectively. 9-tailed cat leaned back on the sofa, holding a bag of macadamia nuts clearly from a system blind box and occasionally breaking them open to eat. These macadamia nuts all had a pre-cut slit in the shell, making them easy to break, but there were always 1 or 2 that slipped through. 9-tailed cat, having eaten a macadamia nut she couldn't break, simply handed it to 5 vermin beside her. The 5 vermin instinctively transformed one of their hands into a sickle shape and cleaved down on the macadamia nut. The hard shell split in 2, revealing the snow-white flesh inside. The 9-tailed cat took out the flesh and leisurely put it in its mouth. King of Spades rubbed his temples in exasperation. Was this how you used your ability? A moment later, the pimple-faced man snapped out of his daze and exclaimed excitedly, "Captain, we found it." His shout immediately drew everyone's attention. He immediately continued, "In the past 7 days, Ling Chu has privately messaged away from gambling, prostitution, and drugs, Inkfish Ball, Dawn Breeze and Lingering Moon, and Starry River Enters Dream. Just a few minutes ago, she also had private messages with a dumb bird and a player with the ID Mickey Meow Meow Witch. This pimple-faced man is named Tao Zhe. His profession is quite unique, paparazzo. One of his skills is called Celebrity Background Check. Celebrity Background Check. As a celebrity, there is no privacy. You can choose any player on the leaderboard and check their private chat history for the past 7 days. His profession doesn't offer much combat power, and his life was quite impoverished until he saw Black Spade K's advertisement recruiting special professions, which led him to try contacting him. Upon hearing about his abilities, Black Spade K immediately recruited him into his fleet. Starry River Enters Dream. A dark glint flashed in Black Spade K's eyes upon hearing this. Sure enough, he knew it. This Starry River Enters Dream refused to cooperate with him because of his personal relationship with Ling Chu. Xing Ruman must have revealed his plan to deal with Ling Chu to her. King of Spades was secretly annoyed, but also somewhat puzzled. When did Ling Chu become acquainted with Xing Ruman, this pirate hunter? Unfortunately, Tao Zhe's skill could only find out who contacted Ling Chu at what time, but not the specific content of the private messages. He wondered if this skill would be enhanced after his profession leveled up. What does that Mickey Meow Meow Witch do? K of Spades asked. I checked all the rankings, but couldn't find her. Later, I found her listing on the trading post. She's a tailor, a crafting profession. She listed many shark skin armors there, but sales weren't very good. Tao Zhe paused and said, among them, away from gambling and prostitution, Inkball, and Dawn and Remnant Moon have been chatting with Ling Chu the most. They should all be from the Ghost Ship Fleet. Away from gambling and prostitution is undoubtedly from the Ghost Ship Fleet. Now, the Ghost Ship Fleet's advertising space all says contact away from gambling and prostitution. During the last public challenge, King of Spades noticed the unusual relationship between Xiao Fengkinyu and Ling Chu. However, he hadn't expected that Moyuan, who claimed to be able to predict natural disasters in the public chat, was also one of Ling Chu's people. A shrewd glint flashed behind King of Spades' glasses as he instantly understood everything. Xing Ruman privately messaged Ling Chu, definitely telling her about our plan to deal with the ghost ship. Then Ling Chu deliberately had Moyuan spread the false news in the public chat that the next natural disaster would be extreme cold. She definitely wanted to mislead us, and also use this news to collaborate with Duda Bird and Mickey Meow Witch to sell cotton and leather armor, making a fortune. King of Spades sneered inwardly. Ling Chu's plan was brilliant, but he wasn't that stupid. The King of Spades turned to Tao and said, send a message to the little girl who's stepping on mushrooms and the daydreamer. Tell them the news about the extreme cold disaster is fake, and don't be fooled. The high-temperature disaster that Zhang Daxian mentioned might be true. Tell them to stock up on heat-resistant and sun-protective gear. The nine-tailed cat, chewing on a nut, spoke somewhat indistinctly upon hearing this. Boss, are you overthinking it? What if that squid ball really did divine the outcome of the extreme cold and was just kindly informing the players in the public chat? That Dumbo already has a cotton island, and that Mickey Meowth, which it's perfectly normal for a tailor to sell leather armor. If you were Squid Ball, would you just tell such important information to a complete stranger? Besides, what kind of good person can someone who associates with Ling Chu? She's never been merciful to those she wants to kill. King of Spades pushed up his glasses and analyzed. Furthermore, both the Dumbo and the Mickey Meowth which are connected to Ling Chu, and they're both selling cold-resistant items. What a coincidence. If Ling Chu is truly certain the next natural disaster will be extreme cold, why doesn't she stockpile these things and sell them when the disaster strikes? Wouldn't prices skyrocket then? Chapter 179 Heater. Nine-tailed cat thought it made some sense, but something still felt off. But 5 vermin interrupted her. Nine-tailed cat, boss is our brains. When has his analysis ever been wrong? Your IQ is definitely lower than boss's, so stop messing around. Fine. Anyway, I don't manage the money. Buy whatever you want, just don't skimp on my snacks. Nine-tailed cat stuffed 2 more macadamia nuts into her mouth. King of Spades snatched the snack bag from her hand with a grim face. You eat so much all day long, stop eating, leave some for me. After receiving Tao Zhe's message, Daydreamer was first shocked, then overwhelmed with anger and fear of being tricked. Cuttlefish Ball's words in the public chat sounded so convincing that he almost fell for it and bought those winter supplies. Damn it! Ling Chu is such a cunning woman, setting up a trap with fake news. Luckily, King of Spades was brilliant and saw through her scheme. The Daydreamer had no doubt about King of Spades' judgment, especially considering the presence of Tao Zhe, a member of his team with a unique professional background. He turned to his crew and ordered, use all the supplies you have to buy sunshades, cooling potions, and water tanks. Also, contact Zhang Daxian to buy some mid-level water purifiers. Make sure you stockpile enough before the natural disaster hits and prices skyrocket. The little girl who had been stepping on mushrooms closed her communication interface with Tao Zhe, her delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly, unconsciously pinching the ears of the teddy bear she was holding. Ling Chu. Squid Ball, she murmured the 2 names softly. King of Spades had no reason to lie to her, but she felt something was off. She'd seen Squid Ball speak a few times in the public chat. Her speaking style didn't seem like that of a scheming person. And spreading such false information in the public chat just to trick them and sell some supplies? But what if Squid Ball was telling the truth? The little girl who stepped on mushrooms hesitated for a moment, then made a decision: stockpile cold-resistant and heat-resistant supplies in a 4:6 ratio. She chose to trust her intuition, preferring to spend more supplies and prepare for both possibilities. Ling Chu was completely unaware of the dramatic scene unfolding on the spade ship. Squid Ball's straightforward actions had ironically tricked the self-proclaimed clever K of Spades. After a good night's sleep, the ghost ship welcomed the dawn of the next day. The addition of over 100 skeleton crew members made the ship much livelier. A wandering skeleton could be encountered every few steps. Emily sat on the stern railing, a small piece of wheat bread between her fingers, teasing the parrot, Little Pie, perched on her shoulder. Little Pie tilted its head, carefully pecking at the bread with its beak, occasionally mimicking a sound, which made the spiritual fire in Emily's eye sockets flicker with pleasure. The ghostly little yellow dog hopped merrily at her feet, chasing its translucent tail, having a great time. Uncle Valentine carefully tended to the neatly arranged planting pots on the deck, checking the growth of the crops. Sokka and Big Gold Tooth took turns busy preparing 3 meals a day for the crew, while Andrew was at the forge every day before dawn, hammering and tinkering. Ling Chu had provided her with an anvil and forge so she could forge simple weapons. The mahjong machine on the first floor was always packed. Since the game of mahjong spread among the new skeleton minions, more and more skeletons became addicted to this card game from the mysterious East. However, there were only 4 seats at the mahjong machine, far too few for everyone to play. 2 skeletons even nearly fought over a seat. One lost a bone in his right hand, the other broke 2 ribs. Finally, Teach arrived, separated the 2 skeletons, and picked up their broken bones. The management pressure increased dramatically, and Teach was finding it difficult to manage. So, he promoted the steady big toe and the clever round head to second mates to help him manage the new skeleton minions. Daily combat skills training was also essential. The sight of Teach leading a group of skeletons of varying heights and builds, wielding curved swords and practicing horse stances on the deck was quite a spectacle. 2 days passed peacefully. The spade made no move, and the ghost sailed steadily northward without encountering any islands or unusual events. Ling Chu calculated the dates and decided to use the gambler's coin's triple luck today to open the blind box she received as a reward from upgrading her ship to level 5. She planned to wait until the natural disaster struck, when the gambler's coin's effect would refresh. Ling Chu rubbed her hands together. She hadn't opened a blind box in ages. Blind boxes were becoming increasingly difficult to obtain. All the first-place rewards were basically snapped up. She could only rely on ship upgrades to fleece the system's rewards. She took the blind box with a question mark on it from her inventory and opened it. You opened a system blind box and received 10 boxes of silver ear fungus and peach gum stewed milk, 20 pairs of wool socks, 10 pairs of snow boots, 10 boxes of steam eye masks, 1 heater blueprint, and 3 mysterious fruits. Ling Chu's eyes lit up as she looked at the items she had opened. What incredible luck! Wool socks, snow boots, steam eye mask. She'd gotten a whole winter cozy outfit. Most importantly, there's also the blueprint for a heater. Heater blueprint can be used to create a heater powered by basic magic energy stones. Crafting requirements: iron ore *20, copper wire *10, clay *10, glass *10, basic magic energy stone *1. Limited to blacksmithing professions. This is like a godsend. With a heater, the extreme cold disaster will be much more comfortable. Ling Chu immediately found Andrew, shoved the recipe into his hand, and asked if he could make it. Andrew carefully examined the recipe for a long time. It was the first time he had ever encountered such an intricate blueprint for a magic-powered creation. The I understand the structure, I should be able to replicate it, but these materials, and the basic magic energy stone, that's not easy to get. I've lived most of my life and I've never even seen what a magic energy stone looks like. Before Andrew could finish speaking, Ling Chu flipped his hand and pulled out a glittering magic energy stone. There are plenty of materials, just focus on making them. Andrew's jaw agape in shock, his fingers carefully gripping the magic stone. Before he could react, Ling Chu, as if picking pebbles, pulled 10 more magic stones of the same quality from his storage ring and shoved them into his arms. One might not be enough, make 10 first. Chapter 180 Silver Belt Fish and Pumpkin Porridge. Holding the 10 heavy, low-level magic stones, Andrew couldn't help but marvel at his captain's generosity. These rare resources, seldom seen in ordinary times, seemed to be casually picked up as if they were roadside pebbles. Ling Chu had all the materials needed to make the heaters, except for copper wire and clay. After asking Andrew, Ling Chu learned that copper wire could be made from copper ore, or could make 10 copper wires. Copper ore was even rarer than iron ore. After upgrading her ship to level 4, Ling Chu still had 4 left. She was still missing 6 copper ores, so Ling Chu bought 6 from the trading post, spending a total of 600 seashells, and then spent 1 seashell to buy 100 blocks of clay. With all the materials gathered, Andrew confidently promised to finish the project that very night and deliver it by tomorrow morning. If these 5 heaters were made by the Chinese server's Little Lubin, it would take at least 2 days. This was the advantage of the skeleton perpetual motion machine, and the recipe wouldn't be shared. If the heaters work well, she can make a few more and sell them. Currently, the prices of copper and iron ore are stable, and she can buy them from the trading post at any time. As for the rarest, the basic magic stones, Ling Chu went to the fate gambling table and, thanks to triple luck in the daily gambling area, used 1 basic magic stone to get 10 for free. She now has a total of 25 basic magic stones, so selling a few heaters won't be a problem. During the extreme cold disaster, players will inevitably need to burn more charcoal for warmth. The ghost ship no longer needs to burn charcoal for navigation, and the pile of volcanic charcoal accumulated in the warehouse will definitely fetch a good price. As for Black Spade K's question about why she didn't take advantage of the information gap to stockpile important heating items like cotton and leather armor to sell at a higher price later, Ling Chu hadn't considered it. She had already stockpiled 800 jin of cotton, enough for their own use, plus a small profit. If she were truly ruthless, she could use her wealth to clear out the trading market in advance, then release the spoils at exorbitant prices dozens of times higher when the natural disaster was at its worst and players were most desperate, indeed accumulating astonishing wealth in a short period. However, such exploitative and profiteering behavior contradicts her principles. While Ling Chu isn't exactly a saint either, and is engaged in her fair share of underhanded dealings, her targets are mostly powerful individuals and competitors with ulterior motives, not ordinary players whom she sees as easy prey. This endless ocean before her is like a vast ecosystem, and ordinary players are the foundation of this ecosystem. Only when they live can they explore, produce, and trade, only then can the server's economy and resource flow be active, allowing her a continuous stream of sheep to fleece, whether it's buying basic materials, selling unwanted equipment, or even acquiring various services she might need in the future. If a natural disaster strikes and ordinary players freeze or starve to death in droves, causing a sharp decline in the server's population, then the remaining survivors will only be large guilds like Black Spade King or a few top-tier lone wolves. By then, the market will shrink, resource circulation will stagnate, and the entire server will become a dead-end, a situation where powerful players are eyeing each other covetously, but few easy targets can be found. That would be the true end. Therefore, ensuring enough ordinary players survive and maintaining the basic ecosystem is the true long-term solution for her. Earning her rightful share is enough. After exchanging her basic magic stones, Ling Chu played the lucky wheel again. Congratulations! You have drawn a buff, Strength Boost. Strength Boost, your strength increases by 10% for 24 hours. This was the least effective buff Ling Chu had ever drawn from the lucky wheel. Her strength was 14 points, a 10% increase is 1.4, which, rounded up, is only 1 point. It's not even as good as eating a red algae sandwich. After claiming her daily buff, Ling Chu took out the 3 mysterious fruits she'd opened from the blind box. All of them were agility fruits. After consuming them all, Ling Chu's agility attribute broke through the 20-point mark, even exceeding her intelligence by 1 point. The effect of those 3 points in agility was quite noticeable. Ling Chu tested it out on the deck. She could now cover 100 meters in just 5.31 seconds, a speed comparable to the wind. If she weren't at sea, but on an island or land, Ling Chu was certain that if she wanted to run, no player in the entire server could catch her. Then, taking advantage of the early hour, Ling Chu grabbed her lucky frozen octopus fishing rod and went to the deck to fish. Once the extreme cold disaster officially struck, not only would the fish hide in the deep sea, but even people standing on the deck would probably freeze solid. She figured she might as well stock up on some more fish over the next couple of days. Ling Chu's stockpiled canned goods were essentially a form of currency. Rare land-based meats like mutton and chicken were only used occasionally to supplement their diet. Their primary source of protein was seafood. Ling Chu skillfully cast her fishing line and waited patiently. A moment later, the rod suddenly dipped. She'd taken the bait. Ling Chu quickly reeled it in, and a slender, silvery streak was pulled from the water, writhing and struggling in the dim light. "This is a sea snake." Ling Chu frowned instinctively, then looked closer and realized it was a ribbon fish with a laterally compressed body, its entire body shimmering with a dazzling silver light. It wasn't as robust as ordinary fish, its streamlined body resembled a drawn sword, and its long dorsal fin stretched from head to tail like a silver ribbon. So it was a ribbon fish. Ling Chu became interested. Ribbon fish had firm flesh, and she quite liked it. She removed the wriggling ribbon fish from the hook and tossed it into the wooden bucket behind her, then continued casting her bait into the sea. However, it seemed Ling Chu had stirred up a ribbon fish nest. Cast after cast, she caught these shimmering silver ribbon fish, each one as wide as 4 fingers held together. As they thrashed about on the deck, their scales reflected a cold light, like scattered silver bars. It seemed this area happened to be the migratory route for these silver ribbon fish. The 2 automatic fishing platforms on the deck also caught quite a few of these ribbon fish, but they were nowhere near as efficient as Ling Chu's, catching only one every half hour. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Ling Chu had caught 3 large baskets full of silver ribbon fish, weighing at least 300 pounds. Following Ling Chu's instructions, the skeleton minions took half a basket of ribbon fish and put it in the ship's hold for the next few days' meals, while Ling Chu stored the rest in his ring to keep them fresh. The ship's main hull was filled with an enticing aroma. The fried ribbon fish pieces sizzled with oil, their skin golden brown and slightly charred. A gentle nudge with chopsticks revealed the delicate, snow-white flesh inside. Served with a bowl of hot, sweet pumpkin porridge, the satisfaction of the food was instinctively pleasurable. The creamy golden pumpkin wasn't just delicious in pancakes, it also gave the pumpkin porridge a naturally sweet aroma, requiring no added sugar, and had a rich, creamy texture. Although this pumpkin only provided an attribute bonus the first time you ate it, it was undeniably delicious. Needless to say, the freshly caught ribbon fish were simply delicious. High-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking method, pan frying alone, to be flavorful. Ling Chu remembered that before entering the game, she had eaten a type of small-eyed ribbon fish in a coastal town, and its delicious taste had stayed with her ever since. Chapter 181 Underground Planting Area. The fresh ribbon fish, just caught from the pristine, unpolluted ocean, was incredibly delicious. With few bones and thick, meaty flesh, every bite was bursting with flavor. 5 or 6 pieces were enough to fill one up. After eating and drinking her fill, Ling Chu went back to the deck to fish for ribbon fish for a while longer, only stopping when the system's late night time arrived. The next morning, as soon as Ling Chu emerged from the captain's cabin, she heard the good news from Andrew. "Captain, it's done. The first magic-powered heater." Ling Chu took the rather ingenious-looking device from Andrew's hands. It was about the size of a vintage suitcase, its outer shell made of polished iron plates and copper pipes. The front was a dense metal mesh, and the side had a slot structure similar to that of a vintage phonograph. She moved it to the center of the spacious first-floor hall, and following Andrew's instructions, inserted a basic magic-powered stone into the slot on the side, then pressed the start switch. Buzz! The heater seemed to awaken, a deep, steady hum emanating from within. The next second, a warm, non-scorching wave of air spread out from its center. In just over 10 seconds, the entire hall became as warm as if bathed in spring sunshine. The heater, like a small sun, tirelessly radiated heat. Ling Chu, standing closest, was instantly drenched in sweat. "This heater is amazing. With this, who's afraid of extreme cold?" Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan, watching nearby, were both delighted. Ling Chu then pressed the switch again. Turning it off allowed the heat to dissipate quickly, without wasting the energy from the magic stones. The design for replacing magic stones was also thoughtful. Simply opening the protective cover on the side allowed for easy removal of the depleted magic stone and replacement with a new one. "We have 5 decks, so we can put a heater on each one. That way, the decks won't be cold." Ling Chu stroked her chin, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She had been worried about what to do with the crops she had planted on the deck after the extreme cold disaster. Putting them all in her ring space would stop their growth, which was a waste. Now, the heaters were working much better than she expected. If she moved the crops from the deck to the underground deck and put a heater in each, the crops should be able to grow normally, right? Ling Chu acted immediately, calling over a few skeleton minions. They quickly moved the planting pots and plots into the lowest underground deck. This deck was originally used to house the steam engine, but since the ship was upgraded, the steam engine had disappeared, leaving the deck empty. In no time, all the crops on the deck were gone, leaving only the ghost thorns and spore mother brains. The vines of the ghost thorns, like ivy, had completely climbed the walls of the cabin, making them difficult to remove. Similarly, the fungal brain was firmly rooted to the floor, unable to move. Ling Chu couldn't help but wonder, these two are magical plants, they shouldn't freeze to death so easily, right? Especially since the ghost thorns used to grow on a desert island and could survive in the desert, they should be quite adaptable to harsh environments. If things don't work out, she could just build them a small shelter and put in a heater, that should solve the problem. After moving all the crops, Ling Chu checked them again. All the plants were growing normally, but due to the lack of sunlight, the ripening time for some crops had been delayed by 2 or 3 days. Ling Chu then had his skeleton minions bring over several empty water buckets and place them near the crops for easy irrigation. When the extreme cold disaster arrives, there will inevitably be some sea ice. When sea ice forms, salt is pushed beneath the ice layer, so the salinity of the sea ice is much lower than seawater. After simple processing, it becomes drinkable fresh water. Therefore, there's no need for a water purifier, natural fresh water is everywhere. After setting up the underground planting area, Ling Chu's preparations for the extreme cold disaster were basically complete. At this point, only 1 day remained before the disaster struck. Ling Chu used that day to continue fishing on the deck for the entire day, catching nearly 300 pounds of ribbonfish again. But whether it was due to an impending natural disaster or the ribbonfish in this area having drifted away from her boat, Ling Chu found it increasingly difficult to catch silver ribbonfish as evening approached. She mostly caught common mackerel and snapper. 2 hours before the disaster, though it was late at night, the public chat channel was still bustling with activity. Most players were too worried about the unknown disaster to sleep. Public chat channel. Lulu loves gossip. Ugh, what exactly is this unknown disaster? It's driving me crazy. I bought 6 pounds of cotton and made 2 cotton coats, hoping they'll come in handy. Kyokuo's dad, anyone actually believe in cuttlefish balls? You won't be able to sell your cotton padded coat later. A silly bird, you want to buy some? They're all gone. I've sold all my cotton, now I only have enough for myself. Give you a big bread, whether it's extreme cold, extreme heat, or some other type of natural disaster, food will definitely be plentiful. Everyone, take advantage of these last 2 hours to fish a bit more. Draw some shrimp chips, absolutely. I've been swinging my fishing rod so much these past 2 days I'm practically shooting sparks. Cuttlefish ball, I can only say, everyone has their own fate. At John Daxian the fortune teller, 2 more hours, I want to hear that loud grandma. John Daxian the fortune teller, I never thought that I, a lonely bachelor without even a son, would soon have a granddaughter. At this moment, Black Spade King, who was secretly watching, couldn't help but sneer. Still putting on an act? His storage box behind him was already filled with a large amount of supplies to combat the high temperatures. Needless to say, he bought 20 mid-level water purifiers, along with expensive cooling patches, cooling oil, sun protective clothing, and other items from other players. These items consumed almost half of his resources. He even spent 2,000 seashells to obtain the blueprints for a magic-powered ice maker and a magic-powered electric fan from a player. With just one basic magic stone, he could endlessly blow cool air and make ice. Thinking of those players who were tricked into buying cotton by squid balls in the public chat, Black Spade K couldn't help but laugh. He could already picture the players sweltering in the scorching heat, collapsing from heatstroke, while he sat comfortably in the cabin, enjoying the cool breeze and ice-cold water. A smug glint flashed in Black Spade K's eyes. Once the players couldn't withstand the heat, he could dump some sun protection supplies and recoup his wasted seashells many times over. Ling Chu wasn't asleep either. She wasn't entirely confident about the extreme cold disaster, but it was essentially a gamble with her entire fortune. She just wanted to see what the disaster would look like. 2 hours later, all the players simultaneously received a system notification. Friendly reminder, the natural disaster Snowy Winter will arrive in 10 minutes. Please take precautions. Chapter 182 Lack of Cleanup. As the system notification sounded, the sky outside instantly turned a gloomy gray, as if the entire world had been shrouded in a giant, cold, frosted glass dome. The captain's cabin window was still open. A tangible chill, like a white ghost, silently seeped in through the window. Ling Chu's exposed skin instantly broke out in goosebumps. She could clearly feel the temperature plummeting. She could even clearly see her breath turn into a cloud of white icy mist the moment it left her mouth. Even more noticeable was the half-finished glass of water on the table. A thin layer of ice visibly formed on the surface, and frost quickly spread across the glass. An extreme cold disaster had struck. Ling Chu got up, closed the window, took out her shark skin armor and put it on, then took out a large quilt. She had previously opened 5 pairs of fluffy slippers from the system's blind box. She hadn't thought she'd need them then, but now they were perfect. A 10-pound double quilt was spread on the bed, instantly making it feel as warm as lying in soft, thick grass. The natural disaster had just begun, and the temperature wasn't that cold yet. There was no need for a heater. Wearing the shark skin armor and the quilt was warm enough. Ling Chu then leisurely lay on the bed, opened the public chat channel, and found it in complete chaos. Public channel. Lulu loves gossip. Holy crap, a freezing winter. This is a true extreme cold disaster. YAA, Cuttlefish Ball, you're my savior, my second parent. Give you a big bread. Wow, the temperature dropped so drastically. It dropped over 20 degrees in just half a minute. Luckily, I prepared a big quilt. I've decided to stay under the covers for the next few days. Pancake dog, my anchor got tangled in seaweed. While I was getting it fixed at sea, I almost froze to death. What kind of weather is this? It just came out of nowhere. Farmer 3 punches, oh no, this is an extreme cold disaster. What am I going to do with all my crops on the ship? Won't they all freeze to death? Cuttlefish Ball was also in her crew's rest room when she sneezed due to the sudden drop in temperature. She quickly put on her shark skin armor, then crawled under the covers and started typing furiously. Cuttlefish Ball, at John Daxian the fortune teller, I'm here. You old swindler, come out and say something. At this moment, the players who had been tricked into buying water purifiers by John Daxian also came out, angrily cursing him. Drink more hot water, John Daxian, you've really harmed people. What good is a water purifier against the extreme cold disaster? And it's so expensive. Give me back my seashells. Kiwakuo's dad, you old swindler, give me my money back. Joyful Wolf, although my pirate level isn't high, John Daxian, if you don't give me my money back, if I ever see you at sea again, I'll dismantle your ship, strip you naked, and kick you into the sea to feed the sharks. Those who had previously supported John Daxian were now like weather vanes, hurling the most vile insults. Meanwhile, John Daxian, upon hearing the system notification, immediately sensed something was wrong. Cuttlefish Ball had actually guessed correctly, it was the extreme cold disaster. If it were any other natural disaster, a water purifier would be useful anyway, but this is extreme cold. The water purifier would freeze in sub-zero temperatures, rendering it completely unusable. John Daxian was now the target of everyone's anger. Players who had bought the wrong supplies were blaming him, and no one dared to show their faces in the public chat now. Luckily, he had 2 braziers. John Daxian put on all his clothes and shivered as he warmed himself by the braziers. But the insults in the public chat were too vile, ranging from calling him a liar to cursing his ancestors. John Daxian couldn't hold back any longer and typed a line in the public chat. Fortune teller John, you idiots. You're all so easily fooled, and now you're blaming me? I didn't force you to buy water purifiers. The money's already in my hands, only a fool would return it. So what if you guessed right by sheer luck? I'm not playing with you anymore. Cola without ice, damn, John Daxian, you're too arrogant. I'm ready to fight. Anyone have a bounty? I'll place an order for John Daxian, I'm going to kill him. Star River in Dreams, this guy doesn't have enough sin points, so a bounty can't be used. Players without sin points cannot have additional bounties added, otherwise John Daxian's bounties would probably be flying everywhere by now. Fortune teller John, I didn't do anything bad, just chatted casually in the public chat. If some idiots fall for it, can you blame me? Ling Chu silently watched the public chat, her brows furrowed. This guy's arrogance is just too tempting. Moyoan had guessed John Daxian would renege on the bet, but she hadn't expected him to be so shameless. Just as she was blushing with anger, she received a message from Ling Chu in the fleet channel. At Moyoan, don't waste your breath on him. My hunter's mark skill can track him. Or should we just go and rob him? Moyoan immediately replied, I think so. This kind of guy deserves to be taught a lesson. John Daxian had climbed to 16th on the wealth list by selling water purifiers, making him a small but lucrative target. Robbing such scum felt like a huge waste for Ling Chu. Ling Chu then used the hunter's mark skill and entered the ID John Daxian, the fortune teller at the street stall. A red dot, visible only to Ling Chu, revealed his location. The skill indicated a straight line distance of 2,210 kilometers. This wasn't far. With the ghost ship's upgraded speed of 85 kilometers per hour, it would reach his coordinates in about 26 hours. If he happened to be sailing in his direction, the journey would only take longer. Ling Chu wrapped herself in a cotton coat and went out onto the deck. The 10-minute countdown ended, and the devastating winter calamity of the snowfield had fully arrived. At this moment, a layer of grayish-white ice crystal fog permeated the sea. These weren't falling snowflakes, but rather fine, dust-like ice crystals suspended in the air, flowing like a sandstorm with the cold wind, obscuring visibility and blurring the distant horizon. This phenomenon is scientifically known as ice needle fog. As the ship sailed across the sea, a rustling sound, like countless tiny teeth gnawing at wood, accompanied the sound of these fine ice needles scraping against the hull. A cold, metallic smell filled the air, and a layer of frost had formed on the deck railings, thickening visibly. The skeleton minions, unfazed by the cold, moved swiftly across the deck, braving the chill. Ling Chu breathed out mist and ordered the skeleton minion at the helm, adjust course, hard to port, full speed ahead towards 9 o'clock. Yes, Captain. The skeleton minion responded loudly, his skeletal hand steadily turning the helm, and the ghost's bow nimbly turned to port, cutting through the icy, needle-like mist of the sea and moving forward resolutely. Meanwhile, on the Spade and Dream ships, a tense, oppressive atmosphere prevailed. Is Chapter 183 messing with us? Upon hearing the system notification that the natural disaster was a frigid winter in the snowy region, Daydreamer was furious. If it weren't for the fact that King of Spades had previously shown sufficient sincerity, he would have suspected that this guy was deliberately messing with him. He had exchanged almost all his available resources for items to withstand the high temperatures, only to be told it was an extreme cold disaster. Wasn't this just playing with him? Daydreamer immediately listed all his stockpiled water purifiers and sun protection supplies on the trading market, only to find that most of the sellers were also selling these items, with prices driven down to a fifth of their original value, and still no one was buying. A quick search revealed that cotton clothing, and other winter supplies had all been snapped up by quick-fingered players, and even the price of charcoal for starting fires had increased several times over. Suppressing his anger, Daydreamer sent a message to Dizzy demanding an explanation. Didn't your captain swear it wasn't some extreme cold disaster? What's going on now? How can you guys be so unreliable? Can we still cooperate? If not, forget it. Even pigs wouldn't be this unreliable. How are we supposed to survive this freezing winter with these 50 crew members on board? Meanwhile, on the doll, the little girl who was stepping on mushrooms, upon hearing the system notification, was both surprised and relieved. Luckily, she had made 2 preparations, so she wasn't completely helpless. But then she thought, if she didn't complain about the spade, wouldn't it seem like they had a backup plan? What if the spade thought she didn't trust her and then asked her for winter resources? So she pretended to question them as well. Taoze? What's going on? The disaster is completely different from what you said. Are you on the spade's side deliberately messing with us? Taoze rubbed his slightly frozen hands, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He glanced at the grim-faced King of Spades beside him and cautiously began, the dreamship and the dollship, they're both demanding an explanation, saying they've replaced their supplies with heat-resistant ones, and they're asking what we're supposed to do now? What to do? How should I know what to do? King of Spades roared, smashing the glass in his hand onto the floor, shattering it instantly. His usual confident and composed demeanor vanished, replaced by unbelievable rage. He clenched his fists, his voice distorted with anger. She actually used real information to set a trap. Isn't she afraid of overplaying her hand? This move was completely beyond his calculations. King of Spades assumed everyone would act like him, prioritizing profit and deception. He couldn't understand how someone could so casually release such crucial survival information. Was she trying to gain fame with real information, or was she more cunning than him, anticipating his suspicions and employing a scheme within a scheme? Silence fell over the cabin. The crew members present stared wide-eyed at their enraged leader, not daring to utter a sound. The cold air entering his lungs calmed King of Spades somewhat, making him realize he had lost his composure in front of the crew. Suppressing his rage, King of Spades said to Tao, "Tell them we've been tricked too. Ling Chu is even more cunning than we thought. Now is not the time for infighting. Our priority is to get winter supplies and survive this natural disaster. First, message a silly bird and ask if he has any cotton left. I'm willing to pay double. Also, buy as many of Mickey Meow Meow Witch's shark skin armor as you can." Okay. Tao immediately did as instructed. 2 minutes later, Tao looked up. A silly bird said there's not a single pound of cotton left, it's all sold out. His next cotton harvest won't be until 3 days later, and the shark skin armor is all gone too. Hearing this, King of Spades' face darkened further, as if he could wring water out of it. Nine-tailed Cat scratched his cheek, trying to ease the tension. Luckily, we still have a few braziers and some charcoal. As long as this natural disaster doesn't last long, we can weather it. Charcoal must be used sparingly. From this moment on, the ship can only sail at the lowest possible speed. King of Spades walked to the porthole, looking at the icy fog outside, his eyes sinister. How about just shutting down the engine and stopping the ship? 5 vermin tried to suggest. Shutting down the engine and stopping the ship, wouldn't that save more charcoal? King of Spades turned around, looking at him like he was an idiot. If you completely shut down the engine and stop the ship in this weather, the steam engine's pipes and valves will freeze completely. When you want to leave, you won't be able to start it again. Then the whole ship will become an ice coffin. So at least we must maintain minimum power. The fire in the steam engine absolutely cannot go out. What's the price of charcoal at the trading post right now? King of Spades asked Tao. The latter stammered, 100 pieces of charcoal cost 100 seashells, a 1-to-1 price. So expensive? Is this robbery? Spade K exclaimed. The price of charcoal had skyrocketed 20-fold compared to normal, even more outrageous than the charcoal price during the meteor shower. For the first time, Spade K felt that being a pirate was worse than mining charcoal. But he had to buy it no matter how expensive it was, otherwise he'd catch a cold, and medicine would be even more expensive. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll buy 300 pieces of charcoal first." These 300 pieces of charcoal, combined with their current charcoal, should last them 5 days. The longest fish tied in previous natural disasters only lasted a day and a half. The snowy winter shouldn't last too long either. As he thought this, Spade K couldn't help but shiver from the cold. He rubbed his hands, which were numb with cold. Let's light the brazier first, it's fucking cold. Meanwhile, on Ling Chu's side, cotton-padded coats, trousers, quilts, and heaters, everything was provided. Who uses a brazier for warmth? Aren't they afraid of carbon monoxide poisoning? Ling Chu distributed the extra plush slippers, cashmere socks, and snow boots she'd gotten from the blind boxes to her female crew members. With cotton hats and gloves on, they were fully equipped and didn't feel cold standing on the deck. When Xiao Feng Kenyu emerged from the alchemy room and saw the icy fog outside, she had a disorienting feeling of going from summer seclusion to winter. Of course, her seclusion had been very fruitful. The potions are all here, drink as much as you like. In front of Ling Chu and the others, Xiao Feng Kenyu pulled out over 200 bottles of fiery red potions, all the cold-resistant potions she had painstakingly crafted over the past few days. Basic cold-resistant potion, a warming and cold-dispelling potion that instantly relieves a frozen body and increases cold resistance by 50% for half an hour. Chapter 184 Wealth. Wouldn't it be a waste to drink it now? Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan hadn't yet developed Ling Chu's habit of drinking potions like water. They felt that such rare items should be conserved and used only when needed. As long as it's in your stomach, it's not wasted. Let's open 2 bottles to try, Ling Chu said, treating the potions like an aperitif of fine wine, and took the lead by downing a bottle in one gulp. Only then did Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan each take a bottle and drink theirs. Ling Chu tilted her head back and drank, offering a concise comment, the taste is not bad. At least it wasn't as bitter as other potions. It's so warm, it feels like drinking sunshine into my stomach. Moyuan held the empty bottle, feeling her body instantly warm up, even feeling a little hot in her leather armor. Huang Xiaoan smacked her lips. This tastes so familiar. I added some sun-gathering mushrooms. Not only do they provide a continuous heat source, but they also enhance the flavor, Xiao Feng Kenyu explained. No wonder. This feeling of consuming sunlight is very similar to the taste of sun-gathering mushrooms she used to eat. We definitely can't finish all this potion. Maybe we should sell some to make money. Xiao Feng Kenyu scratched her cheek. I just don't know how much to price this potion. The trading post doesn't sell anything like this cold-resistant potion. She's probably the only one in the entire server who knows how to make it. Without a reference, pricing has become a problem. I think we should set it at 200 seashells a bottle, Ling Chu said after a moment's thought. 200? Isn't that a bit expensive? Xiao Feng Kenyu was a little surprised. The cost of this potion was only 10 seashells, almost 20 times the profit margin. It's not expensive, they'll probably be scrambling to buy it later. Players are richer now than before. A piece of copper ore can sell for 100 seashells. This is a life-saving potion, 200 isn't expensive at all. We'll keep 80 bottles for ourselves, and sell the remaining 200. But it's best to wait until tomorrow and list them on the trading post in batches, Ling Chu said to Xiao Feng Kenyu. These potions were all painstakingly crafted by you, you'll get 30% of the seashells from the sales. 30%? Xiao Feng Kenyu's face showed surprise. 200 bottles of potion, 200 seashells each, a total of 40,000 seashells. 30% is 12,000 seashells. She had never seen so many seashells in her life. Back then, she couldn't even afford to build an alchemy lab. Now, she could earn over 10,000 seashells just by crafting potions for a few days? Even someone as ungreedy as Xiao Feng Kenyu felt her heart racing. Previously, Ling Chu had collaborated with Mickey Meow Meow Witch, and she provided the materials, with the profit split 20/80ths. Ling Chu wasn't so stingy with her own crew, giving them an extra 10%. The crew weren't her subordinates, they needed some personal savings. Of course, she still took the lion's share. As captain, she had many expenses. Fortunately, she was now flush with cash again. Mickey Meow Meow Witch had just delivered her the agreed-upon share of the proceeds from selling the sharkskin armor, a total of 47,040 seashells. Mickey Meow Meow Witch seemed very busy and didn't send her a private message, instead adding a message to the transaction. Mickey Meow Meow Witch, boss, the materials you gave me made 294 sets of leather armor, priced at 200 seashells per set, and they're all sold out. Thanks to you, I'm a little rich now. I invited a few sisters who are also tailors to form a new fleet called the Kiluo. Welcome to continue patronizing our business. From now on, any ship that partners with the ghost ship will get a 30% discount. Ling Chu's reaction after reading this was, Mickey Meow Meow Witch really knows how to name things. The name Kiluo is so nice. And the chi in Kiluo is a homophone of the chi in her name, which has a good meaning. Looks like I need to learn some naming skills from Mickey Meow Meow Witch. Is making potions this profitable? Huang Xiaoan was full of envy, grabbing Xiao Feng Kenyu's hand. Master, is it too late for me to switch careers and become an alchemist? Xiao Feng Kenyu had never thought that alchemy was profitable. It seemed that things only started to change after meeting Ling Chu. Furthermore, the fact that the cuttlefish balls had informed them of the type of natural disaster beforehand allowed them to profit handsomely from this information gap. It was simply a matter of perfect timing, location, and people. Like Mickey Meow Meow Witch, there are quite a few tailors in this server, but isn't she the only one who's made a fortune? They are all 1 in 1,000 lucky individuals. Switching to alchemy now is a bit difficult, you'll need at least a foundation in potion making. Xiao Feng Kenyu answered her earnestly, but you can assist me. For example, tasks like grinding and pounding herbs don't require potion making knowledge. Having more hands will speed up my potion making process considerably, and I'll split the profits with you from the extra potions. Really? Huang Xiaowen's wide eyes were filled with nothing but a thirst for money. But why didn't you let the skeleton help you? Alchemy is a very delicate task. The skeleton is a bit clumsy. Last time I asked the left-handed one to help me, and it broke 2 of my alcohol bottles. Xiao Feng Kenyu still felt a little distressed when she mentioned the 2 broken bottles. Okay, I'll help you, and I'll massage your shoulders and legs, and bring you water and food. Thinking about making money, Huang Xiaowen became very eager and obsequious. Xiao Feng Kenyu then turned to Moyuan and asked, Wanzi, do you want to earn some extra money? Moyuan chuckled, I'm not going. I can't keep up with my private messages, they're all orders for divination. Moyuan had become quite famous in the public chat channel this time. Ever since the natural disaster, her private messages had been ringing non-stop. Some asked how she foresaw the natural disaster, some thought she was just incredibly lucky, while others paid her for fortune-telling. Even captains from several shipping guilds tried to poach her, asking if she wanted to join their fleets. Cuttlefish Ball refused them all. 2 guilds persisted, even offering her a monthly salary of over 1,000 seashells. Annoyed by their persistent harassment, Cuttlefish Ball simply stated that she had already joined the ghost ship. Upon learning this, those others immediately gave up. Who would dare compete with the top-ranked person? Cuttlefish Ball accepted a fortune-telling service for wealth and marriage, priced at 100 seashells per session. She had been too reasonable with her previous prices. That Master Zhang dared to charge 100 seashells per fortune-telling session even while scamming people, she had to match his price, right? Furthermore, divination is actually very time-consuming and energy-intensive. Moyuan doesn't accept just any order. Those asking how long the current natural disaster will last, or what type of natural disaster the next one will be, are simply ignored by her. Some players even ask her to predict whether they will die in the current natural disaster, to which Moyuan replies, why not use the divination shells to buy a couple more pieces of charcoal? Chapter 185 The First Night of Extreme Cold. Great! Mariko, you're not short of orders now, and your career advancement will be much faster. Huang Xiaowen remembered that Mariko's career advancement method involved fortune-telling for players, so now she wouldn't have to worry about lacking experience. While Huang Xiaowen was happy for Mariko, she also thought about herself. To advance to the next level, I need to play 50 games of betting with players and win. That advancement condition is too harsh. Besides public challenges and group fights, where am I going to find so many people? And I can't exactly yell let's play a game of Do-Dizu before I even fight someone, can I? Seeing that everyone had found a way to make money, Huang Xiaowen rested her chin on her hand with some worry. Ling Chu thought for a moment and said, does the betting have to be face-to-face? Like Mariko's bet with Zhang Daxian remotely this time, where the bet was calling the other person grandpa or grandma, that should count, right? Huang Xiaowen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Yes, why didn't I think of that? It should work. However, while this method might work, where was she going to get 50 players to play this game with her? Huang Xiaowen pondered. She needed to think of a way, and she needed to be certain of winning. By the way, Wanzi, what will the next natural disaster be? Have you done any divination? Ling Chu asked Moyuan. Moyuan, I already did divination with my crystal ball last night, but it showed a fog. It seems I have to wait until this natural disaster is over before I can get a result. Ling Chu nodded. Preparing for the next natural disaster was too early, it was better to get through the snowy winter safely first. Ling Chu thought about her constitution, which always provided extra protection during natural disasters. This time it was a large-scale weather disaster. Hopefully, she wouldn't encounter anything as extreme as the fish surge last time. After a simple breakfast, Huang Xiaowen went to the alchemy room with Xiao Feng Kenyu to help her, while Moyuan returned to the divination room to perform divination alone. With nothing else to do, Ling Chu went to the deck again. She checked the ghost thorns and spore mother brain. The panel showed that both were growing normally. It seemed the environment had little impact on the magical plants, they could adapt to any harsh weather. She then walked around the cabin, inspecting the hull. The upgraded ship was much sturdier, covered entirely in thick iron plates. Even if it collided with small icebergs, it wouldn't leave any marks. Ling Chu then noticed that her fully automatic fishing platform seemed to be stagnant. Normally, she could catch a fish every 10 minutes, but now half an hour had passed without any reaction. To verify her idea, Ling Chu took out her lucky frozen octopus fishing rod and cast it a few times. You caught seaweed *1. You caught a broken shoe *1. You caught a dead scallop with its shell opened *1. You caught a sea slug *1. Ling Chu's eyes twitched. Her legendary fishing rod, which she claimed never to come back empty-handed, had caught so much trash for the first time in a row. The last one she caught, the sea slug, is commonly known as a sea slug. It's a soft-bodied animal, and most of them are poisonous. It's definitely not edible. Ling Chu removed the sea slug from the bait and tossed it into her ring. Thankfully, she was wearing cotton gloves, otherwise she wouldn't dare touch it directly with her bare hands. For something poisonous and inedible, it seemed there was only one option: throw it to Xiao Feng Kinyu as alchemical material. Ling Chu fished on the deck for half an hour, catching nothing but this slug. It seemed the sudden drop in temperature had shrunk the fish's range, reduced their feeding frequency, and put them into a state of hibernation, making them very difficult to catch. Unable to fish, Ling Chu decided to pass the time by practicing archery, aiming at the nearby ice floes with storm arrows, aiming to pierce them one by one before they hit the ship. Surprisingly, this method of practicing moving targets worked quite well. As dusk approached, the already gray sky grew even darker. The wind-proof oil lamps hanging on the Ghost were all lit. The nighttime temperature was even lower, so Ling Chu returned to the captain's cabin and turned on the heater. The frigid room instantly became warm and cozy, reaching around 20 degrees Celsius. The sturdy glass and windows kept out the cold wind. Ling Chu sat on the soft sofa, drinking warm water, completely oblivious to the extreme cold of the impending natural disaster. The temperature was so low that even a thick quilt would be too warm, so Ling Chu took out her light summer blanket and covered herself with it. She slept soundly through the night. The next day, Ling Chu got out of her warm bed, dressed, and, feeling not too cold, turned off the heater. She opened the battery compartment and glanced at it. After a night of energy consumption, the magic stone still glowed brightly. It seemed one magic stone could last a long time. Ling Chu then used her tracking spell to locate the fortune teller Zhang Daxian's stall. After a night's journey, the ghost ship had closed the distance between them by half. Ling Chu wondered how the other players were doing on their first night in the snowy winter. On her way to breakfast on the first floor, she opened the public chat channel. Public chat channel. Kuakuo's dad, I think I've caught a cold. I'm dizzy, have a fever, and a runny nose. Is there anyone kind enough to list some cold medicine on the auction house? Drink more hot water, don't even think about it. Cold medicine is all sold out. Just drink more hot water. Kuakuo's dad, boiling water requires charcoal. I'm breaking every piece of charcoal in half now. Where would I get any extra to boil water? Give me some. Drink more hot water? You're going to freeze to death. Don't try to scam me. Cola without ice. Why do I feel colder today than yesterday? Instant noodle Superman, you're not mistaken, it feels at least 5 degrees lower today than yesterday. Little bitter gourd, I slept right next to the steam engine last night, it was so cold. Lost bug, we finally found an island, but it's too cold to disembark. But leaving like this is so frustrating. Lulu loves melons. At Lost Bug, you could sell coordinates. Give you a big bread, everyone's sailing at low speeds to save charcoal, so coordinates are probably hard to sell. Even if you happen to be nearby, how to keep warm on the island is a problem. Lost Bug, no way. What if there's coal on that island? I'll take a gamble and go. 15 minutes later. As Ling Chu sat in the lobby, drinking pumpkin porridge and eating toast with stewed ribbonfish, the bug who had disappeared for 15 minutes to go to the island reappeared in the public chat. Lulu loves gossip. At Lost Bug, what's going on? Did you find the coal? Lost Bug, as soon as I landed on the island, a huge blizzard hit, so I rushed back. But my feet hurt so much, I think they're frostbitten. He then posted a picture, his ankles were turning purple, a severe case of frostbite. Ling Chu, who was watching the chat channel, paused. A blizzard on the island? Was this Lost Bug just unlucky enough to encounter one, or do blizzards occur on every island? Pink Panther, because I had to steer, my hands got frostbite too. I cut a piece of bedsheet and wrapped it around my hands, but now I look like a mummy, it's completely useless. Damn natural disasters, if this keeps up, I'll freeze to death in a few days. Chapter 186 One-sided. In the public chat, everyone was worried and depressed, sighing and lamenting because of the extreme cold. Ling Chu took the opportunity to list some supplies. She currently had a total of 5,320 volcanic charcoal and 600 pieces of ordinary charcoal. The ghost ship's voyage didn't consume resources, and there were heaters for warmth, consuming magic stones. For her, charcoal was only needed for cooking and grilling meat, maybe 1 or 2 pieces a day. She listed all the ordinary charcoal and 1,000 pieces of volcanic charcoal on the trading post. Ordinary charcoal was priced at 1:1 with seashells, and volcanic charcoal at 1:5 with seashells. Ling Chu thought for a moment, then added 20 bottles of basic cold resistance potions, priced at 200 seashells each, to test the waters. She also added purchase limits, 5 pieces of volcanic charcoal per person, and 1 bottle of cold resistance potion per person. Before listing the items, she made sure to block those who liked to freeload in the public chat, like the fortune teller Zhang Daxian and Kyokuo's dad. She then discovered the system had a convenient feature to block entire fleets, so she blocked the Spade, Doll, and Dream fleets. Afterwards, she posted a message in the public chat. The trading post has listed 600 pieces of ordinary charcoal, 1,000 pieces of volcanic charcoal, and 20 bottles of cold resistance potions. Buy now while supplies last. Public chat channel. Jianbing Guzi, holy crap, the big boss is posting resources again. That volcanic charcoal burns incredibly fast, everyone grab it. She's highlighting. Ling Chu added a purchase limit. I only managed to get 5 pieces of volcanic charcoal. Lulu loves gossip. Purchase limits are good, saves us from unscrupulous middlemen taking a cut. Selling anxiety. This cold resistant potion is a bit expensive. Has anyone bought it? How's the effect? Fortune teller Zhang, why can't I buy it? Kyokuo's dad, can't buy it? That means you've been blocked, ha ha ha, I can't buy it either. Lost bug, does this cold resistant potion really work? I only have 200 seashells left. Oh well, I'll take a gamble and be the first to try it out. I'll buy a bottle for you guys to try. Ling Chu received a notification. Lost Bug purchased a bottle of basic cold resistant potion. 2 minutes later, Lost Bug posted another picture. His frostbitten feet had completely healed. Lost Bug, wow, this cold resistant potion is amazing. It can even heal frostbite. And after drinking it, my body warmed up instantly. Wah, I feel alive again. This message from Lost Bug caused the players who were still observing to rush to buy, and Ling Chu's remaining potions were instantly snapped up. Now, even a small box of cold medicine is being sold for 200 sea coins, and this cold-resistant potion, which can both dispel cold and treat frostbite, is incredibly cheap at only 200 sea coins. Meanwhile, on the Spade ship, Spade K stared at the charcoal and cold-resistant potion that Ling Chu had posted in the public chat channel, her already blue face from the cold looking even worse. Ling Chu was already rich enough to sell charcoal, and she even had a cold-resistant potion. She had indeed stockpiled a lot of supplies, just waiting for the natural disaster to strike so she could resell them at a high price. However, he was currently short of charcoal, and although he was resentful, he honestly clicked on the transaction link to try and buy some. However, a cold system notification popped up. You have been blacklisted by the seller and cannot complete the transaction. You guys try, he said grimly, ordering the crew to take turns trying. Without exception, the entire Spade crew had been blacklisted by Ling Chu beforehand. That Ling Chu, she's ruthless. King of Spades gritted his teeth. Watching the crew, 11 men huddled together around a brazier every day to save charcoal, looking like shivering quails. They were nothing like a top-ranked pirate crew. And thinking of Ling Chu comfortably counting money in her warm cabin, his jealousy almost burst forth. Tao, he said coldly, go to the public chat and stir things up. Since we can't buy it, we can't let her have it easy. Tao understood and immediately spoke in the public chat channel. Dezay, at Ling Chu, you've stockpiled so much charcoal and cold-resistant potions, you must have known about the extreme cold disaster all along, right? Why didn't you announce it sooner? Trying to profit from the national crisis all by yourself? Waiting until everyone's freezing before selling them, what a clever scheme. A silly bird? Are you alright? Didn't Moyowen tell you it was an extreme cold disaster already? You just didn't believe me. Dezay, nobody would believe Moyowen if he said it, but the top influencer's words carry a different weight, everyone will believe them. Kyokuo's dad, that makes sense. Ling Chu even blocked me. Is the top fan really that petty? Ben Benfen, the celebrity, at Dezay, what you said is really offensive. If you knew the type of natural disaster beforehand, wouldn't you stock up? The other day, your captain, Black Spade K, bought a lot of cooling balm and sunshades from me. If you knew the type of natural disaster, you'd stock up faster than anyone else. Moyuan, you can't bite people like that. They've already fed you, and you don't believe it. You bet on the wrong thing, and you're blaming others? It's like using a small knife to cut someone's butt. I've never seen anything like it. Sexy cockroach hot inkfish ball knew the type of natural disaster in advance and kindly told us. Now, Boss Ling Chu is even providing cold-resistant supplies at market price, not exorbitant. He's clearly doing a good deed, and he's getting criticized? If Inkfish Ball doesn't announce the type of natural disaster in advance from now on, some people will be the sinners of the server. Don't drag everyone down with you. Ling Chu laughed at Tao Zay's outrageous statement. So this Tao Zay is from Spade, and even after Inkfish Ball had already informed them of the extreme cold disaster, this guy still went and stockpiled heat-resistant items. It seems she overestimated King of Spades before. How did someone with that brain even become a captain? Tao's obviously provocative comments didn't even require Ling Chu's reply. The player's spittle was practically drowning him. King of Spades had intended to stand on the moral high ground and condemn Ling Chu, to annoy her and sway public opinion somewhat. Unexpectedly, the players completely ignored him. King of Spades stared at the constantly refreshing supportive comments in the public chat channel, his face ashen, his fists clenching and unclenching. Finally, he squeezed out through gritted teeth, "Enough, stop." His gloomy gaze swept over the trembling crew members, landing on the flickering flames. He would remember this. Nine-tailed cat sighed inwardly, watching the overwhelmingly negative comments from players in the public chat. Now, Ling Chu's team had Cuttlefish Ball, who could predict natural disasters, and Ling Chu herself had a large supply of cold weather gear. Even a fool would know who to side with. As a member of the Spade, Nine-tailed cat felt a sense of shame. She looked around at the crew members, who were all listless from the cold. Nine-tailed cat touched her nose. Initially, she joined the Spade because she thought Spade K had good leadership skills and only recruited members with special professions of philosophy that aligned with her own. But the captain's recent actions were truly baffling. She couldn't help but seriously consider whether joining the Spade was a wise decision. At this moment, Ling Chu had already closed the public chat. In just 10 minutes, all her charcoal and potions had been sold, and 9,600 seashells had gleaned into her account. She then sent a private message to the Lost Bug. "What level island was the one you encountered? Do you sell its coordinates?" Chapter 187, An Island with an Owner. The Lost Bug quickly replied, its voice tinged with excitement, "Is that really you, Master?" The Lost Bug repeatedly confirmed that it was Ling Chu's ID, not an imposter, before answering her question seriously. "I originally wanted to explore that island myself, but there's a blizzard on it, and I really can't handle it. Now I definitely want to sell the coordinates. Master, would you like to buy?" Ling Chu, yes. The Lost Bug, but to be honest, that island seems to have an owner. When I logged on, the system didn't tell me it was an unclaimed island, it only told me the login period was 7 days. Then, I also found what looks like sled tracks on the island. There might be native inhabitants living there. Ling Chu was slightly taken aback by the message. An island with an owner? This was the first time she'd encountered an island with an owner. And sleds certainly didn't seem like something a player would do. The extreme cold disaster had just struck. It was unlikely that all the players would have sleds, right? This, however, piqued Ling Chu's curiosity. A set of cotton-padded clothes and a bottle of cold resistance potion, in exchange for the coordinates of that island. The Lost Bug didn't say a word, simply sending him a string of coordinates. This guy was quick to trade, not afraid she'd renege on the deal. Ling Chu liked this kind of straightforward person, and then sent him the complete set of cotton-padded clothes and the bottle of cold resistance potion. "Thank you, boss. You've given me hope for survival. I thought I was going to die in this natural disaster." The Lost Bug sincerely thanked Ling Chu. Before the natural disaster struck, he was one of the players who were tricked by Zhang Daxian into buying a mid-level water purifier. So when Mo1 announced the extreme cold disaster, he thought it was another scam and didn't buy any cold resistance supplies, instead stockpiling a lot of food and weapons. Later, when the extreme cold disaster struck, he was dumbfounded. Luckily, he found an island. With his supplies running low, the Lost Bug decided to gamble and head to the island. Unfortunately, he encountered a blizzard and suffered frostbite on both feet. Such severe frostbite, if left untreated, would certainly cause permanent damage. The Lost Bug couldn't imagine how he would survive in this survival game if he were crippled. At this moment, Ling Chu used a cold resistance potion, risking his last 200 seashells. Unexpectedly, fate smiled upon him. After one potion, his legs, frozen purple like radishes, instantly improved, and the island's coordinates provided him with enough cotton clothing to last. The Lost Bug deeply realized the meaning of misfortune may be a blessing in disguise, and a blessing may be a misfortune in disguise. "Thanks, but if you don't plan to deal with pirates, you should leave as soon as possible," Ling Chu said. The Lost Bug understood. "Got it, I'm off." Ling Chu arrived at the control room on the 3rd floor and searched the coordinates provided by the Lost Bug on the live map. The coordinates were slightly off from the location of Zhang Daxian, the fortune teller, but closer to the ghost ship. Going to Zhang Daxian's place at full speed would take 13 hours, but going to that island would only take 8 hours. Ling Chu immediately decided to change course and go to that island first. At her command, the ghost turned 40 degrees to the right, breaking through the sparse ice floes, and continued forward. Mo1 sent a message in the fleet channel, "Captain, what's going on? I feel the ship change direction." Although the ghost was stable, she could clearly feel the crystal pendant hanging from the roof beam tilting during such a sharp turn. Ling Chu explained, "I bought island coordinates from Lost Bug. Let's go check it out first, then settle accounts with that old swindler Zhang Daxian." Mo1, "Oh, if it's not on the way, there's no need to go find that old swindler. Didn't that guy fail to steal your charcoal? Even without our help, he'll probably freeze to death in the natural disaster in a few days." Ling Chu thought about it and agreed. But since they were already there, and the distance wasn't far, even if Zhang Daxian froze to death, she'd still go and collect some corpses. After all, she was 16th on the wealth ranking. The ship moved steadily forward, but the icy fog grew increasingly thick, as if a layer of lead-gray substance had been applied to everything. The icy fog clung to the hull, condensing into an ever-thickening layer of white frost. The frost solidified, gradually forming a thin layer of ice on the deck, making it very slippery to walk on. The skeleton minions, armed with shovels, bustled about, diligently clearing the ice from the deck. Although Emily had placed some cotton in the parrot Pie's aviary, Pie was still freezing. Upon seeing Ling Chu, it flew to her shoulder, pitifully showing her the icicles on its wings. Ling Chu had no choice but to temporarily move its nest to her captain's cabin. With the heater on, Pie regained its usual energy, excitedly flapping its wings. "Captain is mighty. Spring. Warm." Considering its sweet talk, Ling Chu temporarily tolerated it sleeping in the same cabin as her. When there was nothing else to do, Ling Chu went to the edge of the deck and used storm arrows to shoot at the ice floes to gain experience points. 8 hours later, the ghost reached the vicinity of the island's coordinates. At the end of the swirling ice needle fog, the outline of an island gradually became clear. Ling Chu held binoculars and looked out. The entire island was covered in a thick, pristine layer of white snow, like a giant white cream cake placed on the icy blue sea. There were only scattered ice floes around the island. There were no other ships. The snow on the island looked to be at least a foot thick. Ling Chu couldn't help but wonder, could anyone really live in such an environment? But there was no need for the lost bug to lie to her. Ling Chu ordered her skeleton minions to lower the anchor and moor the ship. As far as the eye could see, there was only pure white snow. There was no danger whatsoever. Once the ship was stopped, Ling Chu immediately jumped down from the lowered gangway. The snow boots crunched softly on the snow, like stepping on thick, soft grass. "You have landed on an island. This island stay is limited to 7 natural days. Overstaying will result in being kicked off the island." Ling Chu raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing this. Previously, when landing on an island, the system would prompt, "You have discovered an unclaimed island. Explore the island. Finding its core will allow you to claim it as your territory." This island's notification sound was indeed different from before. Chapter 188 The Frozen Little Deer. Ling Chu thought to herself, the system hadn't indicated that this island had an island core. Does this also mean that there are no monsters guarding the core on this island? The island was completely covered in snow. The trees in the forest were buried under snow, making it easy to spot any monsters that approached. Currently, it seemed safer than the previous island. While Xiaofeng Qinyu and Wang Xiaoan were concocting cold-resistant potions, Ling Chu called Moyuan along, and also took Teach, Emily, and 5 other skeletons, intending to go to the island to check the situation. After preparing warm clothing, food, and weapons, Ling Chu and her group set off, trudging through the deep snow. The heavy snow was almost up to their calves. The temperature on the island was lower than on the ship, but thankfully, the snow boots and cashmere socks kept them warm. Not far along, Cuttlefish Ball spotted something and pointed to a patch of snow. "Ling Chu, come quick." There were several clear sled tracks in the snow, stretching deep into the island. Just as the lost bug had said, this island really was inhabited? Ling Chu crouched down to examine the tracks and found they were wider than those of a reclining sled, looking more like a sled. Ling Chu remained vigilant. The natives of this world weren't necessarily friendly, and villains like Lucas were commonplace. She gestured for Moyoan to follow, and the two, along with the 5 skeletons behind them, carefully followed the tracks. Ahead lay a relatively wide, flat snowfield, dotted with a few large, protruding rocks. Several hundred meters ahead was a dense forest, its trees also covered in snow. After walking another 100 meters, Ling Chu suddenly stopped beside a sheltered rock. There, huddled close to the rock, lay a frozen elk calf. Its body was almost entirely covered in snowflakes, its long eyelashes frosted, stiff and motionless. Ling Chu's first thought was, what's the difference between elk meat and regular venison? Maybe we can have some roasted venison for dinner tonight? Good heavens, what a poor little thing. Emily, as if discovering a new continent, curiously and intriguedly approached, observing this furry creature she had never seen before. She had always lived in the village, never venturing far from home, and had never seen a deer before. "Look at that spotted fur, so beautiful," she murmured, her skeletal fingers lightly stroking the markings on the fawn's back. "Isn't that a elk?" Teach said, cradling his skeletal arm, the spiritual fire in his eyes radiating a calm confidence born of experience. "Judging by its size and the nascent antlers, it's only been weaned for about 2 months. How did this little guy freeze to death here? Was it abandoned by its parents? It doesn't seem crippled." Emily crouched down, carefully brushing the snow from the fawn's body, and placed her hand close to its mouth and nose. "Captain, it's still breathing. Very weakly, but still alive." She looked up, the spiritual fire in her eyes flickering brightly with expectation. "Can we save it?" Ling Chu scratched his cheek, looking at Emily's purely worried expression, and couldn't bring himself to say anything about wanting to eat roasted venison. Forget it, considering it's still a cub, such a small fawn won't yield much meat anyway, might as well save it and find its parents later. No, Ling Chu quickly shook her head. Why was her mind only on food? Try feeding it this. She took out a bottle of cold resistance potion from her ring space and handed it to Emily. Emily took it, carefully pried open the fawn's mouth, and slowly poured the potion down its throat. Half a minute later, the fawn's body twitched slightly, letting out a weak whimper, and slowly opened its large, bright, wet black eyes. Seeing the human in front of it, it struggled, its 4 slender legs trembling as it shakily stood up. It rubbed its wet nose against Emily's hand bones, then extended its warm tongue to gently lick Ling Chu's fingers, as if expressing gratitude. The revitalized fawn circled the two affectionately twice, then let out a cheerful cry and, with light steps, dashed off into the distant, snow-covered forest, disappearing in a few leaps through the white woods. It looked so beautiful running, Emily said, cupping her cheeks as she gazed in the direction the fawn had vanished. Like a snow sprite, Captain, you're such a kind person. It was indeed beautiful to run, like a piece of venison that had been caught and then flown away, or even more like the 200 seashells that had disappeared. Ling Chu sighed inwardly. The roasted venison was gone, and she'd even lost 200 seashells. This deal was a bit of a loss. Oh well, consider it an act of charity, a good deed. Ling Chu and the others continued towards the forest. The snow here was incredibly deep, pulling their feet out of the snow each time took considerable effort. Just 100 meters took them almost 5 minutes. However, the sky, which had been only lightly snowing, suddenly darkened by 2 degrees, and an invisible gale gathered from all directions at a visible speed. A blizzard is coming, Teach said, looking up at the suddenly changed sky, his bony hand holding down his pirate hat, which was almost blown off. Before he finished speaking, the gale howled like a giant beast breaking free of its restraints. A fierce blizzard descended without warning. The gale whipped up goosefeather-like snowflakes, and Ling Chu and Moyuan were almost unable to open their eyes, visibility instantly dropping to less than 10 meters. Let's get into the woods and take shelter. Ling Chu led the group to the edge of the woods, seeking refuge under a huge pine tree covered in icicles. The wind and snow lashed against the tree trunk, making an unsettling howling sound. Even though they were sheltered from the wind, the biting cold wind still felt like knives piercing their collars and stung their faces like needles. Ling Chu immediately took out 2 bottles of cold resistance potions from her ring space, handing one to Moyuan. This will help for now. Moyuan took the potion and drank it all in one gulp, rubbing his stiff fingers, and looked worriedly at the white expanse of sky and earth. This blizzard is too fierce, we can't see the road at all. We haven't gone any deeper yet, should we retreat back to the ship? Just as Ling Chu was about to answer, she suddenly heard a strange bell sound. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. The bell sound was crisp and ethereal, as if it could pierce through the howling wind and snow. Then came the distinctive swishing sound of sleds cutting through the snow, rapidly approaching them. The next moment, a sled, like a nimble sailfish breaking through the sea, its front end piercing the churning snow waves, came to a steady stop right in front of them. Chapter 189 Santa Claus? The sled was crafted from light gold wood, its body intricately and mysteriously carved with holly and star-like patterns. Pulled by 2 exceptionally large reindeer, their fur silvery white, their antlers as translucent and beautiful as ice crystal coral. Their hooves left almost no marks on the snow, and their enormous eyes gleamed with gentle wisdom. Seated on the sled was a plump old man with a thick, snow-white beard. He wore a red woolen hat, from which a pair of seemingly decorative reindeer antlers pierced and adorned his head. Beneath the brim were a pair of eyes as blue as a summer lake. His thick, bushy white beard was covered in snowflakes, a testament to his travel-worn appearance. For a moment, Ling Chu was momentarily stunned by his appearance, thinking she was seeing the legendary Santa Claus. Behind the sled followed the little reindeer they had just rescued, which affectionately nuzzled the adult reindeer's leg, emitting a weak whimper. "You're the ones who saved this little guy, aren't you?" the bearded old man asked. He didn't look young, but he was burly and spoke in a loud, resonant voice. This poor little guy was just weaned and ran out to play only to encounter this unprecedented cold weather. I was so worried about him. As he spoke, he raised his gloved hand and snapped his fingers crisply. Snap! As if an invisible switch had been flipped, the raging blizzard over the island stopped abruptly. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing a clear, star-studded night sky behind them, as if the blizzard that had almost swallowed everything had been nothing but an illusion. Other strangers who land on my island must endure this blizzard. Many are trapped for 3 days and 3 nights, unable to find their way out, and countless freeze to death. But since you saved this little guy, I'll waive the test. The bearded man reached out and generously patted the little reindeer's head. Babu Yo-Yo. Occupation, life merchant. Level. Ling Chu was stunned when the one-eyed man scanned the bearded man's information panel. Babu Yo-Yo? This name reminded Ling Chu of her long-lost old friend, Baba Squeak, whom she had once tricked. Their profession was also life merchant. You, a living Santa Claus? Moyuwan's eyes widened, uttering the same exclamation as Ling Chu. Babu Yo-Yo crossed her arms. Santa Claus? What's that? I don't lay eggs, and I'm not old. Little girl, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? Moyuwan was speechless. How could she explain that it was Christmas, not laying eggs? Then do you know Babu Squeak? Ling Chu asked. You know my brother? Babu Yo-Yo was slightly surprised, then scoffed dismissively. He's the most useless kid in our Babu family. I heard he spends his days drifting on the high seas in a broken glass bottle raft, always giving people pointless riddles. I'm not like him. My aesthetic sense is unique. Babu Yo-Yo puffed out his chest and waved his hand boldly. Come on, you saved my dear, so you're my friends, Babu Yo-Yo. I'll take you to my camp to see my collection. Ling Chu had already prepared a plan when she saw Babu Yo-Yo's message. If he showed hostility, she would use the same method she used on his brother or friend Coupon. However, Babu Yo-Yo showed absolutely no hostility towards them, these unauthorized visitors to his island. Instead, he warmly invited them to visit his camp. It seemed it was all because they had saved his little dear. A roasted venison meal, saving a friend Coupon, what a bargain. Stay close to me, don't get lost. Babu Yo-Yo said, snapping his fingers again. As the snap of his fingers fell, the dense, frost-covered forest ahead seemed to come alive. The thick trunks and intertwined branches, like a stage curtain being drawn back, slowly shifted to either side, revealing a hidden path covered in snow yet remarkably smooth. Babu Yo-Yo deliberately slowed his sleigh. Ling Chu and Moyuwan exchanged a glance, then followed behind him. Soon, they entered a narrow canyon. On either side of the canyon were smooth, mirror-like, towering, translucent ice walls. Ling Chu touched the smooth ice wall in astonishment. The flatness of its cross-section, the path beneath their feet seemed to have been carved directly from the ice. This was something no human could have accomplished. Ahead was a Santa Claus riding a reindeer sleigh, above them was the starry night sky, and on either side were translucent ice crystal canyons. Walking along this winding canyon path possessed a rather fantastical beauty. However, as she walked, Ling Chu realized something was wrong. She suddenly noticed a figure standing vaguely in the ice ahead. At first, she thought it was the reflection of Skeleton Brother, but upon closer inspection, it was actually a person completely frozen in the ice. He wore a heavy fur coat, a flintlock pistol at his waist, and a pirate hat similar to Teet's. His eyes were covered in frost, and the expression of terror on his face was incredibly lifelike. It was a native of this world, and apparently one of her own. Moyuwan also saw the frozen figure and gasped, "Holy crap, it's a corpse." She nervously grabbed Ling Chu's finger. Ling Chu remained calm. This Babu Yo-Yo was clearly more abnormal than his brother, but so far, he hadn't shown any hostility towards them. The further they went, the more people were trapped within the transparent ice walls. They were dressed in various ways, their expressions varied, most wearing fur clothing that looked quite old. These frozen people, some standing, some kneeling in despair with their hands clasped together as if making a final prayer, others embracing each other, warming themselves with their last body heat. Their expressions were forever frozen in their final moments, forming a series of cruel and still images of death. Ling Chu suddenly stopped in her tracks. She clearly saw a young man wearing a shiny down jacket with a brand logo, undoubtedly a well-known outdoor brand in the real world. Was that a player? She was filled with doubt and surprise. She remembered that when the extreme cold disaster had just struck, Lost Bug had mentioned in the world chat that he had discovered an island. He was probably the first player to find it. Could it be that before him, other players had landed on this island and been frozen here? Isn't it beautiful? Babu Yo-Yo noticed Ling Chu's lingering gaze. His voice was filled with boastful pride. He crossed his legs, spread his arms, as if showcasing his personal art gallery. Look at this crystalline texture, look at this eternally frozen moment. Frozen is the most perfect art in the world. Chapter 190 Babu Yo-Yo's Stall. Is this old man crazy? This obsession with collecting frozen corpses is a bit perverted. Moyuwan, watching Babu Yo-Yo laugh heartily, secretly nudged Ling Chu and whispered a complaint. Ling Chu coughed lightly and responded in an equally low voice, "In our eyes he's a pervert, but in other people's eyes, is it normal for us to parade around with a bunch of skeletons?" She glanced at Babu Yo-Yo's fanatical back and continued in a low voice, "We're still on his turf. Since he can freeze so many people into ice sculptures, a few more of us wouldn't be a problem. Let's keep a low profile." Moyuwan nodded and consciously shut her mouth. Emily and Teach, witnessing this shocking scene, didn't dare to utter a sound, quietly following behind Ling Chu. No wonder they'd died once. They'd seen it all. Babu Yo-Yo, not receiving any praise from Ling Chu and Moyuwan, turned around and said gruffly, "What? You don't like my art? I thought we were kindred spirits." He pointed to the skeleton minions following behind Ling Chu. "These skeletons you resurrected with necromancy, is that another form of eternity?" Babu Yo-Yo stroked his marshmallow-like beard, "But compared to my ice sculptures, they're still much uglier." Teach almost lost his composure upon hearing this, 3 black lines bulging on his skull. You're ugly. Your whole family is ugly. It clutched its revolver at its waist, tilting its head to look at Ling Chu, its empty eye sockets seeming to say, "Can we fight?" Ling Chu shook his head at him. He couldn't even see Babu Yoyo's level, he probably couldn't beat him. He'd better bear with it, little brother. Following Babu Yoyo's sled, they traversed the unsettling frozen canyon, and suddenly the view opened up before Ling Chu and the others. In the center of a flat snowfield surrounded by ring-shaped ice mounds sat several enormous igloos, shimmering like diamonds. These igloos were hemispherical, their sturdy walls seemingly frozen with glowing moss or minerals, allowing a soft, dreamlike light to emanate from within. Babu Yoyo jumped off the sled, and the 2 adult elk expertly parked it behind the igloos. On the other side of the campsite was an open stall made of crystalline ice blocks. The stall was covered with some kind of white animal hide, displaying a dazzling array of strange and unusual goods. Babu Yoyo told them, "This is Babu Yoyo's exclusive market, and everything here is top-notch. Only those who survived the blizzard to get here are qualified to buy, which is why my stall hasn't been open for a long time. However, you rescued that little guy, so you're my friends, Babu Yoyo. You can choose whatever you like from this stall." He then emphasized, "But I am a merchant, and I only accept barter here. Things like seashells won't work. Please feel free to look around. I'll go feed my precious reindeer first." With that, Babu Yoyo turned and went into the igloo, taking out a basket of hay and dried fruit to feed the 2 reindeer pulling the sled. The fawn knelt obediently at its mother's feet, drinking milk. Ling Chu's gaze swept across the stall. The goods displayed were indeed bizarre and varied. Several glass bottles of different colors, a worn-out compass, several thin cards that looked like they were carved from ice crystals, some ores of unknown use, feathers emitting a faint glow, animal horns engraved with runes, and so on. The one-eyed eye patch reflected the attribute information of each item. Old Sun Compass *, a worn-out compass that guides the holder to the nearest source of warmth. A slight tremor of the needle indicates that the correct direction has been found. Igloo folding card * instantly creates a magical igloo identical to Babu Yoyo's, warm and comfortable inside, perfectly shielding it from the cold and snow. The igloo will not melt, can be retracted at any time, and can execute simple commands such as open door, close door, lock door, turn on heat source, and turn off heat source. Bottled Blizzard *, a sealed crystal bottle containing a miniature blizzard spell. When thrown, it instantly summons a blizzard covering a radius of 100 meters, lasting for 10 minutes. Ling Chu's eyes lit up slightly. These were all unique items she'd never seen before. This compass could locate heat sources. In the midst of extreme cold, wouldn't it be equivalent to a locator for islands and ships? And that igloo folding card was an excellent practical item. When exploring islands again, she wouldn't have to worry about the cold or finding accommodation. Ling Chu, look at this. Mo Yuan quietly nudged Ling Chu again, pointing to an item in the corner of the stall. An old book with yellowed pages, its cover written in mysterious Elvish language, seemingly containing something. The characters on the cover are somewhat similar to those on the Elvish stone tablets. I feel like it's the same language. This book might help decipher the Elvish stone tablets. Squid ball, she said, barely containing her excitement. After feeding the deer, Babu Yoyo patted their necks before leisurely walking back to her stall. Have you chosen? Yes. Ling Chu placed the compass she had selected, the 2 igloo folding cards, a bottle of blizzard, and the book Squid Ball wanted aside. I want these things. You said you'd barter, how do you plan to exchange them? Anything, Babu Yoyo raised an eyebrow, as long as it suits my taste, or, brings me a little novelty and fun. Ling Chu hesitated for a moment, then took out a low-level magic energy stone from her ring space. This thing contained energy and should be a valuable currency anywhere. Babu Yoyo only glanced at it before waving her hand dismissively. Energy stones? I have plenty of those too lazy to display them on my stall. Boring, not trading. Ling Chu then took out 2 bottles of cold resistance potions and placed them on the table. Ha ha ha. Babu Yoyo burst into laughter, patting his broad chest. My friend, look at my physique, and look at this world. This frozen wasteland is my paradise, do I need this? His laughter echoed through the snow, tinged with mockery. This Santa Claus is quite difficult to please. Ling Chu frowned slightly and began carefully searching through the ring's spatial storage. If he doesn't like magic stones and potions, and weapons are probably out of the question, then, what about food? Ling Chu caught a glimpse of something golden out of the corner of her eye. It was the creamy pumpkin pie Sokka had made earlier. She took out a few pieces. Babu Yoyo's nose twitched involuntarily. He leaned closer, and the rich, sweet aroma mixed with the creamy fragrance filled his nostrils. What's this? It smells pretty good. Chapter 191 Folding Igloo. He had clearly never seen this kind of food before. Pumpkin cakes, Ling Chu said succinctly. Pumpkin? Babu Yoyo had never heard of it. He picked up a cake, examined it carefully, and then tentatively took a bite. He chewed a few times, his bright blue eyes lighting up slightly. It tastes good. It's a novel flavor that Babu has never tasted before. Babu Yo-Yo nodded, but then, with the shrewdness of a merchant, he took back the compass, igloo card, and books that Ling Chu had just chosen, pushing only a bottle of Blizzard in front of her. You can only exchange these for your cakes. Ling Chu immediately realized that Babu Yu was unusually interested in food he had never tried before. She continued rummaging through her ring space, and then took out a large basket of shimmering silver ribbon fish, their catch from fishing a few days ago. On top of the pile of fish, unintentionally, lay a colorful sea slug she had casually caught earlier. Babu Yu's gaze was instantly drawn to the brightly colored, slowly wriggling sea slug. He reached out and picked it up, tossed it into his mouth, and began to chew it raw like a snack, the slug bursting in his mouth. His unrestrained, even somewhat primitive, eating style gave Ling Chu and Moyuwen goosebumps. Gulp. Babu Yu swallowed, smacked his lips, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. This taste, a bit sticky in my throat, Babu doesn't like it, and this fish, Babu doesn't like it either. Don't like fish? That's easy. Ling Chu then took out several pounds of figs, coconuts, and sea buckthorn berries, all fruits grown on her island, more than she could usually eat. Even if Babu Yu didn't eat them, his precious deer would surely enjoy them, right? She had just seen him feeding the deer only withered wild fruits, nothing compared to her fresh fruit. Babu Yu clearly preferred fruit. He tasted a fig, nodded his chin in satisfaction, and seemed much happier. He then took out an igloo card and handed it to Ling Chu along with a bottle of Blizzard. These fruits can only be exchanged for another igloo card. Ling Chu looked at the book, a little unwilling. She could let go of the others, but books recording the Elven language were hard to find. If she missed this opportunity, who knew when she would be able to get one again? Ling Chu continued pulling out food, even taking out the cheese sausage and snow fungus and peach gum stewed milk items she rarely ate but had won in her blind box rewards. You've definitely never tried any of these. I want to trade them for that book. Babu Yo grinned. I've already traded enough food. I don't need any more. His eyes darted to the skeleton underling behind her. But, if you really want the book, trade me one of your skeletons. They're ugly, but I've never collected a live skeleton before. Hearing Babu Yo say this, Emily and the other three skeletons instantly tensed up. They could tell Ling Chu really wanted the book and wondered, would the captain sell them all? Only Teach remained calm. It knew Ling Chu wouldn't do that. As expected, Ling Chu flatly refused. No, they're all my underlings, how can they be used as trade items? Hearing Ling Chu's answer, the skeletons all breathed a sigh of relief, their will-o'-the-wisps and their eye sockets trembling with gratitude. Wah, as expected of their captain, he definitely won't sell them. Then I'm sorry, my friend. Babu Yo spread his hands, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. It was already quite dark, the moon peaked above the treetops, and the system showed it was past 8 p.m. Then, can we stay on your island for the night? Ling Chu asked again. As long as you don't litter or dirty my camp, everything else is fine. After saying this, Babu Yo packed the items from his stall into a wooden box, then picked up the box and turned to walk towards his largest igloo. Ling Chu found an open space near the camp and used the igloo folding card. The moment the card was used, the surrounding snowflakes and chill were drawn together by an invisible force, converging wildly. In just a few breaths, an igloo, identical in style to Babu Yo's camp and entirely crafted from ice, rose from the ground and stood firmly before Ling Chu. The igloo's surface was smooth as a mirror, reflecting the camp's dim light. Even the door was made from a single block of ice. Ling Chu approached and knocked on the ice door, at least half a meter thick. It was as solid as iron. She then pushed hard, but even with her strength of 14 points, she couldn't budge it an inch. Ling Chu gave the command, open the door. As soon as the words were spoken, the igloo's door opened automatically. Pushing open the door, the interior was much more spacious than it appeared from the outside, clearly due to some kind of spatial expansion magic. In the center of the room stood a double ice bed covered with thick snow bear fur. The bed frame, too, was carved from crystalline ice blocks, yet it felt anything but cold. Beside the bed was a set of ice crystal table and chairs, and in the corner was a small ice storage shelf. A magical lantern hung from the igloo's dome, providing a stable light source. Activate the heat source. With that, Ling Chu gave another command. The magical runes engraved inside the igloo flashed twice, and a wave of warm, dry air rushed out, a stark contrast to the frigid outside, as if one had instantly traveled from the Arctic to a temperate spring cottage. Wow, this igloo is amazing. It's even voice-controlled? Moyuwen couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This igloo wouldn't melt and was so sturdy that it could serve as a safe haven even in less extreme weather. While the skeleton henchman kept watch outside, Ling Chu took out a cotton quilt and placed it on the ice bed as a mattress. Ling Chu, he won't trade that book, so how about we? Moyuwen made a grabbing gesture with his hand. Ling Chu couldn't help but smile. Moyuwen had the same idea. The reason she suggested staying on the island for the night was to see if she could find a chance to get her hands on that book. Using invisibility and spatial spores, she could escape back to the ghost ship the instant she stole the book. If Babu Yo-Yo discovered her and chased after her, Ling Chu remembered she still had 2 friend vouchers, but that was all she had left. The friend coupon's effect only lasts 5 minutes. She needs to ensure the ghost escapes Babu Yo-Yo's territory completely within those 5 minutes. However, right now, this plan has the best chance of success. Ling Chu said to Mo Yuan, "Go to sleep first. Go back to the ship as soon as it's light tomorrow. I'll take care of that book." Night deepened, and the camp fell into silence, save for the occasional howling of the wind and snow outside the igloo. Ling Chu lay on the warm ice bed, gradually becoming drowsy. However, just as she was half asleep, a series of muffled, rhythmic, strange sounds from outside the igloo jolted her awake. Chapter 192 Theft Failed. The continuous rumbling, accompanied by the cracking sounds of trees snapping, seemed to be coming from the direction of the forest outside the camp. "What's that noise?" Moyuwan was also awakened by the sound. The sound didn't seem like wind or snow, it sounded more like something enormous was continuously crashing into the trees. Ling Chu became alert. "I'll go check it out." She put on her cotton coat, gripped her dagger, and silently left the igloo, intending to investigate the source of the sound. The cold moonlight outside illuminated the snow-covered ground in a pale white. She had only taken a few steps when she saw Babu Yu carrying a large bundle of firewood, slowly walking back from the direction of the forest, his expression indifferent. "Oh? Still up so late?" He greeted her casually, as if the loud noise had nothing to do with him. Ling Chu's eyes flickered as she looked at the forest behind him and asked, "Mr. Babu, what was that sound just now?" "Chopping wood," Babu Yo-Yo said matter-of-factly, shaking the bundle of firewood in his arms, which was as thick as a small tree trunk. "Winter firewood needs to be thicker and burn longer. It was a bit noisy, but I hope it didn't bother you." "Chopping wood?" Ling Chu's mind was filled with doubt. What kind of chopping wood could produce such a thunderous sound, like a giant beast crashing down? She remained calm, not exposing this obvious lie. "The sound was quite loud. I thought something had happened." "What could possibly happen?" Babu Yo-Yo chuckled, but his deep blue eyes appeared exceptionally profound in the moonlight. He took 2 steps forward with the firewood, then suddenly stopped, turning back to look at Ling Chu. "By the way, wild animals often roam this forest at night. For your safety, it's best to stay in the igloo at night and not wander around." He paused, then smiled meaningfully. "After all, while freezing is art, I don't want my friends to become my collection in such an imperfect way." With that, he ignored Ling Chu, picked up the bundle of firewood, and went back to his igloo. Ling Chu watched him leave, and after a while, when Babu Yu's igloo was completely quiet, Ling Chu ventured alone into the depths of the forest, arriving at the area from which the loud noise had come. By the cold moonlight, she saw a scene of devastation in the forest. Numerous trees, as thick as an adult man's waist, had been snapped in 2 by some immense force, lying scattered on the ground. The broken ends were jagged, clearly not caused by a sharp blade, but rather by something incredibly hard that had directly smashed and torn them apart with brute force. The snow at the scene was a complete mess, with no trace of footprints visible. What on earth did Babu Yo-Yo do in the forest? Filled with questions, Ling Chu returned to the igloo, and didn't hear the strange noise again for the rest of the night. The next day, early morning, Ling Chu woke up on the ice bed. The comfortable, temperature-controlled igloo was just as pleasant as her captain's cabin. If it weren't for the strange noise, they would have slept even better. When Ling Chu and Moyuwan came out of the igloo, they saw Babu Yo-Yo leading the 2 deer out, seemingly for a walk. "Did you sleep well last night?" Babu Yo-Yo greeted them. "Very well, the igloo is truly a great invention." Ling Chu remained silent about the sights she'd witnessed in the forest the previous night. "Babu's going to patrol the area in his sled. If you want to leave, just return via that canyon and you'll be off the island," Babu Yo-Yo said. "Okay." Ling Chu nodded. His absence had created an opportunity for her. Watching Babu Yo-Yo ride away on his sled, Ling Chu said to Moyuwan, "I'll try to get that wooden crate. If I succeed, I'll send a message on the fleet channel, and you can use the space spores to teleport back to the ship." Moyuwan nodded, indicating he understood. Ling Chu put away the igloo and then went to Babu Yo-Yo's large igloo. The igloo's door was tightly shut, like a fortified fortress. She tried saying the command, "Open the door." The igloo's doorbell didn't respond. It seemed it only accepted its owner's commands. Ling Chu decisively activated her skilled Veil of the Dead. Ling Chu vanished from her spot, stepping into another dimension. She easily passed through the tightly closed door and entered the igloo. The furniture inside seemed to be tailor-made for Babu Yo-Yo's size, all a size larger than Ling Chu's. The room was messy and reeked of sweat. As soon as Ling Chu entered, she saw a wooden chest filled with stall goods in the corner. More interested in figuring out the strange noises from that night, Ling Chu wanted to steal the goods and leave. She quickly stepped forward and tried to open the chest, only to find it locked and impossible to open. She then tried to lift the chest and stuff it into her storage ring, but the bottom of the chest seemed to be enchanted, firmly welded to the floor. It seemed that Babu Yoyo's seemingly carefree decision to leave them in her camp wasn't entirely without precautions. Ling Chu left the large igloo before her invisibility wore off. Seeing Ling Chu return, Cuttlefish Ball asked, "Didn't succeed?" "Yeah, the treasure chest was enchanted, we couldn't open it or move it." Ling Chu was a little frustrated. "Looks like we'll have to find another way." Later that evening, Babu Yoyo returned to the camp, travel-worn, in the sled. Seeing that Ling Chu and Cuttlefish Ball were still there, Babu Yoyo was about to speak when Ling Chu spoke first. "Mr. Babu, your camp is so inviting. We'd like to stay a couple more nights. Would that be convenient?" Before he could answer, she took out a large basket of fresh fruit from her ring space filled with golden bananas and cherries the size of pigeon eggs, as red as jewels. These were fruits grown on the ghost ship, placed in her ring to keep them fresh as soon as they were picked. In this frigid world, they were priceless treasures. Babu Yoyo's eyes were instantly drawn to the vibrant red. He picked up a plump cherry, examined it for a moment to confirm it was safe, and then put it in his mouth to chew. The fragrant, sweet juice instantly exploded on his taste buds, making him squint his eyes in enjoyment. He even chewed the pit clean and swallowed it. Almost immediately, he hugged the entire basket of cherries tightly to his chest. "Oh, my friends, you're too kind. Make yourself at home here, stay as long as you like." He carried the basket of fruit back to his igloo. Upon entering the house, Babu Yuyu paused slightly, sniffing the air. The air seemed to have a slightly unfamiliar scent. He immediately went to check his wooden crate, finding nothing missing. Babu Yuyu's doubts dispelled him. He casually placed the basket of fruit inside and securely fastened the lock again. Chapter 193 The Secret Under the Moonlight. "You were in his room just now, won't Babu Yoyo be suspicious?" Moyoan was still asking Ling Chu when she shook her head firmly. "No, I didn't leave any trace." She used invisibility before entering the igloo, and the effect only disappeared after she came out. There wasn't a single footprint, not even a hair. The theft plan failed, and for now, she could only stay here for a couple more days and look for another opportunity. The strange noises that occurred in the middle of the night bothered Ling Chu. She had a premonition that the sound was definitely related to Babu Yoyo. He claimed that wild animals roamed the area at night and forbade them from going out at night. Even a dog wouldn't believe that reason. As midnight approached, that familiar, muffled rumbling sound came again from the depths of the forest, clearer and more violent than the night before. "They're here." Ling Chu silently rolled out of bed. She hadn't taken off her cotton coat, precisely for ease of movement at night. She left the igloo and, following the sound, silently slipped into the moonlit forest. The deeper she went, the more deafening the sound became. With each thunderous boom, the ground seemed to tremble slightly, and the cracking sounds of breaking trees were incessant. Ling Chu cautiously approached the source of the sound, using the shadows of the trees. When the sound was very close, Ling Chu activated the Veil of the Dead again and quickly stepped forward. She pushed aside a clump of bushes, and the sight before her made her pupils shrink. In the ravaged forest clearing, a massive elk stood upright, frantically ramming a colossal tree, its antlers as menacing as tree roots with its back to its waist. The elk's fur was not the usual brown, but a pure moon white, which appeared even more sacred in the bright moonlight. Its muscles bulged, each impact filled with primal and ferocious power, its savage form utterly shattering any semblance of sacred beauty. Boom, crack. Another violent impact, and the giant tree groaned under its strain, snapping in two, splinters raining down before crashing to the ground. Seeing the tree fall, the giant elk immediately went to smash into the next one, its crimson eyes devoid of reason, filled only with chaos and torment, seemingly immersed in this frenzied destruction. The 10-second invisibility effect of the Veil of the Dead wore off. Ling Chu held her breath, swiftly flashing behind a nearby, still intact, giant spruce, pressing herself tightly against the cold trunk. The very next second she concealed herself. Almost simultaneously, the ferocious giant elk in the arena seemed to have exhausted all its strength. Its massive body trembled violently, its forelegs buckling to the ground, emitting heavy gasps. Then, something even more astonishing happened. Sparkling light began to emanate from the giant deer's body, its pristine fur faded, its massive skeleton shrank, and its menacing antlers seemed to melt and change shape. In just a few breaths, the terrifying giant deer vanished, replaced by Babu Yoyo, slumped on the snow, clutching his head, looking pained and exhausted. He was still wearing his thick clothes and the red reindeer antlered hat resembling Santa Claus's. Ling Chu had always thought his antlers were decorations attached to his hat, but she never imagined they were actually growing from his head. She was shocked. Babu Yuyu wasn't human at all, his true form was a giant elk. Damn it, this agonizing headache. Babu Yuyu pounded his forehead, his voice hoarse and filled with unbearable pain. These damned bugs, how can I get them to stop? Ling Chu overheard his mutterings. Ling Chu guessed that Babu Yuyu's bizarre tree-banging behavior was due to his uncontrollable, severe headache? And what were these bugs he mentioned? Did he have bugs growing in his head? Ling Chu's breathing involuntarily quickened slightly for a moment upon this astonishing discovery. "Who's there?" Babu Yo-Yo, who had been covering his head, suddenly looked up. His azure eyes, sharp as a hawk's in the moonlight, instantly locked onto the general direction of Ling Chu's hiding place. He sniffed hard. The unfamiliar scent in the air was unmistakable. "I smell it. It's you." She'd been discovered. Ling Chu's mind raced. Escape using spatial spores? But she hadn't gotten her hands on that book yet. Fight? In this forest, clearly the opponent's territory, what were her chances of success against someone who could transform into a giant deer? Hesitation lasted only a moment. The next instant, she made her decision. "It's me." Ling Chu stepped out from behind the thick spruce tree, her gaze meeting Babu Yo-Yo's instantly icy stare. "Mr. Babu." She seemed to recognize him just now, her tone uncertain. "I heard a loud noise outside and was worried something had happened, so I came out to check." Babu Yo-Yo stared intently at her, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His eyes flickered with complex emotions, a mixture of shock and anger at having his secret exposed, a hint of murderous intent, but mostly, the irritability and weakness brought on by his severe headache. "I warned you." His voice was low and hoarse, filled with suppressed rage, like the growl of a wounded beast. "Don't come to the forest at night," but you wouldn't listen. He slowly stood up, his body slightly hunched from the pain, but the oppressive aura of the giant deer once again filled the air. He strode forward with heavy steps, his killing intent almost tangible, closing in on Ling Chu step by step. He snapped his fingers lightly, and the trees around Ling Chu began to move, surrounding her from behind, blocking her escape route. "Now what do we do, my dear friend?" He deliberately emphasized the word friend, his tone filled with sarcasm and danger. "You've discovered Babu Yo-Yo's secret. It seems you want to experience becoming a collectible of my frozen art?" Ling Chu shook her head. "I don't want to experience it." "That's not up to you." Babu Yo-Yo grinned menacingly, about to attack, when she suddenly heard Ling Chu say, "What if I said, I could help you cure this tormenting headache?" His approaching steps abruptly halted, the murderous intent on his face instantly replaced by astonishment. He even wondered if he was hallucinating because of his headache. "Cure." "That's right," Ling Chu repeated confidently, "headache is an illness, and since it's an illness, it can certainly be cured. Don't you want to get rid of this pain that forces you to bang your head against a tree in the middle of the night, and that might even cause you to lose control and hurt yourself?" Chapter 194 Treatment. Babu Yo-Yo stared at Ling Chu with a mixture of belief and skepticism. He had suffered from this headache for over 100 years, and this was the first time he had heard of something that could cure it? And even cure it? If you can truly cure Babu Yo-Yo's headache, you will be Babu Yo-Yo's best friend in this world. Babu Yo-Yo's eyes narrowed, his voice deepening, "But if you deceive Babu, I will place your ice sculpture in the most conspicuous place in the canyon, so that everyone who comes to my island can see your dying moments." "Fine," Ling Chu gritted her teeth. She wasn't sure if she could cure it, but she'd make a boast first. She didn't understand medicine, but her ship had an excellent doctor, Xiao Fengkenyu, who could even develop anti-cold medicine. Curing a headache or fever shouldn't be a problem. If it really couldn't be cured, then she'd just run away. "I have a crew member with excellent medical skills. Bring her to the island tomorrow morning, and I guarantee she'll be cured." Babu Yu, seeing Ling Chu's calm expression, scoffed, "That would be best." Hiss, "The snow on this island is really thick. Thank goodness for snow boots." Huang Xiaoan stepped onto the snow, exhaling a large puff of white mist. Xiao Fengkenyu looked down at the message on the fleet channel. Ling Chu said there was a deer here that needed her treatment, and if she couldn't cure it, its life would be at stake. Although she didn't know what her capricious captain was up to, Xiao Fengkenyu, after receiving the message, immediately grabbed her herb bag and medicine box and went ashore with Huang Xiaoan. They had just landed on the island and hadn't waited a short while when they saw a sled pulled by two deer speeding towards them, drifting stylishly in front of them. "Santa Claus?" Huang Xiaoan and Xiao Fengkenyu exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes widening. "Lay eggs? Why does everyone say I lay eggs? What kind of eggs do reindeer lay?" Babu Yu grumbled, shifting his position to the side and patting the empty seat he'd squeezed into. "Your captain sent me to pick you up, get in." Huang Xiaoan and Xiao Fengkenyu squeezed into the sleigh. Babu Yu flicked the reins, and the reindeer took off running at breakneck speed. The sleigh churned through the swirling snowflakes, speeding across the ice and snow as if galloping through a vast wilderness. Although the wind and snow made Huang Xiaoan shrink her neck, she was filled with excitement and novelty. Riding this reindeer sleigh was as thrilling as riding a sailfish at sea. When Babu Yu led the two back to the camp, Ling Chu and Moyowen were outside the igloo, having set up a grill and roasted some potatoes and mushrooms, which they ate with bread and canned luncheon meat for breakfast. Xiaoan, you're here." Moyowen greeted them incoherently, a hot roasted potato dangling from his mouth. Xiao Fengkenyu dismounted from the sled, looking at their rather lavish meal and the beautiful igloo behind them. Wasn't it supposed to be a matter of life and death? Why were these two acting like they were on vacation on an island? Where's the sick deer you mentioned? Xiao Feng Kenyu asked. Ling Chu pointed to Babu Yuyu behind her. That's him. Babu Yuyu blushed, nervously twisting the hem of his clothes, somewhat embarrassed by having his secret exposed. It's me. Xiao Feng Kenyu glanced back and forth between Ling Chu and Babu Yuyu with a look that seemed to say, "Are you kidding me?" Until Babu Yuyu removed her red velvet hat. However, even after the hat was off, the pair of antlers, which appeared to be decorative, remained firmly embedded in Babu Yuyu's head, deeply ingrained. A deer man? Xiao Feng Kenyu blinked, quickly accepting this premise. After all, they had seen skeletons, ghosts, and siren. A deer man wasn't unusual. But why did you say it was a matter of life and death if it couldn't be cured? Ling Chu scratched her cheek because Babu Yuyu said that if it couldn't be cured, she'd turn us all into ice sculptures. Xiao Feng Kenyu sighed helplessly. Without knowing what the illness was, Ling Chu dared to risk her life? She trusted her so much that she could cure it? Huang Xiaowen's head also showed a question mark. Why am I involved? Ling Chu chuckled. We're all in this together. Xiao Feng Kenyu sighed and said to Babu Yuyu, "Come here, let me take a look." Babu Yuyu, like a patient seeing a doctor for the first time, obediently took the wooden stump he usually used for chopping wood and used it as a small stool. This height allowed Xiao Feng Kenyu to see the top of his head clearly. How long has this headache lasted? Xiao Feng Kenyu asked. Babu Yuyu, many years. It always happens at night. When it hurts, I can't help but want to bang my head against a tree. How does it hurt? It hurts so much, like lots of little bugs are crawling around in my head, Babu Yuyu described, racking his brains. They even make gnawing sounds, like they're eating my brain. Xiao Feng Kenyu pondered for a moment, then carefully examined his scalp and ear canals. Logically, if an insect got into someone's head, the ear canal would be the most likely place for it to hide. Xiao Feng Kenyu picked up a small pair of tweezers and used them as an ear pick. After a few movements, she seemed to have dug something out of Babu Yuyu's ear. Ling Chu initially thought it was an insect that had fallen out, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a large clump of earwax. Babu Yuyu, how long has it been since you cleaned your ears? Ling Chu was somewhat shocked. She had never seen such a large clump of earwax before. It was like a peanut. Babu Yuyu squinted his eyes in enjoyment. Never cleaned them. It feels so good. Why do you all seem to be speaking louder? Ling Chu was speechless. With such a large clump of earwax blocking his ear canal, wouldn't it affect his hearing? Xiao Feng Kenyu finished cleaning his ear canal and carefully examined it, but found nothing abnormal. She frowned slightly. If it wasn't his ear, where else could it be? Suddenly, her gaze stopped on Babu Yuyu's antlers. On the pair of coral-like antlers, a tiny worm's eye was hidden, almost invisible unless one looked closely. Xiao Feng Kenyu examined the worm's eye carefully. Found it. A worm infested your antlers. Xiao Feng Kenyu said to Babu Yuyu, I'll apply some numbing cream, make an incision, and remove the worm. It might hurt a little, but bear with it. Babu Yuyu clutched her antlers, her eyes wide. Cut it open? Yes, how can we get the worm out if we don't cut it open? Xiao Feng Kenyu said without looking up as she mixed the anesthetic ointment. Don't worry, it'll only be a very small incision. Once the worm is out, it will heal quickly with your recovery ability. Chapter 195 Thanks. She gently applied the ointment to the base of the antlers. The cool sensation temporarily suppressed the burning pain. Xiao Feng Kenyu raised her eyelids, looking at the still hesitant Babu Yuyu, and posed a question that struck at the heart of the matter. Do you want to go crazy every night, banging your head against trees and enduring the agony of insects gnawing at your marrow? Or do you want to endure this 10-minute pain and cut the Gordian knot quickly? Babu Yuyu remembered the trees he had broken, the countless nights of agonizing pain, and finally gritted his teeth, closing his eyes with a death-defying resolve. Do it. The sharp dagger in Xiao Feng Kenyu's hand was as steady as a rock. She precisely made 2 small incisions on the antlers, and black pus immediately seeped out. Although numbing cream was applied, the antlers were the most sensitive part of the deer. Babu Yuyu was sweating profusely from the pain, stuffing his woolen hat into his mouth and biting down hard. Xiao Feng Kenyu switched to specially made long-handled tweezers and carefully probed inside the antlers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Her movements were swift and precise, extracting 4 plump, wriggling worms, some even trying to gnaw at the metal tweezers. Ling Chu, through her single-eyed blindfold, saw what the worms were. Demon-eating grubs, first-tier demonic creatures, feeding on magic power, often parasitizing creatures rich in magic power. Judging from Babu Yuyu's cut wound, the inside of his left antler was almost completely hollowed out by these worms, the surface covered with fine, porous holes. These worms love to consume magic power, and the antlers are the core of Babu Yuyu's magic power storage. These worms have made their home in his antlers, but Babu Yuyu mistakenly believes he has worms in his brain, suffering daily torment and finding relief only by banging his head against trees. Ling Chu was struck by the fact that these insects, only of the first-rank things that could be easily crushed on the ground, could torment a powerful individual like Babu Yoyo, keeping her awake at night. It was simply a case of one thing being the nemesis of another. Xiao Feng can you send her skeleton underlings to dig up some deep snow from the nearby forest, bringing it back to the ice house to boil. They then added a small amount of coarse salt according to a specific ratio, filtered it through cotton cloth, and created a simplified saline solution. Next, they added a small amount of basic life-saving potion to enhance healing, then used this mixture to wash away the wounds on the antlers, removing any remaining pus, blood, and insect eggs. Finally, they carefully wrapped and bandaged the base of the antlers with clean gauze. Don't let the antlers get wet for the next few days. They should heal in about 10 days. And don't go bumping into trees anymore. Given the current state of your antlers, you're lucky they haven't broken off, Xiao Feng can you instructed. She carefully put away the 4 worms she had taken out. These were alchemical materials. When the last bandage was tied, Babu Yo-Yo opened his eyes. He couldn't believe that the agonizing headache that had tormented him for nearly 100 years had actually been cured. He subconsciously raised his hand and gently touched his properly bandaged antlers. The strange itching was gone, and he took a deep breath of the cold air, feeling as if even his lungs had become refreshed. Ling Chu's eyebrows curved slightly. Mr. Babu, it seems we won't be turned into ice sculptures. She was about to offer to exchange the book written in the Elven language. They had helped him cure his headaches, so charging a little for treatment wouldn't be unreasonable, would it? Before she could speak, Babu Yo-Yo silently stood up, turned, and strode towards his largest igloo. A moment later, he emerged carrying a wooden crate full of goods and went straight to Ling Chu. He placed the crate on the snow and took out the compass that guided him to warmth, 2 igloo folding cards, and the book that Squid Ball had wanted, stuffing them all into Ling Chu's hands. Take this, his voice was still rough, but without its previous mercenary air, carrying a heavy sincerity. I apologize for my earlier doubts. This is your well-deserved gift. Thank you for relieving my pain. You will always be Babu Yo-Yo's friends. Then, he took something from his robes, a small whistle carved from some kind of white animal bone, its surface polished smooth and adorned with silver patterns. This is for you too, he said earnestly, handing the bone whistle to Ling Chu. This is Babu Yo-Yo's whistle. When you encounter an insurmountable danger, blow it. No matter how far apart we are, as soon as the whistle sounds, I will sense it and come to your aid as quickly as possible. He paused, then added, however, it can only be used once. It will disappear after being blown. So, be sure to use it at the most crucial moment. Thank you. Ling Chu's eyes flickered. She hadn't expected Babu Yo-Yo to give her everything she had wanted before. And this whistle too. Babu Yo-Yo's whistle. Quality, unique. Blowing it summons Babu Yo-Yo to help once. It will disappear after use. Ling Chu put the item into her ring, placing the whistle next to Babu Squeak's message in a bottle. Thinking of something, she asked, by the way, how many people are in your Babu family? Are you all life-trading merchants? She couldn't help but wonder, if Babu Yo-Yo was a deer man, then his younger brother Babu Zizi was also a deer? But she remembered that Babu Zizi didn't have antlers on his head. I also have 2 older brothers and 1 older sister. Babu Yo-Yo paused, then said, but they're not as easy to talk to as I am, and they're not exactly mentally sound. If you unfortunately encounter them in the future, I suggest you run away as soon as possible. Don't even think about making a deal with them. This is well-intentioned advice. Ling Chu nodded, okay, I'll remember. Now that she had what she wanted, Ling Chu saw no need to stay on the island any longer. She immediately packed up the igloo and, with her crew and skeleton minions, returned to the ghost ship along the same route through the Ice Crystal Canyon. As the ghost ship slowly started moving, on the cliff above, Babu Yo-Yo was still sitting in his sled, waving goodbye to Ling Chu on the deck. Seeing this, Moyuan, standing next to Ling Chu, stroked the book he had finally managed to obtain. Babu Yo-Yo, oh no, this deer is really something. Just because we helped him solve his problem. Ling Chu didn't think someone who could treat a frozen corpse as art could be a good person. However, it's also possible that the worms in the antlers, combined with the chronic headaches, caused Babu Yuyu's mental instability? Ling Chu heeded Babu Yuyu's advice. Even he thought people with mental instability must be terrifying. Ling Chu decided that in the future, she would be careful and avoid merchants with the prefix Babu whenever she encountered them. Chapter 196 Glittering Threads. The ghost ship continued its journey towards Zhangdaxian's coordinates. At its current speed, it should catch up with him by early tomorrow morning. Tonight is the 4th night of the extreme cold disaster. The public chat is even more subdued than before. Ling Chu, who has been on the island for the past 2 days, is unaware that the temperature has been dropping daily, reaching -20 degrees Celsius tonight. Many players, lacking resources, have caught colds or developed frostbite. Some, in severe cases, have already begun to slowly lose health. Medicine for treating colds has been sold for a whopping 300 seashells per pill. It's said that yesterday, a single dodo bird harvested 500 jin of cotton, which sold out immediately. However, for their server with over 60,000 players, this is a drop in the ocean. If Ling Chu hadn't disabled private chat, her cold resistance potions would have been inundated with inquiries. With Huang Xiaoan's help these past 2 days, Xiaofeng Kenya's potion-making speed has increased significantly, producing another 120 bottles of potions in 2 days. This time, Ling Chu took out 100 bottles of cold-resistant potion and raised the price to 300 seashells per bottle. Today was also harvest day on the island. Ling Chu harvested another 800 pieces of volcanic charcoal, and then listed 2,000 pieces of volcanic charcoal on the trading post. Ling Chu also had 40 cotton quilts. Excluding the few used by her own people, at least 35 quilts were unused. Now that there were heaters and temperature-controlled folding igloos, the quilts were even less needed. She planned to sell 20 quilts, but she was having trouble setting a price. So she opened the trading post, searched for a dumb bird, and looked at his sold-out cotton sales records. She discovered that this bird sold cotton in 10 jin, 5 kilograms, increments, without a price tag, using a 2-hour auction system where the highest bidder wins. His cotton was basically sold for 50 seashells per jin. Ling Chu, remembering something, messaged a silly bird, "Have you checked the player IDs of those who bought your cotton? Are any from the Spade account?" The silly bird quickly replied, "Hee, no, don't worry, I blocked everyone from the Spade account." A couple of days ago, Tao from the Spade account was stirring up trouble for Ling Chu in the public chat. The silly bird wasn't really stupid. How could it not see the grudge between Ling Chu and the Spade account? If Ling Chu hadn't reminded it, the silly bird would have foolishly sold all its cotton. It was because of her words that the silly bird stockpiled a lot of cotton, making a fortune during the extreme cold disaster. How could it forget Ling Chu's favor? Okay, well done. Next time you buy charcoal from me, I'll give you a discount. Ling Chu hadn't expected the silly bird to be so clever. Hee, no need for a big shot, I'm super rich now. The dazed bird stopped abruptly before he could finish. He'd almost forgotten that Ling Chu was number 1 on the server's wealth ranking. Showing off in front of the wealth leader would be humiliating. His wealth was still a 0 behind hers. Ling Chu smiled, then closed the private chat and listed the 10-pound quilt for 500, not charging extra for the fabric. Besides, the potion was gone once it was used up, but the quilt could be used indefinitely, so it was definitely more expensive than the potion. Afterwards, she posted a message in the public channel. Ling Chu, 100 bottles of cold resistance potions, 20 10-pound cotton quilts, and 2,000 pieces of volcanic charcoal are listed on the trading post. Buy now while supplies last. Public channel. Little bitter gourd, Boss Ling Chu is distributing disaster relief supplies again. Everyone, grab them quickly. Lighthearted, I managed to snag 2 bottles of cold resistance potions. My 20 years of single life experience paid off. Ancient Greek god of slacking off, I got a cotton quilt, ha. I'm the god of good fortune. Joyful wolf, why did the boss disappear for 2 days? I've been camping out on the trading post every day for the past 2 days, my hands are almost numb from refreshing. Ancient Greek god of slacking off, wow, the boss's cotton quilts are so heavy. I feel like I could take them apart and make another set of cotton clothes. This time it was even more outrageous than last time. In less than 5 minutes, all the supplies were gone. One reason was that the cold resistance potions she sold last time were very effective, stronger than ordinary cold medicine, providing immediate relief and adding half an hour to her cold resistance. Another reason was that some players who were reluctant to spend resources couldn't withstand 3 days of freezing temperatures anymore. Previous natural disasters usually ended in 3 days at most, but this extreme cold disaster was clearly different. It showed no signs of abating. This uncertainty about its duration instilled even more fear and panic, so people were willing to spend more resources and seashells to acquire items that could help them survive the winter. Ling Chu seemed to hear the sound of gold coins falling into her pocket. A full 50,000 seashells in her pocket. This feeling of profiting as a middleman was truly exhilarating. She earned 10,000 seashells just from selling the quilts, and the cost of those quilts was only a few iron ores. Ling Chu had just closed the trading post when she suddenly received a private message. Zing Rumen, do you have any extra blankets? I want to buy one. I'm only wearing a single layer of clothing, and it's a bit cold at night. Ling Chu thought she was seeing things. Only wearing a single layer in this weather, and only a little cold? She then thought of Zing Rumen's shabby little boat. This guy was so poor, he probably couldn't afford anything to keep warm. Wait, only wearing a single layer? How have you been coping these past few days? Ling Chu was curious. Did he have a heater? Zing Rumen, high constitution, I just tough it out. This guy is amazing. Ling Chu was silent for a moment, then asked, do you have money? Or can you exchange it for something of equal value? I don't do charity, and I don't offer credit. Zing Rumen immediately sent her something. Can I trade this with you? Star River Dream, it came from a treasure chest I caught while fishing. It looks quite valuable, but I searched and no one's selling it on the auction house. I don't know how much it's worth. Ling Chu opened the trade window. There was a bunch of shimmering, golden threads. Shimmering threads. Quality, unique. Special crafting material, shimmering threads made from mica shells and silkworm silk, used for equipment upgrades. Ling Chu's gaze paused slightly. Wasn't this the item she needed to upgrade her one-eyed eye patch? She had been searching for this for a long time, originally thinking that a player with high luck like a silly bird would be the first to get it, but unexpectedly, it came from Star River Dream. Is there only one? Ling Chu asked. Upgrading the one-eyed eye patch requires 5 sets of shimmering silk threads. Zing Ruman, I only caught 1 set. Okay, I'll take this. Ling Chu promptly sent Zing Ruman a cotton quilt. 1 set is enough. She can wait for a lucky day and use the daily gamble function at the Fate Gambler's table to turn 1 set into 10. Zing Ruman was just trying his luck. He didn't expect that this handful of silk threads could actually be exchanged for a cotton quilt with Ling Chu. He took the quilt from the ship's storage room and spread it on his rickety wooden bed, instantly increasing its thickness by 10 centimeters. Zing Ruman patted the quilt. Ling Chu had indeed used sturdy materials. With his physique, a 5-pound quilt would be enough. The extra cotton could be used to make a set of cotton clothes and shoes. Chapter 197 Ling Chu came to kill me. Ling Chu ended her private chat with Zing Ruman, returned to her captain's cabin, turned on the heater, took off her heavy cotton coat, and crawled into the soft cotton bed. She then put the commission from the sale of 100 bottles of potions into a system red envelope and posted it in the fleet channel. Xiao Feng Kunyu, what a thick red envelope. Is this commission? Thank you, Captain Carrot. Yuanya Huang Yudu, I smell money. Ling Chu, I've put the 2 igloo folding cards that Baba Yuyu gave me in the ship's warehouse. Anyone who needs them can take them. Of the gifts Baba Yuyu gave her, she had the whistle and bottled blizzard on her person, gave the book to Moyuan, and had 2 igloo folding cards left. 1 igloo could comfortably accommodate 3 people, so keeping the 2 cards in the communal warehouse was convenient for whoever needed them. Cuttlefish Ball, studying late into the night. Wah, this book is so hard to read, all these elvish symbols are making my head spin. Dawn and Lingering Moon, at Cuttlefish Ball, how about I bring you an energy potion? Cuttlefish Ball, great. Wah, Xiaoyu, you're an angel. How can I live without you? Away from gambling and drugs, at all crew, anyone want some late night snack? I have a few packs of instant noodles I've been saving. Why don't you all come to my room and we can eat them secretly? Don't let Big Gold Tooth see us, or he'll definitely nag. The ghost ship's convoy channel was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, and the magic heaters emitted a reassuring warmth. In contrast to the peaceful atmosphere on the ghost ship, the people on the spade ship couldn't sleep at this moment. Ling Chu released another batch of supplies. How many cold-resistant potions does she have? Spade K felt an inexplicable mix of jealousy and resentment. Ling Chu's profession didn't involve alchemy, so these potions were mostly made by the apothecary who sold energy potions, the one who teamed up with her during the last public challenge. Back then, she didn't seem to be that close to Ling Chu. Did she join her fleet after just one team-up? What a pity, why didn't she recruit that alchemist back then? Otherwise, they wouldn't be freezing now. Black Spade K felt a pang of regret. And what about that Cuttlefish Ball who could predict natural disasters? Was he also part of Ling Chu's team? It felt like she'd poached all the useful special professions. A pot of rice porridge was cooking on the central charcoal stove. Once it boiled, a crew member got up to ladle it out and distribute it to everyone. The thickest, densest bowl of rice was naturally given to Captain Black Spade K. These past few days, the crew of the Spade have been in dire straits. They dared not leave their cabins, and to conserve charcoal, all 11 men ate, drank, and relieved themselves together, creating a persistent stench throughout the ship. They considered robbing to improve their lives, but because the ship's speed was too slow, they hadn't encountered a single other vessel in the past 2 days. K of Spade never imagined that he, ranked second on the server's wealth leaderboard, would end up like this. Has John Daxian replied yet? K of Spade asked Dizzy. K of Spade had already used all his seashells to buy heat-resistant supplies, leaving him with nothing. This John Daxian had amassed a considerable fortune, but unfortunately, he had no sin points, so no one knew his coordinates. King of Spades had no choice but to change tactics, inviting him to join his fleet. That way, the supplies and seashells in his possession would naturally belong to him, the captain. John Daxian still hasn't replied, Tao said. King of Spades snorted. If it weren't for the fact that he has a special profession and is somewhat useful, he would never have joined my fleet in 8 lifetimes. And he's putting on airs? He paused, then said, if he still hasn't replied by tomorrow morning, we're not waiting anymore. We'll proceed with the other plan, use the island raid card on that dumb bird. Originally, according to the plan, they were supposed to join forces with the Dream and the Doll to attack Ling Chu. But right now, because of this damned natural disaster, they were shivering from the cold, barely able to hold their weapons. How could they possibly fight Ling Chu in this state? A dumb bird with a Cotton Island King of Spades had been observing him in the public chat for a while. This guy had high luck, but his strength wasn't that great, a typical easy target. And that damned Dumbo the bird, he even blocked them. They couldn't buy cold resistance potions, and now they couldn't even buy cotton. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. King of Spades plotted to seize Dumbo the bird's cotton island first, then they wouldn't have to worry about this extreme cold disaster. Once they'd weathered the disaster, they'd settle accounts with Ling Chu later. The next day, the sky was still gray and cold. The sea was no longer sparkling. Due to the extremely low temperature, oily ice had appeared. More and more ice floes were appearing on the sea. Every so often, a patch of ice several meters to over 10 meters in diameter could be seen, its edges turned upwards, resembling a giant lotus leaf floating on the sea. John Daxian, the fortune teller, got out of bed wrapped in a cotton coat. He had bought it from another player yesterday at a high price, costing him 400 sea coins. Ling Chu had sold a 10-pound cotton quilt at the trading house for only 500 sea coins. John Daxian was furious. If she hadn't blocked him, he definitely would have snatched it with his speed. His private chat was constantly flashing. Several days had passed, and many players were still sending him messages cursing his entire family. John Daxian felt no shame looking at the insults. Instead, he felt a smug sense of accomplishment. Before entering the game, he was just a swindler who made a living by cheating and swindling. He never expected that after entering the game, he would become rich and famous. Tao Zhe's message stood out and caught his attention. A top-ranked pirate crew wanted to invite him to join? It sounded quite tempting. Guaranteed safety, crew benefits, resource sharing. John Daxian scoffed. Joining a pirate crew wasn't that easy. Besides, recruiting him now was clearly just because they wanted his seashells and resources. John Daxian ignored the message. The sea was vast, those players sending threatening private messages were just bluffing. He didn't believe anyone could actually find him. Then, John Daxian wrapped his cotton coat tighter and went to the bow to steer the ship, dodging the large icebergs that drifted by from time to time. Suddenly, he noticed a white fog rising from the sea not far away. Ice needle fog had occasionally appeared these past few days, so John Daxian didn't pay it any mind and instead slowed the ship down, until a strange, ghostly sail, like a guillotine piercing the fog, drifted into her view. John Daxian rubbed his eyes, making sure he wasn't mistaken. Ghostly flames. Pirate sails. John Daxian immediately recognized it. It was Ling Chu's pirate ship, the number one on the leaderboard. The ghost ship was incredibly fast, closing the distance to him almost instantly. John Daxian could even see the dark muzzles of the water-soaked cannons on its deck, the rows of crossbows, and behind those crossbows, a grimace of white bones grinning at him. John Daxian could never have dreamed of such a terrifying scene. His actions outpaced his thoughts. Almost without thinking, he sent a message to Tao Zhe. I agree to join. Ling Chu is coming to kill me. Quickly use my guild member invitation card on me. Chapter 198. The Conman and leaving the group. Tao Zhe was constantly monitoring the chat. Seeing John Daxian's reply, he immediately reported it to Black Spade K. Black Spade K immediately used a guild member recruitment card. Ling Chu stood at the bow of the ghost ship, about to order the arrows to be fired, but the next second, John Daxian and his ship vanished on the spot. At first, she thought John Daxian had used some special item to make the ship invisible, until the hunter's mark showed the target reappeared thousands of kilometers away in the sea. Ling Chu frowned slightly. To teleport people and ships thousands of kilometers away, only a plunder card could do it, but John Daxian wasn't a pirate, and she hadn't seen a teleportation vortex. That left only one possibility. Someone used a guild member invitation card on John Daxian, and his ship was teleported to the captain. John Daxian sat on the deck, panting, still shaken. The oppressive aura emanating from the ghost ship was terrifying. Its size was almost 4 or 5 times that of his ship. What level had it upgraded to? Level 4 or 5? And that row of ballistae. If they fired all at once, his level 3 ship would be riddled with arrows. Thankfully, he escaped death. But how did Ling Chu know his location? As John Daxian's heart pounded, he saw a tall ship approaching and connecting with his vessel via gangway. The ship's sails were painted with a design resembling the spade on a playing card, and a bespectacled, refined-looking man stood at the bow. You're the King of Spades? John Daxian asked. You're now a member of the Spade ship, you should call me Captain. The King of Spades frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with the way he was addressed. You just said Ling Chu was going to kill you. What happened? I don't know how she knew my coordinates. John Daxian gestured with his hands, still shaken. That ship pierced through the fog and headed straight for me. Its sails were painted with ghostly flames and skulls. Who else could it be but Ling Chu? She had cannons and crossbows, and at least 100 skeletons. A whole swarm of them. 100? King of Spades frowned. This was different from the information he'd received. The little girl who stepped on mushrooms clearly said Ling Chu only had a dozen or so summoned skeletons. Could it be that her ability to summon skeletons had increased recently? But from a dozen to 100, the rate of increase was too exaggerated. King of Spades looked at the terrified John Daxian with suspicion. Had this guy been too shocked and misread things? He glanced at Zhang Daxian's cotton-padded coat, his tone condescending. Since you've joined the Spade, you must abide by the Spade's rules. Your ship will be dismantled, and all supplies will be merged into the Spade ship's warehouse for unified distribution. Zhang Daxian's eyes widened instantly. All supplies. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. On our ship, all crew members eat and use the same supplies. As long as I have food, you won't go hungry. The King of Spades added, but it sounded more like a handout. Zhang Daxian opened his mouth, his heart bleeding as he thought of the seashells and supplies he had painstakingly swindled. But the situation was beyond his control. Ling Chu had already set her sights on him. Without the protection of the Spade, he couldn't survive. He had no choice but to comply. Spade K looked at the over 40,000 seashells, along with a large amount of food, charcoal, and other supplies in the warehouse. While satisfied, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. That old swindler. Just a few words in the public chat and he swindled so many supplies. Many of them were seashells he'd spent on a water purifier. If it weren't for the fact that his profession was somewhat useful, he would have killed him to vent his anger. Spade K immediately went to the trading post with the seashells and bought 10 cotton-padded coats from the players at nearly double the price. The crew of the Spade ship no longer had to wear only thin clothes, freezing like quails in the cold wind. As for Zhang Daxian's cotton-padded coat, Spade K simply stripped it off and threw it to the last crew member who hadn't received one. Zhang Daxian hugged his arms, his teeth chattering, looking at Spade K in shock. What happened to resource sharing? King of Spades explained with a serious expression, we're going to raid an island now. Your trickster profession won't be of any help. There's charcoal in the cabin, so no one's freezing to death. Scarce supplies like winter coats should be given to our teammates who need them first. Zhang Daxian was speechless. His profession was trickster, advancing through deception, and indeed, it was completely useless in combat, with only 2 skills. Truth and falsehood become truth. Passive your lies are more likely to be believed. Fraud tax, players who trade with you because of your lies can have 0.1% of their luck value stolen. Unable to resist the temptation, Zhang Daxian could only retreat into the cabin, huddling shivering by the charcoal stove for warmth. With the winter coats, the morale of King of Spades' crew recovered considerably. Seizing the opportunity, King of Spades used his island raid card and entered the ID of a dodo bird. At that moment, Nine-Tailed Cat approached, still wearing only a light shirt, not the winter coat King of Spades had just distributed. Captain, I want to leave the fleet. She spoke, her voice calm and even, as if she had made up her mind. King of Spades raised an eyebrow, annoyed. Nine-Tailed Cat, don't cause me any trouble. Go prepare your battle gear. Nine-Tailed Cat pursed her lips, saying nothing more. King of Spades received a system notification. Player Nine-Tailed Cat has left your fleet. Spade K's face darkened as he looked up at the woman before him. What do you mean? 5 Vermin, standing nearby, also expressed his disapproval. Nine-Tailed Cat, don't be stubborn. Why leave the crew now? The boss hasn't mistreated you, has he? Crew members have the freedom to leave the crew. I've been unhappy these past few days, so I want to leave. What's the problem? Nine-Tailed Cat paused, then said, the boss hasn't mistreated me, but I've also contributed a lot to the Spade. We're even. These past few days, Spade K had everyone sleep in one room to save charcoal. The snoring was deafening. Nine-Tailed Cat, the only girl in the crew, hadn't slept well for 3 nights in a row, her dark circles particularly noticeable. That was bad enough. Spade K had previously said that the Spade would pursue an elite route, only accepting the strongest. Now, for the sake of supplies, they'd recruited a con artist. And before everyone had fully recovered their strength, they were going to use an island raiding card on a silly bird. The Nine-Tailed Cat had a feeling that something unexpected would happen on this trip to raid the island. To put it bluntly, the King of Spades' current strength doesn't match his ambition. Continuing like this could very well lead to his self-destruction. I'm leaving. Take care. The Nine-Tailed Cat finished speaking and disembarked without looking back. Luckily, she had a backup plan. She had secretly saved some resources. Although she didn't have warm clothes, she had a few heat packs, which could last her a few days better than losing her life. Then, using her accumulated resources, the Nine-Tailed Cat created a small, level 3 boat and sailed away alone in another direction. Chapter 199 Launching the Looting. King of Spades watched the departing ship carrying Nine-Tailed Cat, his eyes darkening. Women are so short-sighted. Just because she felt he made a failed decision that he couldn't lead everyone to withstand the extreme cold disaster in time, she turned and abandoned the team. Teammates who only abandon each other in times of trouble are worse off than no teammates at all. Nine-Tailed Cat probably just acted impulsively. I'll go talk to her. Seeing a teammate he'd spent so much time with leave, 5 Vermin felt uneasy and wanted to chase after Nine-Tailed Cat, but King of Spades stopped him. She's gone, so be it. The Spade ship doesn't need her. Even if she begs to come back and join the Spade ship after we've taken Cotton Island, I won't agree. King of Spades turned to another direction. A teleportation vortex has appeared. Let's go. At this moment, the plunder card activated, and a teleportation vortex appeared on the sea. King of Spades piloted the spade ship, leading the crew into it. What kind of teleportation item did Jong Daxian use? He's so fast. Moyowen, who was also standing at the bow, ready to watch the show, watched Jong Daxian's ship disappear, puzzled. It wasn't an item. Someone must have used a guild invitation card on him, teleporting him and the ship away. Ling Chu said, thinking to herself that Jong Daxian was quite cunning, knowing to use this method to escape. She wondered whose guild he had joined. The person who was so close was now thousands of kilometers away in the ocean. Did she really have to spend dozens of hours chasing him? Ling Chu began to weigh whether Jong Daxian was worth wasting so much of her time. Huang Xiaoan, who was looking down at the system panel, said to them, Ling Chu, look at the public chat channel. It seems the Spade just gained a new crew member. Ling Chu immediately opened the public chat as well. Public channel. Real estate agent Xiao Lu selling cotton padded coats for 300 seashells. Only 2 left. DM me if interested. Li Tian Xiao Tu Do, don't believe him, everyone. His cotton padded coats are made from Ling Chu's quilt. He dismantled a 10-pound quilt and made 4 coats, bought them for 500 seashells and resold them for 1,200 seashells. That's outrageous. Motorola, besides, Dumb Bird's cotton only sells for 50 seashells per pound. Your coats only weigh 2.5 pounds, yet you're selling them for 300 each. That's double the price. Who would buy them at that price? Real estate agent Xiao Lu Hihi, I'm not in a hurry to sell. If you think it's too expensive, don't buy it. There will always be players who are about to freeze to death who will buy them. Just now, the captain of the Spade bought several coats from me. Is it any of your business? Ling Chu felt helpless seeing this. She had already added purchase limits to the item she was selling, but she still couldn't stop these players, who didn't lack winter supplies, from buying her quilts. She clicked her finger and blocked the real estate agent, Xiao Lu. Serves you right, only she can be the middleman. Don't even try to get involved, you middleman. Ling Chu continued reading. Lulu loves gossip. Speaking of which, hasn't the Spade ship gained a new member? I remember they always had 11 members, but it just became 12. Popeye, that's right, I remember too. So, they recruited another special class. Damn, are there really so many special class players? Why can't I be one too? Lulu, a gossip enthusiast, exclaimed. How come the number of people has increased to 11 again? Did another member leave? The weather has been too cold lately, and players are mostly stuck in their cabins with nothing to do, constantly checking the leaderboards and chat channels. The Spade ship only accepts special classes, so it doesn't have many members, which makes it all the more eye-catching. Jong Daxian had just received his recruitment card and been teleported away, and now the Spade ship has gained a new member. What a coincidence. Ling Chu remembered that a Spade ship member named Dezay had been stirring up trouble for her in the chat a couple of days ago, and that Spade K had secretly conspired with Doll and Dream ships to attack her. She hadn't settled those scores with Spade K yet. Having come all this way, she couldn't go back empty-handed. If she couldn't get Jong Daxian, she'd get Spade K. Right now, it seems the extreme cold disaster has had minimal impact on them. The Spade ship members are still buying expensive winter coats, presumably because they don't have better ways to keep warm. Moreover, she had also obtained rare items like bottled blizzards and whistles from Babu Yo-Yo. In a real fight, her chances of winning were very high. Ling Chu immediately used the island raid card on the King of Spades. The system notification appeared, this player is currently using an island raid card and cannot be raided simultaneously. Ling Chu was stunned. The King of Spades was using an island raid card? Who did he raid? As Ling Chu was thinking this, private messages started flashing wildly. A dumb bird, Ling Chu, help. The Spade ship is using an island raiding card on me. There are 12 of them, and they're all special class players. I'm such a loser, I can't possibly beat them. A dumb bird saving a life is a great act of kindness. Please, sir, for the sake of our past trade, please help me. My coordinates are 978.3255.1480. The Spade ship actually went to raid Dumb Bird's island. They must have their eyes on his cotton island. Ling Chu always thought Dumb Bird was clever sometimes, but sometimes naive. He always shared his good finds in the public chat, and since he himself had no way to protect himself, he'd finally gotten targeted. Dumb Bird was just sleeping soundly in his warm cotton blankets when he suddenly received the system notification that his island had been raided. He jumped out of bed in a flash and immediately used his island teleportation card to return to the vicinity of Cotton Island. But he was a lone wolf, with no reliable friends, and the only person he could think of asking for help was Ling Chu. Seeing that Ling Chu didn't reply, he grew anxious and continued sending her messages. A Dumbo Bird boss, if you're willing to help me, I'll give you 30% of the produce from Cotton Island. No, half. Is that okay? Ling Chu checked the coordinates he provided. Good heavens, 8,000 kilometers away. By the time she got there, the Dumbo bird's grave would probably be overgrown with weeds. Ling Chu pondered, how could she get to the Dumbo bird as quickly as possible? She couldn't use a raid card on the Queen of Spades right now. Wait, what if she used another raid card on the Dumbo bird? Ling Chu tried it, and it worked. You successfully used an island raid card on a Dumbo bird. This player owns only one island. You have been automatically located to that island, and the teleportation vortex has been activated. This teleportation vortex will only last for 48 hours. Please pass through as soon as possible. Please note that the vortex is a two-way channel. If you do not return within the specified time, the teleportation vortex will automatically close. This was Ling Chu's first successful use of the plunder card. A teleportation vortex, identical to the one for the private island teleportation card, appeared on the sea not far away. A dazed bird, seeing that Ling Chu hadn't replied, then received another system notification. Player Ling Chu used an island plunder card on you. Its small eyes were filled with bewilderment, and it was so frightened it almost cried on the spot. Chapter 200 Sins. A silly bird sent a voice message, stammering, "Wah, boss, you're going to steal my island too?" As the raid card disappeared, a whirlpool appeared on the sea ahead. Ling Chu didn't have time to reply to the silly bird's message. Taking advantage of the moment, she tossed a gambler's coin, getting a triple luck effect. Then she went straight to the daily gambling area and placed a glittering thread. The dice rolled 10 as expected, and 10 glittering threads appeared on the gambling table. Upgrading the eye patch required tailoring, which would take time to complete. There was definitely no time for that now. Ling Chu put away the glittering threads and then spun the lucky wheel, drawing an icon that looked like a magic potion. You have gained a buff, Abundant Magic Energy. Abundant Magic Energy, you gain double magic energy, skill magic energy consumption minus 50%, lasts 24 hours. A pretty good buff, perfect for this situation. With her mana points doubled, Ling Chu's mana bar reached an astonishing 380. Even using the most mana-intensive method of firing 3 arrows simultaneously plus a storm arrow, she could fire 12 times without stopping. Ling Chu returned to the deck. Her skeleton minions were already armed and ready to fire. She stood at the bow, directing them towards the whirlpool. Forward. The ghost raised its tall sails and sailed into the black hole-like whirlpool. The familiar dizziness washed over her. Practice makes perfect, and this time Ling Chu was prepared. She gripped the railing tightly and quickly adapted to the dizziness. 2 seconds later, the ghost appeared in unfamiliar waters 8,000 kilometers away. Through the one-way fog, Ling Chu could clearly see an island 200 or 300 meters ahead. The island didn't look large, roughly the same size as her iron ore island. It was covered in cotton trees, the cotton buds, still in bloom, covered with a thick layer of snowflakes, like clouds floating in midair. Ahead of the island, a level 4 steamship bearing a spade emblem was steadily approaching. Without a doubt, it was the ship of the King of Spades. Beside the island, a level 3 ship was anchored, its sails adorned with red 5-pointed stars. The deck was empty, no one was there. Ling Chu had seen a dodo bird ship with similar red 5-pointed stars on its sails. His ship was anchored here. The people on board had probably hidden somewhere on the island. Just as Ling Chu had guessed, once you landed on the island, you couldn't land again. However, if it was plundered, the island's lord could re-land to defend it. After docking the ship, the dodo bird ran into the cotton grove and set up several animal traps. While it wasn't certain if they would work, it was better than waiting to be killed. After a hasty arrangement, a silly bird leaned against a cotton tree, tears welling in its eyes. Wah, even Ling Chu, the big boss he considered his lifeline, wants to take her Cotton Island. What am I going to do? Maybe I should just hand over Cotton Island to Ling Chu. At least Ling Chu wouldn't want me dead, right? The silly bird thought desperately. The King of Spades, wrapped in a cotton coat, stood on the deck, looking at Cotton Island in the distance, a greedy glint in his eyes. Next, all I have to do is land on the island and find its core, and the island will be mine. As for that silly bird, his smartest move would be to abandon the island and escape, which would save his life. If he resisted, he could be killed, gaining more sin points. Strange, why is this fog suddenly rising? With only 100 meters to go before Cotton Island, Spade K suddenly frowned, staring at a cloud of fog that had inexplicably risen ahead. Fog? John Daxian, who was in the cabin, jumped at the sight. This fog looked so familiar, so much like the stage design and background music when Ling Chu appeared. He quickly ran to Spade K and said, "It's Ling Chu. It's definitely her. I just saw fog inexplicably rise on the sea, and then Ling Chu's ship emerged from it." Hearing this, Spade K instantly became alert. This fog was indeed strange. Could it be that she also had her eye on the silly bird's Cotton Island, wanting a piece of the pie? Or is she reinforcements that the silly bird invited? After some thought, King of Spades decided the former was more likely. Why would pirates help ordinary players fight other pirates? Would they still be pirates? Cautious, King of Spades immediately sent messages to the captains of the Dream and the Doll. Ling Chu is also raiding Cotton Island. Coordinates 978.3255.1480. Come quickly. With our 3 fleets working together, this is our only chance to wipe out the ghost ship. Daydreamer, these coordinates are too far. How are we supposed to get there? Little girl stepping on mushrooms, are you sure? Just as King of Spades received the reply, he saw a ghostly pirate ship sail appear in the mist, the 2 ghostly flames in the skull's eye sockets particularly eerie. Confirmed. I can see the ghost ship sail. King of Spades felt a chill run down his spine. He had originally planned to wait until after the natural disaster before engaging Ling Chu in battle, but now, by chance, he had stumbled upon him here and had no choice but to fight. He quickly sent messages, use an island raiding card on that dorky bird, and use a teleportation vortex to get here. If our spade is sunk by Ling Chu today, she'll be all-powerful, and you won't fare any better. Work together to kill Ling Chu, and we'll split her wealth equally. That'll be enough for our 3 fleets to dominate the top 3 of the wealth rankings. Spade K slammed the chat panel shut, and the world instantly fell silent except for the sound of the waves and his own heartbeat. He then instructed his crew, Gyroscope, 5 Vermin, proceed according to our plan. Little 9, bring out the cannons. Aim at the sails in the mist, keep a close watch. 2 magicians' ever-changing cannons were brought out, their muzzles menacingly aimed at the ominous mist, ready for battle. Spade K was certain those 2 fleets would come, the opportunity to destroy Ling Chu was too good to pass up, and they wouldn't be able to resist the temptation. Dumb Bird saw the ghost ship break through the fog and head straight for him, his heart pounding in his chest. But the ghost ship ignored his island, heading directly towards the spade. He froze. Could it be that boss Ling Chu wasn't here to take advantage of his misfortune, but rather to protect him in this way? This sudden thought, like a ray of light, dispelled the clouds of despair in his heart. Dumb Bird's eyes flickered again, and just as the flame of hope was ignited, the Daydreamer used an island raiding card on you. The little girl who stepped on mushrooms used an island raiding card on you. 2 crisp system notifications, like 2 thunderbolts, struck the dumb bird, leaving him ashen-faced. At this moment, the little voice inside him wasn't crying, but screaming in anguish. What terrible things had he done? Were the top 3 pirate crews supposedly holding their annual party here? Or did these pirates think his poor little island was some kind of pirate-themed nightclub? One by one, they all teleported over to check in and party.